morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And a big, fat good morning from Scottsdale, Arizona. Let's go, Marcus. The tradition continues. We are looking at the sunrise, and we are getting right into baseball right out of the gate. That's how we do it. Good morning, everybody. Murph and Marcus in Arizona for the next 2 days. Wall-to-wall Giants coverage coming your way. And, Marcus, what is baseball if not pitching? Because we're going right into it. Mm-hmm. Good morning, brother.
Good morning. First pitch, first sunrise, first guest of the day.
Justin Message, Giants pitching coach, getting here bright and early. So we promise you Giants content. We give you Giants content right out of the gate. By the way, in our brand new setup, everybody like it? Hello, everybody? We
Very
look good?
spacious.
Everybody likes it?
Yeah.
Justin, welcome to our new setup, and nice to meet you, Murph and Marcus, and hopefully the beginning of a long friendship. Welcome to the Giants.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
How you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Give us what's the Justin Message pitching coach plan for today? Who we working out?
We have a couple live BPs today on the field, and we're looking forward to that. We're kind of in our live BP segment of camp. We have a few bullpens that we're gonna run through. Today's photo day, so it's a little different of a day. So we're kind of squeezing things in, but that's kind of what's on the agenda and getting us ready for Saturday opening day.
Yeah, we saw some highlights of live batting practice yesterday. Logan Webb versus Rafael Devers. What have been some of your first impressions of seeing the guys square off against each other?
It's been great. The energy's been great. The competitiveness has been great. I think the guys are liking how we're setting things up right now with yesterday being a little bit like a sim game type situation where there was a little bit of a defense out there, no base running, but it kind of simulated a game type deal for guys, and it was a little bit more realistic. We got to use the ABS system, and so guys were challenging pitches, which was kind of cool to go through that experience. Most of these guys that have spent any significant time in the big leagues haven't experienced that. So obviously the up-down guys have, and so they know what it's like, but that was part of yesterday, and we'll do that again today.
There's so much to squeeze into our brief conversation with you, but you mentioned the ABS, so right out of the gate, like, what's your early read? And, I mean, have you been a guy who, in the dugout, have always been a better ump than the ump himself? Like, have you been waiting for this, or are you dreading it? Like, what's your prediction?
Yeah, of course. So last year I was in AAA with Milwaukee, and we had the ABS, and so I'm familiar with it, and I actually kind of like it. I think just like anything else, everybody probably makes a bigger deal than it actually is. I think it's going to do is it's going to force the umpires to tighten up a little bit and be a little bit better and more consistent. The AAA guys are really good, and so you got those pitches that are just off that guys are like questioning, but in general, I think it's not a bad thing. Guys get used to it. If anything, there's some accountability to guys and how they're calling games.
Marcus, he said, umps tighten up and get more consistent. I'm in.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Well, Justin, from a pitcher's perspective, pitchers think every pitch is a strike. So have you guys had those conversations between who actually gets to make the challenge call? Is it the pitcher? Is it Patrick Bailey behind home plate? How's that going to work out?
Yeah, so we had initial conversations yesterday kind of running through that on who should and who shouldn't do it, maybe time of game where there's more leverage than not. My suggestion definitely was not to allow pitchers to ever challenge it because they get so emotional and they think everything's a strike, and good catchers make everything look like strikes, and so they can be fooled. So we're kind of having those initial conversations on what that might look like. 2 strikes, runners in scoring position, all that stuff. I think there's going to be a little bit of an art to that game that can make a difference because we all know that one call can change the outcome of a game, and so it's been interesting.
Fascinating to watch it evolve. Justin Message is the voice you hear right out of the gate. We're live in Scottsdale, Arizona, here at the Giants training camp facility in our brand new spot. They play Saturday on KNBR, 12:10 first pitch, 11:50 pregame. Justin, about you, congrats. You're a pitching coach in the bigs. I mean, you've been, as you mentioned, you've been in many organizations, Pirates for many, many, many years. You've been a bullpen coach in the bigs. Tell us about this arrival. How did you and Tony Vitello and Buster Posey come together?
Yeah, I'm very grateful to be here. What an opportunity to be with such a great organization and some great people and a really unique kind of deal. First-time manager coming from college to to the big leagues, and so I'm excited to be here. How it played out, I think, I've kind of been through almost every experience a coach could go through. I've coached at every level in the minor leagues. I've coached at every pitching coach position, whether it be pitching coordinator, assistant pitching coach, and then bullpen coach, and then obviously going through a couple different organizations. So I think from an experience perspective, that was interesting to the Giants. Being in Milwaukee last year was really beneficial for me. As you guys know, they do things really well over there from a pitching perspective. And so for me, it was a great opportunity to learn a little bit different system and style and what's important to those guys. I've always respected Chris Hook and the pitching group over there on what they've done. So I thought it was a good opportunity for me to get an inside look on how one of the better pitching programs does things. And so, once I went through that, I got an initial call and it kind of proceeded from there. Went through a couple different interviews, and they did a lot of background checking. I got calls from players in the league that, hey, Tony or Buster or Zach or one of those guys called me and was doing some background work on you. So I think all of that put me in this position to where I am today.
Now, I know this is going to seem like a broad question, but overall, your pitching philosophy. We have weekly conversations with Mike Krukow, and he was joking about how back in the day they would leave spring training ready to throw 125 pitches and face the lineup 3-4 times and go deep into a game. So just talk to us about what you're working with the guys, laying down your pitching philosophy and what you want to see from some of these pitchers throughout the season.
Yeah, I think the cool part about our philosophy is that everybody's an individual and everybody does things in a unique way, and so we're in the business of trying to figure that out for each guy and what's their superpower, and then from that it's like how can we build the arsenal around that, and so we're always trying to, if you've talked to some of the guys at all, we're trying to make the stuff outside their superpower make at bats a little bit more challenging, and so. We're just trying to create the best pitches we can possibly make with these guys, create a tough at bat, and that's like the foundation of it. And then just from a mentality perspective, we're trying to get guys out as quick as possible and then finish guys. And so there's a lot that goes into that, from a usage perspective. What pitches can guys throw in the strike zone, and then what can guys get to strike the ball for strikeouts. So. That's kind of the basic idea of what we're trying to do, and then ultimately just create the nasty dudes that believe in themselves and are convicted in that, and that's kind of what we've been working on so far.
It's going to be fun to watch. Justin Message, brand new pitching coach for the San Francisco Giants. A unique situation. There's a director of pitching, Frank Anderson. He's going to join us in just a couple minutes. You also have Jesse Chavez out in the bullpen. Talk a little bit about the staff. Jesse's been doing it for so long and was so reliable. Frank's been in college for so many years. How's the dynamic?
Yeah, it's great. I think one thing that Buster and Zach and Tony were looking to do was kind of get a group of pitching coaches that kind of filled every need that a pitcher could ever want. So I feel extremely blessed to be able to be supported by these guys. And obviously Frank has been around some of the best pitchers in the amateur space, and has a ton of experience developing pitchers. And then Christian Wonders, our assistant pitching coach. I don't know if you get a chance to talk to him, but hopefully you do. He's a super stud. He's got the, from a biomechanics background, a pitch development background. He's a specialist. I think he's one of the best in the world at what he does. And so, as you guys know, in the game today, that's a big deal. And so having an expert is really beneficial to us. And then obviously Jesse, the career speaks for itself. He's done everything in the game. He's went through every experience that a pitcher could ever go through. That, he's pitched, he's started, he's relieved, he's been banged up, he's been traded, all that stuff. So anything a pitcher could ever go through, Jesse's gone through, and we think that's super valuable. So I'm excited, man. I think when you're in a role like this, you want to surround yourself with guys that are smarter than you, and I think we've done that.
Yeah, last couple of minutes here with Giants pitching coach Justin Message here live from Scottsdale Stadium. So much to squeeze into this conversation. Let's just get your overall thoughts on your rotation. Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, those are the fan favorites. We saw a lot of flashes last year from Landon Roop, and then a couple new veterans in the rotation as well with Tyler Mahle and Adrien Howser. So just your big picture thoughts of what you're walking into and the guys you're going to be working with.
Yeah, I think we have a chance to have a nice rotation. I've watched Logan and Robbie over the years be really good pitchers, and I'm excited to both work with them, but also have them help me be a better coach. And so that's exciting. And then, you know, Adrien was with the Brewers forever. I was with the Pirates, so I've got to watch him. He come into camp and he's like 94, 96, and he's got 5 pitches in his arsenal. I'm like, man, this guy's nice. He's better than I remember. And so we're excited about him. Obviously, he's been through a lot the last 3 or 4 years. That's going to put him in a position to have some success. And then Tyler Mahle, the numbers kind of speak for themselves. When he's healthy, he's a really good pitcher. So our priority for him is just to keep him healthy. So we're excited about that. And then we have a group of young pitchers that, man, I was excited about these guys coming in, the Wisenhunts of the world, the Seymours of the world, the Tidwells of the world, the Birdsongs of the world, obviously Roop. But I'm more excited today than I was 2 or 3 months ago when I took the job. They've obviously worked extremely hard in the last 3 months. We've challenged them with some things, and they've responded. So we're looking forward to games and seeing how this stuff plays out.
I know we got to let you go, and Frank's coming in, but just because Giants fans back home are saying, man, they didn't sign a huge name starter, and they didn't overly fortify the bullpen. And Buster's answer has been, well, there's opportunity for young kids. So can you just kind of mention those young kids? Is that the theme? Hey, man, we didn't go bring in guys. This is your opportunity?
That's right. I think every player that's in camp, all they ever want, whether it be NRI or roster guys, an opportunity to feel like they have a chance to make the team. And we have 28 healthy pitchers. There's 13 guys leaving camp, and those are small numbers when it comes to it. So from an opportunity perspective, that's how we're sharing that and using this as an opportunity to, like, hey, this is competitive, and you got an opportunity to make this team if you perform like we want you to perform.
Classic spring training. We can't let you go without bragging. Anybody out there who's a dad is a little league dad at some point, and you are a little league dad at the highest level. Your son, his name is
Kyler Message,
Kyler,
yeah.
Committed out of. He's in high school right now. Has already committed to Division I SEC Power Mississippi State.
Yep,
that's big time, man.
Yeah, we're
Congratulations.
excited. I appreciate it. We're excited. He's has a cool little journbe, and we're looking. You'll see him out at the field, shagging or whatever this summer. So
let's get him in the cage, hit some tanks.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, might be a defensive specialist coming in from center field, and maybe a left-handed option.
We did hear a story that when Tony Vitello was at Tennessee, he tried to recruit him.
Yes,
but he turned him down.
Yeah.
So is he going to have beef with him like Bryce Eldridge?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how that goes down when he sees him.
That's a big deal. It's harder than ever to get those kind of nods now.
Yeah.
Because I see these high school kids in my community trying so hard, and this Division I pool has shrunk with the transfer portal, and coaches are now looking for transfers instead of high school kids, right?
Yeah, it's a crazy time in the game, but if you can perform, and you get those opportunities regardless. So that's our plan with him is, hey, let's go in with the expectation that you're going to go in and play.
Pretty exciting, man. Little league dad never dies inside, right?
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Justin Message, welcome to the Giants pitching coach and director of pitching Frank Anderson next. We're here at Scottsdale Stadium. It's underway. Murph and Marcus in Arizona on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got Willie Adamus coming up at 6:30, Luis Arraez at 6:55, and then Bryce Eldridge at 7:15. We got a lot of other great guests coming on today, so stay tuned. Keep it locked right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We are live in Arizona at Scottsdale Stadium, day 1 of 2. We freaking love it down here. The sun is up. You can hear the music, and our guests are pouring in. Next up, Director of Pitching, Frank Anderson, and the guest list is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership, we are family. 40-plus years in the college game, brand new Giants Director of Pitching, knows all of Tony Vitello's deepest secrets, and he's a Nebraska Cornhusker fan, too. So, hey, Frank, it's Murph, it's Marcus. We're going to do the morning show here. We hope this is the first of a few conversations down the road. And welcome.
Yeah, morning, Frank.
Appreciate it.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I got up early and ran before I had the photo day, which you know, that's a bad day when you're my age right here. But no, not really. But no, it's, hey, I mean, you can't beat this.
We should tell everybody, Frank, of course, the father of longtime Oakland A's, Brett Anderson. Brett, and you were telling us early, you disavow any comments Brett made?
Some of that stuff early in his career on Twitter, he takes after his mother on that deal.
Well, he had a nice career in the bigs, so congratulations on that.
Appreciate it.
13 years.
Yeah.
We were just talking to Justin Message, who has a junior in high school
Right.
going on, and you're
Exactly.
like, yeah, well, call me back when your kid plays 13 years in the show, right? Right. So, well, listen, welcome. Tell us your story. How does a guy who spends his whole life in college, loves it, is at Tennessee at the top of the mountain, competing with the best teams? No, I'm going to leave and go take over the Giants Director of Pitching. How does that happen?
You know, when kind of all this thing started to go down, I started. Fortunately, I have references, obviously, with Brett, and then I don't know how many guys I've had play in the big leagues, and now I've got a bunch, you know, and so I called some different people that were in the big leagues, and hey, what do you got on this deal? You know, can it work? You think that, you know, think this is something that can be successful, and they did. And now even Brett goes, Dad, 15, 20 years ago, I don't know if this thing would have worked. I mean, because people were so cut and dried that you had to go here and you had to go here, and there had to be a stepping stone process to get to this point. But he goes, he goes, I really think it can. And so, and I've been fortunate. Won the national championship when I was at Texas, and you know, we won at Tennessee, and this kind of. I thought, you know what, this would be something that I would be excited about, and I think I can offer some things to guys at this level because, like you said, good, bad, or in between. I've had a lot of guys play at this level, and also had a son that dealt with things at this level. So, as you know, there's a lot of things that go into it other than just the physical side of stepping out there on the mound.
Now, tell us about the Tony Vitello sales pitch. Was it a lot? Did he have to try to convince you to leave Tennessee, or was this a move that you saw kind of made sense with him making the jump to the big leagues?
No, I for me, it kind of made sense. I mean, I'd been doing this for a long time. I mean, my first job was I was an 8th grade coach, right? Which I take pride in the fact that I taught 5 classes a day and did all that and have, did those type of things. But no, I thought it was something that if I didn't think I could help him at this level, I probably wouldn't have done. But it was something that kind of made sense, and especially when he started to tell me how he was going to formulate or try to formulate the staff, and and do those things. It just was, I think it was an exciting time.
Frank Anderson is the voice you hear. He's the director of pitching. He was with Tony Vitello in Tennessee. Of course, a long career in college. He mentions Texas National Championship, Tennessee National Championship, now here doing the Giants pitching. So you said you put a lot of guys from Tennessee into the bigs. Your son pitched in the bigs. But now you're here. What's the difference the first few days of camp, watching big leaguers go through their bullpens, watching their stuff on a day-to-day basis? What are you noticing the difference between that and working in a college camp?
Well, they have a better understanding of how to go about it, for one. I mean, at that level, you're doing a lot of teaching on what these guys are doing out here on a day-to-day basis, and get them to understand you don't step on the mound and throw 100 miles. I mean, I remember Ben Joyce's first bullpen for us. I mean, it was, 95 to 102 or something like that. And these guys throw, for the most part, professional bullpens and go about it because it's such an extended season as opposed to something like that. And so I think that's probably the biggest thing is, this thing is a long, drawn-out process as opposed to, hey, we get in there, we knock it out in 60 games or whatever it is, and then you go into a playoff. But this thing's a little bit stretched out, obviously, and it's a little bit different. You got to control yourself and take care of your body and different things different than what we did at that level.
We've had the opportunity to talk to Tony about some of the Tennessee ties with some of the players on the position side.
Right.
But there's also a few ties to some of the pitchers here. Now,
Right.
What can you tell us? What can you give us a scouting report on Blade Tidwell?
Well, Blade, I mean, obviously a big arm, and we had him for 2 years, and I mean, he's better. I mean, he was pretty good, obviously, when we had him, but he's made another step, and I'm glad they made the move to get him over here, and he's looked really good in camp, and his stuff has just taken a leap forward. I mean, he's always had a big arm, and I think he's got a chance to have a bunch of different options as far as roles and different things, and I think that'll play out as you get into it. But no, it's something that, and he's done. Hopefully maybe Tony and I coming in has given him a little bit of a comfort zone, as we got into it. But no, he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, Frank Anderson, the director of pitching, part of a huge day for us down here in Arizona. We're here, the Murph and Marcus Show today and tomorrow. Willie Adamus, Luis Arraez, Bryce Eldridge are all coming in next. So, Frank, big picture, you and I are north of 50. He's not. These guys aren't. Right? So we grew up. I grew up playing high school baseball a different way than these kids are. You grew up coaching as far back as '83.
Right.
What do you do when they drop that sheet of data on your desk with all those stats and graphs and bars and waves?
Right.
You're like, no, baseball is baseball. How do you do it? How do you marry the new game with your game?
No, it probably started, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, and I was fortunate a lot because, and I hate to talk about Brett too much, but him being at this level, I had opportunities to see some different things a lot of times before somebody else at the college level or even at the lower minor league level and stuff like that. So I've tried to embrace that stuff, but it's still the same. You get out there, it's still, competing and the process of getting ready and outing to outing and that's why I think I love all that stuff and I like the stuff that our people bring to us, but it also, you have to marry that with the fact that when you get out there, it's still competing and trying to get people out. And I think I always say it's a kind of a merit-based system. You get them out, you get to continue to go out there. You don't get them out, you're probably not going to go out there as many times.
Yeah, well, when you say that, the first thing that comes to mind is, have you met and got to know your ultimate competitor, Logan Webb?
Oh, yeah, I have. And it's fun to watch how he goes about it, and I've watched from afar because, when we were talking about this, Garrett Crochet and him had worked out some in the off season, and Garrett just told me, hey, you're going to really like him. You're going to like how he goes about it and the professionalism and all that stuff, and it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And the last one would be, you ready after Tennessee, you ready for those cold summer nights?
Oh, I don't. When's the last time it snowed up there? Because I've been in a bunch of games
wait.
that snowed.
Oh, because you guys start so early. Maybe you
Yeah.
guys get a little snow in
Yeah,
college, huh?
yeah,
No,
stuff
no,
like
no,
that.
no snow for
Yeah,
us.
that's
no
what I'm
San
saying.
Francisco. You'll be all
So-
right.
You'll be surprised on some of those July and August nights. You're gonna be like, "Wait, Willie Mays played in this stuff? He should have had more than such 660." So it's good pitching, though.
True.
You'll get to know Mike Krukow, our legendary
Right.
broadcaster, who says
Right.
this is the best city in the bigs to pitch.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so that'll make you look good. So, well, listen, it's great to meet you. I mean, obviously,
Right.
Brett's career speaks for itself, and your career speaks for itself, and now you get a whole new adventure. It's exciting, and it's good to have somebody who's got so many stories and a lot of wisdom.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that, but I do have some years behind it. But no, looking forward to it. And like I said, I really like our pitching group. Justin is outstanding, and Christian, I like to give him a bad time, but he is a superstar. And you talk about the
Yeah.
analytics
Yeah.
side, he is really, I mean, it's crazy good. With
Christian
that.
Wonder's talking about. So, well, listen, go off with your day, take your photos, look good, get your good side on you, and we'll bring in Willie Adamus and Luis Arraez and Bryce Eldridge. Nice to meet you, Frank.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
Frank
Thanks, Frank.
Anderson, Director of Pitching, as Murph and Marcus roll on from Scottsdale Stadium on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Let's go, man. Shortstop Willie Adamus is next. Let's go, Giants fans. You guys are commuting back home. We're in Scottsdale Stadium looking at the sunrise, and here he is. Well, hello, Willie, Murph, and Marcus. Thanks for coming up, man.
Willie, what's
How
up,
you
brother?
doing?
I'm living. I'm doing great. I mean, obviously, happy to be back on the field. You know, after a few days of the offseason, you start missing the field right away. So, like, you know, when January comes, it's like, man, I just want to go back to the field. And, you know, it feels really good to be back with the boys and the whole team. And, you know, just to be back on the field, it's just, you know, it's fun.
And now it's a familiar place that you're coming back to. Last year, a lot of new first experience here at spring training, your first full season with the Giants. How's it feeling different this year coming in, knowing the lay of the land, knowing the guys, and being one of the leaders now in the clubhouse?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, like you say, it's more comfortable now. Feel like, you know, it feels like home now. You know, like I come around and everybody, you know, I know everybody. I know, like, all the faces. Even though we have a lot of new people this year, it feels great. You know, like you walk around and like you know where to go. You know where to put your stuff. You know where to look for something. Like it feels good to be like that. You know, I mean, obviously last year it was fun, but this year is different. It's more comfortable now. It's just how it goes. You know, like when you in a place for a long time, it's just. It feels like home.
I like that. Feels like home. Willie Adamus, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, as the Murph and Marcus show rolls on from Scottsdale Stadium. A lot to get to with you in this short time here, starting with your new manager. So he's from the college ranks, and man, oh man, we're like, whoa, Buster made a big move. So tell us about it. When did you hear the news? I don't know if you talked to Buster or Zach before then, or Greg Johnson or any of these people, and then tell us getting to know Tony, what it's been like.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, I found out Buster texted me when everything was done, and then I texted Tony right away. We talked, and it was fun. I mean, he's been amazing. He has a lot of energy. He's got a great personality. He likes to see the group together. You know, like he loves to work. He's bringing that energy every day, and you know, I think he's going to be really good for us this year. I mean. So far, what I've seen so far, you know, he's just always pushing the guys to, you know, hey, I want you to be better. You know, we could do this to be better. We got to continue to do this to be better. And, you know, that's something that I think we were missing. And you know, I was happy to have him here. And I know he's going to help a lot of us to be better this year.
Well, Tony didn't just send you a text. He hopped on a plane to come see you down in the DR. Then he convinced you to go out to South Korea to hang out with Jung-Hoo Lee. What were those travel adventures like with Tony?
Yeah,
Vitello?
I mean, but that was like a few months after he got, you know, hired by, you know, Buster, that he went to the Dominican. But that was really nice of him, you know, that says a lot about him, that, you know, he's taking a plane to get to know me and, like, the boys. It was great to have him in the Dominican, and then you know we had a fun time in Korea. that was really cool. That was one of the best experiences that I had in my life, and just to have him there, you know, just to share some time with him and to have some fun with him, to get to know him a little better. I think it was great, and even for Jung-Hoo too, you know, to get to see him, to get to hang out with him, and get to know him a little bit better. I think it was really good.
Yeah, you and Jung-Hoo now have a deeper bond, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
of course. Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to go there. You know, just to make him feel like how we really feel about him. You know, like we care about him. We want him to be who he is, a superstar. You know, we want him to do great.
How's your Korean?
Well, I got like 5 words.
That's 5 more than me and Marcus.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But Willie, it seems like you really built a bond, not just with Jung Hoo Lee, but your entire teammates last year. And they awarded you with the Willie Mack Award. What was that like being recognized by your teammates for being such a positive kind of light in the clubhouse?
Yeah, that was amazing. That was really special. Obviously, when you get an award from your teammates, that's what you want. You know, you want your boys to to see you that way, to respect you that way, and you know, obviously, that's always been my goal, just to be the best teammate I can be, and you know, to help all the the most guys I can help, and yeah, I mean, it was really special. Obviously, that award means a lot for for this organization, and for me to get that the first year, I think it was amazing.
Well, you did it again, 160 games. I mean, you're probably mad that it wasn't one side. I don't know. You tell me. 160. Go ahead.
I was kind of pissed.
Tell us about that.
Nah, I mean, obviously, it's always, that's always been my priority. You know, I want to play as much games as I can, and I haven't done 162 yet, so I'm still a little mad about it. But last year, there were some situations that we were taking care of, like when Baumel gave me the first off day, it was a tough like few weeks for me, and he wanted to give me a break for my mind to to get back on track and kind of work. I don't like to be off the field, but sometimes when you having a tough time, you need some time to relax, and I really appreciated that from him. And then the other game that I missed, I was dealing with some oblique stuff, so I didn't want to miss a week, so we took a day off. I was mad though, but you can't argue with the trainers. Sometimes they be mad at you. They just want to keep us on the field,
Well, there was only one guy in baseball that played 163 games last year, your teammate Rafael Devers. Now, you both ended the season with over 30 home runs. He had 20 here in San Francisco, 15 with the Boston Red Sox last year. What do you think that lineup's going to look like this year? How big of an addition? How much better do you guys think you're going to be having a full season with Rafael Devers in that lineup?
I mean, man, he's one of the best players in the game, one of the best hitters in the game. I think that says a lot, and I think this year the lineup, the way that it's structured is way better. It's way more beneficial for the team. I think we're going to be in a way better spot than what people are expecting. And, that's okay because we don't like expectations. But, I mean, having him for a full year it's gonna be special to watch that. I'm gonna buy some popcorn because I'm gonna be watching a lot of homers from probably on deck or if I'm on base. So it's going to be fun, It's going to be really fun to have him the full year. And then now adding Arraez, that's going to be a special piece for us, too.
In fact, Luis Arraez is due to visit us right after you. So maybe, I don't know, have you guys talked with Tony about where you want to hit in the lineup? What's your preference?
No, we haven't talked about it. I don't really like to, it's just like I'm here to play,
Yeah, just wherever.
Just whatever. I just want to.
They say.
I just want to get some RBIs.
There's the old line, don't call me whatever you want, just don't call me late for dinner. Right? Whatever. Something like that. I don't know. Hey, Marcus mentioned the 30 homer mark. Did you know what a big deal that was for San Francisco Giants?
I kind of I kind of knew, but I didn't know it was going to be like that.
You're Barry Bonds, man.
No, I wish. But no, I mean, after it happened, that's when I realized, and I was like, man, it is such a big deal. I mean,
not an easy park to homer in, right?
No, of course.
Right.
But I think it's always, I mean, it's all about mindset. I think it's all about how you see things. How you manifest things. I mean, I think for me, it was just like. Even before I started playing there, I was like, I'm gonna hit 30. I don't really care like what people say. That's what I do. And obviously it was a tough road to get to it. It was a tough year, but we ended up doing it. And and that's what I said. Like Barry played there, and he 2,000 homers. So it's not like the ball doesn't go out.
Right.
It does. You just gotta, have the right mindset.
Yeah.
Willie, last question for me, switching from offense to defense. We're both fascinated with Ron Washington, what he's able to do as a defensive guru. What's that been like for you just in the few weeks that you've had here working at spring training to be around Ron Washington?
It's been amazing. It's been a lot of work, and, we love that. He's been pushing everybody to get better. I think he's going to be really special for us to help us to be way better. And obviously, like you said, he's the guru of the defense. He's going to help everybody. He's going to make sure that everybody is in the best spot that they can be. And, so far he's been doing that here in spring training. He's been pushing everybody, like bringing everybody out. Let's work. We got to get work. We got to get to work. We got to do this. We got to do that. And it's been amazing. It's been amazing to see how much energy he has. Like he's always pushing the guys to like, hey, we got to take ground balls, man. We're there for 30 minutes, like, straight taking ground balls. And I'm like, this guy, he doesn't run out of energy, never. But it's been special to watch him.
I mean, it's a really interesting thing because you're a big leaguer. You're a great shortstop. You've accomplished so much in the game, and yet he's here to try to make you better. And you're like, but I think I know how to play shortstop. Like, what? Like, literally, what do you guys talk about? Are you just reinforcing fundamentals? Is he teaching you new ways to move your feet? Is he teaching you new ways to approach ground balls? Like, what are you guys going over?
I think, like he told me, this is why he said the first thing he said is like, look, I know that you know how to play ball. I watch you. I know how you do play shortstop the right way. I'm just here to add some seasoning, I guess. Some little pieces that I think it can make you better. And it's just like small stuff, but they're gonna be they're gonna help me a lot to be better at the field. I mean, he's made his infields in all the teams that he's been part of, like, amazing, So, like, I want to be amazing. I want to be great. I want to be good. I want to be great. So I know he's going to take me to the next level, and that's what I want.
Last year, you got to spend an entire season playing next to Matt Chapman. He's a platinum Gold Glover. But a few new guys over on the right side of the infield. I know you got to work with Rafael Devers and Bryce Eldridge a little bit towards the end of the year, but you'll have a new dance partner up the middle with Luis Arraez. Just overall team defense on the infield. How are you looking at it going into the season?
I think we're going to be amazing. Like you say, man, having Chappie on that side is like you don't even have to worry about it. And now having Ron here, I think he's going to help Rafi and Arraez, he's doing back the transition back to play second base. So I think it's going to be amazing to see the work and to see the work ethic that he has, and that he's going to implement that to the guys, and he's going to pass that along for them to create their own work ethic, to create their own routine, and their own mindset of like, we have to be better. And it's going to be like really interesting to see that. Obviously having Rafi to play first base for a full season, the first time of his career, and he wants to be better. Luis Arraez, he wants to be better. He wants to prove that he can play second base, and Rafi wants to prove that he's good at first baseman. So when you have people trying to prove that they're really good at something, that's great.
Yeah.
You want to be in that spot because that's going to make you to work to be better every day, and that's what you want.
Does Luis know where you want it on the?
No, I told him don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just throw it there. I'll be there. I'll make it happen.
Took something off his plate.
Yeah, I
Just
know.
don't worry.
Don't worry about it. I try to make it easy for him. Just throw the ball. I'll catch it.
Check. We've got that off the list then. All right, good. I know there's so much you got to get going. It's photo day and all that good stuff. But one of the interesting things Tony V has said to us is when he was at Tennessee, they had conflict. They would come into it and they'd get into it with other teams a little bit. Like, we don't want to be. Tony said, we don't want to be liked. We want to be uncomfortable. We want people to see the Giants on the schedule, and it's an uncomfortable visit. And one of the things we joked about on our show was, well, how's Willie going to do? Because Willie loves everybody. So how are you going to love everybody and still be uncomfortable with the other team?
Well, when we have to go at it, we have to go at it. I mean, I've done that before.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, you got out of the dugout last year.
I know. I've done it before. I mean, obviously, when we between the lines, it's just like, I'm having my teammates back. It doesn't matter who's on the other side. I'm defending my boys. I have their back. I don't care. I have a lot of friends, but that doesn't mean that if we have to go at it, I'm not gonna go. We're not. Like you say, I love that mentality.
Yeah.
You gotta go hard on the other people, and I play with managers that want that before. So I like that little edge.
Okay.
You know, I like that, to have that mentality, because, you know, that's when you play the best.
Fun answer.
There haven't been any conversations with Buster Posey about banning pregame hugs or anything like that?
I feel like I had the like something related to that like 40 times this spring training, but no, we haven't had the conversations like that. He just, you know, he likes to be, he wants us to be focused. He wants us to be, you know, intense on the field. He wants us to, you know, to play hard, and you know, that's what we're gonna do this year.
Well, Willie, wrapping it up here, man. I mean, you mentioned we don't like expectations. That's fine, because obviously the freaking Dodgers, like, it's whatever. It is what it is, right? They got Shohei Ohtani, right? But here are the Giants. And your owner was just recently interviewed. He was at a golf tournament. Greg Johnson said he paused for a long time before he answered. And then he said, baseball is baseball. We can beat them. That's what your owner said. So what's your message to the fans out there about, okay, the Dodgers are back-to-back World Series champs. They're in our division. We're going to play them. You're going to play them in September. Could be something. What's the message?
No, to support us. We're gonna go there and we're gonna beat everybody who's on the other side. You know, we don't care who's there. We don't care the color of the jersey that the opponent has. So, you know, we're not seeing anybody, you know, better than us. You know, so we're just gonna go out there. We're confident that we can beat anybody, and you know, let baseball be baseball. You know, like Red said, you know, it's baseball. Anything can happen. So, you know, we're gonna go with the mindset that we're gonna be able to beat anybody who's on the other side, and that's, you know, that's what we're gonna try to do.
Well, congrats, man. Listen, you came with a huge contract, some expectations. You started maybe not the way you wanted, and look at the way you finished, man. 30 home runs and the Willie Mack Award, and fans, I think, really enjoyed watching you play.
Thank you,
I think I
thank
can
you.
speak to that for
Thank
sure.
you. Appreciate
And there's
it.
fans listening right now. They love these shows, and they can't wait to watch you play baseball this summer.
I know. I can't wait to be out there. I'm looking forward for that.
Well, thank you for joining Murph and Marcus.
Thank you for having me here.
Willie Adamus, everybody. Okay, Luis Arraez punted, so Bryce Eldridge in about 15 minutes as we roll on from Scottsdale Stadium on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yo, we are in Scottsdale, Arizona, and this is our first chance to catch our breath because we came out of the gate charging. Whoa! We went right to the bullpen. We gave Marcus a bullpen with pitching coach Justin Message right out of the gate. He said he thinks Marcus needs to work on some stuff.
Yeah, he said, "Water boy, I'm gonna need you to work on that two-seamer a little bit."
Then we went right into the wise director of pitching, 67-year-old Frank Anderson. It's always good to talk to an old head. I can relate to the old heads. It was fun, man, and talking to a guy who's been around the game for a long time, and his kid, Brett Anderson, pitched for the A's for all those years. All these A's fans listening remember Brett Anderson very, very well. And then into a really good, relaxed conversation with Willie Adamus. So we have a whole new setup here. So, guys, we are open. Just to catch everybody up, first of all, good morning, everybody. It is Murph. It is Marcus. We are on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Do you like the new setup, everybody? Shout out to Matt Chisholm and Mike Passanisi and the whole crew from the Giants Media Relations that set us up in this, what, for lack of a better word, is as big as a ballroom, dude. And it has basically like a 360 view of the Valley of the Sun, Marcus.
Yeah, it's like a nice little activity room here at the Scottsdale facility. There's ping pong tables, there's massage chairs, there's a drum set in the back corner.
Okay, so we're going in right now.
Yeah,
First
we
of all,
have to, Murph.
You're listening
we have
to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. I know there's a lot of fans who love these shows like we do. So to give you guys the roadmap of what's ahead, Mike Krukow is our next guest at 7:30, and then we go Luis Arraez at 7:55, Bryce Eldridge at 8:15, Adrien Howser at 8:30. So that'll be boom, boom, boom. And then tomorrow we're hoping to get Tony V on, Ron Washington, others, Matt Chapman, others like that.
Yes.
So it's just great. It's just great being down here. But we're in this new setup, and as Marcus said, activity room. Marcus mentioned like going to like a kids' daycare rec center.
Yeah, it's
or
like a
something,
YMCA
you know what I mean?
up here.
But we're sitting here hanging out because I had, by the way, completely screwed up my entire schedule today. I was up like 2 hours. I just got it wrong. Like I got my times wrong.
You're still on that West
I
Coast
left
time.
my hotel. Got the whole family down, which is a whole nother story, buddy. We got to talk about that.
You didn't just leave the hotel. You left some other things behind, too.
Oh, yeah. But so I had like so much time to kill. I got here way too early today, and I noticed this drum set in the corner. I said to a guy in the Giants organization, I said, what's the deal with the drum set?
Yeah, who's getting down on the drums?
He goes, you know what? He goes, that goes back to Gabe Kapler.
No way.
I was like, wait a minute, what?
Really? Is that what you imagine?
Dude, Kapler requested a drum set. Bro, just going to need to bang the skins here to work out a little stress. Dude, it's still here through Bob Melvin and through Tony V. The drum set abides.
The drum set has survived.
Should we play the drums before we get out of here?
You know, I'm not thinking about playing the drums. I'm thinking about pulling a scene straight out of the movie Step Brothers where he puts his you-know-what on the drum set. Then it leads to a fight. Like, that's what I'm thinking about doing to that drum set.
Yeah, I see myself more as a John Bonham type. Yeah, I do like the rhythms of a Stuart Copeland from the Police.
This is unbelievable.
By the way, somewhere Paulie Mack is jonesing because Paulie plays. That's his primary instrument is drums.
I'll guarantee you, if Paulie was here, he'd be on that.
Oh, he would be on the skins.
Yeah, he'd be doing it live, like during interviews,
banging out some early
like taking requests, like Willie, what do you want to hear?
So anyway, that's where we're at. It's a great situation, great room, and it's fun. That said, we are delighted to be here. Scottsdale is amazing. Marcus got the joy of seeing the Murphy family traveling.
Yes, the Murphy family.
Just want to make sure everybody knows how the Murphy family rolls. Okay, how the Murphy family rolls. We're driving over the Golden Gate Bridge. Heard of it? Michael Irvin doesn't like it, but we like it.
Yes,
that's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
We're driving over the Golden Gate Bridge to SFO. Hey, family trip. This is great. Kids are off school for the week. Blah blah blah. We're driving over the Golden Gate Bridge, and I go, I left my backpack with my laptop at home.
Not the entire backpack, Murph.
So you always say, what's Murph going to leave this time on the plane?
Uh-huh.
No, bro.
We're talking about like minus 1,000 odds of what you're leaving behind.
I left it at home, dude. I left it at home.
Didn't even make it to the airport.
And by the way, in there was my Provident Credit Union Yeti, which is important.
Which leads to a
And
problem.
I had stashed 2 hats in there. It's a traditional black and orange Giants hat, not cactus and flowery, just a regular old Giants hat. And then the one I love to wear, my Niners Giants hat.
Yeah,
the one I wore all Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
The one that somebody once gave to me and said, not my colors.
No, allegedly.
We don't know who that person is.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Anyway.
Sounds like a kind man, though, to give away that hat.
He's silvery and blacky.
Ah.
But so I go, and my calm, rational 18-year-old son is like, do we have time to go back? Can we go back and get it? He was very calm, very rational. I said, no. I said, we're soldiering through. I got a phone.
Leave it behind.
I can survive. Plus, I'm using now his laptop.
I was going to say, he's the responsible one.
He goes, you can
brought
use
his
mine,
laptop.
Dad. You can use mine. So, by the way, I told him, because, he's 18. I said, hey, feel free to clear your history before I get that thing on.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Wipe down that keyboard,
I
kid.
told him, I said, listen, Dad knows there's a real world out there. I just don't need to see it.
Yeah, come on. He's got to know about incognito by now.
Okay, I hope so. But I did tell him, I said, just feel free. I said, listen, I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
Just clear it up.
Yeah,
all right?
you don't want to go into that dark web.
I mean, what if I was right here opening this and we open up some windows here?
Yeah, I'm glad that we cleared the cache of the history before.
So anyway, we did that, right? So then I'm like, okay, we soldier on. Calm, adapt, improvise, overcome. So we get to the airport, park the car, open the trunk, get out Candace's suitcase, Declan's suitcase, my duffel bag, and then we're standing there. And Candace said, Rory, where's your bag? And Rory, dude, you've seen this kid.
Yeah.
He just goes, I don't know. Dude, left the suitcase at home.
I don't know, dude.
I don't just left the suitcase at home.
The apple does not fall
Could I get
far
mad?
from the
Could
tree.
I get
no,
mad?
you can't get mad.
No.
You left your backpack.
So I don't snap. I couldn't snap.
No.
I had no snap power because I left my backpack. So I just said, well, looks like we're going to Walmart. When we get there, dude.
And Rory walking into first class like a celebrity. He's
Well,
not a single bag in hand.
Oddly, when I booked their tickets, somehow, some way, they got first class. I don't even know what the hell happened. I did it through Expedia. And all of a sudden, I got their seats, and they're in row 1, first class.
They were literally the first people I saw when I boarded the plane.
Rory actually riffed. He goes, Dad, I'm like a celebrity. I'm walking on the plane in first class with no bag.
Dude, they stopped me as I was getting onto the plane and said, well, real quick, first class is taking orders. They were taking the boys' drink orders while I was waiting to get onto the plane.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Marcus and I had to grind it out back in row 21, 22, which led to another story.
Yeah, oh, man.
In fact, a good time to say hello back to the studio where young Tony's holding it down. Young Tone, John Joe Curley, back in rainy San Francisco. Oh, is it raining? I don't know. Good morning, Tone.
Good morning.
Tony?
It is raining. It's actually pretty bad out there. The roads are full of water. It's not good, boys.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times, Marcus, I've been down here because I've been doing these shows down here since 2005 that we are sitting here looking at blue skies, and we always go back to the studio. They're like, yeah, it's cold and rainy, bro.
Dude,
cold and
dumping
rainy.
rain every single time. Now, this is my 3rd spring training, but yeah, the last 2 years, it's dumped down in the Bay Area, and luckily, fingers crossed, I've gotten great weather this early in spring training.
Well, knock on wood, it says it should be dry this week here down in Arizona because they can sneak up on you in Arizona and throw a little February rain at you, but not this week.
I don't need it. I don't need
we're
it.
Good. So, dude, first, Tone, how do you feel about the Murphy family's inability to handle travel and life?
Bro, I mean, I know what you're about to get to, and that's what I thought was the worst part of it, but then leading up to what you're about to say, all of that is insane, dude. My God.
Just hashtag fail.
Yeah, but are you really surprised, Tony?
You know, it's funny. I was telling Curly this morning, my dad used to have a phrase for my brother. He would lose his head if it wasn't attached. So, it's kind of how I feel about you guys right now.
Yeah.
This is our deal, man.
Well, you do know about Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Anything that can be left behind on a plane will be left behind on a plane.
Yeah, that's if it makes it to the
So,
plane.
dude, I get to row 21, and I sit down. We're on the tarmac, and, yo, my man in front of me in row 20 yanks it. Back it goes, dude.
Full.
Beep, beep, beep.
Full recline.
Full recline right in my face.
Dude.
Right in my face. On the tarmac.
Dude, before everybody's even boarded on the plane.
And here we are, fresh off our huge segment we did.
We just talked about this.
Are you team recline or team anti-recline? It was almost as if the guy was some sort of plant.
Yeah.
Some sort of double agent.
I mean, it felt like a bit.
I was like, I freaking reach over and slap Marcus. I'm like, dude.
I couldn't believe
He's just smirking.
Yeah, dude.
Because he had nobody. Tony, I sent out a picture on this thing. Caused a lot of reaction on Twitter,
Bro,
too.
this guy was definitely listening to the show, and then he saw he was sitting in front of you, and he's like, I got to do it, man, for everybody out there, right? Just to piss you off.
Bro, I'm at the point where, so at a different time in my life, I might have just like let it go. But this time,
No.
Marcus saw me. I
No,
called
no,
the
no,
cops.
no. Yeah. Murph's like, come on. What are we doing? The plane's not even taking off yet. This guy's seat has got to go back
I called
up.
the flight attendant over. I said, you see this?
Yeah.
And she was like, she had other things going on. You know, she was trying to put out other fires. And I was like, yeah. She's like, what? She's like, hey, I got other things going on. I'm like, this guy's seat's back.
Yeah, and it wasn't until like the guy like took a minute and like realized that you were complaining, where he kind of looked behind you for a quick second and
We
was
locked
like,
eyes,
and he was
bro.
like surprised.
We
He's like,
locked eyes.
oh, my seat.
We
my
did about a
seat?"
3 second
It's like,
lock
yeah,
eyes.
buddy, your seat's on the back of my
I said,
knees
I'll
right
be
now.
here. I'll be here all flight, buddy.
Yeah, you ain't going
I'll be
nowhere.
here all flight.
I got eyes on you, kid.
So he did put it up, but guess what? About a half hour in, dude, back it came again.
Yeah.
So out came the knees, Tony.
Come on,
Out
dude.
came the knees.
Damn
bro.
right, dude. Hell yeah. It's an hour 50 flight. What are we doing here, guy?
Less than an hour 50.
Bro.
Less than an hour. So out came the knees, and it was on. Yeah. Hey, listen, I got to put my knees somewhere.
He brought you to your na knees.
He eventually put it back up. I consider the whole thing a win in the end. In the end, I call it a win.
Way to stand your ground, Murph.
So your trip was way less eventful.
Yeah, mine was great.
No forgotten bags,
I
no
brought all my
reclined
stuff.
seats.
I showed up to the airport about 30 minutes before boarding, got a beer, bought another beer on the plane, landed, checked in, and then went out and got a beer at the Rusty Spur.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good man,
not a
good
bad
man.
night, but not a bad night for me at all.
I have to tell everybody who's coming on down, I can't believe this place has been around since 95. I've been coming. My first ever trip here was in 1988 with the Daily Bruin, but I was a 20-year-old kid. I didn't know my ass from my elbow. My first trip as like a spending young adult was with my buddies in 93, and then we came every year till 2013, and then I've been down here every year since 05. So I've been down here, I don't know, 30 to 40 times, something
You've
like
lived
that.
a little.
And I'd never been to Carlsbad Tavern. How about that? It's just a couple of minutes outside of Old Town. It's like nobody wants to leave Old Town, you know? And I got to tell you guys, free plug for these guys, man. Outstanding, like 80s, 90s vibe, unbelievable Mexican food, creative menu, kind of spit on the floor type of bar. Double thumbs up. So we had a win-win. Then we went to Walmart.
Now, you told me it was New Mexican style food.
True story.
How is that
I
different?
didn't- we walked in and
from
said New Mexican
or Tex-Mex?
And I said, so do they mean, like, is it a new Mexican-style
Ooh,
restaurant?
huh.
Or is it New Mexico?
Yeah.
The forgotten state, the land of enchantment.
Yeah, I would guess probably New Mexico style bar.
Nobody talks New Mexico.
No, not at
Nobody.
all. No, I've never
Nobody.
heard anybody talk about New Mexican food.
Yeah,
Unless
I
they're
might-
talking about like a new
know
like
what?
fusion joint or
When it's all
something.
said and done, maybe I should retire to New Mexico.
Maybe, dude.
What do
You'll
you
be like Walter White cooking up some meth down there.
Is that what he was
I
doing?
think he was down in New Mexico.
You're like, where's Murph? They said he was down in New Mexico doing
Yeah.
meth.
Yeah, he's down in an RV cooking
I
up that
can't
blue
explain.
stuff.
I'm not skilled enough to tell you, but it felt like a combination of Tex-Mex, true Mexican, and New Mexican. It was very creative. A lot of green chili chicken,
Little menage a
a
trois
lot
of
of
Mexican
a
food.
lot of slow roasted pork,
Oh,
a lot of Rory had a prime rib burrito.
prime rib burrito.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sounds good.
I had this chimi plate, which was like this green chili chicken in sort of a lightly battered tortilla,
Ooh.
and the chicken was so freaking juicy and spicy.
Damn.
So
I'm gonna have to check this spot
yeah,
out.
Carlsbad Tavern.
All right, I'll put it on my
A little
list.
bit off the beaten path,
All
but well worth it. So that was a win. Then we get to Walmart. Now I hope I'm not putting my wife on. I'm not revealing her deep dark secrets, but it's her vacation. She would like a glass of wine.
Wouldn't we all?
So we go. She goes, "Oh, I can get the wine at Walmart." So we
Yeah.
go to Walmart. I wait in the parking lot for them because I'm not going in. I said, "Go get your freaking underwear and your socks and come back out."
Yeah.
And keep it under $100. I said. So because now him leaving the thing behind is costing me money.
Well, yeah, but from his standpoint, he's got a brand new wardrobe now. He's gonna go hit up the SF Giants team store today and get some new gear.
She comes out with a bunch of socks, bunch of underwear, a couple T-shirts, a collared shirt for the steakhouse we're going to, And then I said, "Where's the wine?" She said, "Ready for this?" She said, asked for the wine. The Walmart lady says, "This is a reservation, a Native American reservation. No wine."
They can't sell alcohol on a
No,
reservation.
I guess not.
I didn't know that.
So I was like, "That's an unexpected plot turn."
Yeah.
So I said, "Well, don't worry, honey. I'm a good husband. We'll get you your wine." So we're driving back to the hotel, and there's a CVS.
All right.
Pull into a CVS. I said, "You're good to go." So I said, "I'll wait here in the lot."
Go get your bottle of wine.
Comes back in, no wine.
No wine.
She sits down. She said, "What is this, some sort of dark sitcom?" I said, "What?" She said, "The guy inside said, this is a church ground.
Oh,
we
no.
don't sell alcohol."
Dude, you're going from reservations to church grounds. What's next?
I said, "This is why we live in California, bro.
Yeah.
This is why we live
How
in
hard is
We're
it to get a bottle of wine in
immoral
Scottsdale?
in California.
Come
You can
on.
just go get wine anywhere
Dude,
you
come
want.
on, what are we doing?
So anyway, she just grabbed a couple of beers from the hotel lobby at the fridge in the lobby.
That'll get the job done.
So off we are.
That's
Here we go.
The Murphy family vacation.
Just to let everybody know that we are flailing and struggling like any American family on the
but we
road.
made it,
Yes.
and now we're here at Scottsdale Stadium staring at Gabe Kapler's old drum set.
Yes. So let's go with this, guys. Let's tell you that we are here.
Hey, just
We
real quick
talked
to wrap this up, 703,
Yes.
great text from Virginia, by the way. We have listeners in Virginia. Murph, you're a leaker. You're not a packer.
You know what?
Nice.
If I only had my laptop to read those texts, then I would be
Nice
able to get those in.
text from
So, Tony,
Virginia.
you are in charge of the good texts.
Yeah.
All right, buddy?
Solid. By the
Any
way,
others you want to read to us?
It really is like a sitcom. Like, that's actually insane. All the things that have happened to you. My God, dude.
I mean, cue the bum, bum, bum. Because from the forgotten backpack to the forgotten suitcase to the guy reclining to the reservation on the Walmart on the reservation to the CVS on the church grounds. Dude.
I mean, it seems like this is all a scripted bit.
The only-
No, this
the
is
only-
not performative radio here, Murph.
The only good thing that happened was a great hang with Willie Adamus.
Dude, that was awesome.
That was a good
Great
hang.
vibes.
He
Willie.
looks good, by the
Willie
way.
and the boys.
Yeah,
I'm just
Willie-
out here with the boys, trying to have a good time with the boys, trying to win some games with the boys.
I sent out a picture of us, so I thought Willie looked good.
Nice.
We look good too.
And you were able to post your Scottsdale sunrise, despite the fact that we are broadcasting from a different location, a different angle.
added a new video component too to give people a little 360 feel on that thing. So, picture of us and Willie, I think, went out. Did you see it, Young Tone? Picture of us and Willie.
I have not seen it yet, but I trust you.
Okay. Any other text you want to read from that great text line there, buddy?
Oh, it's a good picture. Nice. Hell yeah. You guys are like the same size.
Yeah.
My goodness. Hell yeah. You guys are just as built as Willie Adamus. Go, get out there, Marcus. You go get, a couple ground balls at short.
Dude, I might jump on the field, get some PFPs in with my guy Justin Message.
Marcus had to point to Willie and give him the index finger pinky a lot after issuing that leadoff walk.
That's me, baby.
Let's go
Me
get
and
to-
you.
oh, it's-
I'll
I'm
get you.
sorry.
I'll get you that ground ball.
It's the thumb and
Yeah,
the
I'm a thumb pinky guy.
Thumb pinky,
Yeah, let's
okay.
roll it up. Me,
Yes.
you, baby. Me, you.
All right. All right, Tone. Well, listen, here's the deal. Mike Krukow at 7:30, Luis Arraez at 7:55, Bryce Eldridge at 8:15. We can recap some of the stuff Willie had to say to us and Justin Message and Frank Anderson and give you guys a general feel from spring training. By the way, did we bury the lead? Darren Chan.
Oh, yeah. DC's in the house.
The reason why we sound so freaking good is because of Darren Chan. He's the best. He's our audio engineer. We won't talk about his accommodations. He's
we got to get him out of that cot.
he said he's in the kind of room that makes him feel like he's hiding from the cartel.
Oh, man. What'd you do, DC?
I said,
What'd you do?
I said something out of Ozark. He said totally.
Yeah, who's looking for you?
Darren.
I got to be like Al Michaels. I won't stay in a place that doesn't have a 4 or a seasons involved. But this was a new experience for me. I'm going to chalk it up as something that I can grow from. I've been doing this for 26 years now, and I've never stayed in a closet before until today.
You're a man of the people, buddy.
Oh, that's right.
You're a man of the people. And by the way, don't mind that blood on the carpet
No.
either. Yeah,
don't open that fridge.
That's ketchup.
I was inspecting corners and edges, and I was kind of scared to get into the shower last night, to be honest with you.
out came a green liquid out of the shower.
They had a bar of soap there. It was the size of a quarter.
Dude, that bar.
Oh,
dude.
leftover soap.
And that thing had been last used by frickin' Wyatt Earp in like 1880. Yeah. By the way, one time I went to the legendary golf writer Dan Jenkins, the great legendary Dan Jenkins, one of the greatest sports writers in the history of America. I was fortunate enough to go to an event for him in 2001 at the Atlanta Athletic Club PGA Championship, and I was like, "Freaking Dan Jenkins, bro! It's like being around Babe Ruth, you know." And he was being honored at the 4 Point Sheraton, and he got the mic, and he said he was a very dry Texas funny guy, and he said, "It's nice to be here at the 4 Points. And now that I've stayed here for a few nights, I understand the 4 points is no heat, no room service, no working phone, and no comfortable beds. So that's you.
Yeah.
That's you. You're at the 4
That's
point
you and the 4
Sheraton.
points, DC.
So
Yeah, they're
Dan,
at my four
you're
right
filling
there.
the rich tradition of Dan Jenkins roasting media hotels, dude. So there you go. All right, guys. We'll get ready for Mike Krukow and tell you guys what we've learned so far. If you're just getting in your car, we'll tell you guys what Justin Message, Frank Anderson, and Willie Adamus had to tell us on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, you did it again, 160 games. I mean, you're probably mad that it wasn't one side. I don't know. You tell me. 160. Go ahead.
I was kind of pissed.
Tell us about that.
Nah, I mean, obviously, it's always, that's always been my priority. I want to play as much games as I can, and I haven't done 162 yet, so I'm still a little mad about it.
That's Willie Adamus. As we are live in Scottsdale, you can see us on YouTube and check out the whole new beautiful look. We're in this gigantic, beautiful room above the new Giants clubhouse, which was built, I don't know, within the last, DC, when do you think they built that thing? When did they build that thing?
This is probably within the last 3-4 years.
It's 3 or 4,
Wow.
yeah. Post-COVID?
Yep.
Post-COVID, yeah. Marcus, for years, it was just that sort of underground tiny clubhouse. It was okay, but this thing is unbelievably spacious now. They saw some land that used to be a parking lot, and they built this. We're in the top floor. Below us is the Giants clubhouse, which is gigantic, and they're having photo day today. Yeah. But anyway, the point is we're here. That was Willie Adamus, and it's awesome.
Yeah, this is great. And Murph, this clubhouse is all I've known since this is now my third spring training down here at Scottsdale Stadium. And I love the fact that we are actually a little bit farther down the line now because we not only have access to the main field, but we have access to the side field. And I just walked out to the balcony real quick, and I've already seen Ron Washington hitting short hops at Bryce Eldridge. They're already getting to work early.
Did you get that on video for us?
No, I couldn't. We were coming back from break, so I just saw it for a quick second.
Yeah, but just to give everybody this lay of the land, Mike Krukow joining us in about 10 minutes. And then after that, it's going to be Luis Arraez, Bryce Eldridge, and Adrien Howser, and Zach Manassian. We've already had Justin Message, the new pitching coach, Frank Anderson, the new director of pitching, and Willie Adamus. So, first of all, our Willie take, you brought up a very good point to him. Like, dude, year 2, how big, and it is a huge deal, I think, from just being around sports long enough to know that he did pretty darn well to hit 30 bombs in his first year, and he did not start well.
No, not at all. Yeah. He got to an extremely slow start, but it felt like about midway through the season, he started to settle in, and he definitely got more comfortable. We talked about him winning the Willie Mack Award, and now he's one of the leaders in the clubhouse. Hell, he's traveling with Tony Vitello out to South Korea to hang out with Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, we talk about the vibes of a Tony Vitello, but really, we look at the vibes of Willie Adamus and how he kind of sets the tone, even with some of that friendliness and some of that laughter. You brought it up. He will get spicy if he needs to. He still has that competitive fire in him. And I think that's the balance that the Giants are looking for this year, bringing in Tony Vitello, to have some of that team chemistry and some of those vibes, but also have a little bit of piss and vinegar and want to go out there and beat teams like the Dodgers and the Padres.
He did say, because that's been the running question, is, Tony wants to be a little bit edgier and make teams uncomfortable, but Willie likes to make people comfortable. But when I brought it up to him, he goes, "No, man, I'm ready to go."
Yeah,
and he did hop out of the dugout
last year.
Yeah. I believe him.
He's got a spicy side.
I do believe him. I think there's two sides to him. I think he does. I believe he's all about the love and the hug pregame. But if we need to go, we need to go.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's like a hockey fight. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You want to go?
There's that mutual respect.
Yeah.
You owe me one.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. By the way, just to your point about the slow start, and so I'm just looking at his splits from last year. First half OPS 680, second half OPS 828.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Home and road splits. We talked about hitting home runs there, and he was like, Barry Bonds hit 10 million home runs there. He hit 13 homers at home, 17 on the road. So he did favor the road.
Not a bad split, though.
Not
That's
a terrible
too
split.
big of a
not
difference.
Too dramatic.
Yeah.
His batting average at home was actually higher, 229 to 221. I was going to ask him, but we ran out of time. He's a career 244 hitter. Does he value somebody like Luis Arraez, who's a 300 guy?
Yeah, well, maybe Tony can dial up that cut that he had about the lineup construction and having Rafael Devers in it, but also adding contact bats like a Luis Arraez or Jung-Hoo Lee if he returns to form. Like, he ended the season on a pretty high note as well. And I guess maybe that's why I'm a little bit more optimistic than most Giants fans, especially about this lineup coming into the season, because Willie Adamus still ended up hitting over 30 home runs despite that slow start. Rafael Devers hit 35 bombs. Actually, hit 20 with the Giants, 15 with the Red Sox. So he hit more home runs in a Giants uniform, and he's a guy that struggled the first couple weeks after the trade, also adjusting to leaving Boston
Almost
and
first
being
couple
here in
months,
San Francisco.
really.
You're absolutely right,
Yeah.
but we still saw him and saw some of that potential, and it feels like this year with this lineup, we're going to get a consistent lineup. Like, you're not going to get a platoon guy out there every single day. Like, your infield is set for the most part, and the 3 outfield spots, really the only open competition for this lineup is guys like 4th outfielder spots where you're looking at guys like Luis Matos or Harrison Bader, he's going to start, or is it going to be Drew Gilbert? But from a consistency standpoint, I'm actually excited to see the ability of this lineup from top to bottom.
You know, it's interesting. You just mentioned. I mean, you brought up 163.
Yeah.
Devers played 163
How about
last
that, dude?
year. Willie Adamus played 160, and we know Chapman, even though he was banged up a little bit, we know Chapman tries to play at least 150. I mean, clearly you can see Buster Posey's value system coming into play. He wants the best ability is availability. I mean, we talked about, I think Kristaps Porzingis is going to make his debut tonight. Allegedly, we don't know.
Yeah, no Steph Curry
By the
tonight.
way, that Steph's news
Yeah,
was
what's
a
up with
bummer.
that?
Yeah, that's unusual. But anyway, it's runner's knee, and it's carried over through the All-Star break. That's a little disturbing.
I don't love that.
But anyway, Porzingis, he's like, yeah, everybody. We had Sam Amick on earlier this week, and he goes, no, it's great. I mean, Porzingis can play. It's just always been maybe Willie. Well, not with these guys.
No.
I mean, Devers, you can say what you want about Devers in terms of like how he treated Boston in first base or whatever. But the guy posts every frickin' day.
Yes.
And Willie Adamus posts every frickin' day. And then Chapman, until he had that little injury, is a guy who will post every frickin' day. So this is clearly what Buster likes these guys. Buster likes gamers.
Even with a guy like Luis Arraez, I don't have the numbers right in front of me of how many games he's played over the last couple seasons, but that's not a bat you're taking out of the lineup. You're not looking for lefty-righty matchups there. Like, that's kind of a set-and-forget type of lineup going into the season.
Right. So Willie Adamus, year 2, more comfortable. Willie Adamus under Ron Washington's tutelage. Willie Adamus telling us that Luis Arraez, I said, have you guys worked out, the exchange? He goes, doesn't matter.
Yep.
I just told him, just throw it anywhere.
Give me the ball.
Throw it anywhere. Say
But
whatever
he
you want.
mentioned how important it is for Luis Arraez this year to prove that he can play second base. I mean, this is a guy that's still, 28, 29 years old, a 3-time batting champ. There's no questions about what he can do with the stick. The question's always been about his glove. And there's been reports already within the first couple of weeks that Ron Washington is telling Susan Slusser that he's already seen improvements in Luis Arraez's game. And even beyond just this year for Luis Arraez, this is his opportunity to go out and maybe get that long-term contract. Whether it's with the Giants or not, this is a prove-it year for him, so he's going to do everything he can to prove to people at the big league level that he can play second base defensively.
Tony, you had the quote, you had the cut from Willie Adamus about willing to scrape if he has to.
Yes.
You got it?
Let's start with the Devers one, too, because then you ask a follow-up on the
Devers.
lineup. So this is the first full season with Rafael Devers with the Giants. Here it is.
I mean, man, he's one of the best players in the game, one of the best hitters in the game. I think that says a lot, and I think this year the lineup, the way that it's structured is way better. It's way more beneficial for the team. I think we're going to be in a way better spot than what people are expecting, and, that's okay because we don't like expectations. But, I mean, having him for a full year it's gonna be special to watch that. I'm gonna buy some popcorn because I'm gonna be watching a lot of homers from probably on deck or if I'm on base. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really fun to have him the full year, and then now adding Arraez, that's gonna be a special piece for us too.
What is the best? I'm unsure what the best lineup is. I mean, Devers in the 2-hole, Adamus in the 3. Is that you going to Rise?
Yeah, but then you're going lefty to start. Well,
I mean,
Murph, I've already been dreaming not just about Johnny Cakes, but about this lineup. Like, I've already had a couple mock lineups that I've got out there, and it's really pick your poison. Do you want more speed with Jung Hoo Lee in the leadoff spot?
Another lefty, though.
Do you want Luis Arraez setting the table? Like, I know we have our differences about whether or not Bryce Eldridge is going to be on the opening day roster in the opening day lineup, but I think we're going to see a scenario where it's either Luis Arraez or Jung Hoo Lee hitting that leadoff spot. Then you're going to get the right-handed bat of Willie Adamus in the 2-hole, Rafael Devers in the 3-hole, and then you're going to work your way through Matt Chapman, the opposite of the Luis Arraez, Jung-Hoo Lee split, throwing a Bryce Eldridge, a Harrison Bader. There's some actual depth to this
Who's your
lineup
boy
now.
Elliot Ramos?
Elliot Ramos. I have him hitting in the 6 hole in this mock lineup that I
Is it that important to you to
crafted
go
up.
left, right, left, right?
I like spacing it out. Like
Lou
it's-
Gehrig and
it's-
Babe Ruth,
it's,
lefty,
It's
lefty?
not the end of the world if you are stacking lefty, lefty, righty, righty. But I think there's so much versatility in this lineup where you could go Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adamus, Rafael Devers, Matt Chapman, Luis Arraez, Elliot Ramos, Bryce Eldridge, Harrison Bader, Patrick Bailey, and that's all lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty matchups right there.
Okay. Make Marcus the skipper.
I mean, those are just the lineups I'm drawing up.
All right. So, no, it's not bad. And that has Bryce Eldridge as
Yes,
the
that has
DH.
Bryce, and that.
How do we
gives,
feel about a
that-
21-year-old
That
DH?
gives Bryce a nice soft landing spot. I mean, I don't love it, but this is who the Giants drafted. They drafted him as a two-way player, but they knew he didn't play the field in high school. This guy was a pitcher and a hitter, and they took the path of just turning him strictly into a hitter. So this is the guy they drafted. So the DH is in both leagues now. I don't care. I just want him in the lineup.
John Shea said it to us yesterday. He goes, shame on his high school coach.
Yeah.
Get the guy a freaking glove.
I mean,
You know
put
what I
him
mean?
at first,
Yeah.
have him field some fly balls, do something. But I guess they were just trying to protect his arm on the bump
I
also.
mean, left field remains a possibility.
yeah.
You know, I don't know.
I mean, he has taken some fly balls early on in spring, but I still think the plan is to work him in at first,
Guys.
give Devers a few off days, and rotate between DH between the
The
two.
Giants started a World Series with Travis Ishikawa in left field. Yeah. Giants won a World Series with Travis Ishikawa. Actually, on that final day, it was Juan Perez, I believe, playing left field. How about that?
Wow.
Juan Perez
Yeah.
starting for the Giants in
All
Game
right.
7.
Go get him, Bryce.
2014, right? All right. Well, listen, just a little recap there for you. We got Mike Krukow on the other side, and then we go right into Luis Arraez. We go into Bryce Eldridge. You go into Adrien Howser, Zach Manassian. It is awesome to be down here. The sun is out. Sorry, rainy Bay Area, but you can watch us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. I tried to send out some video. Ron Washington's peppering Bryce Eldridge on a backfield already, and Murph and Marcus are in Scottsdale yet again. KNBR at Scottsdale Stadium on the Sports Leader.
No, I'm trying to make it easy for him. You know, just throw the ball. I'll catch it.
All right, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. He's our tax attorney. He's my tax attorney. Steve, there's people out there, tax season's coming, and they got a lot of questions, including one about the ERC check. So, Steve, what can you tell us about that situation?
We have a lot of help for you here. You know, you've had listeners literally waiting for years saying, hey, when am I getting paid? Well, first of all, you're entitled to more than you thought because you got a big amount of interest to you as well. But there's a glut of forms there, and the IRS just isn't paying a lot of them. But there's multiple ways for us to hurry the government up. That's what we want to do for you. We want to get your check while it's still good law, hoping that the government doesn't change the law, but we have to do it now. Or the government says you don't qualify when in fact you do, so we have to appeal those denial letters. Or if you're being audited. So bottom line, the big three: one, you just haven't gotten your check, haven't heard, we want to go after that money for you. Or two, the government says you're not entitled, let us appeal that and change their minds. Or three, you're being audited. The only thing you have to do is call us up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
So do it. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Woo! It is so beautiful down here in Scottsdale Stadium. I hate to tell you guys that in the rainy, cold Bay Area, or Mike hunkering down in the snow in Reno, but we have an absolutely beautiful, cloudless blue sky in the McDowell Mountain Range. Multiple Giants on back diamonds fielding ground balls already. It is spring training, Marcus, and we're here today and tomorrow, the Murph and Marcus Show, and we are still talking to our great friend Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Mike, I know you might be in the snow, and everybody should be taking it easy, but we're here to tell you Arizona in the spring, not bad, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, it is a good morning, and there's tons of snow up here. The mountains are looking about as beautiful as they can look, and I'm wishing that I was sitting there right next to you in spring training. Kipe, he left yesterday, and he's down there, so he's like my lead scout, right? And with Kipe, he pays attention to the detail. It's always about, the first thing he'll do is go out there and he'll go look at the infield, and he'll go out and stand by second base. I mean, that's what old second basemen do. And it's just like, here's a guy who was raised on the farm, so I mean, when he gets out into a pasture, it gets a little sensual. He starts smelling the cut of the grass. He starts looking at the winds and how it embraces the field, and then you start to hear all the other sounds of spring training, the pop of the glove, the crack of the bat. But I loved it when everybody would break a meeting and leave the clubhouse and come out, and you had that moment when everybody was walking in spikes on cement, and I loved that sound. It was just great, and it's just the rite of passage. It's like, hey, we made it through another winter, and all the things that meant something to us when we were kids still mean something to us when we're old men. It's just the most beautiful thing. And then, of course, it's just the anticipation. Everybody in spring training that's got a number on their back, and I mean everybody, even some coaches that have just been recently retired are thinking, this is the year I'm going to make the All-Star team. The coaches, somebody's getting hurt, they're going to come to me, I'm going to go in, I'm going to light it up, and I'm going to be an All-Star. I mean, that's the dream that everybody has, and it's the beauty. And that's the thing that fans feel when they get to the stadium and they experience the same sounds and the same smells, and they have the same anticipation. Everybody's undefeated, and everybody's in first place. It's wonderful. It's just one of the most wonderful things we have in our society. It's a great tradition, and that's why we love baseball.
Well, everything you're saying would be amplified if you were looking at what we're looking at right now, because this is absolutely gorgeous morning, and the grass is immaculate, and everything you're saying is times two. So, listen, we already have some conversations in the books. Our first conversation right out of the gate was with Justin Message, and I know you want to get to know this guy, brand new pitching coach for the Giants. First time he's a big league pitching coach, but he has been around. He was with the Pittsburgh Pirates for years and years. He was with AAA Milwaukee. It was interesting. He talked to us about it was important for him to get to Milwaukee. He said, because you guys know what they're doing and how they're viewed. And I was thinking, I don't think a lot of baseball fans do think of Milwaukee as sort of a, forward-thinking organization or one of the better organizations in baseball. But if you look at their win-loss record, you think about it, they do. And I don't know, Mike, when you talk ball and the other teams come through, do you guys talk about – because he talked about learning stuff in Milwaukee that he's going to bring here. Is there something about that pitching organization that you've liked?
Well, I like that they have strike throwers. I like that they have a little more finesse in their rotation than some rotations. I think that when you look at what their starting pitchers throw, I mean, they use both grips of the fastball, and they pitch the situation very well. I do think they're when you take a look at their bullpens that they've had traditionally, they really center around power, which is where I think power is best used. I mean, you don't have to have a lot of sensitivity with throwing a fastball. I mean, you just grip and rip and throw the snot out of it, and I think that's kind of like their philosophy, to throw the changeup off the fastball. I mean, it works for them. But I've always respected pitching coaches for one thing: keeping their guys healthy, being able to get them in shape, being able to get them ready to develop all the muscles in their arm, and then when they get out of whack, to be able to get them back in, because that's when you're susceptible to injury. When you're not mechanically set, you're taking more out of your arm, and the stress points in your throwing motion, your shoulder and your elbow, they take on more volume and more responsibility, and it becomes an effort. And I think that the really good pitching coaches that I've had have all been great mechanics, but they also have the ability to teach philosophy. And the philosophy of the pitching position centers around a mixture of, being able to pitch to contact and utilize speed, movement, and location. So if you can adjust speeds, if you can locate all your pitches, and you can consistently do that, you're going to be successful. But this is a time for the Giants staff, because they have so many new guys that they have to gain the respect and the confidence from their pitchers. They have to win them over. I mean, there's a courtship going on between all these new coaches in that clubhouse and the guys who've been there. And it takes time. It takes time to earn that trust. But the one thing that I've always felt earns the trust the quickest is knowledge. If you have something you can say to a guy that can make him better, a player will identify that quickly. And I think that'll be the message from Message. Go out there and hey, here's what I have, here's what I can do, and I can make you better. And if he can prove to that early on in spring training and early on in the relationship, he's going to be good.
Yeah, there's no question that Milwaukee has done a great job of developing young pitchers. And that was part of the conversation that stood out to me with Justin Message this morning, Mike, was him talking about the rotation, but also talking about the options they have with some of the young arms that they have here in the organization. So whether it's in the starting rotation or maybe in the bullpen, guys like Hayden Birdsong, Blade Tidwell, Trevor McDonald, Carson Wisenhunt, how big do you think those guys will be impactful for this season if the Giants want to have success with some of these young arms?
Well, I think a lot of these guys are ready to go. And, I think that, I can tell you my journey. When I first got to big league camp, you get there with stuff. And, I impressed with three pitches, basically, one type of fastball. I didn't know a two-seamer from a four-seamer. I just basically throw in one type of fastball and a slider and a curveball. I didn't have a changeup. I didn't have two types of anything. I mean, but I won the job based on those three pitches. When I got to the big leagues, I thought that I had the greatest stuff God ever gave a pitcher. And I thought that my stuff would play. And I was in the strikeout mode. I had no clue as to how to pitch the situation. I had no clue how to pitch when I didn't have my good stuff. I didn't know how to pitch. I was a thrower. And it took me 2 years in a lot of humility before I really felt that I made some progress to where I could actually pitch. And then really, when I go back and look at it, it took me 10 years to really learn the knowledge, to really know that it didn't matter what I had that particular day in the bullpen. I could go out there and I could make it work because I learned how to read. I learned how to read hitters. I learned how to pitch to contact. So that's the goal. That's the goal. But the Giants situation is such that a lot of their young pitchers have kind of gone through that period where, they don't have to nibble. They feel like they can challenge. They feel like their stuff plays. It makes them more aggressive. It puts them early in the count more consistently, and they can throw a pitch in any situation, any one of their pitches in any count situation. So because of all that, and that brings confidence to a pitcher, and I think you're going to see some quantum leaps for a lot of guys. And not just in the rotation or the bullpen. I think you say the same thing about, their everyday players. You're seeing guys get a little more sophisticated, become big leaguers. And that's kind of where they've been. The Giants organization has been. They've been waiting for this. And I think, it's really going to happen this year. And it's going to complement the free agents that they brought in. And when that happens, then you've got a really good energy. Now you've got a team that has a chance to win. And they can play against anybody.
Yeah, he actually went out of his way to tell us how good Adrien Howser looked. He said his stuff was popping. And he said, wow, this guy, he's been held back a little bit by injury, but He gave him an early glowing review. I know we got to get going because we've got Luis Arraez and Bryce Eldridge coming in. But just real quick, letting you know, Willie Adamus stopped by. Mike, Willie Adamus, he's in fighting shape. He's ready to go, man. He's got charisma. He's got fitness. And we talked about it. Year 2 for him. Knowing where to park, knowing where to eat, knowing where to go, where his club, different, huge difference for him year 2.
Oh, and he's the accepted leader. I mean, that's the other thing, too. The leadership is in place for this team. They didn't have that last year. I mean, everybody's kind of looking around saying, well, what's going to happen? Who's going to take over? What's going to, and Adamus was just trying to find a comfort zone. He had the most miserable start. He was complete 180 from what he wound up being, and at the end of the season, he found his confidence. He had found his swing. He had 30 home runs. If you'd have told me that 6 weeks into the season, I'd have laughed at you. I didn't think he was going to hit 20. I didn't think he'd hit 220, and he turned all that around. I mean, it gives you an idea of how strong he is mentally, and all that plays in regards to leadership in the clubhouse and on the field as well. No, they're in such a different place right now, and I think Adamus is the centerpiece.
Nah, definitely felt that way when he was sitting next to us. So, all right, Mike, here's the deal. We're going to let you go. You hunker down, put another log on the fire, and then listen to some baseball this weekend from your partners, Dwayne and John, Saturday and Sunday on KNBR on The Sports Leader. We'll continue our interviews down here, and by next Tuesday, we'll have a ton to talk about. So enjoy the launch of the Cactus League, Mike. Thank you.
I will, and enjoy. And I really want, next Tuesday, I want a full-on scope of what's going on there through your eyes.
Oh, you'll get it, and we're already scoping and we're already enjoying. So
we're already spying on Ron Washington with his fungo on the backfields, Mike.
There you go.
Yeah, well, he's a great show. I mean, he's a cartoon, so watch him. He's amazing. And please tell him hello.
All right, Mike. Thanks as always.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We've had a lot of great Giants guests on today. We've had Justin Message, Frank Anderson, Willie Adamus. We are also going to have Luis Arraez coming up next, Bryce Eldridge at 8:15, Adrien Howser maybe later on in the show, maybe towards the 9 o'clock hour, and then just another Zach Manassian at 9:30. We've got a lot of great Giants guests, so just stay tuned all morning long right here on The Sports Leader.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think we have a chance to have a nice rotation. I've watched Logan and Robbie over the years be really good pitchers, and I'm excited to both work with them, but also have them help me be a better coach, and so that's exciting. And then, Adrien was with the Brewers forever. I was with the Pirates, so I've got to watch him. He come into camp and he's like 94, 96, and he's got 5 pitches in his arsenal. I'm like, man, this guy's nice. He's better than I remember. And so we're excited about him. Obviously, he's been through a lot the last 3 or 4 years. That's going to put him in a position to have some success.
That was Justin Message, our new friend, Giants pitching coach, who's taken over, and he sat down with me and Marcus, the Murph and Marcus Show, live at Scottsdale Stadium on a sunny blue sky, Arizona, Thursday. Sorry, Bay Area, in the cold rain. It's beautiful down here. It is absolutely gorgeous. We are happy the Giants are having us here at Scottsdale Stadium. We've already talked to Justin Message, Frank Anderson, Willie Adamus, and that man that Message was just talking about, Adrien Howser, is due to join us in just a couple of minutes. A 6'3", 242-pound right-hander, 33 years old, Adrien Howser, who last year split time between the White Sox and Rays, made 21 starts, had some pretty good numbers, and you just heard Justin Message saying he's got him feeling nicey.
Yeah.
Marcus.
Showing up to camp, hitting 95, 96, and that really was the story last year with Adrien Howser, as he really had kind of a comeback season this late in his career, jumped up from averaging 93 miles per hour with his fastball to 95 miles per hour with his fastball, which to maybe some baseball casuals doesn't seem like that big of a difference, but I can tell you, after 90 miles per hour, Murph, every single mile per hour makes a difference.
Yeah, former second-round draft pick of the Houston Astros all the way back in 2011. So he's one of those guys who's kind of spanned the pre-StatCast era, and Howser is on his way up, says Darren Chan, our ace engineer. We're in a whole new spot. We used to be in the broadcast booth where John and Dwayne sit, and they'll be there Saturday, by the way, 12:10 first pitch, 11:50 pregame. Giants. Oh, actually, they'll be there Sunday because the first game's in Peoria. Shout out Peoria. And then Sunday they'll be here for the Giants-Cubs game. But they've got us in this new entire clubhouse they've built, which is about 3-4 years old. It is gorgeous and modern and all that. And here comes Mike and Adrien right now. Come on in, Adrien.
Come on down.
It's the Murph and Marcus Show welcoming Adrien Howser to the show as Darren Chan gets them all settled. On our couch, we have like our...
I was going to say...
This is like our Johnny Carson thing here. Our Jimmy Fallon, David Letterman.
This is by far the fanciest
Conan
setup
O'Brien,
that we've ever had.
Whatever you name your
we
talk
have a
show.
couch for our guest.
Adrien, welcome. How you doing? I'm Brian Murphy. The
Nice
Murph
to meet you,
part.
Brian.
Perfect.
He's Marcus.
Murph and Marcus.
The Marcus
That's
part.
us.
And Adrien. Murph, Marcus, and Adrien.
Perfect.
And Darren Chan just tripped over.
DC, almost
almost
taking
had
a
a
tumble.
wipeout in here.
Yeah. Are we still on air?
And that guy's, you're going to be with that guy 162 because he's the audio engineer for all the Giants broadcasts.
Perfect. I'll make sure he remembers that.
You now have to roast him constantly.
Yeah. He's luckily we don't have to put a chalk outline on the ground here.
It's going to be like July in like Tampa, and you're going to be like, "Hey, DC, you okay?
Yeah.
You making it all
How
right?"
about those snipers in Scottsdale?
Hey, remember that cord? Watch out for that cord.
Chan, you're going to have to wear that one, buddy. You have to wear that one. Thankfully, he didn't need it.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he didn't need it.
That would have been bad.
Well, welcome to San Francisco. Welcome to the Black and Orange, man. We were just going over your bio right before you got here. God, you go all the way back to 2011, right?
Yeah.
And we were saying that's like pre-StatCast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've
pre-original draft, like
you've-
50 rounds,
You've
all that
bridged
stuff.
the gap between they used to evaluate you a different way than they evaluate you now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
How is that for you? How's the modern era of pitching for Adrien Howser in terms of analyzing your own stuff?
It's not bad, you're around it so much that you slowly pick up on it. I know there's guys that are way more smart than I am about it, but I pick up what I need to pick up on it, and knowing how stuff moves, and like just where if you do a little something different here, it might make it move bigger or it might make it do exactly what you need to do. So like knowing those fine-tuned things is very helpful. There's guys coming up, I think like the kick change now is like a big one where guys can't really throw a change up, but they've figured out like if you just grip it like this, it'll catch the seams and then it goes. And so like they're getting so technical with stuff now. It's crazy.
Now, how much has that advancement of knowledge and analytics contribute to what you did last year with the velocity uptick? Was that more mechanics, physical, some of the analytics? How did that all play out for you last year?
Yeah, it was mostly mechanical and physical. It took a lot. I got DFA'd by the Mets in 24, and so going into the offseason last year, I needed to make some big changes. And, I started the carnivore diet. I did a couple 72-hour fasts throughout the offseason. I was really in tune with that. I reached out to a buddy of mine who works at a place called Pitching Works in Edmond, Oklahoma, and got in contact with them before the end of the season that year and was like, hey, I want to get with you guys, work on some things. And it took 3 pitches in my first bullpen right at the end of the season that year that they were like, hey, like, try this. Like, we see you're getting a little quad loaded. Like, try this and see. It's like 2 miles an hour, like just like with a little fix of mechanics. And so from there, we basically started piecing it together throughout the off season, and they have a strength coach and PT there, and he was doing all my workouts. And so getting stronger with that, along with the dieting and everything, and just kind of put it all together throughout the off season and came into spring training feeling good. And we're just focused on, doing my stuff every day and being ready to go every day, and kind of ended up here now.
Yeah, he's looking good, looking fit. Number 12, Adrien Howser. Is that a special number for you? Or?
Yeah, actually, it's my all-time favorite number. Wore it all through Little League, all through high school, like everything. It was my dad's number when he grew up. My brother wore it, so it's kind of a family number. So when Brad sent it over to me on the list and I saw it was there, I was like, all right, this is meant to be that I can actually wear number 12 in the big leagues for the first time.
Have you hashed it out with former Giants World Series champ second baseman Joe Panic?
I have not yet. If he doesn't want me to wear it, then
I
won't.
You're good. Let's talk about Adrien Howser's journey. You mentioned DFA'd from the Mets, but prior to that, you were with Milwaukee for years and years. You got drafted by the Astros, traded to the Brewers, and then made your big league debut in 2015. Stayed with Milwaukee all the way through 2022. So long stint with the Brewers.
Yep.
And then actually say 2023, pardon me. And then that brief stint with the Mets that you mentioned. Then last year, 2 different teams, White Sox and Rays. And now you get a 2-year deal with a club option for a third here. Does this feel like kind of like a little bit of a twist in the last couple of years has ended in a happy spot?
Yeah, I think all the work, the time, the sacrifice, I wasn't able to be with my family a lot last year because my wife was pregnant. So her and my son weren't able to travel a lot, so I was on my own a lot last year, and so being able to get to this spot and be able to sign here was a huge sign of relief for us. And I think just everything up to this moment it was big for us, and we're very happy to be here, and I'm very excited to get going with these guys.
We had your new pitching coach, Justin Message, on our show this morning, and he talked about how familiar he was with you, with his time with the Pittsburgh Pirates. So what can you tell us about that relationship and working with him and overall the new staff here?
Yeah, no, it's been great. I think they're going about the right way. I mean, we got 4 pitching minds, all from different aspects, all from different bodies of work, and so I think it's be a huge benefit for all of us to be able to, we need something here from this, different verbiage, different language, different thoughts processes. That way everybody can get, all the ins and outs, and so I think it's been great, and obviously with Justin being able to know me from his time with being with the Pittsburgh Pirates, so he knows a little bit of my repertoire, a little bit of how I work, so it'll be easy to go back and forth with him, talk through things. And so we're obviously just getting into the thick of things right here and about to start some games up, so we'll be able to start dialing things in once we get out there and get some game reps going.
So in the starting rotation last year, 21 starts. You made 21 starts in 2023, 26 starts in 2021. Obviously everybody's goal, you want to go as long and as deep as you can, right? Do you have a number that I'm looking? I think 142 is your career high in a season. Are we looking to go north of that, or do we have a goal?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't see it. I think I ended up like 160 something because of the minor league innings last year because I started the first month and a half.
Round Rock, yeah.
So I think that's the ultimate goal. You want to be out there for 30, 33 starts, whatever it is. You want to make your start every 5th day. Hopefully try to get to 180, 190, 200 innings. Be out there. Just want to be durable. Want to go out there every time for the team and do what you can.
So does that mean telling Tony Vitello and Justin Message and Frank Anderson, I can go the 6th, I can go the 7th, because these days they don't give you guys a chance.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how I am. I'm like, if we're rolling, let them go. I want to go out there as long as I can. If the more innings that I can eat up and save the bullpen, the better the bullpen's going to be when we get to the end of the season. Those guys don't have to pick up as many innings throughout the season, so they're able to work on good rest, normal rest. They're not overworked, overtaxed, and stuff like that. So I take that a big, on my responsibility to go out there every time and, at least get to 6, try to get to 7, 8 if possible.
8. It's sexy.
Yeah.
I like that.
And I'm sure the guy behind home plate wouldn't mind you going 8 innings. Also, Patrick Bailey, talk to us. Have you had the opportunity to throw a bullpen? Have you worked with him? What's it going to be like for you to be able to pitch to a 2-time Gold Glove winner?
It's going to be amazing, man. I've thrown one bullpen to him. Obviously a lot of new people here, so he's trying to figure out, work with guys. But, yeah, I've been able – the one bullpen I threw to him, like just watching him work, he makes everything smooth, easy. So it's going to be a lot of fun working with him, just getting into his head and really getting into a good attack plan.
And are you going to let him control the ABS system in challenging pitches?
Yes, absolutely. I've learned my lesson. I did it once in AAA last year, and I was like, all right, I was way off. I understand that I'm not going to have any clue where this pitch is when I'm throwing it, so I'm just going to let the catcher handle it from now on.
All right, Adrien Howser is the voice you hear. It's nice to get to know him. He's expected to be a big part of this rotation going forward, too. A little bit personally, Oklahoma, that's the home, huh?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean Sooner football all the way? Or?
I'm a Sooner fan, yes, sir.
Okay. And how's that? It's been up and down. Pretty good last year.
Yeah, they were pretty solid last year. I was
yeah.
at the OU Alabama game, and it was kind of a heartbreaker when we're up 17-7, I think it was, and we have the drop pass wide open on 3rd down. And
not that you remember it.
Yeah, not that I remembered or anything. I wasn't there, twisting the knife in a little bit, but – yeah, it's been an up and down, but, I think they're headed in the right direction. So
you're from Locust Grove, Oklahoma. What kind of town's that?
Small town, very small
How
town.
Small?
If I have my numbers correct, less than 4,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man,
graduated with 100 people total in my
is there
senior
any
class.
sort of cowboying going on out there?
Oh, yeah. My mom's side, half of her side of the family is all like cowboy country, like farm, like raising chickens, cattle, lambs.
Can you handle yourself out there?
I could probably handle myself. I probably don't know the ins and outs as much as I do, but I can hold my own probably.
Any chance we see you maybe using a fake name in a bull riding contest like Madison Bumgarner?
I wouldn't go that far. Yeah. If it's a bull riding contest, it would have to be a mechanical bull because I know I'm smart enough. Those bulls don't want to get on those.
I love it, man. So what do you think of these big? When you're a country, it was fair to call you a country boy.
Oh, you can say that. Yeah, I'm a little bit of everything.
All right. So your history with San Francisco is what? As a city, like traveling around, like hanging out, like.
Yeah, I've just been there. Honestly, only been there when we come in.
Traveling player.
Traveling player, like a opposing team. Besides when I signed, did my physical and stuff, that's the only time I've really been to San Fran. So.
And in the times you've pitched there, have you been like? Because this is something Mike Krukow, our broadcast friend, who you'll meet, does all the games. Great place to pitch. Great place to pitch.
It is
right?
a great place to pitch.
Yeah,
it is. It's going to be a lot of fun to pitch there. Great ballpark, great atmosphere, great fans, and the guys that are behind me on this team is going to be even a lot more fun.
Well, you talk about those guys behind you. You've got a platinum Gold Glover over at third base with Matt Chapman, Willie Adamus. We know that Ron Washington is here working with the defense. Just your thought process of having the confidence to maybe throw a two-seam inside, get a jam, get a ground ball, knowing you have those guys behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that goes a long way. Knowing you have those guys, you trust those guys, those guys are going to be playing hard for you every day, and so they'll let you relax your mind a little bit when you're up on their mound, and it's just like, hey, go get them, attack. Like, don't try to nitpick. Like, go get them, attack. Your guys are back there working, and they're going to be back there making plays for you. So it definitely is, just like a big breath and go get them.
Well, you've been around the bigs a long time, and you played for a lot of different managers and pitching coaches. So what's the Tony Vitello? What can you tell the fans listening back home in the San Francisco rain? Tony Vitello, our impression is, we've had him on a number of times on the radio, very energetic, very charismatic. This week he made some news talking about Tennessee, got people, we all had thoughts on that. Just your vibe. You walk in, there's Tony V. He's not like any manager you've ever had because he's a college head coach making history.
Yeah. No, I think you said it, like energy. Energy is what he brings. He's bringing energy into the room as soon as he walks in, and I think everybody's going to feed off that. The way I kind of think about it is he's a top 5 first-round draft pick out of college that's coming to the big leagues. I mean, he just came straight from college to the big leagues, so it's everybody's got to learn their footing, got to get the feel for it, and I think the guys that he's hired around him, very baseball knowledgeable guys, like you said, Ron Washington's here, master at the infield. Let's put that out there. So I mean, I think he's doing it the right way. He's going about it. He's taking a step back, learning from everybody around him, but also, putting his 2 cents in when he needs to. And I think that's, I think that all that together, and as the season goes along, I think he's going to find out where he fits and how he needs to go about this and navigate through the season. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'll let you guys know it's going to be a lot of energy,
Now, you touched on this a little bit earlier in the interview, the combination of the staff, the different voices, the different perspectives, from Justin Message to Frank Anderson. We've been hearing a lot this morning about Christian Wonders. What can you tell us about his perspective, maybe implementing more of the analytics and how that blend comes together overall with the staff?
Yeah, so he's already been working with tons of guys. Let's grab this. Let's try this a little different on the grip here. Let's try doing this to try to figure out. And, like, he's already working on pitch type stuff. He's working on pitch movement. Like, he's already digging in with some guys. And so it's pretty cool to see. You got that kind of, let's work a little bit here. But then you have, like, Frank and Justin. It's just like, hey, let's work baseball stuff, mechanical stuff. So, like I said, you have so many different angles and viewpoints that I think, once you combine them all together and pick out what you need to hear, I think it's going to be huge for all of us pitchers.
By the way, you're listed in the outstanding media guide that Matt and Mike and Megan and all put together. It says pitch repertoire: sinker, slider, changeup, four-seamer, curveball. That's 5. Justin Message told us you were working 5 pitches. So are you you're a variety guy? There's not one that you lean on?
If I lean on my sinker. I mean, I think that's pretty normal for most people, leaning on a fastball. Like, that's my pitch. But yeah, the goal for me throughout my career is to be able to throw any pitch, any count, any time. Like, that's obviously everybody's goal, that you want to be able to do that and execute that. But so yeah, just trying to be able to fine-tune those, but definitely the sinker is going to be the number one.
Well, on your Baseball Savant page, 79th percentile on the ground ball. That's what's getting you these contracts and paying, feeding your baby.
Yeah, that's why I need that platinum glove guy over there at third base.
But that's a topic that we've talked about before with Logan Webb, who will lace up ground balls all day long. But we've also talked to him about implementing more of his four seam. And it seems like in this day and age of baseball, where guys are so much focused on the launch angle, there kind of has been a counterattack from pitchers to work more up in the zone with the four seam versus living low with that two-seamer sinker movement, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I think it all just, depends on the hitter, depends on what you're trying to do, all the setup and stuff like that. But yeah, I think guys who throw traditionally more sinkers are starting to sneak in a few more four seams just because you get separation off the pitches. It looks, out of the hand, it looks like a sinker, so a guy thinks it's going to run, but it doesn't, so you blow him up, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think there's, it's the chess game. We get it a little sped up now because of the pitch clock, so pitchers have to be a little bit quicker, catchers have to be a little bit quicker, but that's, the traditional chess game, like cat and mouse. Like, this guy just did that, he just fouled this off, I just did that. Like, what am I trying to set him up with, all that kind of stuff. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Last couple minutes here with Adrien Howser. Got Bryce Eldridge, Luis Arraez coming here. You're 33, makes you one of the more veteran guys in the clubhouse. We've talked to Justin Message, Frank Anderson, Tony Vitello, Buster Posey. We've had them all on the show saying, young pitchers' opportunity, especially in the bullpen. A couple guys on the back end of the rotation. There's any number of guys we can talk about. Carson Whisenhunt, Blade Tidwell, Hayden Birdsong, Carson Seymour, Trevor McDonald, all these guys in their 20s, early 20s, mid-20s. What's your role as a mentor, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, I mean, just give them any time they have questions or anything, just kind of give them words of advice, kind of help them navigate through the season. Like, it's a long season, everybody knows that, and you're always trying to get better every day. You're always trying to pick up something that will help you improve your career and also your longevity of your career. And so anything I can do to help out those guys, any piece of advice, any questions.
Was there someone for you when you were younger?
I mean, there's tons of guys. I had Gio Gonzalez in Milwaukee there for a little bit. I came up with a good group of guys in Milwaukee. I had Corbin Burns, Brendan Woodruff, Josh Hader. Like, we're all come up together, so we're all kind of banged off each other's heads and talked to each other that way. And we had Wade Miley there for us a little bit. Actually, Frank's son, Brad Anderson, he was in Milwaukee for us a little bit. So, we've had I've had my veteran guys be able to talk to throughout my career coming up. So, try to pick and choose whatever you got from them.
It's been nice talking to you, Adrien. People texting in on the text line. They're loving what they're hearing from new Giants pitcher Adrien Howser. So fun to get to know you. This is such an interesting stat here at the end here, or factoid. You're one of 3 active major leaguers that are part of the Cherokee Nation and grew up speaking some Cherokee in school. That is such a unique fact. Can you speak a little to that history there?
Yeah, so I was born in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. It's the Cherokee Nation's headquarters. Born in the Indian Hospital there. My mom, me, brother, sister, all born there, Cherokee Nation citizens. My 2 kids. They're Cherokee Nation citizens. So, yeah, I grew up a little bit, and they used to call it I think they still have it. It's called a Head Start program, kind of like a pre-K program. So, yeah, we were learning a little Cherokee, speaking a little bit there. Obviously, like, way too long ago for me to remember it. I wish I would have, stick with it a little bit longer. I pretty much say, hello, how you doing? It's OCO. But that's pretty much about it as far as I have on that. But, yeah.
Is there any part of the culture or food or anything that you carry on to this day? Or
kind of like there's some designs and stuff like that. I got a few things at the house, some pictures and stuff. As far as food, I don't eat it enough. I wish I did. Is taco salad, some fry bread and stuff like that. So I kind of miss that. I need to get some of that in my life again. But yeah.
That's really cool, man. Really cool. Great history.
Yeah, hard to mix in a taco salad when you're on the carnivore diet.
Exactly.
True. That's true. All right, good to know. Adrien Howser, number 12, be on the mound for your Giants this year. Thanks for coming on, Murph and Marcus, and welcome to the squad.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Let's go. Bryce Eldridge, Luis Arraez, Zach Manassian, all coming up. Murph and Marcus in Scottsdale on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yes, indeed. You just heard Murph tease it. Luis Arraez at 8:30, Bryce Eldridge next, and then we got Zach Manassian 9:30 as well. Stay tuned. We also got cooler content if you're interested in just recapping the overall day. It's been a fun one right here on KNBR, The Sports Leader.
El Cerrito Honda. Yeah, we may be down here in the desert, but I'm still thinking about my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid from El Cerrito Honda. Navy blue. Love the color. Love that they had the selection for me. Love that Sharif and the crew are running a family atmosphere over there at El Cerrito Honda. It's February, so we might as well throw a sales event, right? We'll go Valentine's theme. Feel the love, baby. Feel the love sales event going on right now. Listen, you're going to walk on the lot in El Cerrito, California, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Easy to find. Big lot, beautiful selection, and you're going to start looking around, and they're going to have what you want. 2026 models. Get a new car for the new year. The versatile CR-V, which I highly recommend. The rugged Passport and the all-electric Prologue are all there, and you're gonna find the deal you want, find the color you want, the model you want. You can start online at elcerritohonda.com and just start noodling around, elcerritohonda.com. Then you go to the lot. You should be sure to tell them your boy Murph sent you. You say, I heard Murph talking about it on the leader. It's true. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Woo! We are live at Scottsdale Stadium. How does it look on YouTube? I hope that I wish we could turn the camera around and show you guys sort of the 360 or 270 view we have as Ryan Walker makes his way in. This is awesome, of this gorgeous morning here at Scottsdale Stadium. McDowell Mountain Range, Main Diamond, where there's going to be a game on Sunday. Back Diamonds, Ron Washington going to work. I just watched Wash hit a fungo right there.
He's had that fungo
Matt
for the
Chisholm
last 2
bringing
hours.
in Ryan Walker. Ryan, sit on down. Welcome, welcome. The Murph and Marcus show in Scottsdale, and we are rolling through some fun guests here and enjoying our couch setup here, by the way. Little Johnny Carson, David Letterman, Jimmy well, choose your night guy.
We don't have a couch in David City.
Arsenio Hall,
I can
whatever
tell you that
got.
for sure.
Ryan, welcome. Murph and Marcus, we're down here doing the morning show. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
What a day, huh?
I know, you can't beat it. It's a perfect time of year to be here.
You know, San Francisco's getting absolutely lashed with a freezing cold rain right now.
Dang.
Yeah. Feel bad for him, huh?
Yeah, we're enjoying the sunshine down here.
Yeah, it's not the weather that they had down in Santa Clara a couple weeks for the Super Bowl. And Ryan, I know we are the San Francisco 49ers and Giants flagship radio station, but a little birdie told me that you are a Seattle Seahawks fan.
You know, you got to be. You got like I'm from, Washington State. Got to go for the Hawks, I do. Obviously, I didn't want to see them beat up on the Niners that bad. I wanted it to be a game, but I can't say I was like super sad about it. But I still have the Niners have a piece of my heart still. So I felt bad.
Well, Congratulations
Yes.
on
Thank
your
you.
Super Bowl. That was
Thank
a
you.
hell of a run,
And
man.
for winning it in the Niners home stadium.
Yeah.
All right, we can change the subject now. All right, this guy, you know what, Ryan? He's a Raider fan.
Yeah.
I'm the Niner lifer here.
Okay.
So I'm the one hurting the most in this
Yeah.
conversation.
We used to be in the same division, but that was a long time ago, back in your day.
Well, they love their Seahawks up there. I see, actually, it says here on your bio, favorite player growing up, Ichiro Suzuki. So you come by the Seattle stuff honestly. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Ichiro was a big figure for you, huh?
Oh yeah. Growing up, we'd go to the Mariners games all the time. We'd sit like right on that front row behind the dugout on the home side. My dad worked for one of the minority owners at the time,
nice.
so he gave us some tickets every once in a while. So it was a big part of growing up.
Cool.
And Ichiro was just, I mean, what can you say?
He was unreal.
Most beloved athlete in Seattle history? Question mark?
I would say you have to put him up there.
He's
I
up
would
there.
throw out Marshawn Lynch, but I think Ichiro's
even though
higher
Russell
than
had a
that.
bad departure. Now
Yeah.
Sam Darnold. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, he's moving up.
Ken Griffey.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a
Thank
great
you.
call.
Junior Ichiro. You have to. Okay, Ryan. You got to choose one.
Yeah.
You got to choose one. You only got one.
But
one
also-
Mariner.
I mean,
Ichiro Jr.
I got to go Ichiro, man. He's been
Yeah.
I've been able to watch him play. I've been like, I got to
Junior
go with him. No, not out. Not out.
Well, even
not
as a
out.
young pitcher, growing up with Randy Johnson back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That too.
Hey man, they need a listen. I know your Giants need to win one first, but the Mariners, they've never made a World Series. My
I know.
gosh, I mean that's
I know.
that fan base is starving.
It is. It is. They got so close last year. I feel like they could have had it. But we'll see.
You got to
We'll
beat
see.
them. Let's get the Giants there
Yeah.
first. How
Yeah,
about
we're
that?
not.
Yeah.
We're not worried about that.
Okay, let's talk about Ryan Walker, February 19, 2026. Attitude, game plan. What's the roadmap for you this spring? You came to spring, dropped your bag, and said, "I'm going to accomplish what?"
Yeah, I came into spring this year with the full intentions of earning my role as a closer. I don't want anything else. I want to be in that role. I like that role. And I've had a very productive off season with the mindset of coming in and having that role. But I got to earn it. You know what I mean? I know how it goes. I know how spring goes, and I'm coming in with confidence and that mentality. So.
Now, a couple fresh faces, fresh voices that you'll be working with. We already had Justin Message and Frank Anderson on the show earlier this morning. How has that interaction been for you? Have there been new, maybe, set of eyes that are giving you a different perspective of things that you can change and maybe improve on this season?
Yeah, I mean, they're great. They all know what they're talking about. They're really good at their jobs. We got Christian Wonders as well. I mean, just being around them, throwing out ideas, there's such good respect for both sides, both opinions. We can have legitimate conversations and not necessarily have to agree on everything, but like no matter what, our both of our focuses are on the same plan. So it's been good having them around. They're very involved and like they don't stop. It's been really good.
Talking to Ryan Walker, of course, number 74 is going to be out here. Says he wants to be the closer. Let's talk about it. You went through the highs, you went through the lows.
Oh yeah.
Part of being a closer, I guess, is staring in the mirror, right? And
Part of it.
being, you got to face it, right?
got
So,
to.
so let's talk about what you went through mentally in the offseason. Okay, how do I get past those lows? How do I advance my mind and my body past that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I put in a lot of work this offseason, both in the gym with pitching, workouts, and then some mental strength coaching as well. I think everyone should do it anyways. Whether you're riding a high or riding a low, I think no matter what, it keeps you stable. But man, I think the biggest thing is just confidence. Confidence in yourself, confidence in your stuff. I think it's really easy, especially as a closer, when you're in those situations where you have a bad outing, you lose the game. It's really easy to get into that mindset of, dang, I just lost this whole game for my team, and that's on me. And that was something new for me last year, right? Like figuring out how to manage that was tough. But looking back, like there's a lot of positives I can take out of it.
Let's talk about that mental strength part. 'Cause, I mean, sports psychology is gigantic. I mean, every sport, particularly like I think about golf, like Bob Rotella is this guy who got very famous for golf psychology and stuff like that. So have you talked to your teammates about maybe guys they see or gals they see or things they think about? How did you find the right person? How did the whole process go out?
Yeah, I mean, there's right people at the right time, right? So we had a guy named Harvey Martin with us in 24, right? He was a mental skills guy. So I saw him for about a month and a half. And we got to a point where, like, he helped me out a ton to where, like, all right, this is exactly what I need to move on to another aspect of mental strength coaching, which was more faith-based, something more like in tune with me. And so I moved on to Nick Ahmed. Nick Ahmed has his strength, his mental strength coaching business now called 7 Pillar. So I'm going through that with him, and it's been great. Just like honing down on like what you need to think, how you need to be, like how to deal with these bad situations, how to deal with the good situations. So.
Would you say that mentality and that confidence is the biggest difference between getting 3 outs in the 8th inning versus getting 3 outs in the 9th inning? Because we've had this discussion a bunch of times on sports talk radio. All outs are created equal. I don't agree with that. I think the last 3 outs are the hardest to get in the game. So would you contribute that to confidence and mentality when you're trying to close out a team?
100%. 100%. At the end of the day, there is some truth to it. 3 outs are 3 outs. But no matter who you are, you're going to go into that 9th inning and you're going to kind of over-exaggerate it a little bit because of the pressure, because of that moment. And so that's where that confidence has to come into play of like, all right, like, just remember, you got to get 3 outs, even though it's to finish out the game. Like, have that confidence in yourself to get the job done. And, again.
And understanding that it's going to happen. Mariano Rivera is the greatest of all time. Sorry, Marcus, he's a Yankees fan. Game 7, 0-1 World Series. He didn't close it out.
Yeah.
I mean, so you name a closer.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Goose Gossage, George Brett, I could go through on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
So part of it is accepting that part, right?
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, you can't be perfect.
Yeah.
As much as people want you to be perfect, it's like it's just never going to happen. But you have to go out there accepting that. But no matter what, you have to go out there thinking like, even if that does happen, it doesn't matter. I'm going to come out the next day and I'm going to do my thing.
I know we've talked to you before about your relationship with Sergio Romo, the similarities to the motion, the way you both have that crossfire action, and also his role moving around from 8th inning to closers. I know he's coming by spring training as an instructor, but how much do you rely on a guy like that, seeing some of those similarities, not just the way you pitch, but also the roles that you guys have had in this Giants bullpen?
Yeah, I just love talking with Sergio. He's very open, honest, and communicative with me. And it's been really good to be able to learn from him a lot. He comes around the clubhouse. Like I said, he's very talkative. Like, he'll talk your ear off, but it's so much good stuff that, like, you almost can't take it all in at once because there's just so much knowledge coming from him, especially with us being so relatable. So I really, every time he comes in, like, I really look forward to those conversations.
Yeah, and that's what's up.
Yeah, it is.
Ryan Walker, last couple minutes here, joining us on Photo Day, Scottsdale Stadium. Murph and Marcus down here doing the show from Scottsdale Stadium. We love it. Gorgeous day. Giants play Saturday in Peoria, Sunday in Scottsdale. So we talk mental. Then there's the physical. I says sinker slider. Are we still riding with that? Are we adding anything? Are we? That's it. Those are my 2 out pitches. I'm going with them.
Yeah, I mean, there might be an addition. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
We're working on something here. But at the end of the day, I got to focus on my bread and butter, which is my 2-seam slider. I don't believe I need anything else. I've done it with just those 2, and clearly you could see from last year, like, my 2-seam was unreal still. It was just that slider that had some inconsistencies, and if I have those 2 pitches honed down, I can get the job done. But we might throw in a 3rd pitch here.
Okay. All right. And Mike Krukow, we have Mike Krukow on all the time, and he talks about you do, because of your crossfire, that brings more mechanics into play, doesn't it? So are you more prone to, like, okay, I slipped up because my mechanics are that complex? Like, how's the mechanics situation for you? Is it something that you need to work on more than other pitchers because of your crossfire?
In a way, yeah, in a way. It doesn't take much, like, even the smallest difference can make a big impact on pitch shapes.
That's
for
what
me.
Mike tells us, yeah.
So that's, again, what I focus on this offseason, and it's been very productive. Lately I was just looking at some video today, as opposed from 24 to 25, and I was so counter-rotated last year to where it was virtually impossible to get on time. Like, obviously it didn't mess with my two-seam, but like you can see it in the breaking ball. So that was a big focus for me this offseason, keeping my tempo and keeping timing.
So this is just like going back to golf, repetition.
That's all it is.
Yeah,
That's
the
all it
repeatable
is.
motion.
That's
Yes,
it.
yes.
So you're going to go down there and just repeat right now?
That's exactly what I'm doing. Perfect. Exactly.
All right, Ryan. Well, we appreciate you coming on. Thanks for the great conversation, man. It's cool to talk about not just the physical side, but the mental side. Every athlete that climbs the mountain has to conquer the mental side, and sounds like you're well on your way. So thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for
Ryan
having me.
Walker. As we continue on from Scottsdale Stadium, I think Bryce Eldridge, Luis Arraez, Zach Menazian, maybe not. We'll see. Listen, we'll do what we can.
We'll do it live.
It was fun having Ryan on these sports leaders.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are live at Scottsdale Stadium having a ball. The Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Darren Chan engineering for us. Thanks to Mike and Matt who are bringing us all these Giants. Bring in another starting pitcher. Marcus, Landon RP, who obviously impressed a lot of Giants fans last year, and we're looking for an exciting 2026. But thanks for sitting down with us here on this beautiful Thursday morning. How you doing, Landon?
What's up, Landon?
I'm doing well. I always enjoy talking to you guys, so I appreciate you having me on.
I love it, man. And so tell us about you pull into camp, or were you one of these guys who got here like 2 months ago? Seems like everybody was here 2 months ago.
Yeah, I got here by, I think, January 18th. So I'm always one of the guys that gets here pretty early. Last year, got here earlier than that. So
the ceremony of reporting day is no more. You guys report all the time now.
Yeah.
Right, so.
More so less maybe for the golf, but.
Are you playing a little bit?
Yeah, I started playing last year, so I'm kind of getting into it.
You addicted yet?
Yeah. Fully.
You just want to get through this interview and through this day so you can go play, right? Yeah, right.
I would if I could.
Who's the best player on the team? It's tough.
Well, on the team, it's probably Logan Porter.
Okay.
Coaching staff is probably Wonders.
Okay. So you've been out with all these guys?
I've not been out with Porter, but I've heard, and then I have played with Wonders, and he's pretty dialed in.
Like to play money? Are you playing money games here? What are we doing?
We do every now and then.
Yeah.
But
those pressure putts are worse than facing a full count against the Dodgers, right?
Yeah, they are. I'm not good at putting either. That's my worst.
Oh
thing.
no, that's tough. That's tough.
Well, we got to ask about the knee injury from last year. It sounds like it hasn't affected your golf game at all this offseason. I know you came close, actually, to returning at the end of last year. So where are we at health-wise? How you feeling now?
Yeah, fully healthy. That was the main goal last year, was to just rehab it and get to a point where I could go into the offseason fully healthy and not have to worry about anything, not have to worry about treatment or anything like that. So was super happy with that. And, yeah, like you said, there was definitely a time where I could have come back and pitched last year if there was the chance for that. But they just wanted to, like I said, get me into an off season pretty healthy. So was super happy about that.
So fully, I mean, there was a little elbow thing last summer, and now the knee. But we're 100%.
Oh yeah, 100% ready to rock.
All right. Tell us about what Tony Vitello, Frank Anderson, Justin Message have said to you, if anything, about your role this year.
Yeah. Have not said anything to me personally.
Okay, yeah.
I came into camp, like I've told multiple other guys, in my eyes, I'm still fighting for a spot. Just it keeps me competitive, and I think I'll always be like that no matter if I'm locked into a rotation spot or not. But it just keeps me in a headspace of, you got to go out and work hard and compete, and always fighting for that spot so I don't lose that, what do you call it?
Edge?
Yeah, kind of edge.
Yeah.
But yeah, they haven't really told me much.
So
but
all information given on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah.
Well, I remember some of our conversations from FanFest last year down in San Jose, and we were talking about your potential roles, whether it was the starting rotation or coming out of the bullpen. And I remember the confidence you had when you told me, I want to be in the starting rotation. Yeah. And you took a hold of that job last year, and despite some of the injuries outside of that, you never let go of it. So how much is that part of your overall competitive brain to want to be one of the top 5 pitchers in this rotation?
Yeah, I want to, in my eyes, I want to be the best pitcher in baseball. Obviously, there's a crap ton of good ones out there, and but I want to be locked into my spot and know that this is where I'm going to be. But obviously, like I said earlier, I want to have that thought in the back of my head of, you got to keep fighting for the spot. Nothing's ever given. So I kind of grew up that way. My dad taught me that a lot. Like, nothing's ever given to you, so you got to work for it.
Landon RP, the voice you hear, number 65 on the mound. And like he said, they didn't tell me anything. I'm just going to go out there and pitch. So we shall see. Well, you pitched really well last year, particularly at home. Mm-hmm. Now, there is a difference in the home and the road. Is that something that you take note of, and something that's like you want to conquer that demon, or statistical oddity, you're the same guy no matter what?
No, definitely something I want to take care of a little bit better this year. Obviously, like you said, the road was a little different than home. And just staying more locked in on the road. I feel like I would throw well for a couple innings, and then it kind of go off from there. So just staying locked in for the full 5 or hopefully full 9 sometimes. So I've yet to get one of those, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
soon. Yeah.
And just based off of your experience last year, kind of fully getting your feet wet, what was the biggest learning curve for you being in the starting rotation at the major league level?
Yeah, I think the biggest learning curve for me was having a bad outing one and not letting it carry over to the next few. I think everybody's seen the Dodger start that I had in L.A. and was not proud of that one at all, and kind of just pushed that one behind me. And I think that's honestly, for me, I think that's when my season turned around. After I had that outing, it was like I never want to feel that again. I never want to be in that position again of not being able to make it out of the second inning as a starter. So, and obviously it hurts the bullpen. That's a whole day that guys in the bullpen have to pick you up from 7 innings. So that's not fun on them, and it's definitely not fun sitting in the locker room for 7 innings when you're supposed to be the starter. So
okay, Landon, we'll put that one behind us. We'll move forward. Right,
Yep.
Landon Root.
Next pitch.
Another stat. Well, speaking of next pitch, one of the stats that the media team found for is so good is how fast you work. You're the second fastest pitcher in Major League Baseball with nobody on, behind only Brent Suter of the Reds, and below the league average with runners on. This is obviously clearly something that's a part of your game. Tell us about that mindset and how you developed it, because you didn't grow up with the pitch clock, but now you're like, I'm go. Like, tell us about that.
Yeah, I've kind of always been that way. Even in college, I was a quick worker. It just keeps me locked in and doesn't give me much time to think in between pitches. And a lot of it now obviously has changed. You hear the pitch through your whatever it's called, pitch comm.
Yeah.
So it's even quicker now for that. But you used to have to wait on the catcher to throw down multiple signs. And but when I throw a pitch, I kind of know what I want to throw based off where that went and how they swung and stuff like that. And obviously the catcher has an opinion too, so we work together and trust each other on that. But I've always just been someone who wants to work quick and get the guys back in the dugout as quick as possible so we can score some runs. So that's kind of my idea behind it.
How much easier does that make your approach, having a guy like Patrick Bailey behind home plate with 2 gold gloves calling those pitches?
It's a lot better. Just the knowledge that he has of each guy in our rotation in the bullpen. If it's something that comes across and you weren't thinking it, you can still have trust in it and throwing it because he's done his research, he's done his work on the hitters, and he knows every guy in the league. So it's a lot of confidence in him doing that.
Yeah, we're talking to Landon Roop, everybody. Here's most people hoping he's right there in the rotation. Like he said, he's just going to go out and pitch and see what happens. Pitch fast, too, by the way. A little bit, they do such a great job with these bios here. Rocky Mount, North Carolina. What can you tell us about your hometown?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, tell us about it.
A bunch of farmland. I grew up hunting, so I love to do that during the off season.
Are you in the mountains or?
I'm not. A lot of people get that confused. There's
Rocky
not a single mountain in Rocky Mount.
Or rocks, no rocks.
No, yeah.
So it's in the eastern part.
Yeah.
What's the nearest big city?
Raleigh. Well, I'm kind of in between Raleigh and Greenville.
Okay.
So I guess those are big.
College basketball big for you or all that? No. Baseball.
Baseball.
Good baseball town, Rocky Mount?
Here and there.
Well, so what do you hunt when you were growing up?
Basically everything. I love to deer hunt, turkey hunt, bear hunt.
Jeez, have you bonded with Buster Posey about that? He's a big hunter.
I have not. I need to talk to him about that. Yeah,
It's a good way to get in with the boss.
Yeah, I know. I haven't talked to him about that, but I do need to sit down and talk to him.
I think he's got a hunting ranch up in Northern California.
I've heard. Yeah, might need to take a trip out there.
We've heard from a lot of the guys for the South who come to the San Francisco Bay Area. They're surprised at how good the hunting is. Right? Have you found that the hunting's pretty darn good?
I've never hunted in California, so that's something that would be new to me, but I would enjoy it, yeah.
We got listeners right now who are, I guarantee you, they're going to be like, send Landon my info, I'll take him out. Because we've talked to any number of Southern players who have said that the hunting is great in the greater Bay Area.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm going to have to check that out.
Do you do ducks?
I love duck hunting, yeah.
Well, I think the Delta, the Bay Delta, huge duck hunting region. Yeah.
I'm definitely going to check that out.
Yeah, we'll set up a trip. Buster, and Will Clark.
I've got your mind off baseball now. I got to get you back on baseball.
Well, we know how tough it is for hitters to try to hunt down your curveball. Is this a pitch that you've had since going back to the days in Little League? Like, where did you establish that Uncle Charlie?
Yeah, it's always definitely something I've had. Obviously, it's improved since I've gotten into pro ball, just with being able to look at the numbers and knowing what shape I want. But, since I can remember, I've always remembered throwing it. Obviously, my dad didn't let me throw stuff like that when I was younger just to protect my arm and stuff. But I really found out that in college that it had a chance of being really good when you just throwing it and I guess people were swinging and missing or just like jumping out of the way of it, whatever. But as long as I can remember, it's been a good pitch for me, and I've always had confidence in it, throwing it wherever I want. So
We hear so much now about the shapes of pitches and spin rates and stuff. Is that something that you're actively trying to mess with to maybe get different looks from that curveball?
I wouldn't say trying to get different looks from it, just trying to get it back to where it was in 23. I had a little bit more depth rather than sweep, and then since I've been in the big leagues, it's been a little bit sweepier, which is easier for, I guess, the hitters to get the barrel to it. But if I can get the depth back to it, that'll give me or I still have confidence in it, but it'll give me more confidence in it to locate it where I want to.
Landon Roop here. Before we let you go back to your big day today, what's your plan? Do you know if you're pitching this weekend at all? Or
I actually throwing a live bullpen today.
Okay, today. So
yeah.
Not Saturday or Sunday then?
I don't think so. I think if it lines, I don't want to speak out of turn, but
Right.
if it lines up right, I think I'm on Tuesday.
We haven't even asked you about Tony V. I mean, here comes this guy from Tennessee. Now, you're, not everybody in the clubhouse played college ball. In fact, your best pal, Logan Webb, went straight from high school.
Yeah.
And some of the kids from the Venezuela or Dominican didn't go to American colleges. You did, UNC Wilmington, right? So you have a little bit of a sense of the mentality of college baseball. You hear that this guy's coming from Tennessee. It's never been done in Major League history. What was your reaction then and now?
Yeah, I loved every bit of it. Obviously, there was an unreal program there at Tennessee, and it was led by him. And ever since he's been here, he's brought the energy. You can just see it in his eyes. He loves winning. He loves competing. And I don't think I've ever been around a manager or a coach that, especially at this level, that is out there on the field taking ground balls and helping the pitchers and stuff like that. So it's just cool to see, and it's refreshing to have a younger mind run our team, and just the competitive aspect of it is he's a winner and he wants to win, and he's known for winning. So I think it's going to be really good, and I'm super excited about it.
All right, Landon, good stuff. By the way, I wasn't lying. Here come the text. 707 says, tell him he's got to get with Buster. Buster has 5,000 acres with Thule elk. This guy knows because he did the plumbing on his house. 949 says Buster's Duck Club is the best around. 925 says you got to go duck hunting up here in Sacramento Refuge and Willows area. 530, we got to go duck and pheasant hunting in the Delta and up near Yuba City. So they're just pouring in, buddy.
Tell them to reach out to me.
We got recommendations.
My DMs on Instagram
Your
are open.
off days are going to get a lot more fun now,
Yeah.
right? A lot more. It's funny because in your bio you say exploring the city and eating good food. So you will do a little city slicker too, huh?
No. My girlfriend loves food, so she's the one who hands me that title. But no, I'd pick hunting over exploring the city any day.
All right, Bay Area,
sure.
you have been deputized. You got to take Landon out hunting. There you go.
Yeah.
In the meantime, get on the mound and get some outs, right? There you go.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus. We enjoyed the chat, and have a great spring training.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you for having me.
Landon Roop, the hits keep coming on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Woo! Wow, we made it down here yesterday despite some adventures in Murphy Family Travels, which were straight out of a sitcom. But we made it, and the Giants have us set up here at Scottsdale Stadium. You can see on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. It's a glorious, gigantic, spacious, and window-filled room that's above the new clubhouse, which is sort of down the right field line here at Scottsdale Stadium. I hate to tell everybody in the freezing cold, wet Bay Area, it's freaking gorgeous down here.
It's beautiful out
So
here today.
come on in. The water's warm. Giants baseball on the radio 12:10 Saturday and Sunday, from Peoria Saturday and from Scottsdale Sunday. Tomorrow, turns out Luis Arraez and Bryce Eldridge will join us tomorrow. Okay, we're also working on Tony V. That'll be fun. And then, of course, we've enjoyed everything today. Justin Message, Frank Anderson, Landon RP, Ryan Walker, Adrien Howser, Zach Manassium's going to come up in about a half hour. But really, the centerpiece is, of course, the Willie Mack Award winner from last year, right? Mm-hmm. Willie Adamus, who looked good, looked fit. There's a picture we put out on Twitter. If you go to my @KNBR Murph, you can see how Marcus is ready to, steal his job. You look a little bigger and stronger than him.
I'm not stealing Willie Adamus' job. I can only wish for a shortstop that has the ability of Willie Adamus to play behind me.
Darren Chan is handling it here at the audio. Has been fantastic. Even though he tripped over a wire, and Adrien Howser saw it, and we'll roast him all year for that, too, actually. But anyway, we thought for the later crowd, there's a good chance for you guys to hear some Willie Adamus, of course. Number 2, the shortstop who hit 30 homers, the first Giant since Barry Bonds. And he sat down with us on our couch, and we started with a good old-fashioned Thursday morning. Good morning, Willie, and thanks for hopping on the UMA guest line with us. How are you?
I'm living. I'm doing great. I mean, obviously, happy to be back on the field. After a few days of the offseason, you start missing the field right away. So, when January comes, it's like, man, I just want to go back to the field. And, it feels really good to be back with the boys and the whole team, and, just to be back on the field. It's just, it's fun.
And now it's a familiar place that you're coming back to. Last year, a lot of new first experience here at spring training, your first full season with the Giants. How's it feeling different this year coming in, knowing the lay of the land, knowing the guys, and being one of the leaders now in the clubhouse?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, like you say, it's more comfortable now. Feel like, it feels like home now, like I come around and everybody, I know everybody, I know like all the faces. Even though we have a lot of new people this year, it feels great, like you walk around and you know where to go, you know where to put your stuff, where to look for something. Like it feels good to be like that, I mean, obviously last year it was fun, but this year is different. It's more comfortable now. It's just how it goes, like when you in a place for a long time, it feels like home.
I like that. Feels like home. Willie Adamus, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, as the Murphy Marcus show rolls on from Scottsdale Stadium. A lot to get to with you in this short time here, starting with your new manager. So he's from the college ranks, and man, oh man, we're like, whoa, Buster made a big move. So tell us about it. When did you hear the news? I don't know if you talked to Buster or Zach before then, or Greg Johnson or any of these people, and then tell us getting to know Tony, what it's been like.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, I found out Buster texted me when everything was done, and then I texted Tony right away. We talked, and it was fun. I mean, he's been amazing. He has a lot of energy. He's got a great personality. He likes to see the group together. You know, like he loves to work. He's bringing that energy every day, and I think he's going to be really good for us this year. I mean, so far what I've seen so far, he's just always pushing the guys to, hey, I want you to be better. We could do this to be better. We got to continue to do this to be better. And, that's something that I think we were missing. And I was happy to have him here. And I know he's going to help a lot of us to be better this year.
Well, Tony didn't just send you a text. He hopped on a plane to come see you down in the DR. Then he convinced you to go out to South Korea to hang out with Jung-Hoo Lee. What were those travel adventures like with Tony?
Yeah, I mean, but that was like a few months after he got, hired by, Buster, that he went to the Dominican. But that was really nice of him, that says a lot about him, that, he's taking a plane to get to know me and, like, the boys. It was great to have him in the Dominican. And then, we had a fun time in Korea. that was really cool. That was one of the best experiences that I had in my life. And just to have him there, just to share some time with him and to have some fun with him, to get to know him a little better. I think it was great. And even for Jung-Hoo too, to get to see him, to get to hang out with him and get to know him a little bit better, I think it was really good.
Yeah, you and Jung-Hoo now have a deeper bond, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's why I wanted to go there, just to make him feel like how we really feel about him, like we care about him. We want him to be who he is, a superstar, we want him to do great.
How's your Korean?
Well, I got like 5 words.
It's 5 more than me and Marcus.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But, Willie, it seems like you really built a bond, not just with Jung-Hoo Lee, but your entire teammates last year. And they awarded you with the Willie Mack Award. What was that like being recognized by your teammates for being such a positive kind of light in the clubhouse?
Yeah, that was amazing. That was really special. Obviously, when you get an award from your teammates, that's what you want. You want your boys to to see you that way, to respect you that way. And, obviously, that's always been my goal, just to be the best teammate I can be and, to help all the most guys I can help. And, yeah, I mean, it was really special. Obviously, that award means a lot for, for this organization. And for me to get that the first year, I think it was amazing.
Well, you did it again, 160 games. I mean, you're probably mad that it wasn't one. I don't know. You tell me. 160. Go ahead.
I was kind of pissed.
Tell us about that.
Nah, I mean, obviously, it's always, that's always been my priority. I want to play as much games as I can, and I haven't done 162 yet, so I'm still a little mad about it. But last year, there were some situations that we were taking care of, like, when Baumel gave me the first off day, it was a tough, like, few weeks for me, and, he wanted to give me a break for my mind to, to get back on track and kind of work, I don't like to be off the field, but sometimes, when you're having a tough time, you need some time to relax, and I really appreciated that from him. And then the other game that I missed, I was dealing with some oblique stuff, so I didn't want to miss a week, so we took a day off. I was mad though, but you can't argue with the trainers. Sometimes they be mad at you. They just want to keep us on the field,
Well, there was only one guy in baseball that played 163 games last year, your teammate Rafael Devers. Now, you both ended the season with over 30 home runs. He had 20 here in San Francisco, 15 with the Boston Red Sox last year. What do you think that lineup's going to look like this year? How big of an addition? How much better do you guys think you're going to be having a full season with Rafael Devers in that lineup?
I mean, man, he's one of the best players in the game, one of the best hitters in the game. I think that says a lot, and I think this year the lineup, the way that it's structured is way better. It's way more beneficial for the team. I think we're going to be in a way better spot than what people are expecting. And, that's okay because we don't like expectations. But, I mean, having him for a full year it's gonna be special to watch that. I'm gonna buy some popcorn because I'm gonna be watching a lot of homers from probably on deck or if I'm on base. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun to have him the full year. And then now adding Arraez, that's going to be a special piece for us, too.
In fact, Luis Arraez is due to visit us right after you. So maybe, I don't know, have you guys talked about with Tony about where you want to hit in the lineup? What's your preference?
No, we haven't talked about it. I don't really like to, it's just like I'm here to play,
just wherever.
Just whatever. I just want to.
They say.
I just want to get some RBIs.
There's the old line, don't call me whatever you want, just don't call me late for dinner. Right? Whatever. Something like that. I don't know. Hey, Marcus mentioned the 30 homer mark. Did you know what a big deal that was for San Francisco Giants?
I kind of I kind of knew, but I didn't know it was going to be like that.
You're Barry Bonds, man.
No, I wish. But no, I mean, after it happened, that's when I realized, and I was like, man, it is such a big deal. I mean,
not an easy park to homer in, right?
No, of course.
Right.
But I think it's always, it's all about mindset. I think it's all about how you see things, how you manifest things. I think for me, it was just like, even before I started playing there, I was like, I'm gonna hit 30. I don't really care like what people say. That's what I do. And obviously, like, it was a tough road to get to it. It was a tough year, but we ended up doing it. And and that's what I said. Like, but Barry played there, and he like 2,000 homers. So like it's not like the ball doesn't go out. Right. It does. You just gotta, have the right mindset.
Yeah.
Willie, last question for me, switching from offense to defense. We're both fascinated with Ron Washington, what he's able to do as a defensive guru. What's that been like for you just in the few weeks that you've had here working at spring training to be around Ron Washington?
It's been amazing. It's been a lot of work, and, we love that. He's been pushing everybody to get better. I think he's going to be really special for us to help us to be way better. And obviously, like you said, he's the guru of the defense. He's going to help everybody. He's going to make sure that everybody is in the best spot that they can be. And, so far he's been doing that here in spring training. He's been pushing everybody, like bringing everybody out. Let's work. We got to get work. We got to get to work. We got to do this. We got to do that. And it's been amazing. It's been amazing to see how much energy he has. Like, he's always pushing the guys to like, hey, we got to take ground balls, man. We're there for 30 minutes, like, straight taking ground balls. And I'm like, this guy, he doesn't run out of energy, never. But it's been special to watch him.
I mean, it's a really interesting thing because you're a big leaguer. You're a great shortstop. You've accomplished so much in the game, and yet he's here to try to make you better. And you're like, but I think I know how to play shortstop. Like, what? Like, literally, what do you guys talk about? Are you just reinforcing fundamentals? Is he teaching you new ways to move your feet? Is he teaching you new ways to approach ground balls? Like, what are you guys going over?
I think, like he told me, this is why he said the first thing he said is like, look, I know that you know how to play ball. I watch you. I know how you do play shortstop the right way. I'm just here to add some seasoning, I guess. Some little pieces that I think it can make you better. And it's just like small stuff, but they're gonna be they're gonna help me a lot to be better at the field. I mean, he's made his infields in all the teams that he's been part of, like, amazing, So, like, I want to be amazing. I want to be great. I want to be good. I want to be great. So I know he's going to take me to the next level, and that's what I want.
Last year, you got to spend an entire season playing next to Matt Chapman. He's a platinum Gold Glover. But a few new guys over on the right side of the infield. I know you got to work with Rafael Devers and Bryce Eldridge a little bit towards the end of the year, but you'll have a new dance partner up the middle with Luis Arraez. Just overall team defense on the infield. How are you looking at it going into the season?
I think we're going to be amazing. Like you say, man, having Chappie on that side is like you don't even have to worry about it. And now having Ron here, I think he's going to help Rafi and Arraez, he's doing back the transition back to play second base. So I think it's going to be amazing to see the work and to see the work ethic that he has, and that he's going to implement that to the guys, and he's going to pass that along for them to create their own work ethic, to create their own routine, and their own mindset of like we have to be better. And it's going to be like really interesting to see that. Obviously, having Rafi to play first base for a full season, the first time of his career, and and he wants to be better. Luis Arraez, he wants to be better. He wants to prove that he can play second base, and Rafi wants to prove that he's good first baseman. So when you have people trying to prove that they're really good at something, that's great.
Yeah.
You want to be in that spot because that's going to make you to work to be better every day, and that's what you want.
Does Luis know where you want it on the?
No, I told him don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just throw it there. I'll be there. I'll make it happen.
Take something off his plate.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about it. I try to make it easy for him. Just throw the ball. I'll catch it.
Check. We've got that off the list then. All right, good. I know there's so much you got to get going. It's photo day and all that good stuff. But one of the interesting things Tony V has said to us is when he was at Tennessee, they had conflict. They would come into it and they'd get into it with other teams a little bit. Like we don't want to be. Tony said we don't want to be liked. We want to be uncomfortable. We want people to see the Giants on the schedule, and it's an uncomfortable visit. And one of the things we joked about on our show was, well, how's Willie going to do? Because Willie loves everybody. So how are you going to love everybody and still be uncomfortable with the other team?
Well, when we have to go at it, we have to go at it. I mean, I've done it before.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, you got out of the dugout last year.
I've done it before. I mean, obviously, when we between the lines, it's just like, I'm having my teammates back. It doesn't matter who's on the other side. I'm defending my boys. I have their back. I don't care. I have a lot of friends, but that doesn't mean that if we have to go at it, I'm not gonna go. We're not. We like you say. I love that mentality.
Yeah.
You got to go hard on the other people, and I play with managers that want that before. So I like that little edge.
Okay.
I like that to have that mentality because that's when you play the best.
Fun answer.
There haven't been any conversations with Buster Posey about banning pregame hugs or anything like that.
I feel like I had the something related to that 40 times this spring training, but no, we haven't had the conversations like that. He just he likes to be. He wants us to be focused. Mm-hmm. He wants us to be intense on the field and want us to to play hard, and that's what we're going to do this year.
Well, Willie, wrapping it up here, man. I mean, you mentioned we don't like expectations. That's fine because obviously the freaking Dodgers, it's whatever. It is what it is, right? They got Shohei Ohtani, right? But here are the Giants, and your owner was just recently interviewed. He was at a golf tournament. Greg Johnson said he paused for a long time before he answered. And then he said, "Baseball is baseball. We can beat them." That's what your owner said. So what's your message to the fans out there about, okay, the Dodgers are back-to-back World Series champs. They're in our division. We're going to play them. You're going to play them in September. Could be something. What's the message?
No, to support us. We're going to go there, and we're going to beat everybody who's on the other side. We don't care who's there. We don't care the color of the jersey that the opponent has. So, we're not seeing anybody, better than us, So we're just going to go out there with confident that we can beat anybody and, let baseball be baseball, like Red said, it's baseball. Anything can happen. So, we're going to go with the mindset that we're going to be able to beat anybody who's on the other side. And that's what we're going to try to do.
Well, congrats, man. Listen, you came with a huge contract, some expectations. You started maybe not the way you wanted. And look at the way you finished, man. 30 home runs and the Willie Mack Award. And fans, I think, really enjoyed watching you play.
Thank you,
I think I can speak to that for sure. And there's fans listening right now. They love these shows, and they can't wait to watch you play baseball this summer.
I know. I can't wait to be out there. Man, I'm looking forward for that.
Well, thank you for joining Murph and Marcus.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
All right, we're back live, and that was some good editing by young Tony to put the live picture of me and Marcus and Willie Adamus, taken by Darren Chan, photo by Darren Chan. Got to always give photo credit. So that was good stuff there. Listen, we've had a lot. We had a lot of pitchers today. Adrien Howser, Ryan Walker, Landon RP, any number of guys, Justin Message and Frank Anderson, the pitching coaches. But the centerpiece is the shortstop, obviously, number 2. So hope everybody enjoyed that. Tomorrow we are angling for your Bryce Eldridge's, your Luis Arraez's, your Matt Chapman's, your Tony Vitello's. That'll be fun. Zach Manassian is going to close out the show today for us at 9:30 with a little executive perspective of what's going on. We are just dazzled by this whole new setting we have here with the gorgeous. If you can even see in the picture Tony put up, if you can look in the background, just the sun and the sky and everything we got going on here. So Yes, you had a thought.
Oh, it's just a great view from up here, a bird's eye watch. I was just walking around during that replay, checking out some of the backfields. And you know what I just saw on one of the backfields? Our guy Austin Scott, the king of digital out here at KNBR, doing a painting with Eric Sim, the king of JUCO from YouTube. I was not expecting to see that on my repertoire this morning, but shout out Austin Scott getting some content with the king of JUCO.
I can give that kid a lot of credit, and guys whose last name rhyme with Soder and Broder might want to listen.
Hey, now.
I got here this morning at really early because my clock was screwed up. I was like an hour and a half early for the show. Austin Scott was already here. Young Tone, how do you feel about that, buddy?
I'm not surprised, dude. Shout out the Ace Scott, just work ethic. This guy's incredible. He's doing a bunch of stuff for our social team. Wait till you see it. He did a nice clip with Bryce Eldridge yesterday asking about Macklin Celebrini and how he feels about him.
Damn, he's scooping us.
I know. Now he's getting to Bryce Eldridge before us.
Now we got beef.
Now I take back everything nice I said
Now
about
we got
him.
rivalry.
Now I'm going to go sabotage that painting.
No, a rising tide lifts all boats. Okay, cooler at content. We have some sound out there from the social media verse that you all need to hear. What's burning up, the trends, and then Zach Manassian with some executive views. As we roll on from day one of 2 Scottsdale Stadium style. Did I say that? Scottsdale Stadium style on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You just heard Murph tease it. Bryce Eldridge and Luis Arraez move to tomorrow. We're angling for those guys. And then Tony Vitello as well. Maybe even a Matt Chapman appearance. So just stay tuned. All your Giants coverage right here on The Leader. And we got cooler content coming up next. So if you missed any of our interviews this morning, we're going to recap them all with cooler content next. Stay tuned right here on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, live from Scottsdale Stadium. Look who's here. Baseball mensch himself, MDL. Marty Lurie is here. We're official now, Marcus. We are official, brother.
It has been christened here in Scottsdale. The Godfather, Marty, in the building.
We're also official because we're giving away those tickets to see Santana and the Doobie Brothers. You can hear young Tony's favorite Santana song, Smooth, right? Rob Thomas from Matchbox, whatever they call that thing. Sunday, August 9th. 2 tickets to see Santana and the Doobie Brothers. Call Curly today. Call him right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Santana and the Doobie Brothers at Shoreline Amphitheater. Furnished by Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. That's a good giveaway. So there you go. We're smooth.
We're smooth.
Everything's been smooth today. With I got to thank Giants Media Relations doing a really, really good job. Mike Passanisi and Matt Chisholm, they've been adjusting to changes because photo day is a mess. That's what's going on right now. And then we saw the whole setup for photo day. It's like a football field.
Well, it's just like photo day in Little League, Murph. You have kids running around trying to get that Snack Shack ticket. It's chaos.
You just vaulted me back to photo day.
Dude, I've been a part
here
of some
comes
of
some
those
kids
photo
who were on
days.
photo day. Here it is.
Look at this.
Thank you, Mike. Bringing in the Murphy family.
The Murphy family
Look
in the
at this,
building.
look at this.
We
Come
got
on in,
Marty.
guys.
We
Come
got the
on in.
Murphys. Look at this.
Marty, you remember Candace? You remember Marty? We're going to do the intros on the air.
Yeah.
Marty, that's my son Declan and Rory. The big one's Declan, the smaller one's Rory.
Nice. And
There you
is
go.
that a brand
I
new
know, he
sweatshirt
grew.
for
He
Rory?
grew,
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. He looks like my dad was about almost 6'4". He looks like my dad. He's got the dad Bob Murphy thing going here. So, all right. Back to our show.
Yeah.
No more socializing?
No, we got a little bit of cooler of content. to
Tony,
get
we
to.
need your help, buddy, because you have all the cuts, right? You going to help us out?
Tony. Guide us.
Guide us. Take the wheel. Let's start with Willie Adamus. You guys had a lot of great questions with him, and I want to start with the first one. His first full season with the Giants was last year, and he actually said it feels like home.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, like you say, it's more comfortable now. Feel like, it feels like home now. Like I come around and everybody, I know everybody. I know like all the faces. Even though we have a lot of new people this year, it feels great. Like you walk around and like you know where to go. You know where to put your stuff. Where to look for something. Like it feels good to be like that. I mean, obviously last year it was fun, but this year is different. It's more comfortable now. It's just how it goes. Like when you in a place for a long time, it feels like home.
I don't think there's any question that that's going to be a big deal. That said, he hit 30 when he was still trying to find his way around. you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, not funny, but when you break down his season, you see the amount of success he had in the second half of the season. To me, there's no question that there was a direct correlation of him finally being settled in, because that was a big move, him leaving Milwaukee. We know how great of a clubhouse personality he is, and some of those relationships dating back to Milwaukee. So we saw that not only with him, we saw it as with Rafael Devers as we got further and further away from the trade. Like, it seems like this year the Giants are going to be more settled in and more comfortable compared to last year, where there was a lot of new faces and a lot of new changes.
I can feel it happening already, by the way. We call it Scottsdale syndrome or whatever. Like, when you're back in home, people call in. They're like, "Man, the Giants didn't do enough." You're like, "Yeah, they didn't, man. I'm going to jock blog about that." Then we get down here, we see the sun. Willie sits down. And you're like, Giants are going to be good.
Yeah, I start thinking about Willie Adamus playing 162, Rafael Devers playing 163 last year. Just the consistency that we're going to see from the lineup is something we haven't seen in a few years.
How can Willie improve on last? I mean,
it could be better in the first half of the season. I mean, if he had just an average first half of the season, maybe you're talking about him being a 35 home run guy. But hell, I'll take anything you can get from this Giants lineup.
The dreaded batting average that nobody likes. I mean, he hit 251 in 2024. I mean, last year he only hit 225, so he could pick up 26 points on his batting average just to match what he did in 2024.
And to be honest with you, I think he's going to have a better season this year based off of everything he told us earlier this morning in that comfort level and him having more protection in the lineup from top to bottom.
He's still only 30 years old.
Yep.
I mean, he's got like 3 more like raging years of prime. You know what I mean?
And look, no disrespect to our guy Logan Webb. Hopefully we have him on the show tomorrow. I've always referred to Logan as the face of the franchise. But it feels like Willie is kind of morphing into the face of this team, of this version.
Well, it's interesting. Can a starting pitcher be a face of a franchise? I mean, for Logan Webb, it kind of had to be because there was really nobody else.
Yeah,
right?
because there was a rotating cast of characters behind him.
And we talked about this earlier in the show, but Willie played 160 and was kind of pissed about that he didn't play 162. Devers played 163. Yeah. The Giants have guys who post.
Yeah, these are guys that are going to be in the lineup and want to be in the lineup every single day. Even bringing in Luis Arraez, you're not going to platoon that bat. He played 152 games last year.
Scottsdale syndrome. Here we go.
Yeah, here we are. But that's the thing, Murph. I know that I've been more optimistic than most, especially when it comes to this Giants lineup.
Yeah,
and
you're
offensively,
right. Yeah, you've been consistent.
I said this back in December during the winter meetings. Like, I can't remember the last time I went to a Giants season more optimistic about the Giants' bats than the Giants' arms. Now, I still have some concerns with the arms, but when I look at this lineup, this is the best lineup I've seen in the last 5-6 years from this Giants
going to win some 10-9 games?
Yeah, they're going to score some runs, even in that big old ballpark.
What's next, Tone, from our greatest hits from our day one in Scottsdale?
Yes, well, speaking of scoring runs, Marcus, you guys actually asked him about the significance of hitting 30 home runs in a single season, the first time that had happened since Barry Bonds in 2004. He was kind of joking about it. Here's his answer.
I kind of knew, but I didn't know it was going to be like that. You know,
you're Barry Bonds, man.
No, I wish, but no. I mean, after it happened, that's when I realized, and I was like, man, it is such a big deal. I mean,
not an easy park to homer in, right?
No, of course,
right.
But I think it's always. I mean, it's all about mindset. You know, I think it's all about how you see things. You know, how you manifest things. You know, I mean, I think for me, it was just like, even before I started playing there, I was like, I'm gonna hit 30. You know, I don't really care like what people say. You know, that's what I do. And obviously, like, it was a tough road to get to it. You know, it was a tough year, but you know, we ended up doing it. And you know, and that's what I said. Like, but Barry played there, and he like 2,000 homers. You know, so like, you know, it's not like the ball doesn't go out. Right. It does. You just gotta, you know, have the right mindset.
Well, he said, I manifested it. I made it happen. I saw it happen. By the way, shortstops in Major League Baseball, him and Francisco Lindor, only guys to hit 30.
Interesting stat.
Yeah, and RBIs, which, you know, not a cool stat. I like them. Third among all shortstops in the bigs, 87.
The money lies in the RBI. But it is crazy that we've been talking about that topic for years here on this radio station about how nobody has hit more than 30 home runs since Barry Bonds. Murph, over, under. Maybe this is more of the Scottsdale-itis that I'm speaking of here. Well, the Giants have over 2.5 batters hit more than 30 home runs this year.
Under, because the only two guys, it's only going to be the only guys who could do it are Adamus and Devers.
I
think Chappie can do it.
I think Bryce Eldridge can do it. Now that's a bold, hot take, but I think he's going to be in that opening day lineup as your DH, and I think he has the potential to hit 30. I mean, he's got big time power, big time pop.
Syndrome.
Yeah, that's definitely some of the Scottsdale syndrome. But
I'll be with you in 2028.
I'll see you there.
Okay,
hopefully we're still around.
We'll be here. Yeah, hopefully. The lights are still on.
Yeah.
All right, Young Tone, you're guiding us capably here as we talk about the cooler of content, which is, of course, always brought to us by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So what's next, Tom?
Let's go one more on Willie Adamus. Marcus, you asked him about his dance partner. I like how you put that, Marcus. His new dance partner over at second base, and if they have talked about, their double play combo and, how he's going to throw it, how he's going to set him up. Here's his answer.
No, I told him don't worry about it. Okay. Just throw it there. I'll be there. I'll make it happen.
Took something off his plate.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry.
Just don't worry about it. I'm trying to make it easy for him. Just throw the ball. I'll catch it.
Yeah, well, listen, that's being a leader, right?
Yeah.
Hey, no, Luis, you'd put it in the wrong spot. Put it here, put it there. He's like, no, I'm good.
Nah, feed Willie and make the play.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see from this combination this year. I mean, we've talked about it so much, the addition of Ron Washington. And Ron Washington is already reporting in the first couple of weeks he's seen improvements from Luis Arraez.
Scottsdale syndrome.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's more of that Scottsdale syndrome again, but if they can just turn him to an average defender, I think Rafael Devers will be an above-average defender at first base as well.
I actually think so, too.
Devers looked pretty damn smooth at first base last year.
I mean, that's just hands. And by the way, he'll pick it.
Oh, he's an athlete.
He'll pick it.
Don't let the body fool you. He's an athlete.
All right, Youngstown, what else we got, bud?
All right, let's go into Ryan Walker. I thought this was a pretty good answer. Murph, you asked him, hey, man, you're getting back into spring training. What's your number one goal this camp?
Yeah, I came into spring this year with the full intentions of earning my role as the closer. I don't want anything else. I want to be in that role. I like that role. And I've had a very productive off season with the mindset of coming in and having that role. But I got to earn it. You know what I mean? I know how it goes. I know how spring goes, and I'm coming in with confidence and that mentality. So.
Okay, yeah, that's what he's saying. That now this conversation got good mentally. Like he addressed demons and things that have haunted him. Last year he was 17 for 24 in saves. Yeah. So 7 blown saves. Mm-hmm. And he said, he wore them all.
Yeah.
Now, we talked about it. Sorry, Mariano Rivera. If you want to hurt me, you can say, hey, your closer in 2002 Game 6, Rob Nen, didn't close it out.
It happens, man.
Neither did Felix Rodriguez or Tim Worrell. Yeah. It's part of that's part of the deal.
It's baseball.
But, Young Tone, do you have any of that stuff where you talked about the mental part?
Absolutely, yeah. Hang on.
Of struggling with failure as a closer, and he said he sought some mental health. He started mental training like golfers do, like golf psychology. He said he started with Harvey Martin. He switched over to Nick Ahmed.
How about that?
Apparently big on the Christian faith and the role that it can play for his handling of struggles.
Yeah, we've seen multiple athletes touch on this before. We brought up Brock Purdy and his faith-based background. Steph Curry is another guy as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
When you're out there on an island on a bump, you can take any help you can get.
Absolutely, brother, man. Okay, what do we got here, Tone? Set it up.
You just set it up perfectly. This is Ryan Walker on his mental health work in the offseason and who helped him.
There's right people at the right time, right? So we had a guy named Harvey Martin with us in 24, right? He was a mental skills guy. So I saw him for about a month and a half. And we got to a point where, he helped me out a ton to where, all right, this is exactly what I need to move on to another aspect of mental strength coaching, which was more more faith-based, something more in tune with me. And so I moved on to Nick Ahmed. Mm-hmm. Nick Ahmed has his strength, his mental strength coaching business now called 7 Pillar. So I'm going through that with him, and it's been great. Just honing down on what you need to think, how you need to be, how to deal with these bad situations, how to deal with the good situations. So.
Okay, Ryan Walker. How about Forever Giant, Nick Ahmed?
Yeah, dude, still having fingerprints on this.
Who hit a homer as a Dodger to beat the Giants last year, remember?
I want to say Nick Ahmed is the last Giants player to hit a home run while wearing number 24 on his back.
Wow.
On the day that they honored Willie Mays, Nick Ahmed went deep.
All right.
says yes, Marcus. Yeah.
How about that for a trivia question?
Are they ever going to wear them again?
I don't think they're planning on honoring
Willie Mays
Willie
Day or something
again.
like that. I don't
Maybe
know.
they will, but maybe that's his long-lasting legacy.
Willie Mays, Nick Ahmed, Nick Ahmed, Willie Mays. Let's do this. 6'7", 6'7".
Crazy, dude.
Stop it, Murph.
That's crazy. All right, well, good stuff. And all those interviews available, of course, on KNBR.com. If you miss them, if you're just hopping in and out of your car, all that good stuff. Zach Manassian, Giants general manager, is due to join us to close out the show on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Live from Scottsdale Stadium, our last interview of the day of a wildly successful first day where we've fallen under the spell of the blue skies.
It's like the first day of school where I don't want to leave, Murph. And you know how much I hate school.
And our new talk show format, too, with our couch. And finally, we're going to the executive office. General Manager Zach Manassian, always kind to hop on and share some thoughts. I walked in on him I was here so early this morning, I walked into his workout.
Ooh.
He was working hard.
Did you drop down and give him 50?
I did not. He was working. He was sweating more than me. Nice workout, Zach. Good morning. How are
Thanks.
you?
Good morning, guys. Glad you're here.
Oh, we're under the Scottsdale spell here, right? This is where we're all feeling good,
It can do that to you, but if it doesn't do that to you, you should really be concerned. So.
Yeah, well, I was just saying I brought my family to work, and you're saying, yeah, that's what I did growing up, huh?
Exactly. I mean, I think back to coming to spring training at your boy's age. I mean, it was just the greatest thing you could imagine. And we were in Port Charlotte, Florida, absolutely nothing to do. My dad, being the clubhouse manager, would open the clubhouse every day at 4:30, and if you weren't in the car, you weren't getting there until Mom was going to the game at noon. So we loved every second of it, and I love being out here.
Yeah, and Zach, we talked to you last year down here at spring training, and we saw a lot of success. You guys were the Cactus League champions. Now, you guys got off to a great hot start. We all saw the stretch of below 500 baseball in the middle of the season, and the season ended with an 81-81 record. So coming into this spring training, based off of what you saw last year, having that type of success, what is the focus and the change of direction this year versus last season?
Yeah, I don't know if I would say it's as strong as a change of direction as much as it's a long season, and if you don't have depth, problems are going to find you. So getting off to a great start is certainly important. I hope we get off to another great start, but obviously being able to sustain that. If you can't do it, you're going to find yourself not playing in October. So hopefully the organization's in a much better spot at this point in this season relative to last season from a depth standpoint, and we can sustain it over 162.
All right, I'm going to be that radio guy right now. Is
Let's
Bryce Eldridge going to make the opening day roster?
Well, the honest answer is even I don't know that. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes for Bryce. We'll see how it goes for other players, and speak once again to the depth that we feel like we've been able to build. And there's a lot of good options. Certainly, Bryce is a good one as well. He's getting a lot of great work in with Ron Washington. It'll be great to see him here in games. Last year, I think at some point he was hindered by the wrist, and he should be good to go. So excited to see Bryce play here down in the Cactus League.
So, like in an ideal world, is it okay if he's just a DH because that's a role in baseball, that's a job? Or no, we need him to play first, left, right? Like, what's the ideal projection for him?
Yeah, I certainly think it can be okay. I think the ideal projection is we have a bunch of players who are good offensively and defensively, and whether that means Bryce is playing majority of the games at first base down the road, or whether it's Rafi, as long as we feel like whoever's out there gives us a great chance to win the game, both offensively, defensively, then that's fine by me. I do look back at, some of the great DHs, I think, to my time, growing up and even up until just a short few years ago. You think about Travis Hafner and David Ortiz, and I remember I was in Texas and Mickey Tettleton was our DH. So having a elite offensive performer as your DH and that's it certainly can work. But the more you can do to help your team win, the better off we're going to be.
We saw Bryce get a taste of the big leagues last year, and you already mentioned what he's done this offseason, already working for a couple of weeks with Ron Washington and working on that defense. Would you say that you guys were comfortable with what you saw with him at first base defensively last year when he was originally called up? And what do you want to see from him this spring to prove that he can be a big league first baseman?
Yeah, I would say we were comfortable with the progress. I would not say that Bryce is all the way there yet. I don't think Bryce would say he was all the way there yet. I mean, this is someone in high school who, when he pitched, obviously he was hitting, and then when he was just a DH, he wasn't playing the field. And then, another crazy thing off of that is because he was the pitcher, when he would get on base, he wasn't running the bases. So a lot of this was he either pitched or he just hit. So there's a lot of things here with his game that can improve, and I think that speaks to who Bryce is as a person. So as far as what I personally would like to see defensively is just him just feeling comfortable on the bag, comfortable throwing to bases, and that's the great thing about getting out here is that he's going to play, and we'll get a chance to see that.
Dom Smith was such a great defensive first baseman. In fact, got hurt making a great defensive play, signed with the Braves. Now you're handing the keys, presumably on opening day, to Rafi Devers.
Yeah.
Now, this guy played third base in the bigs for a long, long time, so we know he can handle it. But what's your progress report there? Can he be – I mean, Dom Smith was a pretty high standard.
Yeah. I think Rafi's gotten better over the course of last season than watching him in spring. I think he looks great. Another player that's out there working early with Wash. Rafi came here prior to the positional player report date to get his work in. So, but yeah, natural third baseman. I think he's pretty light on his feet. He's not bashful throwing to bases. He's brought a great energy level, a huge smile in the clubhouse, and I think he's excited to go out there and play first base, and I think we're going to see that translate to a really good defender out there.
And we all know what Devers can do with the stick. Actually ended up hitting more home runs in a Giants uniform last year than he did in a Red Sox uniform. So how much of an impact do you think that will be on the lineup this year, having him in the middle of the lineup for an entire season?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, he's we have a phrase we'll use in the office. He's an aircraft carrier. He can carry your offense for a series at a time, for a week at a time, for a month at a time. I hope the length of our offense can help him to where he doesn't have to carry the load. And I think we have a lot of good offensive players on this group, but there's no doubt. I mean, he's the big bat in the middle of the lineup, something that we've been seeking for quite a while, and hopefully for him getting more comfortable being here for a full year. I think our fans were extremely supportive of him. I think that meant a lot to him. His teammates love him, and us in the front office certainly happy that he's here.
Rafi Devers, man, what an ad. Okay, we buried the lead. You guys broke history by hiring a college coach to be a big league manager. And from October 22nd until about 2 weeks ago, we never saw him in a uniform. We never saw him in it. Now, we still haven't seen him in a game, and we won't until March 25th, right? Or Saturday in Peoria. But he's now been in a dugout. He's now been on a field. He's now talked to a clubhouse. Give us the Zach Manassian scouting report.
Yeah, he's just the type of person you want to be around. And you see that with players. You see it with staff. A lot of energy, very passionate, very compassionate, very competitive. And he's going to think out loud. He's going to talk. He wants to debate. He is going to be very authentic, and he's going to speak his mind. So, this day and age, especially in professional sports where some of us probably want to hold back, Tony's going to tell you what he thinks. And it's what I thought we were getting. It's what I hoped we were getting. And I couldn't be more excited getting to experience things with him day to day down here in Scottsdale. He's been tremendous.
And that led to Monday. He made a lot of news. We reacted. I reacted. Greg Papa reacted. We all reacted saying, yo, a big league manager still talking about Tennessee? What? You turn the page, Skip. Come on now. What was your reaction?
I looked at the schedule for the day and just tried to figure out which field I should be at. So I didn't really have much of one except to say that it's who Tony is. He's going to speak his mind, and I think he is very comfortable being vulnerable, and I think that type of attitude at times when he has those media scrums, it's going to lead to magic as well. So we certainly feel that when he's talking in the clubhouse, and I think it's going to come through over time.
Did you know that he had this? Because I think probably a lot of us were baffled. Like, dude, you should be focused on the Giants right now. And some Tennessee people wrote in. Probably the most valuable thing I saw was a guy said, I see the Barry is learning. Tony had one of his I want to get something off my chest days. Get used to it. This is what he does. Did you guys know that?
Yeah, to some extent. I mean, we did a lot of research on Tony, obviously, to make the type of decision that we made. And look, I went through this process with him on the other side of things, so certainly could feel how emotional it was. But I'll say this, he put pen to paper, and if this isn't 100% of what someone can offer to the position, I'd love to see what that looks like, because he's been all in, and it's it's been great to work with for myself, for Buster, the rest of our front office, and our coaching staff as well.
And to your point, it's all part of the learning experience and us getting to know Tony, and Tony also getting to know the organization. Now, I also heard him say earlier this week that he's never even been to a spring training game. He'll be managing one this weekend. So how much of spring training are you guys looking at as maybe not so much an evaluation process for Tony, but maybe trying out different things and seeing how he presses some of those bullpens at the big league level?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to simulate a bullpen situation in spring training. I don't think we're going to see Eric Miller necessarily running in the middle of an inning with base runners. We try to talk about doing that late just so our pitchers are comfortable in that type of setting, but certainly not necessarily doing it from a strategic standpoint. I think Tony was intentional about surrounding himself with some well-experienced people in that dugout. Ron Washington, Jace Tingler. Yeah, I'm down there this morning, and Dave Righetti's in there, and he's talking pitching and he's talking the game. And we're fortunate to have Javi Lopez showed up today. He's down there and he's talking. So a lot of experienced people around him that hopefully Tony feels like he can bounce things off of. But there's no two ways around it. He's just going to have to experience it, and hopefully the learning curve is as quick as possible, and we believe it will be.
Is there a way to get Jung Hoo Lee right field reps that approximate Oracle Park? Because, playing right field here is great, but playing right field
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We're fortunate our Papago facility, state-of-the-art. Team USA is actually working out there in preparation for the WBC games. We do have a field there that replicates Oracle Park from a dimension standpoint. So we don't necessarily have the brick wall out in right field to totally simulate it. But as far as getting a sense of where the warning track is, where the wall is, I think it's going to be a great place for him to get some work in. But I think he's a very instinctual player. I think he's got the athleticism and the intangibles to move around the outfield, and I think right field's going to go over really smoothly for him.
And obviously, the reason why he would be moving over to right field is because of one of your signings this offseason, Harrison Bader bringing his Gold Glove to San Francisco. How big of an emphasis was that for you to improve defensively in the outfield going into the season?
Yeah, it was something we talked about a lot. I even talked to Jung Hoo very late last season, and when we talked about our outfield defense as a whole, not just a single Jung Hoo out, the outfield defense as a whole has to get better. I think Elliot Ramos has put in a lot of great work this offseason. He knows it's something that has to get better. Jung Hoo was extremely understanding when we moved forward with Bader, and yeah, it was something that we talked about. Can we improve here? Because it doesn't just improve one position. In theory, it improves two positions defensively, and Harrison had a career year offensively, a lot of conversations leading up to signing him with our hitting coach, Hunter Mentz, who felt like he had made significant changes that he could sustain. So really excited about adding Harrison. I joke when I see him walking down the line to go to the cage, I feel like I'm watching like an 80s WWF wrestler.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how far back we're going when we see just the attitude, the charisma that Harrison brings. So I think him running around in center field is going to be a lot of fun for all of us to watch.
So I feel like it's safe to say left field, Elliot Ramos, center field, Harrison Bader, right field, Jung Hoo Lee, which brings us to the conversation of the fourth outfielder, because it seems like that's one of the biggest competitions this spring training. Drew Gilbert's got his ties to Tony from his days down at Tennessee, but Gerard and Luis Matos are both out of options. So what do you want to see from these guys this spring training?
Well, right now, after you mention that, I'm hoping you don't jinx us, Marcus. Having zero injuries this spring.
Yeah.
Gerard last year had a great spring and got hurt one of the last days diving for a ball. So I think the most important thing with where we're at right now in spring training is that we have options. These players have all played in the major leagues, from Matos to Gerard to Gilbert to Grant McCray.
Will Brennan.
Will Brennan, obviously another player that we just signed. He has experience in the corners. Tyler Fitzgerald, we've talked about maybe trying to expose him to some outfield. So I think going into it with a brand new coaching staff, the front office is trying to keep an open mind to how the 26-man roster could look, is that we do have options, different skill sets that they bring to the table. And you try not to evaluate too much spring training performance. We're really going to try to drill down and hey, how's their work before the game, after the game? What's their mind working? How is it working at the plate, in the field, to really determine what's the best 26 we can go with to start the season. And then we all know, you have 26 to start the year, and then here you are 10 days later, and you've already gone to 2 or 3 players from the minor leagues. So, but I'm excited with the options that we have.
We got 10 million more questions. We're out of time. Yeah. We got to keep this conversation going, all right? So we'll just check in periodically.
Well, you guys will see a lot more of me over the course of the year.
Maybe we should do like a weekly or bi-weekly conversation.
Oh, there you go.
Good spot for it on the
Thanks for
morning show.
having us. You put us in your clubhouse, penthouse here. We get the view of the entire valley and the glorious sunshine. So.
Yeah, this is our meeting space here at Scottsdale Stadium.
It worked. It got us all optimistic.
Yeah.
So you guys getting positive press.
I love it. I'll take it. All we can get.
All right. Thank you, Zach. We got to get out. We got to hand it over to Papa and Silver on the other side, live from Scottsdale. We'll do it again tomorrow on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why it's the number one tea in the Bay Area. Heck, it's the number one tea down here in Arizona, too. I'm calling it. We reach for it every day at the Leader, a mug full of Bigelow Tea. Choose your pick flavor. English breakfast, chamomile, shout out Gwen. We love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind the microphone. So it keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps us all going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea at the Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, Stockholm Syndrome, Scottsdale Syndrome. We are all in on the 2026
I got it,
Giants.
Murph. I got it.
What are we going to do, come down here and rip these guys?
Come on.
How unspring training would that be?
Dude, we have 162 games to rip them if necessary.
Right, and, Willie Adamus went a long way for me. He just looked like he's in great shape, and you brought up some great points about him just year 2, being home, and he just, and Mike Krukow told us, he goes, well, there's your leader.
Yep.
You got leadership established.
Yeah.
So we got that. I mean, listen, obviously the arms. And Ryan Walker, one of the most important guys on the team, sat on this couch, said, I'm facing the demons and the tough part of being a closer, and that's a mental job, man.
Yeah,
So,
and look, we've had a few conversations with Ryan Walker throughout the years, but that was the most open I've ever heard him in an interview.
and I think you could probably see that part of the training he's going through is being open about
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
right?
you have to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
I mean, baseball's a game of failure. You're going to fail at some point, but you got to have that next pitch mentality.
You don't want to be like one of those Irish families that just stuffs generational problems down into the basement for generations.
No,
you know
not
what I
at
mean?
all. You wouldn't
Curly.
be speaking from experience,
Curly,
would you?
you know what we're talking about here. You know what I mean? So, all right, guys. Hey, a little Fox News sounder, I think, right? Huh? Everybody?
Oh,
yes.
Hit it, Tony.
Tony, you got it too. You sent it to us on the chat. What is it here, buddy?
Yeah, Curly was telling me Bob Melvin was just hired by the A's as a special advisor.
Good for him.
Bo Mel back in baseball.
Sacramento, and then on his way to Vegas.
Yeah.
Dude, we haven't even talked about it. They started work on that stadium.
Yeah.
All of us who thought it would never happen are
Yeah,
looking.
they broke ground.
Yeah.
They're building it.
All right,
And
young
they
Tone.
will come.
Let's do it, buddy. What do you got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Okay, I think the kids don't even realize this, but they're on the stream. You guys are currently on the YouTube stream. Do you want to be on the YouTube stream or not?
Oh, too
'Cause
late.
You
You guys are already on the stream.
Shocker, Rory's on his phone on the stream. Dude, busted.
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
got you
tell
on
you
that
guys to sit
5-second
there.
tape delay.
Do you see this? You guys are on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
they
that's
like
that's the first class Murphy family on stream.
You gotta love Rory supporting Mick Cronin even in these tough times.
Why wouldn't I, dude?
Hey, Rory, don't raise your voice. You raised your voice? Come on, dude. You just raised your voice at me. Young Tone, it is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And what did you learn today, buddy?
Yeah, we learned that the Murphy family travels very well. That's what we learned.
Oh my God, dude. That was quite a story. A lot of people reacted saying, could you have traveled worse?
I mean, honestly, if I wasn't on the flight with you guys, I would have thought it was a bit. With all the luggage and suitcases and backpacks that you guys left behind, with the recliner on the plane, it all sounds like a bit. But no, this is the real life Murphy family.
So to recap, we were across the Golden Gate Bridge. I realized I left my backpack at home with my laptop and my Yeti and 2 Giants hats. Declan actually said, can we turn around calmly? I said, no, we go forward.
We're too far gone.
Then we get to the airport. We pop open the trunk. We take out Candace's bag, take out Declan's bag, take out my bag. She goes, Rory, where's your bag? And he's just looking at his phone.
Yeah.
No bag.
Nope.
Left it at home.
The apple does not fall far from the tree.
Oh, my God. Then there was the whole wine incident of trying to get wine at the Walmart. We was on an Indian reservation, no wine. We go to drive miles away for a CVS in the dark at night. She comes out. She says, there's no wine. It's on church grounds.
Church grounds? What do you mean?
It's a disaster.
I thought the blood of Christ was wine.
We were lucky to make it here, buddy. Lucky to make it.
Yeah,
So
you're telling
Marcus just sat in. Marcus had all his luggage, sat in his seat calmly, and shook his head and laughed.
Oh, I had smooth travels.
Incredible, dude. Not to mention the guy who leaned back on me on the tarmac,
Yeah,
right?
dude, you can't make that up.
All right. Then we got here.
Before we even took off.
And we saw Darren Shan, and all was well.
Yeah,
all
in
was well.
DC's lovely hotel.
All right, guys. All right. Well, that's it. Day 1 in the books.
What a show.
We ready?
What a show. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Let's do it again tomorrow. Thanks to the boys back home for holding it down for us. Papa and Silver is next. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
I know. I can't wait to be out there. Man, I'm looking forward for that.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Selber.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
I kind of knew, but I didn't know it was gonna be like that. You know?
You're Barry Bonds, man.
No, I wish. But no, I mean, after it happened, that's when I realized, and I was like, man, it is such a big deal.
I want to go out there as long as I can. If the more innings that I can eat up and save the bullpen, the better the bullpen's going to be when we get to the end of the season. Those guys don't have to pick up as many innings throughout the season, so they're able to work on good rest, normal rest. They're not overworked, overtaxed, and stuff like that. So I take that a big, on my responsibility to go out there every time and, at least get to 6, try to get to 7, 8 if possible.
Yeah, I came into spring this year with the full intentions of earning my role as the closer. I don't want anything else. I want to be in that role. I like that role. I've had a very productive off-season with the mindset of coming in and having that role, but I got to earn it. You know what I mean? I know how it goes. I know how spring goes, and I'm coming in with confidence and that mentality. So, as much as people want you to be perfect, it's just never going to happen. You have to go out there accepting that. But no matter what, you have to go out there thinking even if that does happen, it doesn't matter. I'm going to come out the next day, and I'm going to do my thing.
Oh, standing on the corner in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's what Murph and Marcus were doing down at spring training. And we take the show right back up here to Daly City, where it is cold, it is rainy, we are California soft, and we can't handle it. But we are going to have a lot of fun.
The sun is out. What are you talking about? It's beautiful here on John Madden Field.
That's true. That did actually happen from the time I got in here to now we're starting the show. I might have to open up the blind
blinds,
a little bit.
would you? No, I'm blinded by the light. Where is Winslow, Arizona, by the way?
It's somewhere in that nice southern state. I actually, with my Arizona
That's
geography,
vague.
I really got to learn this a little bit better. By the way, we got 4 hours and 3 faces. One of them's not Walter right now. He got stuck in some traffic. I think he had one day of us, and he's like, I cannot do 4 hours of you guys. I just cannot do it.
What's today, Thursday? He came back on Tuesday, and he's already late for work?
I wasn't even here on Tuesday. I tried to ease him back into it, but hey, it's all right. We'll get him eventually. So, yeah, look, that's where we start today, and they are down in Scottsdale. They were supposed to talk to Luis Arraez, Bryce Eldridge, but we also got team media and photos, so those interviews got pushed. Have no fear. You got to hear from Landon Roop, some very honest comments from Ryan Walker. Talked to our good friend from the Tony Vitello intro presser, Zach Manassian, joined the end of the show, and then got to hear from new pitcher Adrien Howser, and, of course, fan favorite Willie Adamus kicked the whole thing off, and so this is the time of year where you get to talk a lot of hope, a lot of comfort. And when you hear from players like Willie, it's a lot of, hey, there's a level of I've done this before now for a year after the change of scenery coming from Milwaukee. Now everyone's looking to increase those expectations. And, yeah, I'm not saying being a 500 level of team is the worst possible thing you could be, right? There are franchises that could just never get out of the rut, never get out of not being in the playoffs. But this is also kind of a pivotal time where, although it's a new chapter of Giants baseball and Tony Vitello and the shocking hire and everything that we have yet to learn from him, fans are also wildly eager because 8 of the last 9 years, they haven't posted a winning season. They haven't made the postseason. And then the one that they did was such a wild outlier where not only did they get into the playoffs, they won 107 games, but it also culminated with the heartbreak of losing to your rival, which has since won back-to-back World Series. And so we're getting to this time of year where we're trying to be very real about it, but also you can't help but be a little bit hopeful in February.
Now, the reality is in 50 hours, we're going to hear play ball, and they're going to play a spring training game. And I was up bright and early this morning. John Joe sent me all the audio, and Tony, and listened to it all. Justin message right away. He does come from Milwaukee, and we've had our friend Brian Anderson on a lot. The Milwaukee Brewers have a way of pitching. They call it the lab, where they're able to turn around pitchers. They identify what they throw pitches out, they accentuate pitches, and Adrien, and I've told you, I think he's the key to the whole thing. Tyler Mahle. We've known him throughout his years with the Reds and Bo Chatham. He'll be fine. But Adrien Howser, listening to him talk about getting in the lab, and I think it was Oklahoma where he went to, and the offseason, so it wasn't drive line up in Seattle, but there's a lot of places to go to improve pitching. That's why, 220 batting average for Willie Adamus is acceptable as your number 2 hitter because the pitchers are ahead with all the biomechanics they do. And these guys are cutting edge on biomechanics. We're learning about Christian Wonders and what he's going to be able to do there. But Adrien and what Justin Message said and Frank Anderson was on, and a lot of pitching talk on Picture Day today, was Adrien. And he explained, how he was able to add a few extra miles per hour, tweaking his delivery, diet, and just getting in shape. And we saw him last year twice against the Giants. Once as a White Sox on the south side, and then later in the year against Tampa. I went back and watched both of those starts. Wow. His sinker explodes low in the strike zone. He pitched so well against the Giants in those 2 starts. So if he's a solid number 3, because you don't know with these 2 new guys, are they back of the rotation guys, 4 or 5, or Hayden Birdsong is starting the spring training opener on Saturday.
How about that?
That'll be interesting. I mean, he gets himself back in the rotation, or he becomes a closer or a late inning guy, whatever. But, we'll see where it all goes. But to me, Adrien really is the key. If he can show consistency in the glimpses we saw from him last year, and he was, last year with the 2 teams, he was 8-5, and the ERA was 3.3. In modern baseball, that is really impressive. He gave up 122 hits at 125 innings. So if it's less than an inning, the whip is what you look at and what he walks. He doesn't walk guys either. So he's impressive. So, could he be a solid number 3 behind Logan Webb and Robbie Ray? And then, Landon Roop was honest about that one terrible start he had against the Dodgers and the injury at the end of the year. A lot of honesty rolling, but just good to hear them all. And baseball's in the air. I mean, Mike Krukow got me going. I heard everybody, but Mike opened his hit at 7:30, 7:35 with a spring training. He just went off. He got me crying. I mean, baseball, they kind of hype that up a little more than the other sports. Training camp in football is great. When they go to training camp in basketball, it's just different. But spring because and especially in the other parts of the country, and we're having some gnarly weather, and people in Tahoe, please be safe. Just reading about what happened with the avalanche. Those skiers were from Mill Valley. They're from Marin. What a way to go. I can't even imagine. And I used to jump on the backside, and but when they warn you about that, it could be over. So anyway, it's the sun's coming out today. We've had some harsh weather and some good skiing weather, and people are getting out after a couple of days of closures because it's been so extreme up in the Sierra Nevadas. But anyway, when you come out of hibernation and Punxsutawney Phil and when you go to spring training for the people in the Northeast and they deal with the nor'easters and, just now with, global warming and climate change, damn, it's unpredictable weather everywhere. Spring training does mean a lot. It's more the weather and the symbolism of a new dawning, and that's what baseball brings. So we know the situation at hand with the Dodgers and who they are, and the Padres and the Diamondbacks, even with the Corbin Carroll injury. We know the Atlanta Braves should be better, and the Mets and Phillies, obviously, and the Reds did. The Reds have a hell of a pitching staff, and they did make the playoffs last year, that last wild card spot before they got bounced. We know what you're up against, but that's not for the here and now. Right now, it's to figure out who your baseball team is, try to get it lined up, and what I was blown away was Tony Vitello said he has never seen a spring training game in his life.
Yeah.
He's going to manage one on Saturday. I mean, managing a regular baseball game when you have a 26-man roster and trying to navigate through all the landmarks, landmines to get to the end, and managing a spring training game is just so daunting. How long are you guys going to be in? And Hayden Birdsong will probably throw an inning, maybe get the second, probably not his first start. And then you got all those arms behind it. And they'll, obviously all the pitching coaches they have there, they'll have it all mapped out. But, how much do you want to play? The first game's on the road. The second game's at Scottsdale Stadium. Do you want to roll out your A lineup for your home opener in spring training? So anyway, it's just a lot going on. I am envious of Murph and Marcus. The set they had there, it just looks so beautiful. I go down usually just to visit in spring training. I never did a radio show down there, and I didn't like doing spring training broadcast. It was like, who's number 79B? Seriously? And John's so good at it. John just rolls with it, even though it is frustrating. And Kipe, they kind of laugh at it, where I try to be so perfect on everything. It's like, what the hell's this guy? I've never heard of him, Billy. Come help me.
Remember we had the side bet for the A's-Giants game that we carried of how many times John Miller was going to let Oakland slip, and he just
and
got
then you
it
got
all
that.
out. Yeah.
Then the whole Sacramento Vegas thing. That's not even. It's like who the hell's playing?
Clemento.
But spring training, you really have to get into not just your 26, your 40 man. It's your organizational depth chart. You got to know everybody. So it's challenging. But when you go and just watch and be around it, there's not. I remember a couple of years ago, right after the 49ers lost that Super Bowl in overtime, and I went there right away, and the first guy I see is Dave Righetti, and he's a huge football. What happened? I'm like, Rags? We're not talking about. It was like a week later. I got to get the hell out of here. I can't talk about why we took the ball in overtime to start, and I just can't do it. And I was there for the very first spring training game, and it was Logan Webb against the Cubs. And Webb kind of got touched up a little bit there, but it was spring training. So, I mean, it's hard to broadcast. It's a challenge. You don't know who's in the game, and you kind of laugh at it. But to go there and be involved in it, whether you're doing a radio show and just kicking it with the guys, it's a different element. And if you have a chance to ever been to spring training, as far as the access to the players, you can literally reach out and touch them, and they have time to sign autographs. So ordinarily, I would be going to spring training at some point. I'd probably be in the mountains this week, but I'm a little busy starting next week with a bone marrow stem cell transplant on my schedule, and I just hoping I could make March 25th, with when the Yankees come to town for the season opener on Netflix, but that's probably going to be challenging. But anyway, it's back. We'll talk a lot of ball today. We'll talk Warriors. We'll talk Matty Mayoko. We'll talk football. We'll get into it all, but special morning, little extra hop on the step because in 50 hours or so, play ball.
Yeah,
the
no
Giants
question.
are back.
By the way, so we have, I know you're off tomorrow. The plan is, as of right now, we get you for 2 shows next week.
Planned for Monday and Tuesday. And by the way, Monday night, for those of you in Sonoma or anywhere in the Bay Area, the Sonoma Speaker Series, I did one a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
With Fred Warner. We're doing it with Jerry Rice. We're doing it with the GOAT. And it's going to be really interesting to see. So I'm going to take this right to the limit. I'm going to do that on Monday night, come back and do the show on Tuesday, and then Wednesday you'll never hear from me again.
Take it to the limit.
Taking it to the limit.
There's another
One
Eagles
more time.
song right
One
there.
more time.
A couple orders of business here. Number one, got to look at the map. So Winslow, Arizona.
Where's Winslow?
It's east of Flagstaff if you get on 40. So
So it's up in the mountains.
It's up in the mountains. And
Oh,
so
wow. Can we
it's-
ski up there now?
well,
How great would that be? Go skiing in Arizona in the morning and then go watch spring training baseball at night or in the afternoon.
in the month of July, so obviously no snow, I did visit the southernmost ski resort in the continental United States. That is Mount Lemmon in Arizona. So it was like 107 degrees in Tucson, and we went up to Mount Lemmon where it was like 88, much better. That was cool. So it's about a 3-hour drive if they want to go from Scottsdale to Winslow and take a little random trip. Rent a car, get up in the mountains.
Wow.
And, yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals used to have training camp in Flagstaff, Arizona. Could you imagine the elevation there? It'd be like getting ready to go to Tacion. We got to ask Mayoko who's the opponent going to be when we go to Mexico City. You think he knows? Matty knows everything.
He knows everything.
The question is getting him to say it on the air.
And we will get Matt Mayoko with us at 1:30 today. Normally, he joins us on Fridays. He is going to be traveling, so we are quadrupling up the guest list today. I will tell you all about that when we come on back. It's a take it to the limit kind of Thursday.
Time.
Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The rumors are true. Murph and Marcus couldn't handle the cold, so they're down in Scottsdale, and those lucky ducks get to talk to Willie Adamus, Adrien Howser, Ryan Walker, Landon Roop, Zach Manassian, and you can catch all those interviews on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts. And we'll also be playing plenty of sound bites on our show all the way up until 2 o'clock.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And I'm wishing that I was sitting there right next to you in spring training. Kipe, he left yesterday, and he's down there, so he's like my lead scout, right? And with Kipe, you know, he pays attention to the detail. It's always about, you know, the first thing he'll do is go out there and he'll go look at the infield, and he'll go out and stand by second base. I mean, that's what old second basemen do. And it's just like, here's a guy who was raised on the farm, so I mean, when he gets out into a pasture, it gets a little sensual. He starts smelling the cut of the grass. You know, he starts looking at the winds and how it embraces the field, and then you start to hear all the other sounds of spring training, the pop of the glove, and the crack of the bat. It just, the rite of passage. It's like, hey, we made it through another winter. You know, and all the things that meant something to us when we were kids still mean something to us when we're old men. It's just the most beautiful thing.
All right, since we got young Tony with us for a little bit longer while we wait for Walt, here's a bonus. What did young Tony learn today? Who sings Take It to the Limit by the Eagles? It is not Don Henley. It is not Glenn Fry. It is Randy Meisner with a little Take It to the Limit. Meisner and Krukow, the combination that we didn't know
Mike could do it, and Mike could kill it. He could play it as well on his guitar.
To the limit.
Mike got me going. That line, you know, the crack of the bat, the pop of the glove, and then the line about old men. And that's what was so great about Willie Mays. Willie Mays was eternally youth. Whenever you thought of Willie, you thought, in my generation, you know, when I was a kid and watching him play. And then Willie just, I mean, he grew old at the end, but he really never grew old. He was still the say-hey kid. He was still, Papa! You know, he was still that guy. So Mike, you know, Mike's speech when they won the World Series in 2010 is one of the epic speeches of all time. We are San Francisco. We are Giants. I mean, he just, you know, when Mike gets rolling like that, he can roll. And it's when he speaks from the heart, you know, he knows the game so well and he can teach you so much about all elements of the game. But it's the passion. That's what got me going today. So as we're watching Team USA and Team Canada for the women's side for a gold medal. How about Team USA having to go to overtime? Killing me. Like the Sharks, they can't play 6-on-5 or 5-on, you know, when they put the extra attacker on the ice. 6 skaters versus 5. Anyway, it's all set up for. So we got such a confluence of events going on. The Warriors are coming out. Should we be concerned about Steph Curry? We'll ask Ron Kroichek and Denny Emmerman about that. Ron a little about baseball and Danny, but wow, he's not coming back and playing. We are going to see Porzingis, it sounds like. I watched him play, but this is the, you know, the confluence. We don't have 3 rivers here. It feels like our rivers have overflown. And certainly the mountains in here, a lot of rain, a lot of snow. But anyway, it's just, you know, everything is going on sports-wise right now. But we, you know, have to carve out time, certainly on Saturday, and I know I'll have the radio on. There's nothing like listening to baseball on the radio, and Sean's the best, and Dwayne will be right there. It's going to be amazing. But
it's the best radio sport. We got the best radio broadcasters.
Krukow got me going this morning. When he starts pontificating like that, it gets you going.
So I told you we're quadrupling up the guest list today. So we've got Matt Mayoko joining us at the end, 1:30. Ron Kroichek wrote a big piece on Greg Johnson down in Pebble Beach. He's going to be coming by in about a half an hour. He'll be our first of the day. Danny Emmerman, after failing to connect with him yesterday, we'll get him today at 11:50, and then Noah Dalzell, who covers the Celtics, does a great job. Hosts the You Got Boston podcast as well. She's going to come by at 12:50, and I know that she was there all throughout the Celtics championship run in 2024. She just had a great exclusive with Jaylen Brown about the Celtics overachieving. So we talk so much about tanking and load management. The Celtics are integrating their young guys without Jason Tatum, and they're continuing to win at a high level. So we'll get her perspective on all of that. So it's a little bit of a well-rounded show, but we got to start it here where Murph and Marcus have been for the whole morning. That's Scottsdale with
Walter's here, by the way.
Oh,
fashionably
you guys
late.
miss me? Yeah,
we're finding you $1 a minute, so you owe us $20.
I got all entangled with the USA Canada game. I forgot I had to come to work.
Ah, okay.
0-0, 12:50 to play in the opening period.
I think he was watching back overtime yesterday. You know, Canada, Suzuki had that goal to tie it in quarter, just like give them a little bit of an exhalation before they went to overtime, and then they won it. The USA was very much the opposite, where you're like, they can hold on to this, and all of a sudden you're like, is Sweden going to pull a Canada and just take this one at the very last moment? Quinn Hughes
Damn
said,
Eric
I'm
Carlson. I forgot how good Eric Carlson is. When
Yeah.
he was a Shark, wow, is he a good player.
Yeah, we also got a little David Pasternak for Czechia. So kind of cool to see the international flow of the NHL. Also, kind of unrelated. Notice how in basketball, guys who are just decent role players in the NBA become full-blown superstars like Patty
Derek
Mills.
White of the Boston Celtics?
Right. Or I was going to say, for like Patty Mills for Australia, unbelievable. Evan Fournier will go on these heaters, and you're like, dude, I haven't thought of Evan Fournier in 4 or 5 years. But then
Nicholas
it happens.
Batum, St. Lee's guy. I love when you speak French. Patty Mills was a good player. We saw him at St. Mary's. It was St. Patrick's Cathedral, we called it. And that one NIT game he had against Steph Curry, the thing about Patty was he could not shoot in school at all. Jim Barnett came in and did one St. Mary's game with me. And about halfway through, he's like, Patty Mills can't shoot at all. His form's awful. He'll never play in the NBA. And then Patty Mills actually became a drift shooter and learned to shoot the 3-ball. But, yeah, I mean, but Patty Mills had a solid career and had some big moments. It's Derek White that we saw in San Antonio now. What a star he has become with Boston. And Jaylen Brown, wow. We overlook because he was one and done at Cal, and he's not there with the great Jason Kidd or even the show, Leon Poe. I mean, they had some great players there that put up big numbers. I love Leon Poe. But Jaylen Brown, and he had his final game was not a good tournament game, but wow, has he become just a solid citizen, taking the mantle of losing Bill Russell to be able to speak on serious topics in the hotbed that is Boston, Mass. He is incredible. And then as a player, who's going to guard him tonight? Moses Moody, I would think. I don't know. He's just, and his footwork around the goal and the way he stays patient and makes you fly by. He's got little Jimmy Butler in him, but a way better offensive player. He is special. So, and I did watch Kristaps Porzingis. I had a unicorn sighting and watched his last game, Jan 7, is Atlanta. So we'll get some thoughts on how he'll be used tonight. But spring is in the air. We have a confluence going on. And I think as we look ahead, the one line, they had all the interviews this morning, and Zach Manassian was the last one, and Murph just says right away, is Bryce Eldridge going to make the team? I mean, and Zach said, I don't know. I mean, they haven't even started a spring game yet. They're just hitting in the cage. So, that's the world we live in. Even a guy like Murph has been around forever. That's just ridiculous. Who knows? It is the great unknown where he's going to begin. No idea. He could hit his way on this team. He could start the year at AAA. If he does go to AAA, what position does he play there? I'd like him to be a position player and not a DH there and just progress, prepare him. We'll see. But if he does not make the team, who would be your everyday DH? You would think Gerard Encarnacion, and Zach brought up the injury in the outfield right at the end of spring training last year when he dove in the outfield and, wound up with a bad injury, and it really set off a series of lemony snickets for that guy. He just, remember the hamstring going down the line? He just got hurt all the time. That
Then
guy
they got red hot for a couple of games in Pittsburgh before that injury.
Right before he got hurt, yeah. It was big time. The guy can hit. And he surprises you in the outfield. That big body, you'd think he can't play the outfield, and he's actually okay. But he's below average. You don't need him now, hopefully, unless, is he better than Ramos in left? Ramos has got to get better. Anyway, I think the only, thing is, what if Eldridge does not make the team? And the manager has said he's a very mature young man, but immature as a baseball player. And Zach laid out, and I know Shea Hay's been talking about it, the way it's not this that he's going from high school baseball, right to pro baseball. He wasn't a well-rounded high school player. He was a pitcher and a DH. And what was Zach saying when he was DHing? He didn't run the bases or what? He didn't learn to run the bases in high school? Wow. I mean, and why didn't he play when he wasn't pitching? Why didn't he play somewhere and not be a DH? They did a bad job preparing him for the next level. That's why he gets stuck being a 21-year-old DH. Can he hit his way on? He had a lot of swing and miss last year. Well, how much was it the wrist injury? But otherwise, the one thing you like is I think they're going to run out that infield almost every day.
Yeah.
Devers is not coming out left on left. He's playing. Arraez is not coming out left.
Rafael Devers did not play 162 last year. He played 163.
He plays every day, and Adamus is still mad about the 2 that he missed. So your infield is going to be pretty much every day. Devers, Arraez, Adamus, Chapman. The continuity of being able to play as a 4-man infield. And, baseball's probably got the less teamwork of any sport, but it still has tremendous teamwork, and especially on the infield, on cutoffs and relays. And they used to pick off runners at first base. They don't do that anymore in baseball. Disengagement, that's when you give the ring back. You should be able to throw over to first base more than twice and not get called for a balk. But anyway, there's a lot of subtlety. Rotation plays, who crashes, who holds, how do you handle all that? I'll be anxious to see how the Giants just do all that. But the infield's going to have continuity. And I think even if Eldridge does not make the team, you could not DH Arraez. Arraez came here to play second base. You cannot insult him. Let him go out and prove that he can be an average or above average in the work with Wash. If he's terrible at second base, then you adjust. And then what do you do with Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss? But and then the outfield's going to be the outfield. Ramos has got to get better. How much he regressed last year was embarrassing. He's got to get better. And then Bader, obviously, and Jung-Hoo. And then Bailey, who's going to be the second catcher. But the one area that's kind of, the fourth outfielder, fifth outfielder, you'll figure that out. If it's Eldridge, that's why you want him to shag and learn to play the outfield. If he begins the year at AAA, and Encarnacion can play left or right and also play first base, so we can give you a little coverage there. But
and you got the two guys that we love in the outfield defensively, Gilbert and McRae, but they can't hit.
I mean, why would you put Gilbert on the roster? Would it be to take Jung-Hoo Lee out? You're not pulling out Bader. Ramos, would you have Gilbert on the roster as just a defensive player, or am I sliding him offense? I don't know if he can hit in the major leagues. There are times he looks like he's got a little pop, and then he looks completely overmatched. I mean, if they thought Drew Gilbert was going to be that guy, they wouldn't have brought in Bader. Gilbert would be that guy. He can play center equally, maybe not quite as strong. He doesn't have the experience, but he's pretty damn good, and he's fearless. But we have no idea if that guy can hit. So if you did put him on the roster, do you want a defensive sub with Ramos in left and now Jung-Hoo Lee in right? Would you do that? I think you're going to do that in the infield, but you got to be careful with Arraez. You don't want to insult him. Do you pull him out of a game? You're up 5-4. He bats in the bottom of the sixth in a home game. You just pull him out of the game and bring in Christian Koss or Casey Schmidt to play second base? This is a prideful three-time batting champion, Luis Arraez. That's part of managing professional players. College kids, you're out. We're putting the other guy in. That's the way we do it. You don't do that. I mean, you have to know who Luis Arraez is. Does he have enough self-awareness, self-scout to know this makes the baseball team better as we're 9 outs away? Or I am Luis Arraez. I am a three-time batting champion. And then the other part of it is, what if they tie the game? And then his spot comes up in the order, and you need him to bat. So, how much do you want to have coverage with better defenders on your bench in the outfield and the infield?
I mean, that's all part of the Tony Vitello equation. It's not just the fact that he's never managed a major league bullpen or he's never managed a Cactus League game. He's never watched a Cactus League game, as you noted in the opening segment. It's the fact that you got a bunch of personalities. You got guys making way more money than you've ever dealt with in college, even with the NIL filtering in at the end of his time there in Knoxville. So that's all part of the equation. That's where you lean on someone like a Dusty Baker, a Bruce Bochy, a Ron Washington, a Jace Tingler. Even if you weren't super admirable, even if you didn't admire much the job he had in San Diego, he has done it. He has dealt with big-time stars in that locker room, a Manny Machado, a Fernando Tatis. You lean on every bit of experience in the support staff that you can. Doesn't mean that you're incapable of doing it. Doesn't mean that you don't have leadership skills, but this is uncharted territory, and it's going to be as you go through a season. And when you're going to have your first, remember last year when Buster Posey had the "it's time to go" quote, and we're like, how does Buster Posey navigate this first mini crisis? And it wasn't any grand move. He brought in Dom Smith, who fans really liked, and now has signed a minor league contract with Atlanta. He brought in Daniel Johnson to be an outfielder, and we talked about him with Zach Beirudi with his time in the Rivercast and everything. But we're going to have a point, and whether it's in April, whether it's in July, there's going to be mini crises and losing skids that Tony Vitello is going to have to navigate at some point. And factoring in the personality part of that is going to be equally as important as just the personnel decisions and lineup decisions he makes.
Well, I mean, Jeff Kent's going into the Hall of Fame this year. There's a lot of visuals of Jeff Kent. One is seeing Barry Bonds going at it on the bench in San Diego, and they're having to pull people away. So you got some hot personalities, and they're going to come at each other. As far as Jace Tingler, and we've read all the stories that he and Tony are BFFs, and that's fine. My one image of him, speaking of Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis, were those two guys fighting on the dugout bench in Baltimore at the end of the 21 year. And that team underachieved. They had a roster that started that year, looked way better than the Giants. But we identified early in the year, like May, the Giants are definitely finishing ahead of the San Diego Padres. And they wound up winning 107 that year. San Diego just couldn't get those guys to play fundamental baseball. Then at the end, they were fighting. So, I mean, that doesn't translate into Jace being a bench coach. And Tony knows him, and he's going to trust him, and he's been around the game for a long, long time, obviously. And his time in Minnesota, he knows some of these guys. But just as far as his managing run, that was the one image that sticks in my mind is how he lost that team. And maybe it was just too much. And Tats and Machado were tough to deal with at that time, and Tatis was at all the injuries. Machado's become a really good – Machado's going to be a Hall of Fame player. He's that kind of player. His longevity, I remember him starting out in Baltimore and going at it with Josh Donaldson. It was just a bad look, not running out ground balls in the World Series and just being Manny, but he's a great player. But at that one moment, as you're dealing with the egos and the big personalities of these extremely talented players, Jay Stingler lost that team, and the two best players were fighting on the dugout bench.
Before management unplugs my microphone, I should also tell you that in light of us having 4 great guests today, we also had some great ones yesterday, including the man in Milan, Marcus Thompson, who got to sweat out Quinn Hughes and Team USA. He was watching that one live. That conversation was sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. All right, coming up, let's hear some sound from your San Francisco Giants. And actually, the first cut we're going to play is Tony Vitello talking all about a team that wears the color orange. Everybody relax. It's the Giants, not Tennessee. Let's hear that next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, thanks for joining us. It is Papa and Silver. We're going to talk to Ron Korchik coming up soon. He spent some time with Greg Johnson, who had some comments about the Dodgers saying, I'll take the high road and say it's good for baseball. We'll ask him all about that. And because he is Ron Korchik, we can get into all sorts of topics around the Bay Area. All right, Tony Vitello was asked his Mount Rushmore of baseball. He went Peyton Manning. No, I'm kidding. No Tennessee in this one. He went, in fact,
Todd
all
Helton.
San Francisco Giants. Tony V, who are the four you're putting on your Mount Rushmore?
Your Mount Rushmore of baseball, just four names, no explanation as to why.
Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, Buster Posey, and Barry Bonds. The reason I say those four guys, it's my first instinct, and they've been on my brain. Three of those guys could go into the Hall of Fame. Buster, Bruce, and Dusty all next year. And then at some point when things get justified, if that's the right word, Barry Bonds will be in the Hall of Fame as well.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a smart answer. When the three guys you listed who could be going into the Hall of Fame next year, those are all in that organization, and one of them is your boss and the man who hired you, and Buster Posey.
Yeah, that's a duh. So, I mean, obviously we've been talking about this for a while, and, will Buster be a first ballot Hall of Famer? I think with Joe Mauer and his inclusion a few years ago, and three-time champion. Buster does not have the combined statistics, but it's just the one statistic is winning. And he did win a National League batting championship, an MVP, a Rookie of the Year. And the way his career started, he looked like Yogi Berra and Derek Jeter, all rolling into one. He never had the designation of captain, but he was the captain. He won three World Series his first 5 years in baseball, and he's going to be a Hall of Famer. That was somewhat of a debate, but I think it's no longer. Now the question is, there is a distinction, as we all know, and we'll talk to Matt Mayoko, the voter of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, about first ballot Hall of Famer. There's a process here. A lot of guys had to wait, and, hardly anybody got 100% of the votes until Mariano Rivera, Jeter, and those guys. I mean, Willie Mays didn't get 100% of the vote. Tom Seaver had the most forever. Anyway, he's getting in, and then the two managers will get in. I mean, we look at the longevity of Boch, and obviously with Dusty and with Boch, he got the fourth World Series in Texas. So there's no doubt. The one-loss record's right around 500 for Boch. Dusty lasted a long time and finally was able to break through and win the World Series in Houston. He is going to manage in the World Baseball Classic. Nicaragua, I think he's got. Which team does he have? Team Nicaragua. I saw him on with Ken Griffey Jr. the other day. And he said, I got about 6 weeks of energy, and then we'll go from there. So anyway, I mean, we're looking at, Jeff Kent's going to go in this year, but the following summer, maybe the Giants, they used to have a spring training or a Hall of Fame game in Cooperstown every year. They don't do that like they do in the NFL, but that'll be some enforce for the Giants to show up there. And obviously, if it is Buster and then you bring along Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy, arguably the two best managers in the history of the San Francisco Giants, and they've had some good ones. Obviously, with Roger Craig, Charlie Fox, my guy Bill Rigney, and a few others. Leo, it was in New York, but Alvin Dark, there was some darkness to him. But anyway, I mean, that's arguably the two best managers in Giants history, and Buster, and then we'll wait on Barry Lamar Bonds on what he's going to do. I'm waiting to see if Netflix is able to hire him for the Giants-Yankees season opener. They have 3 baseball events this year. That one, the Home Run Derby. Would you want Bonds involved in that coverage? And then the Field of Dreams game Netflix has. So they're trying to get Bonds on their pregame show for each of those 3. So obviously, clever line there by Tony V, the current manager of the Giants. And the previous manager of the Giants, one of the few to manage, along with, we mentioned Alvin Dark, to manage both the Giants and the A's, Bob Melvin, is going to be a special assistant in baseball operations for the Oakland Athletics. So I don't know. They're saying he retires to the Athletics as a special assistant in baseball ops. That means he's done managing. He talked about actually going to manage in Japan, with his ties with Ichiro and just being around the game so long, and some of the people that he managed when he first left the job last year, was fired from the job. He talked about maybe managing in Japan, but that's not going to happen. But he is rejoining David Forst in the Oakland Athletics. There's a special assistant in baseball operations.
Well, I guess just the Athletics now, right? We don't even know what.
Did I call them the Oakland A's?
Yeah. See, it's okay. We're all doing it. I'm going to do it a million
rolls
times.
off the I'm the one. I would hardly ever call them the A's.
Yeah.
I would always call them the Athletics. They do come from Philadelphia, and it's the Philadelphia Athletic Club is where they were born. And the A's was kind of weird, have an apostrophe in there. What the hell's that? So even when I was doing A's games, I very seldom called them. I probably did more than I think, but I made a point to call them the Athletics. And I know it was Philadelphia. I know it was Kansas City. I don't know where it's going to be. They have a layover in Sacramento. But to me, they are the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, I know. I should have rolled up with my Coliseum hat now that I know Bob Melvin took that role. Found that out too late before getting into the studio today. But, yeah, look, I mean, Bo Mel was very much tied and intertwined with the Oakland Athletics. Does he stick around for when they make that move to Vegas? Is that stadium? I think they broke ground on that, by the way.
They did. Mark Bedane has taken over. I thought Mark was going to be I know he moved to Vegas, and after the Raider thing fell apart, and that got ugly. He's the one that built that stadium, the Big Al, Allegiant Stadium. He was working for the owners that were going to move the NBA team to Vegas. Tillman Furtado, the owner of the Rockets, is going to be the new owner. We were talking about Mexico City the other day. The NBA thought about going to Mexico. They'd love to with the population base, but the elevation is just Denver's a big advantage. Salt Lake City, a lesser advantage. You put a team 1.5 miles above sea level in Mexico City and you fly in the day before. I mean, get back. Your transition defense is not going to help you. So I don't know if that's the determining factor. We are going to have an NBA team in Vegas and Seattle when they do expand from 30 to 32. But Bedane was overseeing that until the A's needed some positive spin from their ownership, so they hired the very popular Mark Bedane. So he is the one that is putting that together. They've broken ground, and even when they're there, they're still the Oakland Athletics to me.
Well, let's bring in the very popular Ron Kroichick of the San Francisco Chronicle, who will be joining us when we come on back. Wrote a big piece on Greg Johnson, has also been tracking the Olympics. You see him out there at 49er games. He's probably going to be getting ready to go to Chase Center a lot more frequently in this home stretch of the Warriors season, depending on what happens and depending on Steph Curry's health. He may have to get another MRI. We'll talk about that more as we approach the 11 o'clock hour and have Danny Emmerman. But first, let's talk to Ron Kroichick when we come on back. It's Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
If you hassle with glasses and contacts, you may have considered modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL to see clearly again. But if you need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without any glasses, including those annoying readers. And now I'll never get a cataract the rest of my life. Find out about CLR or any of the incredible procedures from Laser Eye Center by watching their new series of modern vision correction videos at lasereyeclr.com. You'll hear directly from the surgeons as they answer your questions about these life-changing procedures. See the new modern vision correction videos and schedule your free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. 877-GET-2020 or lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Always good when we can bring in our good friend from the San Francisco Chronicle, longtime columnist, and that is the one and only Ron Kroichik, who has been a little bit of everywhere, including conversing with Greg Johnson. So we thought, okay, you get to hang out with one Greg. Now we're bringing you in to talk to two more. That's what we do here on Papa and Silver. Ron joins us on the UMA guest line. Always good to have you. What's going on? How are you?
Man, that's like a surplus of Greg's, isn't it?
Yeah, it gets to be a little bit of overkill sometimes. I think that's why, Walter sometimes is like, I don't want to be here for the full 4 hours. That's why, we all scatter our days off a little bit. So, and in all seriousness, I guess it's a popular name. That's really all I have to say about it.
Good to talk to you guys.
Good to talk to you, my friend. So we're irrelevant, Greg. So let's talk to the relevant Greg Johnson, the owner of the San Francisco Giants. How's his golf game? I reportedly rolled in a nice birdie putt or a long putt at Pebble Beach over the weekend. But mainly, your thoughts on what he told you as far as the state of his baseball team.
Yeah, I walked, the last 3 holes with him. It was at Spyglass on Thursday, the opening round of the AT&T. When I talked to him, he said he struggled. Spyglass is a hard golf course, but he did roll in a long putt on the last hole. But then, as you know, we talked mostly about the off-season, sort of his reflections on the off-season and looking ahead to the season, forthcoming. And I thought he was pretty candid. I mean, he obviously feels like the Giants addressed their shortcomings with, outfield defense with Bader and, getting guys on base with Arraez at second. The bullpen's clearly not what they hoped it would be, and his comment on that was that they're not necessarily done, that they're still looking. So I thought it was interesting. I mean, I brought up the elephant in the room, the Dodgers, and, he kind of delicately danced around that and talked about how great the World Series was for baseball as an industry, because obviously it was an epic sort of riveting series. But he also says we can beat him with his quote. So we'll see. It's a tall task, as you know, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, to me, that's the point, is the Giants need to be interesting. They haven't been as much the last few years, and it seems like they are moving in that direction with some of their acquisitions.
So, Ron, obviously one of the big elephants in the room around baseball is that we might be headed for a lockout situation in 2027. And when you look at the Giants' offseason additions, it's a lot of consistency across the board of contracts per year around the $10 to $12 million range, and nothing too long-term. Harrison Bader was a couple of years. Adrien Howser, a couple of years. Tyler Mahle, that was 1 year. And so I don't know if you got into the specifics of this with Greg Johnson, but was there a sense that there was a pause on the big spending with the understanding that there might be a pause to the game of baseball by the time we get to this point next year?
Yeah, he wouldn't go into that CBA discussion, and I think they're mostly instructed not to. But it does seem, you're right, it seems like the moves they've made are very calculated in that regard. It certainly hasn't stopped the Dodgers with Kyle Tucker and whoever else, and Diaz in the bullpen, and they're spending big money way out into the future. But, I mean, I'm not around baseball every day like the beat writers, but it's certainly everything I've read and everything I've heard sounds like it's a real possibility for 27, which is unfortunate. Back in my baseball beat days, there was a lockout in '94, and, it really damages the game. So hopefully they can find a way around that. But a lot of big money on the table, as you know.
There's been a lot of blights on the game of baseball, a lot of scandals, but when Ernie Young struck out that night in mid-August against Randy Johnson, and the strike was the lockout was on, and we had no World Series that year, right. just embarrassing. So you mentioned Kyle Tucker, and they got Diaz earlier, but what the Dodgers have done this offseason, especially the Tucker deal, giving them $60 million a year for 4 years, kind of took it to excess. And the Dodgers are owned by the Guggenheims and Mark Walter. Peter Guber of the Warriors is an owner in that mix, which leads to Joe Lacob. and his open desire to buy a baseball team. He's been trying to get the A's for a long, long time, and the baby Gap just won't sell it to him, and that's not going to happen. So he has turned his sights on the San Diego Padres. Peter Seidler, we lost him a couple of years ago, the heir from Walter O'Malley and the Dodgers, and the franchise is up for sale, and Peter's, got the Dodgers, and Joe would like to add the Padres. What do you know about that? Because I think it's pretty open right now that Joe Lacob is trying to buy the San Diego Padres. How likely is that going to be?
Good question. I don't know a lot of details. I do know we reported, I think Shana Rubin, our Giants writer, reported that he was pursuing them, actively interested. And it would be consistent with everything we know about him and his past. And as you pointed out, he very much wanted to buy the A's. I think baseball fans in the Bay Area wish he had been able to buy the A's, because if anybody could have built a ballpark in Oakland, it would seem to be Joe Lacob, who pulled off the Herculean feat of building a brand new basketball arena in San Francisco. So, Joe can be kind of smug and, how he goes about things, year's comment and all that, but he gets things done. And, if you flash back to 2010 when he bought the Warriors, if you had said, oh yeah, they'll have 4 championships when we have this discussion, 15, 16 years down the line, I mean, that was laughable. They weren't just mediocre. They were a terrible franchise. And he made them, the gold standard of the NBA. So yeah, I do think would love to get his hand in Major League Baseball. He's proven he can run multiple organizations between the Warriors and the Valkyries, and the worth of both those franchises has just skyrocketed on his watch, which gives him the financial flexibility to pursue something like the Padres. So, I would think he's got a very good chance. I mean, look at the track record. I mean, he's also got a history of mobilizing investors, so it's not just him, carrying the financial weight. We did a story, Lance Williams and I did a story last summer on private equity in professional sports, and I talked to Joe for that, and he's been very good at bringing in investors in the Warriors. So I'm sure he's taking I would guess he's taking a similar approach to trying to get to the Padres, and that's got to be appealing to Major League Baseball, I would think.
Ron, we're going to try to reconnect with you real quick. Looks like the phone just going a bit in and out. So, Walter, we'll give you a quick call right back, and we'll make the connection here again with Ron Kroichick. Give a little take two. Sometimes all it takes is the quick hang up and call it back, and then it's crystal clear.
And he knows so much. And the one thing and make no mistake, he's trying to get the Padres. He wants to buy the Padres.
Oh, yeah.
So if he does acquire the Padres, would he step away? There'd be an overlap, obviously, just the day-to-day. When the Padres' offseason is the Warriors' season, he loves basketball, but he loves baseball as well. Would he step away a little bit from, attending every single home game? And he's involved in every single transaction. And, Bob Myers on the way out the door said, I couldn't sign a player to a 10-day contract without the owner. And Joe does know. He knows his sport of basketball. I don't want to say he's quite Al Davis. Charlie Finley, Charlie O was like that. You had Jerry Jones. And I know we look at Jerry now, but Jerry won 3 Super Bowls right away when he first took over. Other owners, Eddie D let his people do it, but Joe is involved in basketball. If he does buy the Padres, would he step away a little bit as far as being involved as a pseudo GM of his Warriors?
Well, how convenient that we can ask that question to Ron Kroichick, who we've reconnected with. Ron, appreciate that, and sorry for the little hiccup there, but just off of the Joe Lacob discussion, we were getting into the fact that, if Joe Lacob, who wants the Padres, could be in on this ownership group, if he were to take ownership of that team, how much would that take him away from the day-to-day basketball operations, which, as we've talked about with the Warriors for the better part of the last decade, when they've become this monster, Joe Lacob, as an owner in professional sports, by that standard, is very, very much involved. So would the responsibilities be a little bit more split that way?
That's a good question. I would be surprised if he backs off. I think the Warriors are kind of his baby, and I think basketball is his first love. And I think he has more knowledge of basketball than he probably does of baseball. I haven't really talked much baseball with him. My guess is he would hire and maybe be not as quite involved in the baseball side of it as he is with the Warriors, but that's just an educated guess. I mean, it all would depend on who he could hire to run the Padres. You know, who knows if he brings in co-investors at the same level, or is he the majority investor, which I would assume he likes to be in charge, clearly. But I don't see him backing away from the Warriors very much. I think he really views it as a challenge to keep the Warriors successful in a post-Steph Curry era.
And it's all hypothetical right now until he actually acquires the
Oh,
team. But
absolutely.
I know they're making a push to get it. It'll be up to the Seidler family if they choose Joe as the next owner. The Padres just this week did extend their tremendous GM, A.J. Preller. I wondered about that, if Preller would leave, if there was an ownership change. A lot of times GMs put clauses in their contract that I have an out clause if ownership changes. So I don't know if he has a tip or something in his contract. But as far as, going out and hiring a GM to run the baseball side, as long as he gets along with A.J. Preller, he would certainly have one of the very best and bold, like Joe Lacob, the way he thinks to go out to acquire players, which leads to what's going on with the basketball team and Mike Dunleavy and some of the missteps with the media right around the trade of Jonathan Kuminga, and they're coming back out to play. So just give me your thoughts on the organization leadership going from Bob Myers to Mike Dunleavy, and 27 games to go, about a third of the year to go, 55 done, Ron. Are we looking at the last one-third of a season of Steve Kerr's tenure as the coach of the Warriors?
I was having that discussion with a friend last week. I'd be surprised. I mean, I kind of have conflicting thoughts. I don't have any insight. I mean, Steve's been pretty careful about not discussing that, not tipping his hand. I don't know that he even knows. I would be surprised if Steve left before Steph Curry did. I think they're tied together. I think Steve loves coaching Steph. It's pretty clear Steph's not walking away after this year. He's got obviously one more year on his contract. So I would be very surprised if this is the last one-third of Steve Kerr's coaching career with the Warriors. But it's undeniable that his contract's up, and he had a chance to, pursue extending it and didn't. So this is going to be a very interesting, fascinating, potentially franchise-shifting summer, because clearly moves they made at the deadline, they had to get rid of Kuminga, given all the saga and the tension there. But the moves they've made leave them maximum flexibility in the summer, right? Because Porzingis, if they like him, they could re-sign him at a lower rate, perhaps. If it doesn't work, they could also let him go and, chase someone bigger this summer. I think it seems to me they're pouring their energy, which is logical, into how can they be best for next season. Because this season, it's unrealistic to expect a deep playoff run without Jimmy Butler. And now Steph's, fighting this knee injury. So I think they're pouring their energy into what can they do to reshape the team and the roster for 26-27 as kind of a last dance with Steph. And I would think Kerr's part of that, but I mean, I don't think Steph wants to play for another coach. And Steph obviously carries a lot of weight, as he should.
Finishing up here with Ron Kroichik of the San Francisco Chronicle on the UMA guest line. To you, looking back, when did it become clear that the Kuminga and Warriors relationship was one that was going to need to end eventually? Like, was there a moment where you thought maybe when he publicly said he's lost faith in Steve Kerr, dating back to 2023, could it be the 2023 playoffs when he wasn't really getting minutes and he thought this was his time to shine? Was it something much later, or maybe it was just a series of events that kind of reached a breaking point without one specific instance? But now that this thing is finally done and it's gotten so much attention over the better part of 3 years, how do you look back on it and when it needed to end and it became clear that it was just not going to work?
Yeah, I think the latter scenario is probably the most accurate, that it was just building over time, and it became obvious that Kuminga and his camp wanted a featured role, in the offense. And that just wasn't going to happen with Steph and Jimmy Butler here, and nor should it. I mean, they went 23-7 down the stretch after the Butler trade, beat the Rockets. And yes, Kuminga played well in the Timberwolves series, but they also lost all 4 games. He played well offensively. He didn't get very many rebounds. And so, the tension was there for a long time, that the Warriors wanted him to do things that he wasn't focused on, such as getting rebounds, such as rotating on defense and running down the court. And, he's a very talented player who goes to the hoop really well. Is very athletic, obviously. And it's something the Warriors needed. And I think they tried to make it work, obviously, at the start of this season, those first couple weeks. But once he fell out of the rotation and didn't handle that well, and it was pretty clear. I mean, I thought even over the summer, really, with the way the negotiations went, that it was pretty clear that he was set up to be traded, mid-season. And they obviously miscalculated the market and didn't get as much as they hoped to get for him. In retrospect, they probably should have traded him last summer. But, the offers weren't particularly good last summer. They weren't particularly good at the trade deadline. I mean, Porzingis is a good player if he's healthy, but it's a big question if he's healthy. And obviously he's only under contract, the rest of this season. So it's too bad it didn't work out. It was obviously a draft pick they should have, in retrospect, easy to say now, but that wasn't the right pick at number 7 in 21.
Oh, Canada. Canada's taken a 1-0 lead over Team USA in the gold medal game of women's hockey. Very sloppy in the neutral zone.
On a USA
Team
power play,
USA,
too.
And they just let a 2-on-1 break and got it to the middle and a great backhand goal. So Team USA, they haven't given up a goal in like a month. I think the last time they gave up a goal, Steph Curry played. But they're down 1-0 in the gold medal game, which leads to this the kneecap soreness, the runner's knee. It goes back to when the Warriors were in Minnesota with the whole de-icing of what was going on in the streets of Minneapolis, and he went over to the gym to work it out, and something happened to his knee, and took the All-Star break off, and still yesterday just didn't feel quite right. Now they're talking about a MRI. I did text Brandon Payne, and he said nothing to be too concerned about. He just needs time off, but we're looking at almost a month here with this kneecap soreness, Ron. What are we looking at with Steph Curry's ability to play here?
Yeah, it's a good question. Probably something to pursue. I'll probably pursue that tonight at the game. It's lingered longer than I certainly expected, but they're obviously going to be careful with him, which makes sense. And it also kind of makes sense that if someone was going to have an accumulation of wear and tear on their legs, here's a guy who runs more than just about anybody in the NBA, given his style and his constant movement off the ball. So, I mean, they're just, the reality is if he's not playing, they're just not a competitive, playoff competitive team, with Butler and Steph out. So I'm sure there's a restlessness to get him back. I'm sure he's restless to get back out there. But, at this stage, I mean, he turns 38 here in, a couple weeks. It doesn't make sense to rush him back. And, this team is, even with Steph, is probably not going to make a deep playoff run this year. So again, to the earlier question, I think it's all pointed toward what puts them in the best shape for training camp in September. And so thus, I think they're going to be exceedingly cautious with him.
Ron, are you going to be in attendance for what we presume to be the Kristaps Porzingis Warriors debut tonight?
I will be there tonight. Yes, sir.
All right, fantastic. I'll see you out there. JD's doing his post game, and since he's a sicko and he knows I'm a sicko, he dragged me into this mess with him. So we'll catch you out there at Chase Center.
Sounds good. Good talking to you guys. Papa, you sound good. Glad to have you on the air, man.
Thank you, brother. Love you, man.
All right.
You sound okay.
Take care.
Thank you.
He sounds good. Appreciate
you are
Ron
a sicko.
Kroichik.
You are literally a sicko.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate Ron Kroichik as always. We'll talk to Danny Emmerman more about all of this coming up. All right, so since we're kind of at that time of year, we do have Danny Emmerman joining us in about 45 minutes. But where do you want to go with this? We got a lot of Giants sound in the bank that we can work with. We've also got the Steph Curry injury to get into and what his coach said about needing a possible MRI. I feel like since you got about 3 shows left before you take some time off, I'm going to be very kind and give you the wheel
choose?
here.
I never get to choose since you're not only the host of the show, you're the producer. And Walter and I just hang around and show up 20 minutes late. So I would go Oscar. Let's go baseball for a little bit and then get back into basketball before Danny. This Steph Curry thing is a little bit concerning.
Yeah,
I got to say. And they're going to have an MRI. So what structurally is wrong with the runner's knee and the kneecap? I did watch Porzingis. His last game as an Atlanta Hawk. God, he's just a different athlete. I mean, you think of him when he came up with the Knicks as the unicorn, and he was just a kid. I mean, he's a grown man now. His face is full. His body's full. He's thick. I mean, we know him, obviously, from Boston. He's a very skilled player. Does he make enough winning plays to get you over the top without Steph Curry? Yeesh. So I think the whole thing is Steph. But let's go orange and black, get a little Giants baseball, get back into the Warriors. And Emmerman is going to show up today, right? Yesterday, he said he would, and he didn't. So can we count on that guy?
If he doesn't, then we're just going to transfer Walter's fine over to Emmerman.
I think I'm going to sick Gabe Kapler on him if he doesn't show up.
Okay, now he's definitely answering the phone. Danny Emmerman will join us coming up at the end of the hour, but let's get into some of that Giants sound. Murph and Marcus had plenty of interviews and actually a great conversation with the guy who is chasing that closer role that he had for parts of 2024 and 2025 with very different results. That, of course, is Ryan Walker. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors begin the post-All-Star stretch tonight, but it's going to be without Steph Curry, who remains absent due to his runner's knee. And according to his head coach, he may need another MRI. But on a positive note, all signs point to Kristaps Porzingis making his Warriors debut. Right after the game, around 9:30, we'll have Dubs OT with JD, and I'm actually going to make an appearance as well. Yeah, that sicko is dragging me out there. In all seriousness, I can't wait. Keep it right here for the best Dubs coverage in the Bay and the best YouTube chat in all of sports.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, thanks for joining the Gregs. It was great to talk to Ron Kroichik, and we'll get into the basketball stuff a little bit more toward the end of the hour when the SF Standard's Danny Emmerman stops by. But Danny also had a chapter right here at The Leader covering Giants baseball, and Murph and Marcus were down in Scottsdale talking to the likes of a Zach Manazzi and a Ryan Walker, a Landon Roop, a Willie Adamus. Still to come. They were going to have Luis Arraez and Bryce Eldridge. I believe those are tomorrow now. Either way, whole great bank of sound bites. And let's talk about Ryan Walker, because it is no secret that the Giants bullpen is a little bit more of a question mark than it was at this time last year. They were the baseball's best bullpen to begin the year. And actually, Adrien Howser, who joined them as well, talked about wanting to pitch deep into games because you want to preserve that bullpen. And this bullpen was not preserved. Now, some of it was by way of trade. You gave away some arms in the Rafael Devers deal. Understandably so. You didn't have to sacrifice Bryce Eldridge in that package. And then you also had some injuries that bit you a little bit toward the end of the year, where you got to see guys like a Trevor McDonald and a JT Brubaker and a Matt Gage and Carson Seymour and Carson Wisenhunt, and guys that might be able to contribute more this year. But the big deal with the bullpen is that in trading away Camilo Doval, which was a buzzer beater move by Buster Posey, you're like, okay, we're going to move forward with Randy Rodriguez as our closer. And then he had elbow soreness, and then he got another opinion, and that led to Tommy John surgery, and he is not going to be pitching this year. So the All-Star from 2025 is now going to have to be out, and you're going to give the closing job, or at least he has to go and earn it. Ryan Walker trying to regain the form he had in 2024 when he took over for a struggling Doval, and not what we saw at the end of 2025. He talked about the physical work he did, certainly the mental work, and we can hear that cut coming up in a bit. But Nick Ahmed actually a part of this mental training. So here is Ryan Walker on having the desire to come into camp and reclaim that closing role that he had for parts of each of the last two seasons.
Yeah, I came into spring this year with the full intentions of earning my role as the closer. I don't want anything else. I want to be in that role. I like that role. And I've had a very productive offseason with the mindset of coming in and having that role. But I got to earn it. You know what I mean? I know how it goes. I know how spring goes, and I'm coming in with confidence and that mentality.
So yeah, keeping it short, but he was also very honest about his intentions. And yeah, maybe somebody like a Hayden Birdsong ultimately could morph into that role. Maybe someone like a Yoel Peguero, as they progress through the pitching ranks, could ultimately be best suited for a closing role. But at this current juncture, Ryan Walker should be the favorite to head into this season as the closer. It's not a matter of can he do it. We've seen him be able to do it, but he's also got to bounce back from some of the struggles we saw at the end of last season.
He was pretty clear when he visited with Murph and Marcus this morning. He wants the job. He wants to be the closer. But he was also very honest in having to work through the mental strain of that job. And Marcus asked him, 3 outs or 3 outs. But the ninth inning is different. Some guys can make that transformation and pitch the ninth. Some guys are 7th and 8th inning guys, and there are big outs to be had there. He's proven he can handle the ninth. He's done that. His year in 2024, he had an ERA of under 2 that year. His ERA last year, and you have some bad outings and a short roll out of the bullpen, it can bloat. So bullpen ERAs are really deceiving, both in how low they can be and how enormous they can get to.
Right.
But he went from a 1.91 to a 4.11. Wow. That's unacceptable. And when the closer does not have a good game, it's like the goalie in hockey. We lose. It's very, you can somehow get out of it even if you don't have your best stuff. And, Brian Wilson always wasn't 1, 2, 3. Neither was Santiago Casilla. They figured out a way. But if you have ultimately a bad game, and it seemed like a lot of his bad games last year were when Justin Verlander was pitching. That one in Anaheim. There were several where he just blew up late in the game. But with him, there's a lot to refine, because what makes him so good, and damn near when he's right unhittable is the crossfire action. He's a right-handed pitcher that steps towards third base. You know, you've seen him all pitch, and then he comes across the body. So when he has it all going downhill, then his sinker and his slider mainly. Imagine being a right-handed hitter with this guy coming at you from that angle and crossfiring, and the ball breaks away from you. I'd like to see Willie Adamus take live BP against Ryan Walker. Would he ever even foul off a pitch? He would eat him alive. But when Ryan Walker is not all in sync coming down the hill, and he speaks about it, and there's a lot of moving parts, and he turns too much, a little like Robbie Ray from the left side. When Robbie Ray's all locked in with his twist and shout, and he turns his back to the pitcher, to the hitter, and then when he does get lined up and he comes downhill, you can't pick up the baseball, and his stuff plays, and he's got great stuff. And then he added the Scooble changeup. Robbie Ray's like that from the left side. If he cannot get coming downhill with his body all in sync, it looks ugly. It's the same way with Ryan Walker, where he cannot hit that outside corner, but he's got enough stuff. He's just got to stay tuned in with his mechanics. I think the one thing today was listening to the pitching coaches, because I don't know any of these guys. Who does? Frank Anderson's been around forever, but I never – that's Brett Anderson's father, which is really interesting. And I remember Brett so well, with the Oakland A's. And the one thing about him was, especially when they wore the wedding gown whites at home, he always had like a little discolored patch right on his leg. Shooty Babbitt pulled me aside and said, look at Anderson's uniform. And you could see it when they wore the white at home. I don't know if he was loading up, if that's pine tar or whatever the hell that was. But that was obvious to everybody that something's going on there. A lot of guys put it on the bill of their cap, but Brett Anderson just put it on his leg. And that's Frank Anderson's son. So this guy's been around forever. He knows all the twists and turns and ways to get by. Fresh set of eyes on these guys. And obviously Justin Message, who has been a pitching coach before in Pittsburgh, and he worked with Milwaukee. And Milwaukee has the lab. They always try to those guys win every year. They trade away their pitchers a year early. They let pitchers walk in free agency. This year they traded Freddie Peralta. It's Corbin Burns. It's always somebody. And then they bring up a guy all of a sudden throwing 100, and he's starting the All-Star game. It's like, where'd this guy come from? They have this lab in Milwaukee. They talk about it and how they refine their pitchers. And the Giants were doing a little bit of that when Bannister was here. So Frank Anderson will be on that role. And then, Justin Message will learn about him. And everybody is just in wonderment about Christian Wonders. He's more the biomechanical guy. So that's going to be important for a guy like Ryan Walker. I don't know if Wonders probably going to travel. They are going to travel. Obviously, Justin Message, he'll be the one that goes to the mound to talk to pitchers, and Tony will make the change. And then Frank will travel, Frank Anderson. So the one thing was just there's just so many new names, and who are these guys, and listening to them talk the game. But Ryan Walker was honest. When you blow a save like that, you feel like you cost your team 3 hours of work. We were going to win the game. And if I just do my job, we win. And Justin Verlander gets another win on the way to Cooperstown. If I blow up and we don't get this game and I blow the save and we lose, I feel like what is the feeling like to let everybody down? If I just did my job, you're like the kicker. You're like the kicker in football. You missed that kick at the end. Now, kickers don't get treated like members of the team, which is unfortunate. They are. It is called football. But with baseball, just the agony of defeat, and how do you deal with that? How do you bounce back? How do you get right? How do you come back and do it again?
You carry that weight with you all the way until the next time you appear. And then how do you stay composed when you're on the mound after that?
And you got to deal with the mental side. You got to deal, I let my teammates down. Why? And with him, he's got so many moving parts. And I wonder, do you want to tighten him up a little bit? With Robbie Ray, do you want to pitch out of the stretch a little bit more? You got so many. When you are all lined up, man, it's just unhittable. You got great stuff on top of deception. They can't see the ball. With Ryan Walker, you're coming from way over there and you're crossfiring over there. Good luck. Just put yourself in the box as a right-handed hitter. How the hell are you picking that guy up? It's like trying to hit Tyler Rogers, but he throws much harder. He has added, that kick change that we talked a lot about with Hayden Birdsong.
Yep.
He didn't want to come out and say what pitch it is, but it's the way they grip it and the way the seams let the ball fly, which leads to Hayden Birdsong. I mean, we can dance around this. And Devers is the most important guy, and can Eldridge make the team? The closer is, if the closer has a bad day, it screws up everything. We lose.
Yeah.
Now, some teams can't get to the closer, and my concern is, how do you get to the ninth inning? But then if you do get to the ninth inning with a lead, you got to win that game. It is demoralizing to lose a game like that. That's why Eck called it a walk-off. It was not a walk-off celebration for the offense. It was him. It was him dropping his head, hanging, and walking off the field like, I just screwed up. And he was the best at it when he got the job. He hardly ever blew a save, but he blew some monumental saves in playoffs. Some of the biggest moments in baseball history were on him. He just had a way about him to get over it. Ryan Walker had to battle that. And then, we'll see what the kick change, if he's comfortable doing that. He doesn't need a third pitch. If he's just lined up coming downhill, his sinker slider's plenty enough to devour major league hitters. He doesn't need much. But if he wants to go to the change and, certain matchups, maybe against a left-handed hitter, that would be helpful to him. But how serious are they about Birdsong? A lot of guys have mentioned, could you imagine Hayden Birdsong just coming in and blowing hard for one inning? You could even actually use him in a 2-inning role. Camilo did that some, where you asked him to get 4 outs, 5 outs. You don't want to do it a lot, but this guy has been groomed as a starter. But he's got to be in the strike zone because he lost it all. You thought, Ryan Walker lost his path to home plate. Hayden Birdsong couldn't get there.
Well, that was also the Camilo Duvall problem in 2024. He couldn't throw strikes.
And then he got, the ultimate one. Camilo had great stuff. But that one at bat against Bellinger in, game 5 of the 21 season, he threw him like 7 straight sliders. There were times where he just didn't trust his fastball. Like, they hit fastballs. These guys are great hitters. But give them 101, 102. You start throwing slider after slider after slider after slider. It speeds up their bat, and you're not going to throw a perfect slider every single time. You're going to miss one and hang one, and it winds up costing you a playoff game. And, that was the 9th inning of that game. And then, obviously, Wilmer with the phantom swing against the umpire Morales. But anyway, we could dance around this a lot. I mean, the overall bullpen, they don't know. They got all these new eyes on all these new pitchers. How are you going to work this out? And is Ryan Walker going to be ultimately the guy? They addressed starting pitching. They addressed center field. They addressed second base. They addressed a lot. They really didn't do much outside of the organization with the bullpen. So they're talking up Carson Seymour. Carson Seymour's got great stuff. That guy's huge. But he gives up a lot of bombs. Mm-hmm. Why does he get hit so hard? And what happened to Carson Whisenhunt? That guy was the guy we talked about, after Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison. It was Wiz. Nobody beats the Wiz. And this guy, Carson Seymour, is just a beast of a man. Whisenhunt's like, that's all he is. And his changeup better be really good to deal, because he doesn't throw a high-end fastball. He's on your mix now. What role does he have? To me, he would probably have to begin the year at AAA Sacramento. But all the Carsons we looked at, and all the other arms, but they really don't have anybody that can be the closer. And that really, that would be hard to get off to the start. And you'd think you're going to win games in April and May, and you wind up blowing them in the 9th inning. Those losses are demoralizing. You can't have any more. And he had 17 saves last year, Ryan Walker, but I think, remember the 7 games he blew. I'm sure Justin Verlander, I wonder how they got along last year. Ryan Walker take JV out for a few drinks after blowing his games?
Yeah, a couple of steak dinners, maybe 2.
You got to give him more than that.
Yeah, seriously. I know. And the one in Anaheim that you mentioned, that was kind of the avalanche of it all. That was the first concern of Ryan Walker, because he didn't have a great spring training, but that's not the kind of thing you overreact to and start looking at the stats and the box score. And we talked about it with Susan Slusser. Ryan Walker was a little bit bumpy in the Cactus League last year. Whatever. The Anaheim game, I'm thinking, Verlander is going to get his first win. They're going to walk away from this road trip with a series win. Then all of a sudden it kind of avalanched into Verlander never can get a win all the way through the All-Star break, and Ryan Walker never really found his form either. Randy Rodriguez was stellar, but then he overdid it with the elbow. It's funny you talk about getting to the closer. We don't really know, but if the Giants have leads to protect, I'll say it again, the start of their season, talk about the bats they're going to have to face. You got the Yankees in a series, then you go to San Diego, and then you've got the Phillies and the Mets.
Damn.
So if you're in position to close games, That's a pretty rude awakening
Eric
to try
Miller.
to. Yeah.
I'm closing with Eric Miller. I want the lefty. I mean, the best hitters in these lineups are left-handed hitters.
Yeah.
Not so much in San Diego, but certainly in the Yankees do have that beast that's Aaron Judge, but you deal with the Phillies and what they have. I mean, if Ryan Walker can't do the job, who does the job? Who's your closer? And would you ever just give it to Bye-Bye Birdie and let him do it? Maybe that would solve all of his issues. But maybe it would make it worse if you can't get in the strike zone. But we have heard reports, and he's starting the game. The first Cactus League game on Saturday, Hayden Birdsong is starting. So right away, you want to hear John Miller say, strike one. You know, he's in the strike zone, he's lined up, but he's not walking the yard. It sounds like he's tightened up his mechanics a little bit, and he did some work in the offseason. The other guys, you know, we were talking about Adrien Howser going somewhere in Oklahoma. A lot of the guys go to Seattle and Driveline, but there's places all over the world with biomechanics, and they get out the cameras and, you know, they can help you so much with pitching. But if Hayden Birdsong is lined up and in the strike zone, do you just make him your closer? Would you do that?
But that's the
a
big
leap
if
of faith,
from last
isn't it?
year, right? It's a big leap of faith. It was, you know, it was the Papa Lund curse. I thought I was going to come in and maybe solve that problem. Yeah, that hit about as hard as it possibly could have.
When I brought the baseball to the patio and I pulled it away from Barbara and Mary Jane,
Yeah.
and had, would you show me how you grip the kick change?
That was the end.
And he did it. He went through it all, and he was great. And then that Friday night, 2 days later, against the Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. I'm not going to pitch to that guy. Is that Acuna? He just got out of the strike zone, and then when he went to Atlanta later in the year, we're forgetting about that. We're moving on. But if he is in the strike zone, well, I mean, who do we have on the other day that said he could be your number 2 starter behind Logan Webb, or he could be your closer? Enough said. That's like talking about Macklin Celebrini's ability as a hockey player. He could either be your number 2 starter behind a guy who finishes in the finalists for Cy Young every year and leads the league in innings, and last year led the league in strikeouts. He could be number 2 behind that guy, or he could be your closer. So who has the best pure stuff on this staff? It is Hayden Birdsong.
And it does speak to the ability where when he was starting to struggle a little bit last year, I think before he got sent down to AAA, we had Shea Hay on, and he's like, this is the guy that you envision as your 3rd starter if you are to be a wild card playoff team. Now, was he the 3rd best starter on the team? No, he wasn't even the 4th best or the 5th best. And Justin Verlander finished the year really, really strong. Landon Roop was pretty consistent until he got injured, and there was the bad start at Dodger Stadium. But as far as pitching in Oracle Park, Landon Roop's numbers were really impressive for having his first go-round at this. And you got a little taste of a whole bunch of different arms. So it's not to say that Hayden Birdsong performed like the 3rd best starter behind Webb and Ray, but the fact that John Shea was telling us that's the vision if you get into a playoff series of Webb, Ray, Birdsong, that speaks to the ability, and if he can just figure out getting in the strike zone. Is he a 3rd starter? Is he a long reliever where he thrived? Or if you can't figure out the closer situation, is he the one best suited for that role?
It's February 19th. We got a lot of time. We are going to play baseball on February the 21st, coming up in about 50 hours or so, or 48 hours or so, 48 and a half hours. So we got plenty of time. What we do not have a lot of time with is Team USA. We are late in the second period, and the juggernaut that our Team USA women's hockey team in the gold medal game is still not scored.
Yeah.
They are down 1-0 to Canada. We are running out of time.
Speaking of someone else who has a lot of time, Bryce Eldridge has a lot of time. And we opened up the show talking about him. Didn't play any sound bites from Zach Manassian. So here is Manassian when we come on back, talking about the prospect of Eldridge being such a young designated hitter. We'll play that for you, and then we'll talk to Danny Emmerman coming up on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for tuning into The Leader today. It is Papa and Silver, whether we're in sunny Scottsdale like Murph and Marcus or sunny Daly City outside on this cold California day. We're talking Giants baseball. We'll be switching gears coming up in a bit when Danny Emmerman joins us, but had a lot of closer talk, and Ryan Walker and the work he has done, not just physically, but mentally, because he was very forthcoming about wanting to reclaim that role as the closer. Randy Rodriguez was set to be that guy, and then he only had a few chances to do it in the second half of last season before he went down with Tommy John. It's funny when you talked about getting to have your closer go out there when the Giants could not score. And that brutal stretch when they were at home and they lost 14 out of 15, it was toward the end of that. And I think they were playing the Padres, who they just really struggled with last year offensively. And it actually might have been the game when Cronenworth had the ball up the middle that hit the bag, and then Ramos spiked the ball. Like, it just all unraveled in the second inning. I think Kai Tang was the one getting the start. And I'm sitting...
Don't have to worry about him anymore.
Don't have to worry about him. And I'm sitting up there in the bleachers somewhere with Copes and Marcus. It's like the fifth inning, and I just look at them and I go, hey, when's the last time we've seen Randy Rodriguez? Like, the team just could not score to where the bullpen was all Spencer Bivens. It was all guys like Matt Gage. Like, it was all Joey Lucchese was getting a lot of run, but, like, they were not in position to have a closer. So in order to get a closer out there, you got to score some runs, and the guy that they're really hoping can be a catalyst to do that is someone named Bryce Eldridge. Now, is that going to be right away on the opening day roster? Is that going to be in the middle of the season? Is that going to be next year? Well, I don't know. We're not going to worry about if he's going to make the roster right now, and Zach Manassian said as much. But here is Zach Manassian on the prospect of Eldridge being primarily a DH at his very young age, with Luis Arraez coming in to play second base.
Yeah, I certainly think it can be okay. I think the ideal projection is we have a bunch of players who are good offensively and defensively, and whether that means Bryce is playing majority of the games at first base down the road, or whether it's Rafi, as long as we feel like whoever's out there gives us a great chance to win the game, both offensively, defensively, then that's fine by me. I do look back at, some of the great DHs, I think, to my time, growing up and even up until just a short few years ago. You think about Travis Hafner and David Ortiz, and I remember I was in Texas and Mickey Tettleton was our DH. So having a elite offensive performer as your DH and that's it certainly can work. But the more you can do to help your team win, the better off we're going to be.
Yeah, so again, pretty generic answer as far as it goes, but it does go back to what you were laying out there, where as a young player in high school, he was a pitcher and he was a DH, wasn't really a guy playing in the field. And when you think about elite athletes, when they're playing high school sports, even if it's not the sport that they go on to play at a professional level, they're doing a little bit of everything because they're just such great athletes. With Eldridge, he had the refined skill of pitching, which he's not going to be doing here, and he had the refined skill of major left-handed power. Outside of that, in so many other areas, he is very much, in the words of Tony Vitello, an immature prospect. And so while they want the bat, while they want to develop him, they also want to be smart about how they pace him. And maybe if he ends up on the opening day roster, primarily being the DH while he continues to refine skills in the field or elsewhere, is going to be the way to do that.
Mickey Tettleton. Love that name. Remember him mainly with Baltimore, but Zach knows him with his dad when he was in Texas. And what was the breakfast cereal he had every single morning? I think it was a bowl of Fruit Loops that Mickey Tettleton had, and then he went out and just raked. Let's be clear. If Bryce Eldridge makes this team and everybody's healthy, he's DHing.
Yeah.
He's not playing anywhere. You're set, assuming Devers gets better at first base. And they've already said Devers is better than Eldridge at first base right now. You know your lineup. It's Eldridge, it's Arraez, or it's Devers, it's Arraez, it's Adamus, it's Chapman, it's Bailey. Now the question is, Max Fried's probably going to open the season against the Giants with the New York Yankees. Is Patrick Bailey going to hit right-handed against left-handed Max Fried in the season opener? You're not going to disrespect him. But I want to see the adjustments he makes from the right side. But, that's been obviously his weaker side. And then, the outfield's going to be, we know what it is. It's going to be Elliot Ramos. It's going to be Harrison Bader. It's going to be Jung-Hoo Lee. So The only open spot would be DH. Now, we have a World Baseball Classic. They haven't started playing spring games. It is February the 19th. The season is not open to March 25th. So I don't want to say guys will get hurt, but you have to have a fallback plan. Encarnacion got hurt late in spring training last year, diving for a ball, and really never got over it. He had glimpses where we thought, wow, big right-handed power hitter. So in my mind, that guy would be in the lineup. Even if Eldridge makes the team, you got to start Eldridge against Max Fried. And again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but Encarnacion is a proven. I shouldn't say that because he hasn't a lot of time in the big leagues, but professional baseball, the guy's a hitter. I mean, to me, he would be the guy. Eldridge just has room to grow. Now, if you get into an injury situation with Encarnacion or Arraez or Devers, if any of those guys get hurt, then there's a path for Eldridge to be on the team. What you want it to be, though, is you don't want him to make the team that way. That's why he came up last year, because Dom Smith got hurt. Otherwise, they would not have brought him up. I think Randy Wynn was pretty clear. He's not ready, but
Buster told Shea, hey, about a month before, most likely not going to come up.
But most likely we thought Dom Smith was not going to get hurt. Right. Somebody gets hurt in the major league level and we're trying to push to make a playoff spot. Sorry, you're next in the organizational flow chart. You're coming up. We just lost a left-handed hitting first baseman. You're next. So ready or not, here you are. And there were moments where defensively I thought he was intriguing. I thought his size at first base. I remember the first time I ever saw him play, I went to Single A San Jose to watch Blake Snell pitch a rehab start on Mother's Day. I'm insane. That was the immaculate inning he pitched. But I remember I'd forgotten Eldridge, and I saw the lineup, on the chalkboard before the game. I love San Jose Muni, and I'm like, oh, Eldridge. Then you watched him get in the box. You're like, who is this guy? This is the biggest left-handed hitter. Wow. He looks like Dave Kingman from the left side. He's 6'7". He's huge. Wow. And then when you watch him play first base, is he taller than Stretch McCovey? He's stretched. He could get down. And and he throws. The guy was a pitcher and a high-level pitching prospect. They didn't know what they were going to do with him. There was one throw, and I know he didn't like it because he kind of bounced it to Chapman. But wow, he threw a P-Rod to third base, and that does matter. And Devers has a good arm at first base, being a former third baseman. A lot of first basemen, Mark McGwire could not throw, and teams would make him throw. So there is something to that. It's not like, if we're going to have first and second, we're going to bunt it to the first baseman. Can you throw it over to third base without bouncing it or airmailing it? It's a factor. This guy can throw. So, but I think he clearly needs work defensively. Just the subtleties of playing first. But right now, the big question marks, assuming you're healthy, who's going to be the closer? It looks like it's Ryan Walker. As long as he doesn't push himself out of that spot, what would Birdsong's role be? Would he have to start the year at AAA? Birdsong did not have a lot of innings at AAA before he got called up. He got rushed here. And likewise with Eldridge. Would you like Eldridge to have a full year or a few? And he was hurt a little bit last year. But he began the year last year at AA. He did not. Or did he begin the year at AA? Or it wasn't single. It was AA. And he went up. He went to AAA, and
he was in AA all the way into June when Justice De Los Santos did
right
the story
on before,
out there.
When he went to visit him, he began at AA. So, would you like him to have more time at AAA? So, I think with Eldridge, because he is a high draft pick and he's the top hitting prospect in the organization since Buster, is he really? Let's see where he's at. And I think, if they were going to go get C.J. Abrams from Washington, they were going to have to give up Bryce Eldridge to make that trade and more. C.J. Abrams is a 25-year-old shortstop who they were going to move to second base. You're not getting him straight up for Eldridge. You're going to have to give up more. So the organization, I'm not, who knows what the package would have been and what Washington would have asked back. But you have to assume that there was some willingness to trade Bryce Eldridge. Maybe you ultimately do that between now and March 23rd or 24th when you set your roster. Or you can just say he's got to go back down to AAA, or he could hit his way on the club. That's why when you ask Zach, is he going to be on your team? It's February the 19th. I may not even know March the 19th. I may not know until right before we have to know. We have to send the roster the day before which would be on March 24th. But I think, there's a wide range. But if he is offensively what you think he projects to be, defensively he may not be ready, then we're rolling him out there. We need to score runs here. We like that left-handed hitter. Could you put him in that 5 spot right behind Matt Chapman? If we do go Arraez, Adamus, Devers, Chapman, could you imagine coming with more power and coming right with Eldridge, then start the whole lineup again and bring Bader in and then Jung-Hoo Lee towards the bottom of the order and, figure it all out. But this will be a big spring. I think when he was here last year in spring training and he spoke about this, he knew he wasn't going to make the team. Didn't he hit a bomb his first game?
He was like 450 feet.
Out to dead center, like his second at-bat. He didn't start the game on that Saturday. So if he hits a bomb on Saturday, that's not I got to have him on the club.
And then he had a lot of strikeouts after that.
And I don't know how much the wrist bothered him. I think that was a factor we didn't know about. But he is going to have a lot of swing and miss, but he does have a good eye. But I think, like we're looking at with where's Hayden Birdsong going to be, who's your closer, what's the composition of the bullpen, the thing you're trying to figure out, and these are all young pieces, certainly with Birdsong. And Birdsong's probably your most talented young pitcher. The Carsons have that ability and a few other guys in the organization as well. And then this guy's your most talented young hitter. They will be a part of what you are, or you trade them. And you use them as a piece to go get other people if you don't think they can do it. And then the question is, do they push you this year? Birdsong was on the team last year, just was in the bullpen, and he pitched great. And then he got back into the starting rotation, and he was pitching well until he lost the strike zone. So you'd think that their time is going to come eventually. Does it come now? And what role would it be? With Birdsong, it could be a starter. It could be a late inning guy. He doesn't have to be your closer right away. If he starts out like in the role he was at last year, where he gives you multiple innings out of the bullpen, that is a tremendous advantage to have. That guy can go through a lineup. He can pitch 1 inning, 2 innings. We saw him go 3 innings. If he can get through a lineup one time as a bullpen guy, he gives arms, days off. We don't need a 6th inning, a 7th inning, an 8th inning guy. That's your day, Birdie, and then we'll give you 3 days off or 2 days off and bring you back to do it again. So that's a great role. But ultimately, I think in a perfect world, he probably begins the year at AAA and Encarnacion's your DH. But who knows? Let's see how he hits. And if he hits his way onto the club, you put him on the team. And then let's see if there's injuries involved with other players where he has to be on the team. You don't want it to be that way, though.
We can revisit some of this a little bit later on in the show. Danny Emmerman joins us coming up next. We'll talk to Noah Dalzell, get some Boston perspective in about an hour. Matt Mayoko at 1:30. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Monster jump ball here. Quick jump. Melton. Horford wheeling. Horford tipping. Horford rebounding again. And Al hits the deck. Got it to Guy Santos. Pump fake. Lay it in! The Dubs have taken the lead.
You got to get a stop here. Shot clock is off.
Memphis not taking timeout. Small inside. A collision and a miss. Cam Spencer lost the handle. Somehow the Warriors have won the game. You gotta be kidding me. They did it again. This is Phoenix Part 2. They hold Memphis to 5 points in 8 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so what? Steph Curry's not playing tonight. Yeah, since he's been out post-trade deadline, they've gotten a couple of crazy fourth-quarter comebacks. Get your Guy Santos on. Get your Kristaps Porzingis on. Get your Danny Emmerman on. Danny Emmerman of the SF Standard joining us on the UMA guest line. Always good to catch up with him throughout the season. What's going on, man? How are you?
No love for Nate Williams. We can't get our Nate Williams on.
We can get our Nate Williams on, too, the new two-way contract. And I know I should have known. I got to come better prepared and really get into the weeds when we got the likes of a Danny Emmerman on with us. But let's start with the serious matter at hand. Steph Curry missed a lot of time. It's a runner's knee. He's nursing it. Was out through the All-Star break. I was glad he didn't participate in the three-point contest or anything of that like. But now not only is he not returning tonight, Steve Kerr's putting out there that he may need another MRI. Concern level, panic level over the situation right now? What's your pulse on all this?
It depends on what you think of really like the grander scheme of things. Like, is it really a big deal that Steph is probably going to miss some more time in this particular season? Like, I don't know. Like, what is really the ceiling on this team even with him? But yeah, I mean, for him, it's definitely a concern. He's going to have missed almost a month by the time that he comes back. He hasn't played since January 30th. And when a guy misses that much time, usually the process looks something like, you know, those special words, ramping up and reconditioning. So that he's not playing tonight is a surprise. And it also signals that, hey, he might need a little bit more time even.
Well, I mean, they were hoping to get him back for a scrimmage post-All-Star break yesterday at 2 o'clock. And as Steve said, he knew it wasn't the right thing to go back into a full practice. So something is going on. It's lingering. And the fact that they want to get an MRI done, and when they say they're thinking about it, just MRI him. Why would you even have a debate? Which means that there's maybe structurally something more there. So just go back in time. And I know where it first flared up was when, you know, that weekend in Minneapolis, obviously trying to de-ice and literally and figuratively dealing with the events of what was going on in the streets of Minnesota. And the game was postponed that Saturday afternoon, but Steph got in the gym and he felt something. Exactly what's going on, I'm not going to ask you to pronounce the actual knee injury that he has. We're just going to call it runner's knee unless you want to explore that. But is this something that he was playing with before Minnesota? He obviously played with it after Minnesota and had to come out of the Detroit game. But did it flare up just at that cold weekend in Minneapolis, or was it something that was there before, as far as you know, Danny?
Yeah, so runner's knee is something that Steph has dealt with in the past. It is, like in its simplest form, just knee pain. It's common with overuse in athletes and obviously runners, but it is knee discomfort, pain in the front of the knee and around the kneecap, and it's something Steph has had in the past. I do think it flared up probably in Minnesota, maybe even a little bit before, but it's something that he has typically been able to play through. I've talked to him a little bit during his absence, and it's not like he has been in bad spirits or anything. And you saw him at All-Star Weekend. He hit that shot from the stand or from the studio. So it's not like it's completely debilitating, but I just don't think it's where exactly he wants it to be right now.
Danny, as far as Kristaps Porzingis, we do feel pretty good about his chances to debut for the Warriors tonight. And obviously, this will not be alongside Curry, and any addition to a team is always going to be about your fit with Steph Curry. But as far as tonight goes, where can we expect his minutes? And I wouldn't expect it to be a ton, but for the minutes that he is out there, where can we expect as far as the distribution on the court, as far as with Draymond, without Draymond? Is there a world in which we could see a front court of both Al Horford and Kristaps Porzingis?
Yeah, I think it'll be most relevant to see Kristaps Porzingis with Steph Curry, like you mentioned, Greg. But honestly, the pair that I'm more intrigued to see is Porzingis and Draymond Green. I think we're going to see a lot of that pair tonight. He's probably going to play somewhere between 15, 18, maybe 20 minutes, but probably closer to that 15-minute mark. And I would love for them to play him and Draymond together for almost that entire 15 minutes. That's the key to unlocking what Draymond can do on both ends of the floor. He can play more free safety defensively, and having a stretch big next to him has always been the key offensively, especially in recent years. So I would like to see that pair a lot tonight and going forward. As for the pair with Al Horford, Boston, when they were teammates, they kind of went away from that pair for a number of reasons, but I think staggering Horford and Porzingis makes a lot of sense, especially to always have kind of that space 5 out there if you can. And with Porzingis, if he's healthy, then you can have either Porzingis at the 5, Draymond at the 5, or Al Horford at the 5, and that kind of takes a lot off Quentin Post's plate, and Post has kind of struggled the past month or so heading into the All-Star break. So I think that could be a good thing for this team. And again, like everything with Porzingis is conditional on health. There's 27 games remaining. I don't know what you guys would put the over-under on how many games he plays. He's played 17 so far this year. He seems like he's in a good space and he seems healthy, but that's like one of those things where every team who gets him kind of just hopes for the best, you know?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Warriors start tonight. And Steve has already said that Big Al Horford's not going to start. He does not like starting Al and Draymond Green without Steph Curry on the floor and having the shooting. So we assume they'll just start the way they have been starting with Spencer and DeAnthony Melton and Moses Moody and Guy Santos and Draymond. And then how do they sub in with Al Horford coming off the bench? And you mentioned Porzingis, and Steve said he would probably play 5-minute bursts, maybe 3 times. Can you get him a 4th burst and get him up to 20 minutes? This first game back, maybe it's limited to 15, but we'll see. But the Achilles injury he has, and another acronym, POTS, some kind of syndrome that he has, and he's had all different types of injuries in his career. But what are we looking at Porzingis? Is it like Horford, where he's not going to be able to play back-to-back games at all the remainder of the year? And we're looking at him being, max, maybe get to 24 minutes a game, but starting out somewhere around 15, 16 tonight, Danny?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good goal for the team and for him. He has every reason in the world to get healthy and to be able to show that he can stay on the floor and to produce, because he has an expiring contract and because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. He wants to prove that he can be on the court and productive. But yeah, I think if he can ramp up to that 25-ish minute mark and to stay on the floor for the most part, if he can play, 20 of the last 27 games, I think that'd be a huge win. And yeah, I mean, the Warriors have 6 remaining sets of back-to-backs. I would be surprised if Porzingis is playing all of those. I would imagine that they treat him very cautiously, just given his injury history, which is, kind of like a CVS level receipt kind of thing.
Talking to Danny Emmerman here on the UMA guest line. So the talk of getting a stretch 5 alongside Draymond Green has been a great concept for a long time, but the reality is, for pretty much your whole time on the beat, and even going back previously, the Warriors have played their best basketball with Draymond Green at the 5. I know it's not ideal. I know it's certainly a lot on his body as an undersized guy who unlocked the small ball lineup to begin with, but why do you think that is, first of all, that the Warriors have played their best with Draymond at the 5? And can Kristaps Porzingis, if healthy, be the person to finally unlock it since Andrew Bogut's departure, really?
Yes, there's a lot of reasons why the Warriors have always been best at with Draymond at the 5, and they're pretty simple. I mean, he is elite at being able to make plays with the ball in his hand and trigger the offense while also not giving up anything defensively. And he's able to defend 7-footers, and that's such a huge advantage when you can play fast, defend, space the floor. That's why they've always been the best with Draymond at the 5 and able to unlock those death lineups. That hasn't really always been the case this year. I mean, Draymond's obviously getting older. He hasn't had a great season. He has honestly looked, kind of better at times with the center next to him, even like Quentin Post. I think the numbers are a little bit better with him and Post together versus just him on the floor. At least they're negligible. The Draymond Green Al Horford combination has been, a little bit worse, but I think that has a lot to do with Horford's early season struggles. So yeah, I mean, I think they're going to start with Draymond at the 5, at least for now. It's something that they didn't want to do just because of how much it physically taxes Draymond. But if Porzingis can get healthy, I think that's, it has the potential to be a really, really potent pairing. They should be able to complement each other really well. Porzingis kind of as a split action threat on the perimeter with Draymond acting as the trigger man at the mid post. That's kind of the alignment that they've been talking about and practicing. I think some people might have assumed that Porzingis would be the guy with the ball in his hands and in that mid post because of his ability to punish mismatches. But I don't think he's he's historically not a great passer. So I think they really trust Draymond to be the trigger man there. And given Porzingis' outside shooting, I think him and Steph setting screens for each other on the perimeter could be pretty tough for defenses to counter. So that's kind of an alignment that I'm excited to see, when Steph gets back.
It's interesting that Porzingis, and we're assuming he's going to play tonight. They're not definitive on that, but I think all the indications are after the scrimmage he is going to make his Warrior debut against one of his former teams, and obviously won a championship with the Boston Celtics. So it's interesting that Gang Green rolls in tonight, and it's Al Horford and Porzingis against them, and they let both of those guys go. Drew Holiday go after the gruesome injury with Jason Tatum in Game 4 of the playoffs last year against the New York Knicks, and we thought, you lose all those players, you lose one of the best players in the league in Tatum, they're going to slide back. They have the second best record in the Eastern Conference. They are 35-19. Derek White has become a tremendous defender and shot maker for them. Peyton Pritchard off the bench, Danny. But I want you to talk about Jaylen Brown a little bit because he was here, 1 year at Cal, a one-and-done guy, had a terrible final NCAA tournament game. And but watching him now, wow. Lockdown defender. Remember that game a few years ago on the Sunday afternoon when the Warriors went to TD Garden? They actually gapped Jaylen Brown. They just sagged off of him and invited him to shoot, and he did not miss a three. And he was insulted.
They had no Wiggins,
How are the Boston Celtics doing this? Only the Pistons have a better record in the East at 35-19. And how good of a player has Jaylen Brown become?
I remember that game. That game was really funny, where they kind of just wanted to throw something out because they knew that they didn't really have a shot, so they wanted to kind of sludge up the game. It was interesting. I think it was Draymond's idea to do that.
Yeah.
Did not work. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this was supposed to be a gap year for the Celtics, and like you mentioned, they have the second best record in the East. They have the second best offense in the league without their best offensive player. And like you mentioned, without Porzingis, without Horford, without Drew Holiday, it's been incredible. I don't think anybody thought Jaylen Brown was capable of being the engine of such an elite offense. But at every turn of Jaylen Brown's career, he has kind of proven people wrong. Every time you think he can't get any better, he continues to improve. You talk about in the finals in 2022, when he really, really struggled going to his left and putting the ball on the deck, he's gotten so much better with the handle. He's gotten so much better in isolation. He's one of the most elite mid-range shooters in the league this year, and that's something that has been somewhat of an issue in the past, where he's kind of like an average mid-range shooter who likes to take a lot. Now he's become an elite one off the dribble, step back. He likes this move where he crosses over really low and to create separation. He's really fun to watch. He keeps getting better. He's a finals MVP. He's a conference finals MVP. And every single time that the Celtics have been in trouble this year in a game, they've gone to him, and he's more often than not delivered. I think Derek White has had kind of a strange season where he hasn't really shot the ball all that well, but all the numbers indicate that he might be their most important player. They're so much better with him on the floor because he does all the little things. They've had a lot of improvements internally with their young guys. Baylor Shireman, Jordan Walsh, Nimi Keita at the center spot has been terrific. And then they traded Anthony Simons for Nikola Vucevic at the deadline, which is kind of like a positional trade more than anything. I'm not really in love with either of those players, but they needed more help on the front line and they needed to cut more costs. So the Celtics are a well-oiled machine from the top down, from management to coaching staff to the players and the way that they math out games. And it's been incredible to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Jaylen Brown, I also wonder where he's going to finish in the MVP voting when all is said and done with this season. I like how you guys bring up that game. You're talking about the one in Boston when it was like 21-19, and then it was like 60-21, like a couple minutes later.
Was it 21-19? I thought Boston just ran them right from the start.
No, it was like the feeling out
they
period
gapped
of 8
him.
minutes.
They basically sagged off of Jaylen Brown and begged him to shoot, and he didn't miss a damn three the whole game. He went off on him.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Danny, we appreciate you coming by as always. I will catch up with you tonight. Actually, JD is dragging me into the post game, and no, I'm looking forward to doing it. It'll be good to be out there. Haven't been to Chase in a while, so no Steph. We'll see what happens there, but perhaps we'll get that 15 minutes of Kristaps Porzingis, and if it's to your liking, we'll see how he plays alongside Draymond Green.
Cool. Yeah. See you tonight, Greg. Papa, always great to talk to you. Really
Thank you,
appreciate
brother.
it, guys.
Thank you, Danny.
Absolutely. Danny Emmerman, SF Standard. You should read him. You should give him a follow. You could check him out on the Section 415 podcast, where he and our good friend Kerry Crowley discussed what is second half success for the Golden State Warriors, although kind of weird that they call it second half. It's really final third. Yeah.
And we're in the final third period. Team USA has still not scored. We've got 8 minutes to tie this game, or Canada's going to win the gold medal in women's hockey.
I just can't believe that the difference maker right now was on a USA power play, and Canada got that goal.
Sloppy,
man.
Sloppy. A shorty.
How much time left? We're like the 10-minute mark. They just went to a little bit of a timeout.
I think it's 8 minutes to go. I think we're under 10 minutes to go. We got 8 minutes. Based on yesterday, someone will score with 8 seconds to go to force overtime.
And then
yesterday was insane. Maybe the greatest hockey day ever, certainly internationally. What a day yesterday.
It was amazing. Are they 3-on-3 too in the women's?
Well, let's just get to overtime.
Okay.
Right now, I'm worried about that. It's 1-0 with 8 minutes to play in the game. Damn.
Newest Warrior Kristaps Porzingis did address the podium yesterday, so we'll play some of those cuts, and then we'll talk to Noah Dalzell, who witnessed on the beat Kristaps Porzingis being a contributed piece of the Celtics 2024 championship. It's Papa and Silver. 808 KNBR is the number on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Sound like are you in tomorrow for sure?
I don't know how much I can say, but
Sounds like that's your plan.
questionable, but I'm feeling good, ready to go.
The echoes of Latvia. Kristaps Porzingis says he should be good to go tonight. We do not have an official word. He is listed as questionable, but if indeed it all happens, we will get our first taste of the new number 7. And I got to say, I am going to miss Buddy Hield. I understand for the contract. You had to trade him. You had to move on from the Kuminga relationship, but Buddy Hield is forever wearing number 7. He was a Game 7 hero in Houston, and that's a pretty good Warriors legacy for a short time he had here. We're in a dicey situation right now with Team USA. Canada power play, we're under 5 minutes. USA has got to find a way to force OT in this one. And Canada, meanwhile, trying to extend this to a nearly insurmountable lead.
Well, Team USA, Curl took a 2-minute penalty for boarding. She could have easily gotten a major.
Mm-hmm.
They debated whether to make it a 5-minute penalty, which would have meant Team USA would be on the PK all the way to essentially the end of the game. So after they kill this power play, they're going to have about 4 minutes to go to try and tie this. But it is 1-0 for Team Canada in the gold medal game. So we'll see how it all goes. But as far as Porzingis, he is going to wear number 7. He's worn 6 and 8 in his career. Can't wear 8 here because of Anthony Melton and a guy named William Felton Russell wore 6, and they've universally retired that number. So he's listed at 7'3", and he's all of that. He is a big man, and we got the sound up on the hockey.
Dude, I was wondering what the hell that was. I was like looking at everything on the board.
Well, I wanted to take it off because I wanted to see if the power play's over. The power play is over.
I like the ambiance of
even
whatever that
strength with
music
3:42 to play. So we did it because we didn't score. And with Kristaps Porzingis, this guy can score. Al Horford will take his shots as the ball are moved around to him, and likewise to Quentin Post, and it's amazing. Stretch 5 was what they were searching forever. Most Spates, and they've had guys, Victor Alexander years ago, but no one that could really stretch it and shoot a 3. Now they've got 3 guys that do it. But Porzingis is different. He doesn't just take the natural progression of the ball movement to a shot. You run plays for Kristaps Porzingis. I watched his last Atlanta game back on January the 7th. He did not start that game. He played off the bench. So it was pretty indicative of what he's going to do tonight. He came in mid-first quarter, and he played about 6 minutes. Steve was saying 5-minute bursts. Maybe you give him 4-minute bursts, and he gets to 16. Could he do 4 5-minute bursts and get to 20? Maybe you start him out. He doesn't like playing the quick pull because you don't have time to get into a rhythm. So, when you bring him in at the end of the first quarter, he'll probably play to the end of the quarter. But this guy, they run plays for him. They run not just what we were talking about, post-ups and 4 down and 5 down and in the low post. He operates mainly from the elbows, from free throw line extended to each side. He likes the left side better than the right, but I don't think it matters with him. And the Atlanta Hawks ran plays for him like he's a 7'3" 2-guard. They're running pin downs and flares and curls. He is the primary. And contrary to what Kevin Durant said that Steve Kerr never called plays, they did call a 1-3 pick and roll with UKD, and they did call, get the ball in the mid-post to KD. But Porzingis is a guy where you can get away from your flow, read, and react offense, and they will run plays for him, and he will shoot the ball. He will shoot it with extreme length, way beyond the 3. He likes the right corner offensively, and he can run the offense up top with him and run back screens, and no one back picks better than the Warriors. Even without Steph Curry, they just get overplayed so much topside, and they're able to cut backdoor over and over. Porzingis can make that bounce pass, so you can run things through him from the high post. You could even run, 4 and 5 down and get him in the low post. They were talking about the split action. Steve doesn't want to run him as the guy with the ball in the split. He wants to run him as a splitter, where he's running action and crossing and Xing and flaring. He will come in and shoot the ball. The other guys have the ball come to them. Porzingis will be the primary. And then on the other end of the floor, you were asking Danny about Draymond. Why does Draymond play 5? Because he's great at it. He can switch. You can switch 1 to 5. Teams didn't do that. You switched 1 to 4, and you fought through the 5. You didn't want the 5 guarding a 1 or 2. You didn't want a big man guarding a guard. Draymond Green's not a big man. He has a smaller body, but he has long arms. He can guard guards, and he also could guard the post. He's special that way. Porzingis can move his feet. As long as he's healthy, he can get out and guard. I want to see him, match up with Jaylen Brown a little bit, Derek White a little bit. Pritchard will shoot 3s, more of a drift shooter. Who does Boston have that can just beat you off the deck from the outside? He can move his feet. Now, he's got to be healthy. The way to deal with him, like any big shot blocker, is just go right into his body and knock him back and then score over him. And he is a little vulnerable to that. And I'm sure Jaylen Brown, if he gets matched up with his former teammate, will take it right. Team USA scored. Why did you say anything? Goal! A redirection from right in front of the goal. Team USA with 2:04 to play has tied the gold medal game at 1. The hell with Porzingis.
Doing a little Macklin Celebrini right there.
Right,
in reverse.
The Knight or Wright? Who tipped that? Knight. Right in front of the goal. We're seeing more of these. Now, it looks like, how does that get? Well, the goalie can't see.
Yeah.
So you're obstructing the goalie, but the way that is so hard to do. You think it's hard to get a bunt down in baseball? Redirecting a puck like that and have it change direction right in front of the goal. Team Canada's got a clear Knight out there. So 1:50 to play. We are tied in the gold medal game. Wow.
I was trying to be polite and not interrupt.
You didn't even give it away with your eyes.
You had
poker face. I didn't see it.
Oh, my goodness.
They scored.
I was like,
it's the greatest hockey yesterday and today we've ever seen.
Dude, again, and going back to the international part of it, we've had days where, whether it's like the Euro Cup or the World Cup.
They got numbers here. They may score late. Oh, they lost the puck.
We have stretches of international tournaments,
we had
especially the soccer ones,
yesterday.
where it's just ridiculous in elimination games over and over. So hey, we might be having another 3-on-3 coming your way, but still 75 seconds to decide this one. Hey, Mike Kohler resurfaced. Yeah, we just said bye to him during the last break.
Are they ever going to score a damn goal? They're just building up excitement.
I thought he was just going to go like hollow away in his office, and we were just not going to see him until probably next week or something like that. So
they just icing call. USA's got to get a face-off in the offensive end with a chance to win the game in the last minute. Incredible. Hillary Knight scores the game-tying goal. She has the most career goals in women's hockey, Olympic hockey history. That's her 15th goal. Wow, impressive.
Wow, that's 10 more than Macklin in one Olympics so far.
He's just starting. She's been playing every 4 years for a long time.
She's incredible.
Macklin just started.
Yeah, 100%. So Jaylen Brown on his Instagram put out something the other day that some of the fans in Boston were perceiving as a jab at Jason Tatum, but really it was just pride of the group. I'll tell you about that when we come on back and see if this thing does go to overtime. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
If you hassle with glasses and contacts, you may have considered modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL to see clearly again. But if you need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without any glasses, including those annoying readers. And now I'll never get a cataract the rest of my life. Find out about CLR or any of the incredible procedures from Laser Eye Center by watching their new series of modern vision correction videos at lasereyeclr.com. You'll hear directly from the surgeons as they answer your questions about these life-changing procedures. See the new modern vision correction videos and schedule your free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. 877-GET-2020 or lasereyeclr.com.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, Papa and Silver continues. We'll talk to Noah Dalzell coming up in about 15 minutes. I think Celtics are actually wrapping up their shoot-around, so maybe some insight on the Boston side of things, although we already know what the injury report's going to be, and the only player listed on it is the guy who tore his Achilles in the playoffs last year against the Knicks. That is Jason Tatum, who will be out. Other than that, and the simple fact of, they don't have their best player, by the way, or maybe co-best player.
Is he their best player?
I was going to say, remember Jason Kidd in the finals?
I do remember. I do remember.
They don't have one of their stars, and they are second in the Eastern Conference. Jaylen Brown put on his Instagram the other day, it was the Celtics markers at the All-Star break for last year and for this year. Last year, they were 39-16. This year, 35-19. Both years, they were the number 2 overall seed. Last year, they were 4th in offensive rating. This year, they are 2nd in offensive rating. Last year, they were 5th in defensive rating. This year, they are 9th in defensive rating. And in both years, they were 3rd in the NBA in net rating. And so when he posted this, a lot of fans took this as a jab at his fellow co-star Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown explained, look, I'm just really proud of this group. Everyone looked at this like a gap year. Everybody said that we were clearing salary in the offseason and that maybe we would be one of the teams that would be accused of being part of the tanking problem. It's been completely the opposite. And although you have no Jason Tatum and although the Warriors won't have Steph Curry, this is a Boston team that, to their credit, since they've won that championship, now a couple of those key cogs and Al Horford and Kristaps Porzingis are playing in the Bay. They have found a way to keep it rolling with young guys, the infusion, and the rise and continued improvement of Jaylen Brown.
That was game 4 of that series with the New York Knicks. So what was the date in May when Jason Tatum did that? So it obviously, cost them that series, and who knows how it all would have finished up. But it also, in the offseason, Brad Stevens, who left the sideline to run the front office. I mean, it's very Red Auerbach-like. The way he was a great coach in college and a really good coach in the NBA, and now having to make tough decisions. And, he got rid of Drew Holiday. 2 Warrior big men that are going to play against Boston tonight. He got rid of both of them. Al Horford, and, Al kind of wavered for a while, but he traded Kristaps Porzingis to the Atlanta Hawks right away. And you thought they are going to shed salary, and the inevitable is going to happen. Joe Mazzulla, who I thought was a little overmatched when he first took the job as head coach, but I don't feel that way anymore. Obviously, the championship a couple of years ago, and right now, who is coaching better in the NBA than Joe? To get this roster to 35-19, they have the second best record in the Eastern Conference. They're behind only Detroit. There's a sizable edge. Now, the New York Knicks are right behind them, and I did watch that game on Super Sunday at the TD Garden, and the Knicks kind of took it to them. So I do wonder, ultimately, what is Tatum planning on coming back this year? He's saying that he's, obviously he's doing his rehab, but if he does come back, we're looking at an Achilles tear. Would they have to play a couple of rounds of the playoffs without him? Would he come back? We'll ask Noah a little bit later on. And then what's he going to be like when he does come back? That's a gruesome injury. I think it's a little like the 49ers, where you are able to overcome despite, the just taking guys off the roster because we're not going to pay them that much money when our best player or one of our 2 best players is out for possibly an entire calendar year. But they still have Derek White. And I know the shot. I saw him in San Antonio. The guy could not shoot. He goes to Boston and just, he's like DJ. He's like Dennis Johnson. He's not a great shooter, but you want a big shot. You want that guy taking it. And the shots that he made at the end of games were some of the most incredible plays. And the guy's a great on-the-ball defender. Then you bring off the bench Peyton Pritchard, who can shoot the ball and is willing to shoot it. They go get Vucevic. They have some other pieces that are interesting. They got Ron Harper's kid on this team. And I don't know. I think ultimately, are they as good as Cleveland with the change that Cleveland made to bring in James Harden? I think you're looking at the Knicks and Boston. Detroit really is good. Cade Cunningham is just wise beyond his years. Yeah. That guy controls the whole game, and then they got size where they can just bully you. So I don't know what we're looking at. I mean, is Boston going to hold on to be the 2 seed? They could easily drop to 3 or 4 The Knicks are right behind them. So they've been a great regular season story. I think Missoula's got to be a contender for Coach of the Year to overcome all the injuries and the defections and the removals from the roster. But how serious do we put the Boston Celtics come April and May?
I mean, whenever they play the Warriors, it seems like they always split, and Steph Curry will have one crazy heater. And usually it's the home team that ends up getting the win, although last year they won in Boston and then got blown out by 40 on MLK Day when they came, and that was kind of the low point before the Jimmy Butler trade, when it's like, do they have a direction? What's going to happen? What are they going to do? As far as this all goes, let's hear from Kristaps Porzingis. And Walter, we'll go with cut C. This is his love for Draymond Green, how vocal he is, and how important he is for the team. He's excited to be paired in the front court with that man. It's cut C, Walter.
I love Draymond Green.
Basketball here, smart. Draymond's super experienced, very vocal. I love Draymond, man. I can see how important he is for this group, for this team, and he has been important for this team. So cool to see him close up, and a lot of guys that can play. A lot of younger guys also that can play, and I haven't seen a whole lot, but we're gonna have time now. We're gonna keep playing and getting a feel for each other. But I'm excited to be with this team.
So I do wonder, with those two paired in the front court together, and again, we might not get a large sample size of that tonight, but Draymond Green, it's not a secret that, number one, well, two things are true. Number one, when it's time to get up for a big game and a big matchup, see Wembanyama, Draymond Green still has it. That said, his season as a whole has been a lot of struggling. It's been a lot of fatigue. Offensively, he has really not contributed a whole lot, and the turnovers have mounted up to where in a couple of those big comebacks, even after Steph got hurt, Draymond wasn't a part of the closing lineup. I'm not drawing some conclusion from that as in he doesn't have value to this team, or in an important game where everything's on the line, you don't want him out there. But I do wonder if Draymond and some of the struggles we've seen in the larger sample of this season can be helped with the fact that somebody like Porzingis, who, when healthy, can move, can block shots, allow Draymond to be a little bit more that free safety kind of role that Danny Emmerman was describing to us.
They're not going to start that way. I think they're going to start Draymond. Porzingis won't be able to play enough minutes to start him.
No.
Although there is a theory. I don't know. I mean, you'd rather have a player warm up and then just go into the starting lineup. But I just based on the way he played in Atlanta and the way they're going to play minutes. But you're not going to start Al Horford, and you're not going to start Quentin Post, I don't think. So how do you use these guys? You got three legit fives that are stretch fives. Porzingis is just different. When he's in the game, and I know he's the new guy, but that's what the scrimmage was for yesterday. Even Steph didn't take part. They can run plays for this guy. They run pin downs and flares, and it's like he's a 7-3-2 guard. Wow. And he will not, if he has any opening at all, he will shoot the ball from length. And he shoots, 5-6 threes a game, and he's obviously a very good three-point shooter. He can also post them. I think there will be times. He will not assume he doesn't start the game. And Draymond does. With Guy Santos and Moses Moody and that group we've seen. When do you bring Porzingis in the game? When do you bring Horford in the game? Does someone come in mid-first quarter and you leave Draymond out there, and then the other big comes in to start the second quarter? I could see that, and then does Quentin Post play? The other factor with the Celtics is Nick Vucevic. Nick Vucevic, and you can, Danny Emmerman can say, I'm not sure how good of a player. We know who Nick Vucevic is. He can score in the low post. He can score in the high post. He can shoot the three. Who do you want to have match up with? Because Vucevic right now is not in Boston's starting lineup. He's going to play about 26 minutes, but he's going to come in probably sometime mid-first quarter. And he's going to play, 6-minute bursts 4 times probably. Would you want Horford on him? Do you want Porzingis on him? I don't know if it much, this is not a playoff game tonight. So you're more about just, how you going to, rotate your players and how do you use those three bigs. Does Quentin Post not play at all now? And you just ride Porzingis and Big Al? And if you are going to start Draymond at 5, could one of those three bigs surprise us and actually go into the starting lineup? Steve said Horford's not starting. He does not want Draymond and Horford together without Steph.
We've also seen Steve lie about starting lineups before.
Yeah, but I don't think he would lie about that. But would he bring Quentin Post in? with the Boston tie. I don't know. But how do you rotate this where, and Horford's not going to play 3, big minutes. So you could play the 3 of them as your 48 minutes, and Draymond plays no 5 tonight. Draymond could play only 4. But I think the thing you want to look at tonight is, can Porzingis switch out onto a guard and be able to go out there? And I watched him do it. They were playing New Orleans, actually. Jordan Poole played in that game. Zion played in that game. He had some switches against guards that you got to guard. And he's so long. He's like Wembanyama, where go ahead, beat me off the dribble with 1 step. You better have 5, because I'm 7'3", and I'm going to trail you and get your shot from later. So but he does move his feet. Now he hasn't played since January the 7th. It's an Achilles injury. How's his body going to move? You were talking about Bogut. He's way more aggressive offensively than Bogut. Bogut wouldn't shoot the ball. Bogut was afraid to get fouled because of the elbow.
I'm going to catch your lobs.
He didn't want to, when he fell off the rim in Milwaukee, he had nerve problems in that elbow. He did not shoot. When he went to the line, he couldn't shoot it. So Porzingis is not that guy. Porzingis will shoot even early in clocks, and you're like, dude, you're not Steph Curry. But he will be aggressive to shoot, and he will shoot all around. He likes above the break from the elbows, extended, on the outside. But he can shoot in the corner, and you can run just subtle screens for him, and he will shoot the ball. There's no doubt. He will get his shots up. He will come in chucking. You don't have Buddy Hield wearing number 7 now. Porzingis is different. Porzingis will let it fly. He is not bashful to shoot the ball. And then you can post him offensively and run the offense, but he's really lethal, running the offense facing the basket where you can run backdoor cutters. But the other side of it, if he's going to be that player, that we hope he can be, can he switch on to guards and be able to go out on the floor and guard, and then with his immense size and shot blocking ability? Now, ideally, what you want him to do is just zone up. You want him to be like Gobert, or Wembanyama. Just stay in the bottom of the circle and don't leave. Now, don't take a defensive 3-second violation. You got to move a little bit. But they will run action. How much will, Boston knows this guy. How much will they attack him and try to get him to switch out onto a guard? So ideally, you want him towards the rim and blocking shots and altering shots. And, just like Wembanyama, everybody's looking for him. Where is he? He's like that. But I saw enough quickness even in his most recent game, it was a long time ago, where he could switch out onto a guard and guard a guy. But it'll be with him tonight. It's all eyes on him. We'll watch all 5 Warriors that are on the floor. But when Porzingis is on the floor, we're going to watch him on both ends of the floor. It'll be interesting to see. And it's a little ironic that his Warrior debut with Al Horford will be against the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, and I mean, part of the reason why I wanted to bring someone like Noah Dalzell into the conversation is she was on the beat for a 2024 season involving not just Al Horford, but Kristaps Porzingis and his contributions to that championship team. She'll join us when we come on back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. When it comes to pizza, there's only one place I'll always recommend. Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you'll see why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world. Try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. Check out Tony's menu at Tony'sPizzaNapolitana.com. You'll be blown away by all the menu offerings. Tony's is in the heart of North Beach at the corner of Stockton and Union Street. And if you can't make it to North Beach, don't worry. Tony has you covered. Check out Capo's for deep dish lovers, Toscano Brothers Bakery for all the beautiful breads, and Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and Levi Stadium. Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Busy Thursday continues here on the Sports Leader. We got a little 3-on-3 overtime action going right now between USA and Canada for the Golds. It's all happening, and we also got the Warriors back in action tonight, taking on the Boston Celtics. Here joining us now is Noah Dalzell, Celtics beat reporter, covers the Celtics for CLNS and SB Nation. Also hosts the You Got Boston podcast. Thanks for your time, Noah. I know Celtics just wrapped up some shoot-around. You're on with Greg Silver, Greg Papa here on KNBR in the Bay Area. How's it going?
It's going great. It's a lot nicer here than it is in Boston, so happy to be in the Bay Area.
Again, we're very California soft. We've been complaining about how cold it is by San Francisco standards, and we're like, it's only like 46. But I don't know. For whatever reason, we can't handle it.
It feels like summer to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, for you and for just about 90% of the country, it's going all right. So let's just start with the Celtics, because in a season where there's a spotlight on how many teams are tanking and toying with the integrity of the game, the Celtics have done just the opposite. And I know you interviewed Jaylen Brown, and he was pretty quick to praise the young players. So what has Boston done well to set their young guys up to not only contribute in a year where Jason Tatum hasn't played, but also to do so at a winning level?
Yeah, it's a couple of different things that I think all kind of converge to create what has been ultimately a very special, unpredictable season for the Celtics. For one, Jaylen Brown is definitely having the best individual season of his career, and that was going to be critical. Nobody knew exactly how he was going to be without Jason Tatum on the floor as the quote-unquote number one option, and he has completely thrived in that role. But honestly, I would say, kind of like how what Jalen said in my conversation with him, that it's really much bigger than him, and it's about the system the Celtics have created. And it starts with Brad Stevens and who he brought in over the summer, and it kind of goes down to Joe Mazzulla and the coaching staff, and a really intentional focus on film and learning, and just, I think, a different environment than the environment that we've seen the last few years in Boston, where it's been superstar-studded veteran teams that kind of knew if they just executed well, they had the talent to beat every team every single night. This team knows they don't have the talent, and so they've kind of played to their strengths, and they've won around the margins. They're always getting more shots up than their opponents. They're crashing the glass. They don't need to not turn the ball over at all. Like, that has been their hallmark characteristic. And you're seeing guys that have never really played in the NBA substantial minutes, like Neemias Queta and Luka Garza. They're both having career years. And I give them credit, but I also give credit to the coaching staff for putting them in position to be so impactful. So, it's hard to give credit to just one factor or one person, but ultimately, I think it does start with like Brad and Joe, and just at the beginning of the year, there was not a feeling like they were going to tank. The feeling was going to be like, we're going to be as competitive as we possibly can be. And I do think they're a little surprised with how good it's gone, but nobody counted them out internally.
It's amazing what they're doing. Second best record in the East, Noah, as you know. And you gave a nice breakdown on Jaylen Brown, but I want to get into him even more because we know him obviously from his Cal days. And wow, he's a finals MVP. And right now, he's averaging over 29 points a game. He shoots the ball 22.6 times a game, the most in the NBA. 16.6 come from the mid-range. Did USA score a goal to win the gold medal? We just scored. Sorry, Noah, as I'm going off on Jaylen Brown. Team USA just scored in overtime. I want to get your thoughts on Jaylen, but you're from Boston. There's no big city in North America, including some of the Canadian cities that love hockey more than Boston. Our Macklin Celebrini from the Beanpot here. How big is this in New England right now that Team USA won the gold medal in women's hockey?
Pretty big. Yeah, New England definitely loves hockey. I went to Northeastern. There was a huge hockey culture. That was the sport at the school I went to. So, yeah, huge news for sure.
All right. Now on to Jaylen Brown. Succinctly, is he the MVP of the NBA this season with Boston, number 2 seed in the East right now?
I think he has to be in that conversation. There's a lot of basketball left to be played, but you look at expectations and you look at what he has around him, which ultimately that ends up being a big part of the MVP conversation every year of like how much are you elevating the guys around you, leading both ends of the floor. I think he makes a compelling case. Obviously, there's a couple of perennial candidates that are going to make compelling cases as well. But the thing with Jaylen is that he, everybody kind of expected that as his shot attempts increase and as there's less talent around him, that his efficiency was going to drop, and it really hasn't. I saw a stat that he's tied with SGA for most shots made, field goals made. So if you like just like pure bucket getting, like he's at the top of that list right now. And he has improved his playmaking. He's been, especially as of late, really focusing on the glass. You've seen his rebounding numbers increase. That was a huge point of emphasis because to start the year, that looked like it was going to be the Celtics' Achilles heel. So he made it kind of an intentional thing to just start rebounding a lot more than he ever has in his career, and you're seeing that. But yeah, certainly I think he has to be in the conversation of the kind of 4 or 5 guys that have legitimate MVP candidacies.
Talking to Noah Dalzell here on the UMA guest line. As far as Kristaps Porzingis, we expect him to make his debut tonight. You obviously know him very well from the 2 years he spent in Boston, and he was a big contributor on a championship team. Did anything surprise you about Porzingis during those 2 years, whether it be some kind of thing, something stylistically with his game, or maybe just how he was in the locker room and as a teammate? Like, we're just trying to gather so much information with an expiring contract and see, is he going to be a member of the Golden State Warriors beyond this season?
Well, first of all, I think he would love playing in Golden State because for a lot of his career, he played on losing teams. He came to Boston right from D.C., and he was just so happy to be around winning and to be around like the professionalism and the championship expectations and the experience and all of that. So nobody that I've covered in my 3 years covering the Celtics professed their love for like the city and the organization as much as he had. That's how I'll remember him. The downfall, or like, I guess the downside of his tenure in Boston was the injuries, right? He suffered a bunch of different kinds of injuries. People forget, but he only appeared in a few games in that title run. And he had some incredible moments that he'll always be remembered for, but he only played in, I think, 3 of the finals games, and other than that, just in the first round. And so that's kind of been the story of his career. He's supremely talented when he's available. He can shoot the ball. He can protect the rim. He's kind of a cheat code offensively. But it's just a question of, can he stay healthy? And then he had that illness last year in the playoffs that really took a toll on him that we still don't know kind of all the specifics. I believe he shared that he was diagnosed with POTS, but that would be the biggest question for me. If he's healthy and he's available to go, I think he's an absolute game changer for the Warriors, and I think he'd be a great fit around Steph Curry. Like, he's kind of that stretch big that they've long seeked. So I like the fit here a lot. I like it better. I like the idea of him playing for a team that is trying to compete right now, because I think that's where he's at mentally in his career. But that's just, everybody knows that's the big question mark around him is, can he stay available? And it was mixed results in Boston. It wasn't a complete no, but there were a lot of stretches where different things popped up. And ultimately, you look at his playoff record, like there were only a few games that he was able to really be his full self.
And no, it is interesting, ironic, maybe the word. His Warriors debut comes against Gang Green and the Boston Celtics, and his teammate is Al Horford. And they obviously decided to get rid of both of those guys in salary cap moves, separate moves, to trade with Porzingis to Atlanta and Drew Holiday as well, because of the injury to Tatum. But they kept, obviously, Jaylen Brown. He's not going anywhere. And they kept Derek White, who was just such an intriguing player. I remember him so well as an early in his career player with the San Antonio Spurs, and how Boston got him off that roster. I just never thought he would be the kind of player that he has become. He's a good defensive player. His three-point numbers are down a little bit from where he was at 40% during the championship year, and 38%. He's down to 33%, but he still makes big shots. He still is a tremendous on-the-ball player. Just give me your assessment of where Derek White's game is at this year, Noah.
Derek White is probably the most fascinating player to evaluate in the NBA right now, because if you look at his shooting numbers, his true shooting numbers, really from all over the floor, they're down his career averages, and especially the last few years where he really emerged as an elite shooter. He has the all-time record for most threes in a season in Celtics history last year. And this year he's really been struggling from across the floor. And I don't know if it's just a slump. I don't know if it's playing with different guys. He's not getting exactly the same looks that he was getting in years past. The ball's in his hands a lot more. He shares a lot more responsibilities. But I don't know that there's a player in the NBA whose shooting numbers matter less when it comes to evaluating his overall impact. Like, every advanced analytic you look at, and I'm not a guru of like how exactly they come up with all the formulas, but every time I look at one of these leaderboards, it's like all the MVP candidates and Derek White, even to this day, even now that he's not as efficient as an offensive player as he was before. And it's because he just does all the little things. Like, it's really hard to quantify, but defensively, as you mentioned, like, he's one of the NBA's elite perimeter defenders. He's one of the NBA's elite transition defenders. He's probably the best shot blocking guard of our generation. I think he's kind of up there with maybe Dwayne Wade. And then you look at the other little things that he does. It's just timely plays. Like, even if he's having a bad shooting night, suddenly there's 3 minutes left and it's a tied game, he hits the three. He turns the ball over, he gets it right back. Like, you have to just watch him night in and night out to understand his impact. And there's a reason why his minutes are never up in question. He's always going to finish games. He could be 1 for 20 from the field for Boston, and he's still one of the 5 guys that is by far most impactful to play. So I think a lot of fans in Boston thought that this was going to be like an all-star season for him, an all-NBA season. Honestly, I thought he'd probably be an all-star just because, increased opportunity for him, and he seemed like he was always on the cusp. The shooting numbers kind of had his season go in a different direction, but he's as impactful as he's always been, and I think Joe Mazzulla trusts him as much as he trusts anybody in basketball.
All right, so I want to get into some Joe Mazzulla before we let you go. But first, you got to take us through the experience of him challenging the media to a game on the court. I'm just trying to wait and see if Steve Kerr is going to pull any kind of tactic and challenge any of the local media to do some of the same, because I'm working on like stretching and little things like that, just because I'm constantly paranoid after seeing that.
You gotta stay ready. Yeah, you gotta stay ready.
It did look like it was a fun time. What was the final score? Like 57-4. Which
57-4.
Yeah, I don't say that as an insult. Like
57-4.
I think getting 4 on the Warriors coaching staff would be tough for an unathletic 5'10" white guy like me.
Did you get the 4, Noah?
I don't think I've done a radio hit in the last 6 months where this hasn't come up. Everybody loves the media game.
So what was that like? I mean, were you completely blindsided? How was it?
So we were supposed to play the other media members. That was the story. And so we came in. We had our basketball clothes. We play together sometimes, like on the road and stuff. So I know kind of the level of play. And then I think the last question in that day's practice scrum to Joe was like, do you have any advice for us? We're going to have a media game. And he was like, you're not having a media game. You're playing the coaches. And I think some people, like there were some TV and radio people that aren't around Joe as much as we are, and they kind of laughed, like thought it was a joke. And I looked at them and I was like, no, he's being completely serious. And so we ended up playing. It was actually just a 12-minute game. That's what I think sometimes got lost in the national story, was all that damage was done in 12 minutes. And then we actually still held our media versus media game. But in that 12-minute span, he gave it 100%, and maybe more than 100%. Like, I think we got fouled. There was no calls. They didn't miss really. They were only shooting threes also, which was extra kind of like the cherry on top. It was all threes, which I think was a little bit of a slap in the face, because there has been discourse in Boston for years around like the Celtics take too many threes. So they showed us kind of the damage there. And personally, like, I grew up a Celtics fan. I grew up driving past the practice facility every day, like after school and stuff. So I thought just being able to play there was super cool. I go to practices there every day, and I always want to take a shot. Like, I grew up playing basketball. I think not everybody had as much fun as me. If you asked the entire beat, I think everybody had their own perspective. But I thought it was a lot of fun, and it was just an opportunity to like be around each other in a different environment than us just like, throwing questions at the coaches all the time. Like, it was just an opportunity to do something different. But yeah, certainly a memorable experience in my time covering the Celtics.
And I also think Joe Mazzulla, to me, Noah, is loosened up a lot. There's a lot of pressure, taking over for the job and how he got the job. And there were some tense moments there. To coach the Boston Celtics is one of the most pressurized jobs in all of American sport. He's so much looser right now, and winning a championship will certainly help you there. So just speak to that a little bit. And then we were talking about Jaylen Brown being the MVP, and I know Joe's won championships, but the record and what it is, I mean, where do you rank him as far as candidates for Coach of the Year this year?
I think he has to be Coach of the Year. It's a conversation I normally stay out of, because first of all, I think it's really hard to know behind the scenes what every single coach is doing, and attributing like the success of the team to just the coach sometimes can be a little short-sighted. If there's ever a season where it makes sense to say the team's success is directly correlated to the coaching, this is the season. It's like this Celtics team is a direct product of the coaching. There was a great feature one of the writers on our beat, Jack Simone, wrote about the film study and just about how you go behind the scenes, and they are like studying the tendencies of every single player on every opposing team. It doesn't matter if it's guy 14, and everybody knows the tendencies. And that's why I think they're able to win games that they kind of have no business being in, especially if you look at like, okay, guys didn't play well, guys didn't shoot well. How did they just beat like the top seed in the Eastern Conference? And so I do think it comes to Joe, like there's the tactical side and then there's the human side. And when I talked to Jaylen, he said, Joe and I had to get on the same page. Like, he has this full 100% trust in Joe this season. And that's important. And, managing superstars, everybody knows that's one of the most difficult parts of being an NBA coach. I think he's done a really good job of that over the last few years, but there was a question around how is he going to manage the young guys, because he's never really had to deal with developing players and playing rookies. Like, that's not something that he's done in his first few years as a coach in Boston. And you're seeing now that he's maybe more versatile than some of his critics thought he was. So to me, like, the MVP conversation, that's more, there's a lot of candidates there. And I know there's other good coaches too. Phoenix Suns have had a great season, the Pistons, but I think if there's ever a year where I feel strongly about Coach of the Year, I think it's this one with Joe. And he has loosened up. I think you never know what version of him you're going to get. Sometimes at the podium, he's chatty. Sometimes he's more short, but I find him to be just a fascinating person to cover because he's pretty unpredictable. So like, you ask him a question, you have no idea if he's going to give you kind of a textbook PR answer, or if he's going to go off on a limb and go in a completely different direction. So whenever I cover other coaches, like pregame, I'm always like, okay, this guy's just so normal. Like, it kind of throws me off of just how predictable they are in their answers compared to Joe.
Well, Noah, we appreciate you coming by with us, spending some time before a little Warriors Celtics tonight. Enjoy the warmth of the Bay Area, which I guess I'll say ironically for us, but I love following the work you do there, covering the Celtics and also just Boston as a whole. We'll see what happens when the WNBA team ends up coming to that city and little Valkyrie showdowns or something like that. We'll make it a full year-round kind of thing. So appreciate you coming by and enjoy the game tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Noah. Great stuff.
Absolutely. Noah Dalzell, you should give her a follow. That's Dalzell. Does a great job on the Celtics beat. And again, host of the You Got Boston podcast. Man, it's all happening at once.
Megan Keller.
Hockey is on an all-time heater right now.
And the goal that she scored, this is the golden goal. Steph Curry had the golden dagger in Paris. the individual effort of Megan Keller to score this goal, to come in one-on-one and make a move to the middle and get to the backhand and go 5-hole to win it. The skill level of the women are, at times you're wondering, it doesn't matter what sex they are, but the level of skill is every bit as good as we see from the men. It is incredible, and the way she scored the golden goal to win this. And wow, what a tournament it's been for Team USA. They haven't been challenged at all until today, winning every single game. 5-1 the first one, and then 5-0, 5-0 in shutouts. Just a string of them. To fall behind, to get the game-tying goal late with 2 minutes to play on the redirection by Knight was amazing. And then Megan Keller to win at the golden goal. And they resurfaced the ice. So we thought it's going to be a regular 5-on-5, and it's the gold medal game, but they didn't. It was a 3-on-3, which does, I'm not going to say not the best team won, but it changes the game when you have that much open ice as opposed to 5 skaters versus 5 with a goalie on each end to go 3-on-3. But there's no doubt the best team won. Team USA was challenged today by Team Canada. And that just tells you how far, as a nation, we have improved in ice hockey. But the ladies were dominant from start to finish. And to win on a golden goal like that, what an individual effort. And yesterday we thought was the greatest hockey we've seen, certainly international, with 3 overtime games and goals getting scored late, and Team Canada barely surviving and Team USA surviving. And then to finish it off today with Team USA winning the gold in women's hockey. Wow.
3 games in 2 days where there was a late goal to force overtime. So we had 3 overtime showdowns. I'll say it again. This is exactly why you want USA-Canada in the men's game for the gold medal. How can you not want to watch more games of these teams? Again, hockey is on a freaking heater at the moment. It's been a real pleasure to watch. 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation. It is Papa and Silver. And we'll switch gears to the one sport and the one team of ours that we have not hit on today. That is the San Francisco 49ers, because Matt Mayoko had to move from Friday to Thursday. We'll talk to him coming up in about 20 minutes. 49ers going international twice. You think we can get out of him? You think we can get him to spill the beans on who's coming to Mexico City with us?
Does he know for sure?
I think we'll be able to read his body language. We'll
he knew
him.
Roger Craig, and he kept that tight for a week.
He did.
We'll get it out of him.
We'll get it out of him.
I'm not sure he knows, though.
All right, Silver Linings playlist as it relates to the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Alrighty, it is time to get into some 49er talk. Matt Mayoko is going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll close the show with him. And in the news of the international landscape, I had to keep it quite simple. On the playlist front, Quinn XCII, which is 92 in Roman numerals. Who's going to win Super Bowl XCII?
92?
This song is called, plain and simple, Mexico City. And the 49ers, as far as their travel schedule, we know about Melbourne. We know about Mexico City. Both Matt Mayoko and Adam Schefter put this out there today. So they also got to fly to Atlanta and New York. The 49ers' estimation for miles traveled is going to be 38,000 this season. That
and
is
100.
More,
don't forget the 100.
and the 100. That is more miles than any NFL team has traveled in any one season. So we can make a whole hoopla about the third place schedule relative to the second place schedule and the first place schedule. All right, you got 4 games against Seattle, LA. Those were the 2 best teams in your conference, and you got a lot of time spent on airplanes coming up. So we can say what we want about the schedule, but it's not going to be quite as kind on the travel front as it was. All that being said, though, wouldn't mind going back to Mexico City. I love that place.
No tacion. So last year, the Niners traveled 28,363 miles. They usually are in the top 2 or 3. Seattle leads the league almost every single year in air miles because they're stuck up there in the Pacific Northwest. Our trips to L.A. are close, even to Arizona are close. But for Seattle, they don't have anybody that's close. But for the Niners to go to 38,100, and again, we knew this during the Super Bowl week, but it wasn't announced. The Mexico City game this week, and then the Australia game was later. But this is the first team in the history of the NFL to have international games in different countries in non-consecutive weeks. The Minnesota Vikings and my friend Paul Allen, they had a great trip last year where they had back-to-back. They played the Steelers in Dublin, Ireland, and they stuck around and went to London and played the Cleveland Browns in back-to-back weeks. To open the season in Melbourne, Australia against the LA Rams, a huge game. And we don't even know exactly when that game is going to be played. Maybe Mayoko will know. Will that be Wednesday, September the 9th, or Thursday, September the 10th, or Friday, September the 11th? Will it be after the Seattle opener as the defending Super Bowl champions? And who are they going to open the year against? And then to have to go back in December later in the year, and it'll be either week 13 or 14, and play a game in Mexico City and to give up a home game. That is when you are one of the most marquee franchises in the NFL, where you're playing not 1 but 2 international games. The season opener and the trip to Australia is going to be taxing. That'll take your Labor Day weekend away, leading to traditional opener the following Sunday. How does that work? And then, what exactly do they do in December. When do they take the bye week?
Yep.
Do you almost get a double bye this year because you got to play 2 international games? That's not going to happen. You're only going to have a bye. I don't think you're allowed to take it after Melbourne, right? Because it's so early in the year. Would you take it going into Mexico City or coming out of Mexico City? The Niners do have the choice on where they're going to take the bye. So it's the price of being the San Francisco 49ers. I wonder what Kyle thinks of it. I know some of the players talked about it hypothetically. They're not happy about it, having to begin the year in Australia with that length of trip and time zone difference, and then later go to Mexico City to give up the home game. But you knew when you hosted the Super Bowl, you were going to give up a home game. And there is going to be a point. When they go to 18 games, 18 regular season games and 2 preseason games, I think the ambition is every single team will play at least 1 international game every year. You'll have 16 of them at 32 teams. So I think that's what you're looking at. But to have 2 in
Just
1 year.
constantly go with the most random countries. It's the Azerbaijan game.
No, there's a game in Paris, France there this year. Yeah. Would you want to go to Paris?
Absolutely.
Without a doubt. And going to Australia will be fun. It's a little bit far. And we've been to Mexico City before. And then we'll get into Mayoko. Which home game are you giving up to play in Mexico City? Would it be Seattle? I'm not going to do that, are we? Maybe Arizona because they gave up a home game before. Not going to be the Rams because you gave up the first game with them in Australia. Would it be Washington, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Denver, Miami? If it's the Raiders, would that be interesting? And who would have more fans in Mexico City, the Raiders or the 49ers?
I don't like West Coast teams having the 10 a.m. Pacific start. Like, we've seen teams go flat all the time. If you remember the 49ers when they went to Atlanta and they lost 28-14, that was not good. The Chargers started hot this season with 3 wins in their division, and then they went to play the Giants in New York with Jackson Dart's first ever start. That was the game Malik Neighbors blew out his knee, I think. That was a big upset. So I do wonder, since they do have to make 2 East Coast trips, is there a way that one of those can be week 2 on the back end of the Australia and then they just stay over on the East Coast? And you can eliminate that time zone different? Like, that's one area where I'm looking at the schedule. Is that a way to finesse it and not make so many miles?
I
a lot of time on the road.
I don't know. I mean, when you go to Europe, you're thinking there, but this is Australia.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you would stop over. I have no idea. I think that we know you're opening the year in Australia.
Yeah.
That's week 1. So where do you go to week 2 to make it as easy as possible? Even playing a Monday night game in week 2 would be beneficial just to give you an extra day to recover. I don't know how this is all going to work. It's really what it's going to hurt is your Labor Day weekend. When do you have to fly to Australia to get ready to play that Thursday night game? Probably on Labor Day Monday or Tuesday. And when is that game going to be? And then when do you take the bye week off the Mexico City? The Mexico City trip's not bad as far as it's like going to Houston. But the issue is the times, the elevation and your body recovering there. So the fact that you're playing in Australia so early in the year, I mean, ideally you'd take the bye after Australia. But you're not going to take it in week 2. That's not even allowed. Maybe they would bend the rules a little bit. And then when would you take the bye before or after Mexico City? And when is that game going to be? Is it going to be at a Monday night game? The game, and we went there before. That was a Monday night game.
Yeah.
So that they try to kind of highlight that game a little bit. The Europe games are different. The Mexico City game could be on Monday Night Football. So do you want to come back from Mexico City? The other part of it is these late games, you're talking about the 38,100 air miles. There's also ground miles. When the Niners play these late games, and if we fly back, you're not landing in San Jose. The airport's closed. You have to land at SFO and then bus all the way to San Jose. So that's like an extra hour, 45 minutes to an hour on your air flight is just getting back to the facility in San Jose. So it's not just only the 38,100 air miles. You probably got an extra 2,000 miles on the ground with all the different bus rides. But it'll be fun. You have to embrace it. To play a game in Australia, and the beautiful, landscape there, a lot like the Bay Area. Not going to Sydney, you're going to Melbourne, and then obviously, to play the elevation in Mexico City. So this is the last time I'm going to talk to Mayoko for probably a long time.
Yeah.
Because he's not doing Friday, he's doing today, and I'm going to be gone next week for a long time, maybe months. So we got to get into these international games, but where are we going here? What are they going to be bold in free agency this year? Are they going to be bold trying to make a trade? Could you ever get a certain wide receiver out of Minneapolis, a certain defensive end out of Vegas? Do you go get Trey Hendrickson? If they do trade Mac Jones, who would be the backup quarterback? So we got a lot to get to with our guy, Matty Moe.
And also 808 KNBR, what international game do you want to see next? I'm going to go Titans, Jags. give me Salah versus Cone in Turkmenistan. That's my obscure
I want
pick of the
Toronto,
day.
Ontario, Canada. That's far enough.
Yeah, that'd
or
be good.
Vancouver, British Columbia. Let's play the Seahawks up there one year. It's right there.
If we go to Toronto during the season of Walt's Jays, is he going to try to sneak on the team plane?
The Argos. Yeah. We love the Argos.
We do love the Argos. Fun fact, I had a Argonauts Ricky Williams jersey when I was about 7-8 years old.
Did you get a contact high from that?
No, I didn't. Unless, I guess I never experienced that at that young age. Just still haven't, by the way.
Is Ricky
I'm a good
Williams
kid.
still living in Grass Valley? That was the great irony. That the great Ricky Williams really located just outside of Auburn on the way to Tahoe.
Yeah.
I think he was living in Grass Valley, seriously.
Maybe.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
All right, we'll talk about all this with Matt Mayoko, maybe even a little Grass Valley when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Poppin' Silver, about a half an hour to go. Let's send it out to the UMA guest line. And I think joining us on the video feed as well, as you noted moments ago, it's going to be your last time talking to Matt Mayoko for a while. We will let you go and take care of the most important business. But because he is traveling on a Friday, you are out on a Friday. It actually worked out to have him with us on this Thursday. And we are going to talk all things 49ers. The offseason has no shortage of headlines because this is a pivotal offseason of you won 13 games, you won a playoff game, you knocked off the defending champions, and still you saw the Seattle Seahawks win a Super Bowl in your house. So there was a lot to address, and Matt Mayoko joins us live on the UMA guest line as well as our feed on YouTube and Twitch. Matt, we got to start off with the obvious. That is the travel factor. You did not have to do a lot of traveling this year because of your NBC Sports Bay Area studio work. Are you going to be spared the 38,000 miles that the 49ers are going to be?
38,100.
Sorry, I always forget the 100. Yeah, it's a lot of miles.
I counted it at 38,250, but I think I will be spared most of that. There is some rumblings that I could make one of those international trips, but we shall see. I've been to Mexico City. It is a great time. I had such a great time there that I think I briefly considered, did the Giants play the next season? Did they play the Padres in Mexico City or somewhere?
A couple of years later, yeah.
Yeah, so I had such a great time. I almost considered going to one of those. But I've been to Mexico City. It was great, but I've never been to Australia. So that could be a possibility going to, I kept calling it Melbourne. I think it's
Melbourne.
Melbourne. Yeah.
Yeah, Mexico City, that was, I know Tassione, Jimmy played great. When the Giants went there for the Padres, it was ridiculous. It was home run derby. Every fly ball, every pop-up was a home run. So, but it is a beautiful city. It is 1.5 miles above sea level. So we were trying to figure out, it's the one in Melbourne is going to be the Rams home game. The one in Mexico City will be a Niner home game. So Seattle, Arizona, it's not going to be the Rams both. Then you've got the Commanders, Eagles, Vikings, Raiders. Can you imagine Raiders and Niners in Mexico City? Who would have the bigger fan base? Denver, Miami. Any idea? Even if you know, you're not going to tell me. But any guesses on which home game they would give up to go to Mexico City?
Well, if I knew, I would say, you know what, my bet would be.
My guess
Denver.
is.
I think that would probably be the way, but I do not know, and I'm not sure the league knows at this point. I don't think it's been solidified who they're going to be playing, but I would agree. I don't think it's going to be the Rams. I think that'd be highly unlikely. They have played. They played Arizona there. Was that now 4 years ago? I guess the ones that I would say would be maybe Denver, Arizona. Wouldn't you think those would be the two most likely? Maybe Las Vegas. I don't know if it means that much to the 49ers to play, to play the Raiders at Levi's. Those would. My guess is the Raiders would have a pretty good fan base in Mexico City. So I don't know if I were to just throw a dart against the wall, maybe I'd go Denver. Like what do you think?
Maybe Arizona. I mean, they played there with Arizona before. Arizona was a home game. But we'll see. We'll see where it all goes. But that'll be obviously in December.
I told him yesterday I don't like the prospect of Denver because they're already at such a high elevation. So if you're sacrificing a home game for that's a toughie.
That's a good point. And the last time the 49ers played there, they went to Colorado Springs for practice to get acclimated. And it turned out it was so cold in Colorado Springs that they really didn't have any good practices. I remember one day they moved it indoors to a field house at the Air Force Academy, and it was so cold. But you can't argue with the results. I mean, they weren't able to really get a good week of practice because it was so cold. But yeah, they kicked the Arizona Cardinals' butt. So it'd be interesting to see if they decide to do that. Now, what I'm hearing on that is, well, Roger Goodell said that game would be in December. Since then, I've heard that it might be November 22nd. So either way, it's going to be later in the season when they play that game in Mexico City. So it might lead the 49ers not to go back to the Air Force Academy just because the weather starts to become an issue going to Colorado Springs.
November the 22nd. That is a huge date in American history, obviously. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to be going away. I'm finally going to have that bone marrow transplant on March the 4th, and I'm leaving next Wednesday for the hospitalization. So you and I will text, and but as far as on the air, I'm not going to have a chance to talk to you for a while. You'll talk to Greg and the other co-hosts. But so just let's just look ahead. You know, in a couple of weeks from Monday, the new league year starts, the combine. I know you'll be rolling to Indianapolis next week, and the Niners do have money to spend. So if you had to come up with a huge prediction, will they trade for Max Crosby or Justin Jefferson? Will they sign Trey Hendrickson as a free agent? Just how bold do you think they're going to be in free agency? And what area of the football team, if they are going to spend some money, will they address with buying players, do you think?
I don't think it makes sense for them to make a trade. I think that they made a couple of trades where they gave up valued draft picks, and it ended up costing them. You know, obviously in the case of getting Christian McCaffrey, that's a trade they would make 100 out of 100 times, especially knowing how it turned out. However, there's also no getting around the fact that trade, along with the trade to go get Trey Lance at number 3, it's stripped away at 2 drafts. The 2022 draft, the 49ers didn't pick for the first time until number 61. The 2023 draft, they didn't pick until number 87. So those 2 drafts really kind of cut down on what they have now, specifically along the defensive line. Now, speaking of the defensive line, I'm of the opinion that the defensive line was the worst position group the 49ers have. I think when you look at every other position group on the team, the defensive line takes priority. Now, of course, in 2026, they would expect to have Nick Bosa back, and they'd expect to have Mykel Williams back. So those are 2 acquisitions, if you will, that's going to help that unit out. But I would say that if they were going to do something in free agency, you know, the 2 positions that you would look at, edge rusher and wide receiver. And so the issue with Max Crosby trading for him is you'd have to pay double, right? You'd have to give up the 27th pick, maybe a second-round pick, and it would take away at your ability to add young guys on fixed salaries for the next 4 years. Hendrickson, you know, that's typically an injury. He had the core muscle injury. That's something where a guy can bounce back from. But I just don't know that the 49ers are going to, on the open market, outspend any other team to get a Trey Hendrickson. I look at Alec Pierce, the wide receiver from the Colts, is a guy that averaged 22 yards per reception. The problem is, you know, 49ers salary cap, that's rising this year, but so is the other 31 teams. So there's going to be some money to spend out there. Color me skeptical that the 49ers are going to make a big splash. Oftentimes, big splashes don't work out. Javon Hargrave did not work out. Mm-hmm. I think it's, you know, I think this is where scouting comes in. You know, find somebody that fits what you're doing, that is, you get maybe a bit of a bargain on, you know, second tier, second wave of free agency, and keep those draft picks. They have 7 picks. They got a hit on them. And, you know, I know so much is made of the poor drafts that the 49ers had in 2022 and 2023, but a lot of that, and they have no one to blame but themselves, of course, for this, a lot of that was because they didn't have those early draft picks. You know, they weren't picking, they didn't have, 3 or 4 picks in the top 100. They picked much, much, much later on where the good players were already selected. So I think the best plan of attack is to hold on to the picks and hit, you know, in the first round, you know, this is just in the first round, get a get an edge rusher. Second round, get a wide receiver. Third round, get a defensive tackle. In the fourth round, get a cornerback, get a tight end, get another wide receiver. I think that's how you build this thing out. They're not far away. I mean, if anything, what this season taught us was even without Bosa, Williams, and Fred Warner, they still were playing Week 18 for the number 1 overall seed. So they're not that far away when you look at it from that standpoint. Now, obviously, in the divisional round, they looked light years away, but they are going to be adding 3 really good veteran players to the mix, assuming that the surgeries went well and the rehab and physical therapy went well, and those guys are ready to go in 2026.
Matt, it's interesting to hear you say that the defensive line you thought was the worst group, because I think maybe on paper I would point to the other one you noted. That is the wide receivers. Now, to be fair, Jauan Jennings has been nothing but an overachiever the last couple of seasons. Kendrick Bourne had a rebirth of his career. Demarcus Robinson was big in the playoff games, so I'm not trying to disparage the names in that locker room. But if you think about the teams that they're chasing, they don't have Puka Nacua. They don't have the red zone threat of Devontae Adams. They don't have Jackson Smith and Jigba, right? Like, there is a gap. So while we think about the wide receiver position with the draft, the combine, free agency in mind, if you had to say right now, is Jauan Jennings a 49er in 2 months? Is Kendrick Bourne a 49er in 2 months?
I would say no on both of those. Now, Kendrick Bourne, I don't think he's going anywhere, so they can kind of see where free agency is, and they could do a lot worse than bringing him back. So I don't know what the market will be for him. And of course, the free agency starts, 6 weeks before the draft. The way Jauan Jennings was talking was, it was kind of like a realization 2 days after the season that he had played his final game with the 49ers. And typically the history of the 49ers is, if they don't get a deal done early for those guys, in the case of Jauan Jennings, it was leading up to the start of the 2025 season. If they don't get a deal done and that player ends up hitting the open market, that player's gone. We saw it last year with Aaron Banks. We saw it with Dre Greenlaw, with Charvarius Ward, with Talanoa Hufanga. We've seen it in the past with other free agents. It's almost like the 49ers have their price, and hey, this is what we're going to pay them, and we'll put an offer out there before the start of the season to remove the risk. But then if that player makes it through the season healthy and hits the open market, the 49ers aren't going to they're not going to bend over backward to keep them, because they've already established what their value is. So I think that Jauan Jennings is most likely gone. The thing that, to your point about the wide receivers, is I think if you look at how the wide receivers and the defensive line played in 2025 and then project to what's coming back and what do they have in 2026, I think your point is well taken, because the 49ers do have that ability, to have those guys back, Bosa back, Mykel Williams back. So there probably are more answers right now. I mean, right now, when I look at the 49ers defensive line, I think there are 6 defensive linemen who will be on the team and should be part of that rotation. When you're talking about Nick Bosa, Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, Bryce Huff, CJ West, and Keon White, assuming he's healthy after the surgery on the ankle. And so that only means that, you add another guy, you sign a couple other free agents who might be like in that Jordan Elliott mold, or Cleveland Ferrell, or somebody of that nature. And then you add a couple of defensive linemen in the draft. Now, all of a sudden, that defensive line isn't looking so bad anymore, especially when you add, say, a player who's a pretty good pass rusher, maybe even a situational pass rusher, number 27 overall. So to me, those are the 2 positions where right now they're not good enough to line up and play a game right at this moment. But, the good news is they don't have to play a game until the second week of September.
All right, so after the new league year starts in free agency and the draft, and they come back for organized team activities, who will be the 49ers' backup quarterback?
I think it's going to be Mac Jones. Yeah, I think it would take something, maybe unexpected or out of the ordinary for the 49ers to move on from him. And so I don't know that there's going to be a team that comes to the 49ers and says, here's a second-round pick. We want Mac Jones, and we're going to pay him starter money to at least be their bridge quarterback. So my guess would be that Mac Jones will be back. But, for the right offer.
Oh, the but. The but.
Yeah, another but, a big but. No, I mean, the 49ers, they have to listen to everything. They've said in the past they listen to any team that has an offer or wants to talk about a trade. So Mac Jones is a really good backup quarterback. Let's put it this way. He was a really good backup quarterback for the 49ers in 2025. And we saw the importance of it because if he weren't there, they might not have made the playoffs, let alone playing for the number 1 overall seed week 18. But every team has to have a price. And he's signed for one more season. If the 49ers have an opportunity in this draft to get a valuable draft choice where they can hit on one of those positions that we talked about, then I think that the 49ers have to do that. And whether Curtis Rourke is ready to take over as the number 2, probably not. But we'll see. Maybe he is. Adrian Martinez, he remains with the team.
What about Kirk Cousins, Matty? If they could get Kirk Cousins on this roster, would they be content trading Mac Jones, and how would they get Cousins on the roster?
Well, I think if they're going to sign Kirk Cousins, it would have to be for the least amount of money that Kirk Cousins has made since his rookie contract. So I'm right. I mean, they're not going to pay him $10 million to be
by a lot of money.
Yeah, by a lot of money. So I mean, it's possible. It just does Kirk Cousins though? Does he view? There are so many teams that need a quarterback. Don't you think? I mean, there are like 10 teams from last year to this year where you go, who's going to be their quarterback? Miami, who's their quarterback going to be? And if Tua Tagovailoa isn't there, then he goes somewhere else. Jets. I mean, there's a lot of teams. I mean, the Raiders, I think, probably as well. I mean, there's so many teams out there that need a quarterback that there might be an opportunity for Kirk Cousins to be a bridge quarterback. I mean, he might be somebody where they go, where a team, he just went down this road without knowing he was going down the road with the Falcons and Michael Penix Jr. But, I could see a team going, hey, we'll pay you $12 million and you're our quarterback, but also go into this with your eyes wide open. We're probably going to draft a guy too.
Yeah, I mean, for the quarterback carousel's sake and the amount of teams that need it versus what's being talked about in the draft class, right? Like, this is not Bo Nix being the 6th quarterback taken in 12 picks. This is going to be, are we even going to have 2 first-rounders at this point? And you probably will, but it's not that kind of class. And, I mean, the other way you can look at it is, hey, maybe a team that would want Mac Jones would be willing to offer up a greater price that could help the 49ers. But, and again, you got to have insurance, too, for the most important positions. So a lot to weigh here in the offseason,
And I go back to where the 49ers were in 2017. Remember, they passed, as it turned out, on a lot of really good quarterbacks because they felt like their roster wasn't in a spot where they could – where it would make much of a difference to go get a rookie quarterback and get him beat up and do a lot of losing. So they wanted to build out the rest of the roster. There might be some teams in the NFL. There might be a handful of teams in the NFL who feel that way, like, hey, maybe 2027 is going to be a better draft. So let's build out, the offensive line, the defensive line, and let's get it to the point when we get our quarterback in 2027, that quarterback comes into a much better situation to succeed because, A, this might not be the draft where, as you mentioned, there might not be more than one quarterback who's starting within the first 2 or 3 years in the league. And next year, the quarterback draft class on paper appears to be a heck of a lot better.
All right, well, before we let you go, who do you think is having a better stretch right now? Randy Bennett and the St. Mary's Gales or UCLA and Mick Cronin?
Oh, my gosh, Mick Cronin. Holy cow. That is something else. Well, the Gales survived a tough one last night up in Seattle. They barely hung on to that one, but hey, just win and survive and advance. But, Yeah, you had Mick Cronin, social media star with him just going after his own players and the media. Yeah,
and rodents derrieres, trying to figure out exactly where that expression came from. So, in any event. Love you, brother. We will be talking frequently, and it's going to be a very exciting 49er off season, and we'll be following it all. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, and Greg, when are you
in the hospital next week? Admissions February 25th. They call it -7 days to transplant, so the actual transplant will be March the 4th. So this is going to be big for me, but I'll get through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well,
thank you, brother.
I'll reach out offline.
Absolutely.
Here and,
love you, man.
And stay in touch. Okay, love you too.
Take care, Matty Mo.
And I will talk to him next week as well with whoever we got filling in.
I'll be in Monday and Tuesday next week. I'm not going to work tomorrow. Busy day at the hospital, and Monday, Tuesday, and then starting February 25th. See ya.
Well, as for tomorrow, I'm going to eject my own co-host from my show.
I think you got Kruger tomorrow.
Yeah, I do get some Krug. Are you raising your voice at me, Walter? You kidding me right now? All right, we'll wrap up the show when we come on back. We got to play the audio. Kenny Albert's final call.
What a call.
We got to play that before we get on out of here. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The rumors are true. Murph and Marcus couldn't handle the cold, so they're down in Scottsdale, and those lucky ducks get to talk to Willie Adamus, Adrien Howser, Ryan Walker, Landon Roop, Zach Manassian, and you can catch all those interviews on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts. And we'll also be playing plenty of sound bites on our show all the way up until 2 o'clock.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The outlet pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move, cuts to the net, score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero, the United States, wins gold and belong.
Kenny Albert on the call, and if you hear the song from K-pop Demon Hunters, George Kittle's favorite, the United States is golden. Wow, what a couple of days in the sport of hockey, man. There is nothing like the Olympics. There is nothing like international competition. There really is nothing like international hockey.
And Kenny Albert's been there every step of the way. He did not do Team Canada in their match yesterday where they scored late and then won in overtime, but every other game I've heard, met or with it, Kenny, who is the son of the great Marv Albert. Marv is a great hockey announcer on radio, the voice of the Rangers on radio. But Kenny, he does them all. You know, he does Knicks fill-in. He does baseball. He does Fox NFL football. And obviously, I think hockey's the best sport. It's interesting. He does not work for NBC. He works for Fox doing the NFL, and he works for Turner doing the NHL. So I don't know how they made a trade to get him there, but he has been stupendous. He and Eddie Olczyk all the way. And so now it's on. The women got their gold, just their third. And the men, they've got to win tomorrow and then set it up for Team USA against Team Canada. And we all know on the men's side, they've only won gold twice. In 1980 in Lake Placid and in 1960 in Squaw. We call it Palisades now. And the guy who did the national radio of that was the great Lon Simmons. Franklin Miuli, later would be the owner of the Warriors and get him out of Philadelphia and move him west. He had the radio rights, and that's what Franklin did. And with the 1960 Winter Olympics being so close in the Sierra Nevadas, Franklin got all the rights for it. So a lot of those great announcers, Bill King, but it was, I remember talking to Lon, 1960, before the Miracle on Ice, 20 years before, the United States pulled off the big upset to win the gold in Squaw and now Palisades. So 1960, 1980, could they do it in 2026? Or are we going, oh, Celebrini, oh, Canada. What a match that's going to be. If we have it on Sunday, that'll be one for the ages.
My cousin got married up in Palisades over the summer. I have a picture by the 1960 Olympic sign. No USA hockey gold medal, though, with that picture. That was a good piece of history.
Eternal flame. Can you see it today? Is the visibility? They are skiing back up there in Lake Tahoe, but the visibility is rough.
Everybody, please stay safe and do not go to the backside of the mountain. That'll do it for us today. I will see you on Monday. Go be productive tomorrow. Take care of yourself.
Full day tomorrow.
Big thank you to Ron Kroichik, Danny Emmerman, Noah Dalzell, and Matt Mayoko. It's time for Dirty Work with JD and Krug. I'll be with JD later tonight. I'll be with Krug tomorrow. So we're all just shuffling it around here at the leader this week. Let's hand it off to JD, Krug, Tim Webb, and Danny Dunn hanging out with you for the next 4 hours. Can't believe Danny jumped ship just like that. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco. These
a quick thing, go down there, get the smog, but it's turned into, let's just say, a bigger issue than that. So we're having work done. So that's why I'm not sitting there and I'm sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, for Krug to turn down a couple of brews here at Harmonic, and I'm not sure if we have the cameras squared away yet or not, but I am. If they are, it's cheers. I've got my prog rock going, and again, stop by and say hi if you're coming to the Warriors game tonight, as they're going to take on the Celtics. First game out of the All-Star break, and of course we've got you covered here on the Sports Leader, and I'll be here with Dubs OT tonight, immediately following the game as the Warriors. 27 games to go, Krug, and the big question as we dive right into it tonight is, will Kristaps Porzingis make his debut? Things are trending in that direction. Still officially listed as questionable. I think we'll get the word here at some point between now and when we're off the air at 6 o'clock. But tonight was supposed to also be the night that Steph Curry was going to make his return from this runner's knee injury that's kept him out the last couple of weeks. But things didn't quite go according to plan as it related to Steph. And Steph was, by all accounts, after the All-Star break, he didn't play in the All-Star game. He hasn't played since January the 30th, so basically 3 weeks from tomorrow was the last time that Steph played. The belief was going into yesterday that everybody was going to get back together, have a practice. He would go through that practice, be cleared to play tonight, and it would kind of be, all right, 27 to go, final third of the season, unveiling of Porzingis, and let's see what this team can make of themselves. But Steph, not good to go. Wasn't feeling right, didn't go through practice yesterday, and ultimately ruled out for the game tonight. And it sounds like it's going to be beyond tonight without Steph. So it's kind of a good news on Porzingis, but obviously really bad news potentially on Steph Curry, who is going to remain out.
I mean, are they using every precaution? Is that why he's out, or is he really, in a lot of pain? I would wonder. But as you said, he's already been out roughly 3 weeks, and it could be wound up being a month. And, this is a guy who just gets voted into his 12th All-Star game. I mean, it's amazing how great he is still. 37, 17th season, 27 a game, 39% from three. I mean, leading the league in three-pointers made, three-pointers taken, leading the league in free throw percentage. I mean, he's, I guess the scary thing is when I saw Kerr say that he's going to have the second MRI, because that means that we don't really know, exactly. And Kerr was like, hey, I'm not Rick Celebrini. I'm not going to, I'm not gonna try to be a doctor here. But obviously they're going to take every precaution with Steph. But yeah, I was looking forward to tonight as, hey, we get the Steph, the first look at Porzingis and in a Warriors uniform, and then of course the return of Steph. And now I guess we're going to get half of it, huh? We get the zinger, just no Steph.
Yeah, and you look at it with 27 games to go, and the Warriors sitting at 29 and 26. Obviously, Jimmy Butler lost for the remainder of the season due to the ACL, going back to January the 20th there. And, there was a lot put on what the Warriors would ultimately get in a Jonathan Kuminga trade. And I think there was a lot of disappointment, frankly, in that, they basically, when it was all said and done, and there were a million reasons why, the mismanagement of Jonathan Kuminga's Warriors tenure. And, look, a lot of it was on him as a player, and some of it was on Steve Kerr, and a whole bunch of it, I think, was on the front office and ownership. But we were kind of waiting for this pivot point as to, all right, what are the Warriors going to get for Kuminga that can help them down the stretch this season? It winds up being a flyer on a guy who's only played 17 games this season, has been either injured or ill for the better part of the last 2 seasons, but a guy like Kristaps Porzingis that's highly productive when healthy. And when you look at the Warriors with Jimmy or no, preferably with Steph over not having him, he is the kind of player that I think it's underwhelming to a lot of Warrior fans that he was the acquisition only because of his lack of being available. But at the same time, he is a player that if the Warriors can keep healthy, is somebody that they would not only believe can help them in a big way here in the final 27, but he also becomes somebody that they may look to want to keep in the offseason and look to set up whatever their true last dance is going to be as far as trying to contend for a championship. We know that's not going to be this year, but there still are things to kind of find out about this team in terms of what Porzingis has left in the tank coming off of the diagnosis of this POTS issue that he's had, and also a calf issue, which has most recently kept him out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting move. It's a strategic move by the Warriors, and it's a move that keeps their options open. When you first heard the trade, you're like, Kuminga for Porzingis. Porzingis has been hurt much of the last 3 seasons, and he's only played 17 games this year, and he's had illness and injury, and you just kind of wonder what's his future. But then when you think about it, it gives that they didn't move any of their pieces. They still have all their flexibility to make moves this summer. And this guy fits if his game's right. I mean, he was a key cog for the Celtics in their title team, and it wasn't that long ago. 17-5 is what he's averaging this year. He's shooting 36% from 3. I mean, I like Porzingis. I think Porzingis, is a good fit with Golden State, but it's about that money. It's more about the 30.7 expiring that he represents and what that means for the Golden State this offseason. I think he's missed over 100 games, JD, since the 22-23 season. This guy just never plays because of injury and illness, but he is a great fit. He's an offensive big. They've got some really nice veteran offensive bigs in Horford and now Porzingis. And then what he represents with the 30.7 expiring is the real story. And that gives them the ability to go out this summer and find that next piece to the puzzle. So I thought, all things considered, they didn't have a big market for Kuminga. I think Porzingis, it'll be interesting if he plays well and stays healthy, because then it's like, hey, you got kind of something, found money, and you could do a new deal with him. It doesn't have to be anywhere in that same ballpark. And then what do you do with the expiring potentially? There's all kinds of options there for Dunleavy. So I kind of thought, when I look closer at it, that it was more of a strategic move setting them up for this summer, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, they have a lot of options open. Their favorite word in that front office, at least when they're meeting with the media, is typically optionality, which I know frustrates a lot of Warrior fans, because belief has been that they've created all this optionality and continued to add optionality, and then they end up with more optionality, and it doesn't wind up leading anywhere to where they can actually build a team that can potentially contend for a championship here in the waning days of Steph Curry's career, while Steph Curry still, when healthy, is performing at an unbelievable all-time great type of a level here. So we'll get into that between now and 6 o'clock. It's John Dickinson, Larry Krueger. We're with you here on the Sports Leader in for Dirty Work, Copes, and Depop on this Thursday. We're also going to talk some Niners today. Of course we are. Kyle Posey is going to join us from Niners Nation. That's going to be a little bit later on in this 2 o'clock hour. But a lot of Warriors as they get back in action here with 27 games to go before the end of the season, post All-Star break. We'll definitely touch on the Giants a little bit as they're going to have their first Cactus League game coming up on Saturday. And, I think it's beyond time for the Giants to actually start playing some games, considering where the conversation has shifted here over the last few days. So we'll talk a little Giants. We also want to let everybody know here, Krug, that we're going to be giving away a couple of tickets, 2 tickets to be exact, to see the San Jose Sharks and the Winnipeg Jets. That's coming up on Sunday, March 1st at SAP Center, San Jose. You want to tune in between 3 and 6 today. So not right now, but between 3 and 6, when we give the cue to call, you'd be the 10th caller at that point to 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. This, of course, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks. You can find official rules at knbr.com. Tim, let everybody know what the cue to call is going to be. We cannot win. We cannot
it's the cue
win.
To call. If you want tickets to
where the hell is Winnipeg anyway? Go Sharks!
Call right now.
I love that.
So there you go. That'll
JD,
we can't win, but yeah,
we cannot win. You can't win. I can't win, but the audience can win. Together, you guys are winners. One report coming out. I'll tease this that we will hit. 49er report about an ex-Niner potentially coming back on a 2-year deal, and it's from an NFL Network, NFL.com guy. And if this winds up, I'm going to do more digging. But if this winds up being true, I may have to have a rant later on.
All right, so we'll get to that coming up as well. We got a great show for you between now and 6 o'clock. I don't want to see Larry's head explode. It's too early. Even if I've got my prog rock cooking out here at Harmonic, it's way too early. Your head could explode, Krug, but let's keep it to like 5:30, 5:45. I think I can man the ship at that point to get us to the finish line. But 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We appreciate those watching on YouTube and Twitch as well. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is open. It's JD and Krug in here on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
For your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
And we love our friends at Jack's. We also love our friends out here at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, where I'm coming to you from here with the Warriors taking on the Celtics tonight. It's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger with you here in for Copes and Depop on this Thursday. 808 KNBR, the number to jump in and join the conversation. Could there be a return of a former 49er incoming? We'll get to that coming up around 2:50. Kyle Posey's going to join us from Niners Nation at that point as well. But, Krug, you said something to me in our little pre-show call that we did about tonight's Warriors game.
I just wanted to apologize.
You said something to me that really struck me, and I wanted you to get into it here. You said with 27 games to go that with the potential for Kristaps Porzingis to be playing tonight, even without Steph, who is out still with the runner's knee, and we'll get the latest from Shams on his MRI, that he underwent a second MRI here in the last couple of weeks, and just where that's going to leave Steph here for the final 27, not going to play tonight. But you said something to me about your excitement and interest level for the Warrior game tonight that really struck and surprised me. So I'll let you kind of dive into that here.
Well, I mean, okay, so this has been a really rough watch Warrior team for me this year because there was no buildup. I mean, I need a little buildup. I mean, I need a little buildup. There was none for this from this offseason. Like if you're one of these Warrior content creator people, it was the Sahara. You needed a glass of water. There was nothing going on. You're talking to yourself. So they couldn't make any moves because of Kuminga. Then the season starts. We got a couple weeks of, man, Kuminga looks like he's going to fit in. Then all of a sudden it was like, no, that's not going to work. And it just seems like it's been a rough watch. I tune into the games and I just have a hard time watching it. And it's like there's so much of the focus in my mind has been on what are they ultimately going to do with Kuminga. And I thought it was going to be kind of sooner rather than later. And then it kind of carried all the way to the trade deadline. Finally, they get the deal done. Now they've got a piece in Porzingis that at least it's a plan, right? It's like a direction. You've got a player that's got a lot of skill that really does fit well with this team, and then you've got the expiring contract and what that represents. So you've kind of made a commitment to do something, and you still have all your assets. But I just think tonight I was thinking we were going to see Steph return, and he's been out obviously for 3 weeks. And now Porzingis, to me, this was one of the most exciting games of the year for those two reasons. And now, of course, we're not going to see Steph, but we're still going to see Porzingis, and he's probably only going to play limited minutes initially. But, I think he does fit with the way this team likes to play. He spaces the floor. He's a high IQ player, and he also represents, some plan or some direction for the future. They had to get beyond Kuminga. I've been kind of waiting for the next shoe to drop, and at least tonight we get a chance to see Porzingis. So for that reason, I'm excited. I think this is one of the more exciting matchups.
Yeah, and Porzingis officially still listed as questionable, but he is trending toward playing. We'll give you the official word once we have it, as the Warriors do face the Celtics tonight. It's interesting what you say, and I agree. I think there was actually, I would disagree a little bit in this sense, but agree with a lot of what you said about once the season got rolling and really beyond those first 5 games, it was barren in terms of it just felt stale. It felt, unfortunately, like a lot of the pre-Jimmy Butler trade portion of last year, or most of 2 years ago, or a great portion of the year 3 years ago when the Warriors ultimately had the series with Sacramento before the Lakers took him out in the year following the championship run in 2022. I think there was a lot of optimism based on the fact that the Warriors had acquired Jimmy Butler. They were able to win that first-round series against the Rockets and then take Minnesota to 5, but they won the first game, and then Steph got hurt in the first game, and then it winds up, hey, well, what could have been? But, hey, they've got that number 2 now with Steph. Jimmy was awesome. They were 23-8 to close the year, but there's more that needs to be added to that if they truly were going to be a title contender. And then you get into this year, and you're right. It was all – there wasn't a lot going on in the offseason because Kuminga and that situation hijacked their ability to really do anything other than bringing back DeAnthony Melton and signing Al Horford. But, again, those are kind of – those are middling to kind of snoozer-type moves because Melton wasn't going to play till December and Horford's going to be 40 years old in June. So they really couldn't make the big move in the offseason. And you're wondering, how's this going to work over the beginning of the year until they can actually make the move. And you're right, Kuminga comes out, he plays well early, then he doesn't, and then he kind of hijacks, or his situation hijacks a good chunk of the beginning of the year. And, oh, by the way, the Warriors go back to being kind of mid or mediocre for the remainder of that, like, 2-month stretch, basically, after they started started off pretty well those first 4 or 5 games of the season, and then right as they're starting to play well, Krug, right as the Niners are making their playoff run and they wind up winning in Philly, and we're all focused on the Niners, and rightfully so. Right when nobody was watching, honestly, those final couple of Niner games and a couple of playoff games that's when the Warriors play better, and Jimmy gets going, and it seems like they kind of flip a switch. They're 12-4. And then you're thinking they're 12-4. It looks a lot like last year, and they're going to flip Kuminga into something. And then Jimmy gets hurt, and then it goes back to Kuminga hijacking it for almost the 3rd or the 4th time. What are they going to do with Kuminga? So I hear where you're coming from in terms of it just being a frustrating season in terms of watchability, and the final semblance of I think not necessarily hope for this season, because I mean, let's be honest. This season is pretty much capped in terms of what the Warriors' ceiling is. Probably at one and done. Probably at get into the first round and get beat. But I do think there was some optimism.
If they get in.
Right. Well, they're almost.
They may not get in because.
And they're almost locked into being a play-in team when you look at the standings. And I won't run through it, but there's the 5 teams that aren't playoff or play-in teams right now are Memphis, Dallas, Utah, New Orleans, and they're all tanking. The Kings are in there. So the Warriors are 8 games clear of a play-in spot. They'd have to lose 8 games in the standings over the final 27 to miss the play-in. They'd also have to gain basically 5 in the standings to avoid the play-in. So they're basically in some form or fashion gonna be a play-in team. Right. But the thought is, can Porzingis with Steph give you a little excitement as to this team having an ability to finish strong, but also a building block toward, because they didn't make a big move at the deadline to give up draft capital and to give up major assets. They gave up Kuminga, who they weren't playing and was hurt a lot, for a guy that wasn't playing in Porzingis that's hurt a lot, but is a much greater fit and I think can have a lot of upside. So I'm with you as far as some of the excitement, but a lot of it is tempered by the fact that you don't really know exactly what they're going to get for from Porzingis, and you don't really know exactly what level he would be able to help them if they look to re-sign him and sign and trade him in the offseason. But at the same time, he is the move that everybody was kind of waiting for. So I do think there's a lot of attention because from a purely basketball standpoint, Krug, he has the ability to fit in really nicely. And because he's a 7'2" guy who can shoot the three and post up against mismatches and keep the ball moving, from a basketball standpoint, he really is pegged to be a strong fit with this Warriors team if they can keep him on the floor.
You know, maybe I've just been so spoiled by the championships and the success that the micro, I want to look macro at this team and not micro, because micro to me is not very intriguing as far as the day-to-day, where they're at right now. But if you take a step back and take more of a broad base, I mean, building towards what? What is next for this team? Is the Giannis dream over? I know the Bucks kicked backhand to the summer. I saw his interview with Malika Andrews during All-Star Weekend, where he's like, "Hey man, I want to win a championship with the Bucks." And then he's like, "If that's not on the table, maybe I have to pivot because I really want to win." But I mean, so he's either going to stay with the Bucks or go someplace where he can win, and that means he'd have to determine this would be the place he could win. Seems very unlikely. So if he's not the macro target, what are we looking at? You got old Jimmy, old Draymond, old Steph. Everybody's getting worse. Is it just like a couple of years of just kind of playing it out?
Yeah, and I think that's what I think that's not where the Warriors want to be. And I think, the threading of the needle, and we'll get to it coming up, because let me tell you, I'm sick of hearing about Giannis. I'm gonna go on a little mini rant about that. I am so sick of hearing about Giannis because, and I'll let you know, like, I mean, it just, like, it's not happening. And the worst case scenario in some ways, the worst case scenario for the Warriors would have been Kuminga comes back and we're watching the Jonathan Kuminga show for the last 2 months. That would have been the worst case scenario. But the next worst case scenario, or the next best case scenario for the Warriors would have been Giannis went somewhere else, because then the Warriors would not be fooling themselves into believing that they could they could get him in the offseason, and they could actually focus on how to improve this team around Steph and try to make a last dance run for next year with maybe Jimmy coming back or maybe Jimmy's contract in a deal. Anyway, we'll get into that coming up next, because I'm sick of hearing about Giannis. What does Porzingis provide on the floor? But I think you're right. It's more about the macro than it is the micro. We'll get into that. We do have some Niner conversation coming up as well. We'll get into could there be a former Niner coming back that's a little bit long in the tooth? We'll get into that coming up. JD and Krug in here for Copes and Depop on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
All right, John Dickinson and Larry Kruger with you here on the Sports Leader, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I'm at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, right by Chase Center. Stop by and say hi if you're in the area. Coming to the Warriors game tonight, Warriors and the Celtics. And, of course, tonight we'll have Dubs OT for you right around 9:30, right at the final horn. I make my trek, Krug, right across Thrive City over to Harmonic from my seat in the media section. We'll be talking some Dubs as they take on the Celtics tonight. Looks like it's going to be the debut for Kristaps Porzingis with 27 games to go, and a little bit of a disappointing scenario without Steph Curry playing tonight, Krug. I want to get to this because we're going to get into some Niners coming up here right around 3 o'clock. But we talked about the MRI and the runner's knee situation, so I want to get this out of the way. Shams Charania of ESPN on their NBA Today show had the latest on Steph as it related to a second MRI, which is always concerning, on his knee. He was supposed to practice yesterday and basically be cleared, but after the All-Star break, Steph still didn't feel right. They sent him for a second MRI, and here's the latest of where things kind of stand with Steph in this knee.
George, I'm told an MRI in the last 24 hours on Stephen Curry showed no structural issue in his right knee, but he is dealing with persistent swelling and pain in that knee. The team is describing it as runner's knee as the injury. So Stephen Curry works out individually as he did over the All-Star break, and afterwards he deals with pain and swelling. And so both the Warriors and Curry need all of that to subside before he can try to start to play again. And it's uncertain whether that will be days or weeks more away for Stephen Curry.
Yeah, so concerning there, right? Persistent swelling and pain in the knee, and I mean, days or weeks, kind of TBD. Like, we can get into Porzingis, and we will, and just the impact and some of the big picture stuff. I've got my Giannis rant, but yeah, Steph is still the straw that stirs the drink. If you don't have Steph, then what does the rest of it kind of matter at this point? And so that was kind of great that there's no structural damage, Krug, but persistent swelling after 3 weeks off when it looked like maybe he was going to be coming back is definitely not anything that a Warrior fan is going to want to sign up for at this point.
Well, and Shams' report sounds unfortunate.
Ominous.
But I actually
it sounds ominous.
I think it's actually worse than his report indicates, because think about what he just said there. He said days or weeks. And yet I'm reading on NBC Sports Bay Area that runner's knee can be a stubborn ailment, with most of those afflicted needing, quote, a month or two, according to the world-famous Cleveland Clinic. So if that's true, that most of the people who have runner's knee need a month or two, the Warriors' playoff hopes are DOA.
It's not good because I know I was gulping there as somebody that's doing 27 more Dubs OT shows. That's why you caught me there. No, and he hasn't played since January 30th, and so you look at 2 months. A month would still be another couple of weeks, and then 2 months would obviously be the end of March or the final, let's say, 5 to 7 games of the regular season. And at that point, again, we talked about how the Warriors would have to lose out eight games in the standings. Well, the one way to lose 8 games in the standings would be to not have Steph for the next month and a half or longer. But anyway, we want to give everybody the latest on that. I'm with you. I think it's kind of an ominous report. I mean, anytime you have to go for a second MRI on something that you thought was going to be cleared up is never a good thing. And again, it kind of puts a damper as the Warriors, with the third of the season to go, try to get this thing rolling again in what likely will be the debut of Kristaps Porzingis tonight against the Celtics. Let's get into the Giannis thing a little bit. I won't go terribly long on this because it's been well litigated, but you said it. Like it's a matter at this point of let's see what Kuminga is gone. Let's see what Porzingis can provide this team. I am excited and interested to see in the macro. We'll evaluate the micro because obviously he's hopefully going to play in a majority of these games, and the micro will lead to the macro and what the macro take or evaluation is. But for me, it is much more about the macro as it relates to Kristaps Porzingis in can he prove himself to be healthy enough to be a fit that the Warriors want to keep next year, because he is currently making a little under $31 million. And I don't think there's any scenario in the world where he's going to end up, getting a raise, right? So he is going to be a more cost-effective contract price point for the Warriors next year. Is it half? Is it $20 million? Is it 10 million? Like it's anywhere, I think, probably between about 10 and 15 million as sort of a baseline. But that's a contract that the Warriors may want to sign him to. That's also an amount that maybe they want to sign him to and look to trade him with other players and picks in an attempt to bring somebody back that can be in the fold with Steph and Jimmy and whoever that player that they would acquire would be to try to make a run at it next year. But the one thing that's not part of that is Giannis. And, they got to get over the pipe dream, Krug. Like honestly, they have to decide, do they want to keep Jimmy or not and let him rehab and come back, in late January, early February? That's a decision that can be made in the offseason. Do they want to look to include his contract to try to get somebody pricey back into the fold? They can make that decision. They can add picks. They actually do, as we talked about earlier in the show, have a lot of flexibility and optionality. But the one thing that completely wrecks any optionality, any flexibility that they have, is that if they put all of their eggs in a basket that isn't open truly to them, and that's Giannis. And look, the Warriors, if they were going to get Giannis, Krug, they were going to get him at the deadline because the Bucks were going to be motivated to move him, which they weren't, and they were going to be able to make the best offer at the time. And that was including potentially Kuminga going to Milwaukee, because it was reported that the Bucks had interest in Kuminga going back to last summer. So if you don't have Kuminga to throw in that deal, yes, you still have picks. It's a more difficult deal to do with the salary structure. And let's be honest, now the Knicks and Miami and Minnesota and maybe Houston or the Spurs, all these other teams, even the Thunder, if they don't win the title, are going to have the ability to make better offers than what the Warriors can offer. The Warriors' offer, in my opinion, declines based off what it would have been 2 weeks ago and what it could be in the offseason. These other teams' offers increase. So if there was a slim and none chance of the Warriors getting Giannis 2 weeks ago, it's a completely non-existent chance at this point in time. And the Warriors need to get over it. Get over it. It's not happening. It's not.
Well, just to jump in on that for just a second. This other story that we're talking about is directly related. Giannis is not going to want to come as Steph is broken down, and that's where it's at. Steph is out. Is going to be out a month. He may wind up missing 2 months. They may wind up missing the playoffs. Either way, it looks like Steph can go forever, or for 2 or 3 more years or something. But if Giannis wants to win a ring, he probably has better options out there than coming here as Steph is in decline. And I think it's reasonable to think that Steph's decline could be sharp, because this is a marathon. This is a young man's game. He has played a lot of basketball, and it's just, I think, the Warriors, Dunleavy said it. He's like, hey, look, we made this deal for Porzingis. We still have all kinds of firepower to do more deals, and he's referring to the 4 first-round picks and the pick swaps that they didn't, move. So, they've got their arsenal if they want to do something. They also have, $18 million in salaries for for guys like Moses Moody and Pods. They got to decide if those guys are keepers or if they're going to move on. They could also, as you just mentioned, move Porzingis in a sign and trade, which could bring back other assets. And then you got to decide what you're going to do with Green, because he's on a $27.7 million expiring, or he's got a player option, I should say, for that much for his final year. But I mean, they've got some, they got to decide what they're going to do. But I do agree with you, JD. It's time to stop being paralyzed by the 2% chance at the nuclear option of getting Steph, the ultimate guy. I think that's kind of distracted them from just keep building and gather more assets. And if they had just been focused on, instead of being paralyzed by dreaming about these stars, if they had been a little bit more focused on just trying to gain more assets, I think they would be better positioned going forward.
Well, there are plenty of options that could help this team beyond Giannis if you're willing to give up the draft capital in addition to the salaries to do it. And that gets into an even bigger question as it relates to, just where Steph is at, because I think to kind of tie off the Giannis rant a little bit, even if Giannis wanted to come to the Warriors, it's a scenario where maybe he would want to come and play with Steph for a couple of years, but would he want to be in the same position Steph finds himself in now, where you're looking at a front office that maybe you can't trust for the next 3 to 5 years to be able to build a team around you once Steph is gone? Like, you don't think Giannis, Krug, is looking at the last 3 years and a lot of the inaction and the inability to really build a contender and think, yeah, you know what, it'd be cool to play with Steph and maybe we can contend for 2 years, but I want to contend for the next 5 years or 6 years throughout the course of my career, what's remaining in terms of his potential prime. So to me, you got to move off of that and be a little more creative and make the decision that there are a bunch of different ways you can help this team in the short term to be able to try and give Steph a chance beyond this season, whether it's 1, 2, or multiple years beyond that Steph is still healthy and available. And you're right. I mean, the question of Steph being healthy and available enough is something that becomes more and more in play here with the more time that he misses with this knee injury. And, oh, by the way, he's going to be 38 years old coming up in less than a month on March the 14th. So good conversation. We'll continue it coming up a little bit later, Krug. And I know we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off of something that frankly is pretty uncomfortable, I think, for a lot in the Bay Area to get into. I know you want to do that coming up as it relates to the Warriors. So we'll do that when we get back into the Dubs a little bit later on in the program. But that kind of sets the table for the Warriors. They'll take on the Celtics tonight. Let's switch gears and talk some Niners. Kyle Posey's going to join us, and we'll get into the former Niner that might be coming back. Good idea, or why are they going down this road? We'll get into all of that straight ahead. JD and Krug, we're in for Copes and Depop here. Dirty Work on a Thursday in the Sports Leader.
Well, in a bit of good news, Steph Curry's recent MRI came back clean, but the future Hall of Famer will sit for his 6th consecutive game as he battles pain and swelling in what is officially listed as patellofemoral pain syndrome, or for idiots like me, runner's knee. Check out Dubs OT tonight with JD immediately following the game, and if you can spell patellofemoral, Walter will buy you a beer right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we keep things rolling on a Thursday. Larry Kruger and John Dickinson. JD's at Thrive City at Harmonic Brewery at Thrive City. Getting ready for Warriors Celtics. The debut of the Zinger. That's right. Kristaps Porzingis. But joining us on the Yuma guest line from Niners Nation is one of our favorites. Kyle Posey does a great job covering the 49ers for Niners Nation, and he's with us. Kyle, good to talk to you, man. How's things?
I'm doing well. It's weird not having any football, but there's always football, right? With the Senior Bowl, Combine, look back and watch draft players. So I'm enjoying it. How are you?
I'm doing great. And you know John Dickinson, and we were really fired up to have you. One of the things I read today, just right before the show, Greg Rosenthal, NFL.com, says, this is the quote. He says, I can absolutely see Deebo Samuel coming back to the 49ers on a 2-year, $12 million contract because he doesn't have a market elsewhere. And I read that, and I'm like, well, he doesn't have a market elsewhere because he's played his best football, and he's probably closer to done than anybody wants to admit, probably himself included. That's Greg Rosenthal from NFL.com. This would not be the move I would make. What would be your reaction if the Niners decided to go back to Samuel?
My question would be, how does that make you better, right? How does that put the team – does that tell you the team's taking a step forward, or are they looking in the rearview mirror? Because to me, it tells me they are basically ignoring the issues that they had that we saw pop up in the playoffs and late in the season, or just against quality defenses. And when you look back and to see the kind of season that Deebo had, most of his production came on passes at the line of scrimmage. What does that tell you? He's probably not getting open down the field. So I would have serious questions. And that's acknowledging that, hey, this is one of the franchise's best players during the Shanahan-Lynch era, but that was a few years ago. This is 2026. Prime Deebo was probably 2021, 2022, and 2023. So I would have some serious concerns if that was the move. But at the same time, the best case scenario for that to me would be he ends up being like your kick returner, like the Sky Moore of this year.
Yeah, and Kyle, it's interesting because they obviously do need to revamp basically their wide receiver room in many ways, given the Ayuk situation and what happens with Juwan Jennings. Can they count on Ricky Pearsall? How would you go about evaluating the wide receiver room overall, and how would you go about tackling, getting complementary type receivers to each other that can really help this team, maintain what they were able to do last year, but also become better in some ways?
Yeah, I think if you just kind of look at the draft plans, when they drafted Ricky Pearsall, that was with Brandon Ayuk on the roster. Brandon Ayuk's not going to be on the roster in 2026. So in my mind, bringing in Pearsall was to be a high-end wide receiver too, to complement everything that Brandon Ayuk gave you, and he could be the quote-unquote other guy that Deebo Samuel was when he was in his prime. But now, if Pearsall, under that same train of thought, right, if Pearsall is the wide receiver two, there's no wide receiver one. So that's why the question's about Deebo. That's why, hey, why would you bring Juwan Jennings back if you don't have a wide receiver one? So all of the trickle-down effects from the Brandon Ayuk, I think they're gonna have to address this offseason. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a splashy trade or a high draft pick at wide receiver because you need a guy who can go out and win one-on-one consistently against the Eagles, the Seahawks, the Packers, the playoff teams that you're going to run into. And I really don't think that guy is on the roster as of today.
Last year, the Niners had over $100 million of dead cap, and they found a way to win 12 games. It was actually quite an accomplishment. This year, they should be a bigger player in free agency, at least on paper. I don't know if they ultimately will be. We're going to find out here in a few weeks. I was just watching ESPN, though, Kyle, and Mina Kimes has her under-the-radar free agents, and she's got 3 here that I think are really good names. She's a big Seahawk fan. She's got Boye Mafe. She also mentioned Kenneth Gainwell, the running back, former Eagle, was in Pittsburgh this year, and Isaiah Likely. I would have no problem if the Niners signed all 3 of those guys. I love those 3 names. Is there a name? What do you think of those names, and is there a free agent that you envision or targeting for the Niners this year?
It's funny you said. A couple of days ago, I wrote about Isaiah Likely, and I think he would be a perfect fit for what the 49ers need offensively. So tight end, but in that Baltimore offense, he did a lot of fullback things. And for as much as we talk about, the 49ers needing and wanting to find a potential replacement for George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk's 35. He's in his contract. If you look at it, there's 1 more year of guaranteed salary. So they probably need to start preparing for life after him as well. And we're talking about a 25, 26-year-old Isaiah Likely, very good athlete. has the blocking prowess, like has the want to do that. And then he's athletic enough to produce in the passing game. So to me, that would be a very good fit without having to break the bank on a guy like Kyle Pitts in that regard. If we're talking just other pass catchers, other wide receivers, another buy low target would be Romeo Doubs, a guy who can win in one-on-one situations. So likely Romeo Doubs writing checks to guys you probably won't have to pay more than $10 million a season. I think you can upgrade your offense by doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I love Likely, who would be 26 in April. Romeo Doubs is somebody that currently 25 as well. So I like the ability to add some youth and some energy to the mix there. That being said, if you could take one free agent away from Seattle, who would the guy be in a perfect world? Or would you take anybody away from Seattle? I know they've got some difficult decisions and aren't going to be able to keep everybody, but is there somebody that stands out above the rest?
I mean, obviously, names like Kenneth Walker is going to be popular because of the playoff run that he just had, but I honestly would take Greek Woolen. That is a guy, 6'4", ran a 4.2, so he can defend every route that you want him to do. And we've seen actually Pearsall get the best of him on double moves, but to me, if you only remember a player giving up a double move, the odds of him being top tier or just being consistently good are very, very high. And if you look at some of the stats over the past 3 seasons, he's actually the only cornerback to be in the top 5, top 10 range in yards per snap allowed. And he's going to get paid a lot on the market, and that's probably why it might not be realistic, because I don't know if the 49ers are willing to pay $100 million, which is realistically what he might command on the open market to a cornerback, but he's also a player who could really help them, who could add a level of speed. Everybody's talking about speed this offseason. That is a guy who I think could really change the dynamic of what the 49ers are able to do on defense.
Yeah, Woolen's a monster corner. I mean, 6'4" and change, something like that. 12 career picks, 36 pass breakups, 4 years in Seattle. He pisses people off because he makes mistakes, but man, the talent is off the charts. Free agency unofficially, by the way, opens noon Eastern, March 9th. Negotiation window is 2 days before it officially opens, 4 p.m. Eastern on March 11th. That's when players can actually be signed. What do you think up front? I mean, there's so much talk about, Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby. I mean, these guys, it seems like a pipe dream. I don't think, I don't think Mark Davis is ever trading Max Crosby. And if he is, he's not trading him to the Niners. And if he is, the price would be so prohibitive that I don't think the Niners ought to do it. Rashawn Gary's a name that Matt Barrows has brought up. I kind of like him, but he'd have to be a cap casualty by Green Bay. He may be, but is there somebody in the front 7? They got to get a better. They need a pass rushing tackle in the worst way. I like Collins and West, but they don't rush the passer. And they got to have a big time guy, better than McHale, better than Huff. I think opposite Bosa. Is there anybody out there that you think fits that description?
Yeah, so I mean, the names that you're mentioning, there are a lot of miles on those bodies, and I do not know if that's what you want to do, invest in a player who, you said, Trey Hendrickson, he's coming off an injury. Like, he was injured during the trade talks all this past season. Max Crosby, obviously great player. Nobody would debate that. One of the best players in the NFL, but again, a lot of wear and tear. He's played actually some of the most snaps at his position in the past 4 or 5 seasons, so eventually you would think that would come back. It would be tough. I think just looking at the names, understanding names, you're going to have to, on the open market, you're going to have to spend. I would actually look to upgrade the interior pass rush and do it with a player who's a proven commodity. To me, that is Denver's John Franklin Myers, defensive tackle. He's had back-to-back seasons with 7 sacks. He's had 6 seasons with at least 40 pressures. And if you look at what the 49ers have done at that position, when the 49ers were at their best, they had that interior presence, right? Of course, Nick Bosa's on one side, but they had a guy who can really push the pocket. And to me, that's Franklin Myers, who's won one-on-one situations in multiple ways. Pairing him with Michael on the inside, and you have Huff and Bosa on the outside, that would probably give the 49ers their best pass rush since I can remember, at least in the past couple of seasons. I think it would take the pressure off the secondary and allow you to do more things with Fred Warner as well in coverage. So to me, Franklin Myers is a move that would be a needle mover. He might not come off that way. He's not a brand name, a big name his market value is projected at around $7.9 million, which, again, you're not paying that much, but for a player with what he's done, based on what he's done, I think he really boasts a pass rush.
Kyle, where do you stand in terms of just how close the Niners are to still being contenders? And you may say, well, JD, you're crazy. They just lost in the divisional round. Of course they're close, but they did overachieve. And in my opinion, maybe you disagree in many ways this year. Obviously, there are players that aren't going to be back. There are players that are going to be coming back off an injury. There are improvements that have to be made. Do you feel this team is as close as the divisional round of the playoffs and losing to the eventual Super Bowl champion warrants them being? And what would your priority list be in terms of the top two things maybe that they have to improve the most quickly in order to get to that point or remain at that point?
Yeah, that's a tough one just because, yes, they won 12 games, but if you look at the Rams, for example, the 49ers won 12 games and had a point differential of plus 66. The Rams won 12 games and had a point differential of plus 172. Like, that has to matter, right? How you play and how you beat your opponent. There's a drastic difference. Seahawks, 14 games. They had a plus differential of 191, and we saw that when those two teams played. Yes, the 49ers split the head-to-head matchup during the regular season with the Rams, but it took a fumble at the goal line. Like, the probabilities of that happening again, probably pretty low. I struggle with that because I will always believe in Kyle Shanahan. I will always think his team will be prepared for the moment, and they have been over the course of the years. But how they lost to Seattle should be eye-opening and should force them to address some of the priorities this offseason. I think it's wide receiver. I think they really have to get somebody who's a guy, who's that Brandon Ayuk. And it stinks just because they have him on the roster, but for all the things that we saw happen last year that we didn't see, I guess, they're going to have to move on from him. So I think they need to get a true number one wide receiver, and then the Pearsalls, the Dobbs, like the other guys you can complement off that. And then overall their team speed just has to be better. Life was so hard for them on both sides of the ball this past season just because their margin for error was not what it was, like Seattle's, like Houston's, like the true.
Uh-oh. We lost Kyle.
All right,
there. Hopefully we'll get him back. His line dropped there at the end.
That's okay. It's good stuff there. It's interesting. I know, Krug, I'll just say this. It's interesting to me because I think you and I are in maybe little different spots on just how close or far the Niners are. Because I actually think they're pretty close, but I know I've heard some of your streams and some of your shows on KNBR. It kind of feels like you think they're farther away maybe than people think because of the level that they overachieved to get to the 12 wins with all the injuries.
Well, I mean, I was looking at FanDuel's odds on the NFL on Super Bowl 61 the other day, and the Niners are, I think, like 13th or 14th on the list. So, I mean, they're the betting public right now doesn't look at them as a top 10 team. I just think that it's a crucial offseason for them. They've got a lot of needs. They should be able to spend a few more dollars in free agency. I think we have Kyle back. Kyle, so your line cut off right in the middle there. You want to finish up your thought?
Yeah, and I was just talking about adding team speed. Obviously, wide receiver, having a guy to go to, but on both sides of the ball, the margin for error, the lack of team speed. Like when they were at their best, when the 49ers were the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan, like you saw Ayuk and Debo flying around. You saw McCaffrey on the other side of the ball. You saw the linebackers and the cornerbacks flying up to make plays. That's not happening, and I think that's because of the lack of athleticism and the lack of team speed. So injecting some athleticism and speed, follow that up with just getting a true number one wide receiver. I think the 49ers could be right back in it. But again, like seeing what Seattle did and what Los Angeles does at the same time, there should be some regression because being the best of the best defense in the past 5 or 6 years, probably not going to be sustainable.
Kyle Posey with us from Niners Nation. I got one last one for you. There's an article out on where Jason La Canfora has got a piece out where he's quoting an NFL personnel team that is looking for a quarterback, talking about Mac Jones. And he said, I know that Kyle doesn't want to lose him. I think they'll put up a pretty good fight. You're going to have to knock their socks off to get Mac Jones. What do you think that means? What would you define? What would knock the Niners' socks off and force them to trade Jones?
I find this talk kind of funny just because, like, of course you're going to go into the offseason wanting to keep Mac Jones until you get offered like a second-round pick and look at your roster and realize what you could do with that potential second-round pick or multiple picks that add up to a second-round pick. So, like, sure, you might not want to get rid of a valuable item in your house, but your wife says throw it away. And, okay, you know that if you do get rid of it, like, something good will happen. And in this instance, the 49ers, that second-round pick, that third-round pick, how could you say no to that? To me, that just – you would close the door on so many potential opportunities you can do with that. Maybe that second round, that third round, you can trade up for a wide receiver that you're falling in love with in the first round. Maybe you can use that second rounder, third rounder to trade for a veteran wide receiver. So it sounds good now until the phone starts ringing. But if you get offered a second round pick, it would be very difficult to say no, which I think there's a very likelihood of happening this offseason. How many teams need a quarterback?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, which, really shows how profitable that reclamation quarterback aisle has been for the 49ers. Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl. Now Mac Jones may net them, as you say, a day 2 pick, maybe even a high day 2 pick. Kyle, thanks for jumping on KNBR, man. We always love hearing your thoughts, and we'll, everybody should go check out Kyle Posey. He's a great follow on X, but he's also fantastic on Niners Nation. Thanks for jumping on KNBR.
Appreciate you having me. Thanks. Take care.
Kyle Posey and JD, good stuff there from Kyle Posey. I mean, you say 49ers, I don't know if there's a lot of people know Matt Mayoko, they know Matt Barrows. I don't know how many people know Kyle Posey, but he coaches football. He watches a lot of film. He's pretty cerebral with his breakdown, and I thought we were pretty lucky to get him today.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. He definitely follows the game, and it's great to pick his brain a little bit because there is a wide-ranging debate, as you know, Krug, as to just how far or close the 49ers are to legitimately, being contenders, despite the fact that they went 12-5 and wound up in the divisional round before they lost to the eventual Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, they need some talent for sure, and it's going to be a pivotal offseason. And free agency starts first, and then it's the draft. All right, we got more straight ahead. We got a lot more. We're going to talk a lot more Warrior basketball. Warriors and Celtics go tonight. JD's there at Harmonic Brewery in Thrive City, getting ready for Warriors and Celtics. We got more straight ahead on the Sports Leader.
Sound right, boys.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
And we're back here at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. John Dickinson, Larry Kruger. I'm at Harmonic. Krug didn't want to come out and drink a free brew or two before the Warriors take on the Celtics tonight. You owe me one, Krug. You owe me one out here at Harmonic moving forward. Great spot if you're coming to any of the Chase Center events to have a brew. They've got some great food here as well. Also right next door to Fix Q in Thrive City as well. Unbelievable barbecue spot in the Bay. They've got a spot in Oakland and also here in Thrive City. I had the chance to have that for the first time last week. It was tremendous.
I did have a couple shots, in Seattle, and I did witness Austin singing karaoke. I did drink heavily in New Orleans and Philadelphia, but I missed today. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. And the two of us, after Philly and Seattle, we kind of have to be separated, even though we both live in Walnut Creek. We kind of had to be separated a little bit. We were having a little too good a time. And so I think Holler and everybody were like, yeah, you guys can do shows together, but you can't actually, physically be in the same spot or actually, have a beverage, an adult beverage while you're doing the show. But
and from now on, by the way, when we go out on the road, I'm gonna have to pick the places, because then 3 weeks later, as my wife's going through the receipts, and I'm blankety blank
hula.
What's Hell's Kitchen? What's Cheetahs? What's honey?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yeah. What is Spirits 1000 or whatever that place was? What's
exactly.
No, I know the exact one that got.
It was a place. Might have been in the lobby of the hotel, honey. Might have been in the lobby of the hotel.
What? You had a death shot? What's a death shot? Anyway,
we're smoking. Remember, you got us some shot that was like smoking, and it tasted like barbecue or something. It was unbelievable.
Like charcoal and lemon, and it was like you wouldn't have even known there was even a drop of booze in it.
Yeah, we had multiples. Seattle's a nice town, man. We had a good time in Seattle.
No, we had a great time in Seattle right up until the point in which the 49ers got beat. I wanted to get to this one text, Krug, which leads you right into the next part of the conversation here, because I wanted to hear – we were talking about Debo and the report from NFL Network that potentially the 49ers – this thing is just not – it's not going away. It's been prevalent, I feel like, for a couple of weeks here, the notion that the 49ers would be interested in Debo. The 209 chimed in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. There's a big market for gadget guys over 30 that can't beat man coverage. And that kind of leads me to Debo, man. I am completely, and I've heard a couple of your rants. Not that I wouldn't be open to bringing Debo back, but Debo can't be brought back like he's going to be the answer to anything. He can be an extra, but he can't be the answer. And to me, the 49ers have too many more pressing priorities at the wide receiver position specifically, let alone all of the different areas, to where let's move on from that. Can we look at guys who might be dynamic in other areas that are younger than 30 that I don't know. I know you've ranted about it, but I just kind of wanted to set up those gadget guys over 30 that nobody else really wants. I was underwhelmed by looking at the Niners'
new
interest.
idea? How about a new idea? Does anybody have a new idea? I mean, it's like, why are we always inventing sequels? Instead of, we can't have a new movie, it's got to be a sequel. And I'm not saying that, I'm all for having people who are quality and but 2 years, $12 million for Deebo Samuel, JD. I mean, come on, they go find the next gadget guy. This is going to be the challenge for Lynch and Shanahan this offseason. Why? Because they're very warm. They're very close to their players, and a lot of their favorite players are now going to be cut by their respective teams. Eric Armstead's probably going to get cut. Dre Greenlaw's probably going to get cut. Javon Hargrave's probably going to get cut. Mooney Ward could get cut. Debo's out there. They're going to have to resist the temptation. Kyle Shanahan's phone's going to ring a lot. This is not the last ex-Niner that's going to call him and saying, Kyle, hey, what about round 2? There's no room for sentimentality in pro football personnel. When you're done, you're done. Debo's like, hey, I'm not struggling. I'm just not getting the ball. Then they gave him the ball, and he proved that he was struggling. Then he went to Washington and proved that he could still play, but he's not worth any kind of a, multi-year, multi-million dollar offer. You got too many other needs. Go find the next Debo, the next Armstead, the next Greenlaw, the next Mooney Ward. That's what you really need to do. In the draft, the hard way, no shortcuts, no sentimentality. Sorry, but that's how I feel.
Well, and the thing that stands out to me about the spring of 2025 a year ago is the fact that the 49ers really were not sentimental in laying out what they did. They let go. They let Greenlaw go, even though they hopped on a plane and tried to have him come back. They let Hargrave go. They moved on from Debo. They acknowledged the fact that they needed to get younger. They acknowledged the fact that they needed to get their books in order financially. And to me, that wound up, for all of the things that went wrong for the Niners in 2025, they still won 12 games and made it to the divisional round. And they did it because they were unafraid in some ways to make last year, even though they got maligned for it, they made last year the year where they chose to make some of those difficult decisions. To me, when you make the difficult decisions, Krug, and you don't look back and you're successful off of not looking back and making those decisions, why would you then reverse course the following offseason and attempt to look back? I'm not convinced. Maybe Debo comes in as like a fourth option, in terms of your wide receiving core, and that's something that I could be on board with. But he can't be 1, 2, or 3 at this point in time. And I just don't. It doesn't jibe with me to think that you would make all those decisions last year, have it work out in your favor, and then decide you want to go back to what put you in a position where things were not working after 2024 and leading into 2025.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go after a receiver, in the marketplace, go after like a Brian Thomas Jr. from Jacksonville, who had, his production fell off last year. He had 48 catches for 707 yards and a couple scores, but he had a great rapport with Mac Jones. He's a big-time talent. They've got Travis Hunter. They've got Jacoby Myers signed to an extension. Parker Washington had a breakout year. Jacksonville's going to move on from Brian Thomas, I think, and he was awesome at LSU. I mean, that's the kind of young receiver that has his few. He's yet to play his best football. His best football's coming in 2026, 2027. Jordan Addison, same thing. Those guys' best football's coming. You want to get their best football, not guys who, were good 3 years ago. And I don't know about you, JD, but I think I've got to a point now where unless I've got Jerry Rice or somebody who's this year's Jerry, this era's Jerry Rice, Chase or Jefferson or JSN, unless I've got just the guy, I don't want to do wide receiver second contracts. I look at wide receivers like printers. It's like you don't fix your printer. You throw it in the garbage and you go down to Best Buy and you get another printer. You don't go to the second receiver. You don't go to a second contract for these receivers. You just kiss them goodbye and go get a new one. So the Niners made a mistake by paying Debo. They made a mistake by paying Ayuk. They will be making a mistake if they pay JJ. And I don't think any of those guys on a second contract are really worth it. If you got a special once-in-a-lifetime player, do it. Otherwise, go get a new one.
Well, and I just view the decision to bring Debo back, in some form at the expense of letting Juwan Jennings walk. Like, I think that's just, that in and of itself is bad practice because, Jennings had been productive for you even up until the last day that he would have been with the 49ers. Deebo Samuel was not productive a year ago when the 49ers moved on from him. And then, he had his moments with Washington, but that to me is clearly a player that at this point is on the decline. And again, the 49ers have so many other needs. That's an area in which I think we both strongly agree that the area of, they got a lot of needs that they got to hit the defensive line. They got to hit the linebacker. They got to hit in terms of safeties. They got to revamp potentially the offensive line. They have to go figure out tight end in addition to wide receiver, tight end because they're not going to have Kittle. So there's all these things that are lined up that they have to improve upon. Why would you look to go back to somebody that's unproductive? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. All right, let's continue the conversation here. I was looking at the NFL free agency top 150 in terms of free agents. The Athletic put this out. Top 150, just this extensive article about the free agent class coming up. I want to know from you, and we'll get to it coming up, Krug, the one guy that you would splurge on. I'm going to give you one splurge item.
Well, I get one splurge?
Guy. You get one guy that's like, you know what? Break the bank. The Niners are always, the cap space is, they're rolling it over and they're saving it and they're putting cash into these side accounts. Like the Niners are always looking to save cash here and there to use for a later date. It's kind of their version of optionality that we get into with the Warriors. But I'm going to let you break the bank on one guy out of this top one. And I'm going to let you know where he ranks on the top 150 as well. So you better be a good choice. Otherwise, myself and the Athletic are coming for you, Krug.
Busting the bank for one free agent. Who's it going to be? I get to shop during the commercial.
Yep. Unlimited. I'm giving you the black card. I'm giving you the black credit card. No limit. Like, let's go. You obviously have to fit them under the cap. But the Niners have immense cap space. So we'll get into that coming up next. More Warrior conversation. The Warriors and Celtics are coming up. We're at Harmonic and Thrive City as well. Well, I am. Krug isn't, but that's okay. We're not going to hold it against him. It's JD and Krug. Dirty work on a Thursday. Coming up right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to...
Where the hell is Winnipeg anyway? Go Sharks.
Call right now.
Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Larry Kruger. I am at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City as the Warriors take on the Celtics tonight. Join me for Dubs OT here on The Sports Leader immediately following the Warriors and the Celtics. Will it be the debut of Kristaps Porzingis? Trending in that direction. Porzingis still officially listed as questionable. As he did go through practice yesterday with the Dubs. Some more Warriors conversation coming up as well. First Cactus League game for the Giants coming up on Saturday. Looking forward to that. But talking some Niners here with Krug on these sports leaders. We sit in for Derek Papa and Adam Copeland on this fine Thursday. And I asked Krug, but before the break, I'm giving him the black unlimited Amex card, right? Choose what you want. I was glancing over this top 150 in terms of the NFL free agent list. The Athletic put out this extensive, thorough list. I mean, they put out an unbelievable draft guide, Krug. I'm not sure among the draft guides. I know you probably come up with your own binder full of evaluations and things on your own. But I was looking through this top 150 as it relates to free agency because the 49ers are going to have the ability to be big spenders in free agency if they want to be. But I think it's going to be important that they, spend judiciously in some areas because I think you can make the case that they do have so many areas that they need to look to improve this roster. And you can look at it, from the offensive line, which everybody I think probably would want them to improve upon off of where it's been the last couple of years to somebody to complement Christian McCaffrey. You need a George Kittle insurance policy because you don't know if at all he's going to be back and when for this 2026 season. The wide receiver room is a mess. Do you want Debo? Probably not. Jennings is most likely going to leave. Brandon Ayuk is already gone. Can you count on Ricky Pearsall? So there are literally questions at every level. Even the quarterback, there's questions at that level. As to what you do at the backup spot because Mac Jones may be your best pathway to be able to look to add to the roster in terms of can you get a player and a pick? Can you get a couple of really quality picks, a day 2 pick, a couple of day 2 picks, maybe with a future draft factored in? So there's a lot of different ways that you look to get better. Even the quarterback position comes in, and then D-line needs improvement. I think you can make a case the linebacking core needs improvement. Could they add a corner? Sure. Safety? 100%. No question. So there's a lot of different ways that the 49ers could look to improve things really at any and every level other than really the starting quarterback position, which obviously is going to be Brock Purdy. But, looking at this top 150, it's interesting as you kind of run through it. And Krug, I want to get your take on this coming up as far as, if I give you the black card, if I give you the unlimited budget, and of course you have to fit this thing under the salary cap, but I'm looking at this 150. If I say, Krug, one guy you can spend anything you want on, budget be damned, Parag Marathe is not going to call you into the office and say, what are you doing? Why'd you do that? You can't do that. That doesn't make it – that's going to put us in cap hell. You're not going to get the call from Parag, Krug. Who would be the one guy that you would roll with?
Well, you know what? The 49ers need a lot, right? They need a lot. But they really need a wide receiver. And they need a wide receiver that can catch a lot of balls because they need somebody who's a volume receiver. Somebody who, it would be nice to have a field stretching vertical threat, right? But they can't go, Tutu Atwell, 1 catch, 2 catches. They need someone who can move the chain, somebody that can be a primary guy for Brock Purdy. I'm going to say the guy that I would spend on is Wan'Dale Robinson, the receiver for the New York Giants. He's played with a horrible quarterback. Jackson Dart sucks. Jackson Dart's so bad. He runs around. He doesn't see the field. He tucks it and goes. I mean, he might be good in the future, but he ain't good now. And yet this kid is got at least 92 receptions in each of the past 2 seasons. He's a volume target. He's got speed. He can work multiple levels. This guy was awesome. This was a really great player in college at Kentucky. And nobody knows that because he's coming to the NFL. He had 1 year of Jones, and then next 1 year of Dart, or what was it Jones, or who was the quarterback the year before Dart? But Wandale's a player, and he can run. He's not the biggest receiver, but he will be healthy. You can start him. You can throw him a bunch of footballs. He'll make plays on all 3 levels. That would be my guy.
Well, it's interesting because you went more modestly priced than I would have anticipated. I was running through. Wan'Dale Robinson is number 22 on this athletic list of the top 150. Number 22, he had 92 catches on 140 targets. He was over 1,000 yards, 4 touchdowns, 25 years old. You said it. Smaller, 5'8", 185. His contract projection, Krug, is 3 years and $48 million. 3 years and $48 million, the contract projection. Do you know who is touching right up against him in terms of next up on the list after Wan'Dale Robinson? Do you want to take a guess at who is number 23 on this top 150 list?
Juwan Jennings?
Juwan Jennings is number 23, projected at 3 years at $42 million. Of course, Juwan, 29, obviously the bigger in stature. He's, 6'3", 210, 215 for Juwan. He looks thicker than that. I think he's listed at about 210, 212. But yeah, Juwan only had 55 catches on 90 targets going back to this past season. But yeah, interesting. You go Wan'Dale Robinson. When you said wide receiver, I was thinking, oh my goodness, are you going to say? I knew you weren't going to say Alec Pierce. I thought, is he going to say Mike Evans? Is he going to say go get Mike Evans and spend some money on? And Evans is obviously an older player, but higher on the top of the list. But yeah, Jennings at 23, Wan'Dale Robinson Wan'Dale Robinson with the Giants at number 22 overall on that top 150.
There's one other guy that I was considering. To me, it's a receiver or a perimeter player, like maybe a corner, like a Tariq Woolen. But the guy that I really like, I like Alontae Taylor, who played for Tennessee. And Alontae Taylor is just a big-time player. He had 2 picks this year, but he's versatile. He can play inside. He can play the slot. He's strong against the run. He's rangy. I like Alontae Taylor. He was good at Tennessee. He's been good in the NFL. A really good corner like Tariq Woolen or Alontae Taylor and a really good wide receiver would be nice.
Yeah, I like Rick Woolen a lot. I know we had Kyle Posey on. He mentioned Rick Woolen, and I think that would be a fantastic move. I'm looking here at Alontae Taylor, 18. On the list here of the top 150, projected 4 years and $77 million overall in terms of his deal, and obviously a lot of that's going to wind up being funny money, especially if it ends up being a corner. But it's interesting to kind of parse through this list and see, because I know the one thing you've been pretty high on, and I was mentioning it here to come back from the segment. You could make a case, Krug, that the 49ers need something at every single position on the field with the exception of quarterback. And, oh, by the way, they may be looking to trade their backup quarterback, although they've said they're not going to be able to grab a pick and a player or a couple of picks and obviously send Mac Jones somewhere where he can be a starter in exchange for that. So you could make a case if you factor in Mac to be moved as the Niners needing a player at every single position, maybe with the exception of starting quarterback.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up. There's no doubt they got a bunch of needs, right? When I say needs, they won 12 games. They have a good roster. It's not like they don't have players. It's not like they can't contend. But if they want to contend for Super Bowls, if they want to win a championship, to me they're 10 to 12 players away But every team's going to add 10 or 15 new players in the offseason. To me, the one thing that I think the Niners ought to learn from is that look at the last couple of years with the quarterbacks. They went for Darnold. Look where Darnold is now. They went for Mac Jones. Look what Mac Jones's trade market has turned into. There's no question that they should definitely, part of their offseason should be to plan who is their next quarterback that they can build up. I mean, they have Kyle Shanahan. They have Brock Purdy. They have an offense that works. And I was reading an article this morning. A guy was suggesting future homes for Anthony Richardson, and he put the Niners down. And he's like, even if Mac Jones stays, the 49ers ought to go try to get Anthony Richardson from Indianapolis and rehabilitate him under their umbrella, under Shanahan's umbrella, expose him to Brock Purdy and the way he reads coverage and the way he prepares to play football games. And because Anthony Richardson is 6'4", 250, and runs in the 4.4s. And you know what? Everybody thought Darnold's career was dead when he came here, and it wasn't. Everybody thought Mac Jones was a nothing pickup when he came here. Now he's going to be a starter somewhere. So sometimes you see things as they are. Sometimes you got to, close your eyes and try to project. I know right now everybody looks at Anthony Richardson and says, oh, my God, he's horrible. This guy can't read the field. He can't do this. He can't do that.
Yeah.
Something tells me if you put him with Kyle Shanahan and around Brock Purdy and allowed him to just in a low-pressure environment be the Niners' third-string quarterback, that they could build his value up and turn him into something. And this reclamation aisle quarterback thing that the Niners are doing, if you can get these guys on 2-year deals, you get 1 year to rehab, 1 year so they can trade you. To me, that might be their best game plan to try to quickly close the gap that exists between themselves and Seattle, themselves and the Rams, themselves and all the top teams in the NFL, because the Niners are uniquely positioned. After watching Darnold and Jones, almost every young quarterback in the league who's not where they want to be would almost die to be a Niner. I think they got to take advantage of it.
I love Anthony Richardson potentially as a 3. I wouldn't make him the backup, but if you could get him to be the 3 in a perfect world, like I think that would make a lot of sense actually. If whether it's Mac or if it's somebody else, if you wind up trading Mac, that you would project to be. To me, you wouldn't want to be one step away in 2026 from Anthony Richardson. But if Anthony Richardson's spending 2 years in your program and you can use a year to get him from maybe the 3 to the 2, and then you use him for another year of being your 2, if you go get somebody else to be your 2 to take the Mac Jones spot for 2026, and then maybe that guy graduates at some point to being able to move on elsewhere and get a different opportunity. So I think that's an interesting name if we're purely talking about him to be a third-string quarterback. I want to pick your brain a little bit as it relates to some of the other names on this list. There's one edge that I think I would splurge on as far as it relates to the Niners. And no, it's not Trey Hendrickson. Well, I want to get to it coming up. I want to get to it coming up because we are due for a break. But I want to get to it coming up. And I will say, and you're going to know exactly once I say this, but maybe the listener won't. It's a guy that the Niners maybe could have already acquired, but they chose not to. And maligned for potentially not choosing not to, going back to a different point in time. But somebody that I think has the potential to be productive. Is it the number one area of need? It's up there, but it's probably not number one because I know we've talked about what the number one area of need is for the 49ers, and for me, it's on the defensive side. So we'll get to that coming back. It's John Dickinson. It's Larry Kruger. We are going to get back into the Warrior conversation coming up, but let's go one more rip on the Niners here and free agency as things kind of set up and rumors are swirling. Free agency a couple of weeks away, and we're all over it here as we talk some Niner football and Warriors basketball. It's John Dickinson, Larry Kruger in for Copes and Depop here on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
A huge congratulations to the United States women's hockey team, who won the gold medal today in a thrilling 2-1 victory in overtime. Megan Keller scored the golden goal in overtime, but huge kudos to Hillary Knight, who scored the game-tying goal with 2 minutes to go in regulation. Knight is now the most decorated Olympian in USA women's hockey history and has scored more goals than anyone for the women's national team, with 15. For everything USA, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in, Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're rolling along here on a Thursday. JD and Krug in for Copes and Depop. Dirty work as we're with you until 6 o'clock. And then I'm going to head over inside Chase Center, check out the Warriors and the Boston Celtics. Back here from Harmonic. Again, cheers, Harmonic Brewing, Thrive City. One place where you can have a brew before or after the game, enjoy some good food. And we'll be talking some Dubs tonight with Dubs OT. Hopefully the Kristaps Porzingis debut, Krug. We'll find out, I think, officially from Steve Kerr coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes. But looking at the latest injury report before we get back into the Niners, Porzingis still questionable. Questionable is a good thing because he's been questionable with the intent, I believe, on playing here for the last 24 hours.
What is the spread tonight, by the way? The Celtics are favored in this thing? Probably without Steph.
Oh, yeah. Celtics are favored with Steph out. Let me check that out real quick. Let me look at that.
3.5, I think, 4.5.
Okay. That's. I'm actually surprised it's not a little bit more than that, to be honest. The Warriors have found themselves with some interesting spread numbers, and I'm looking at it right now, 6.5. The Warriors, the Celtics, I was going to say that seems about more on point. Boston 6.5-point favorites. They come in at 35-19. Warriors at 29-26, and the Celtics have done it with Jaylen Brown rising to the top. Obviously, going back to the Finals MVP for Jaylen Brown over Jason Tatum in 2024. But with Tatum out for the year, Jaylen Brown has become a true number one. Led this Celtics team to the top three in the Eastern Conference, even without Tatum. So. They're a team that's got a lot of young players, and it'll be a good test for the Warriors, especially here without Steph.
Yeah, they got some underrated players. I think Derek White's a really solid player that, if you say great players in the NBA, nobody says Derek White. But he's a very useful player.
Oh, he is.
For sure.
No, he definitely is. The Warriors would kill to have Derek White on their team.
He's good. I mean, he can shoot it. He can put it on the deck. He can defend. He can get to the rim. He can do a lot of things. So he's an interesting player for sure. I'm eager to see, Porzingis against his former team. I'm eager to see what Porzingis looks like in a Warrior uniform. This is kind of a big stretch, I think, for the down the stretch here for Podziemski, is it not? I mean, the Warriors kind of have to decide what they're going to do this summer with Podziemski. Are they going to offer him some kind of an extension? He's kind of I don't know. I don't need him to say that he's going to be better than Steph. I thought that kind of was like, bro, you might want to shut up about that.
Just be a solid seventh man. Just be a solid seventh man and quit worrying about being the future of the franchise, right? I mean, my goodness.
I mean, but he's interesting. He's a polarizing player for sure. I mean, he's when he looks good, man, he looks good. But then I look at him sometimes and I'm like, what the heck does this guy do? It's like he can't finish inside. He doesn't have the length to finish inside. He doesn't really have a awesome three-point shot. It's like, when you swing it on the perimeter, you're like, I'm thinking to myself, what do I want him to do? Do I want him to shoot it? Well, no. Do I want him to put it on the deck? Yeah. But do I want him to go all the way to the rim? No. It's like, sometimes I watch Podziemski and I'm just like, he's more of a facilitator. I know he's eligible for that rookie scale extension coming up in July, and the Warriors have to decide: are they going to pay him as they did with Moses, or are they going to let him, roll into restricted free agency in July of next year?
Yeah, it's going to be a great question, and Pods, they don't want to wind up in a similar spot with Brandon Podziemski that they end up with Kuminga, where he thinks he's worth X, the Warriors don't think they have to pay him X, and again, they have the restricted free agency option to where they could let it play out and not offer him an extension, and then wind up going to restricted free agency where they basically make him go get an offer, and then they can just match the offer to keep. They're in a tricky spot with Podziemski. I think Podziemski and Moody are two of the key younger players to keep an eye on here down the stretch of the season, to be sure. So we'll continue the conversation on the Warriors coming up more here in the 4 o'clock hour as you listen to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Again, it's JD and Krug here in for Derek Papa and Adam Copeland on this Thursday. I want to get back to the Niners because I gave you the black Amex card, and I said, all right, hell or high water, what do you want? And, in terms of a free agent, with free agency, just a couple of weeks away. And you went Wan'Dale Robinson from the Giants, the wide receiver, 25 years old, 5'8". That's a projected, and I'm looking at the Athletics list of top 150 in terms of free agents. 3 years, $48 million projected. He had 92 catches in 2025. I
could have been driving a Ferrari, and I chose a Honda Civic.
Yeah, you did. I think better than a Honda Civic. You chose like a. You chose better.
Accord?
You chose like a Toyota. You chose like an Avalon. You chose like a Toyota Avalon, right? Like it's
nice.
It's not a Lexus, but it's not a Corolla, right?
With the upgraded leather interior, Do I have upgraded leather interior? Do I have a sunroof?
I don't even know if they still make. I don't even know if they make the Avalon still, but the Avalon was like it's not a Lexus, but it's like higher than a Camry on the pecking order, and a Camry's nice. But
when I was doing the show with Gary, I was doing commercials for the Pacifica. The Pacifica, and everywhere I went, people are like, Krug, where's that Pacifica? I'm like, dude, the Pacifica's pimp daddy. It's awesome. It's got 6 rows. It's got unbelievable rotating seats. I'm like, the Pacifica. Oh my God. People wanted pictures. I was tweeting out pictures of the Pacifica. It was a busy time.
And shout out to my father, who's probably listening in the Sacramento area. Why does JD know so much about the pecking order of Toyota? No, he worked in he retired now, but he worked in the auto industry in Sacramento for a long time in auto sales. So I know your pecking order of different makes and models of car. It's how I could distinguish a Camry from a Lexus with an Avalon being in between. So shout out to my pops on that one. So yeah, you went with Wan'Dale Robinson, who was number 22 on the list. I'm going a little higher end. If you give me the blank check or the black Amex, and this is a guy that was reported and scheme fit. I want to kind of pick your brain on this. I'm going with Jalen Phillips. Who the Niners had an opportunity maybe to get. He was traded from the Dolphins to the Eagles at the deadline for a 3rd-round pick. He made an impact for Philly. I know the Niners are the 4-3 defense. He's kind of more of a linebacker rusher, but he's 6'5", 263. What do you think of Jalen Phillips opposite of Nick Bosa? Does he fit? Does he not? That would be my splurge item as an edge.
Okay, I have 2 thoughts on Jalen Phillips, neither of which are fair. All right, I'll just say that.
Okay.
My first thought
injury
is
issues.
The guy is the Ricky Pearsall of defensive ends. He's always hurt. The guy's glass. He's like a fine vase. You know what I mean? It's like he's just always he's like an Alfa Romeo or something. He's just always in the shop.
Yeah, okay.
So and if Alfa Romeo's an advertiser on KNBR, by the way, it's a great vehicle. It's an amazing vehicle.
That's Larry Kruger at Krug Show. You can.
Exactly. No. Scotty in the sales department is like, no! You filled in one day. You ruined 19 different deals. We're now going out of business because of your fill-in show. Oh, no.
Well, it was nice working with you, Krug. It was nice working with you.
Yeah. We love JD, but it's just that Krug guy. It was just a nightmare. Yeah. He ruined our deal with Alfa Romeo. We had a deal that was going to go to the moon. Okay, so he's a little glass. He's a little hurt. He hasn't been hurt recently, which makes me think that he's due to be hurt. That's unfair thought number 1. Unfair thought number 2, you and I were in Philly. I went live on my YouTube channel in the elevator going down to the locker room.
That's right. I may or may not have made a cameo there.
I mean, Tim Kawakami's nose was in there. I mean, you could see it was, let's just say the people are looking at me
what are these guys doing? He's like, what are you guys doing?
People are looking
at me like, the Philly reporters are all mad. Like the Philly reporters are like waiting to go down and like just just eviscerate Sirianni, and then we're like yelling about what a great win for the Niners, unbelievable.
Like, a very unlikely win, an incredibly packed elevator behind me.
The link is stunned. the link is stunned and wants everybody fired.
You can see the top of Cam Inman's forehead. Thank you. We'll be on the bottom level in a second. No, but
Big Dom coming to shut you down.
As we were walking in the bowels of the link, Jalen Phillips was walking out with his girl, and he just had a big old smile on his face. He was laughing. He was joking. He was feeling good. And that just goes against everything that Larry Krueger stands for. I like my I like my football players upon losing to, be a little bit more subdued. I don't need this big smiley face, belly laughs as you're walking out of just getting your butt kicked by the 49ers at home in the playoffs. I don't know. It's a bad look. It was a bad look for him, and I remembered that. So, but he's a talented guy. I thought you were going to say like Odafe Oweh, who to me would be the better guy. He went to the Chargers from the Ravens, and then with the Chargers alone, the guy had 7.5 sacks and then had 3 more in the wild card game against the Patriots, and he's a free agent. That wasn't his name at Penn State. I forget what his name was at Penn State, but Jason something. But now he's Odafe Oweh, and he's a beast. He's got ridiculous speed. I mean, we're talking about 4.5, maybe even sub 4.5 off the edge at 260.
No, I don't dislike that. I don't dislike Oweh as well. Oweh, by the way, number 12 on this top 150 released by The Athletic. Jalen Phillips, number 3 on that list. So I went high on the list. When I said splurge, I really went splurge. But I just think Jalen Phillips would have a high impact. The other name that I like is kind of a lesser name, and it's still a pretty good name. I know I asked Kyle Posey, like, who would you take away from Seattle among the players that are probably going to be gone? I love
Kenneth Walker.
It's actually Boye Mafe. I love Boye Mafe as another. That would be my number one. I don't think they need Kenneth Walker. Because they still do have Christian McCaffrey. And that's not to say that they don't need a compliment. I know how many times are we going to argue about a compliment to CMC in the next 6 months? Probably a ton. But they do need a compliment to CMC. But Boye Mafe is a guy who, didn't have the greatest season in 2025, but is still probably going to be priced out from Seattle. I think almost assuredly priced out from Seattle because you can't keep everybody. But I love Boye Mafe, and he would be the guy above everybody else that I would look to snag from Seattle. And I say that, I say that while also thinking that I would probably go Jalen Phillips if I could have my pick of anybody.
Yeah, Mafe is a great one. I loved him. He was at Minnesota, and then he's had an up and down time in Seattle. He's got an amazing first step, dude. This guy comes flying out of his stance. He only had 2 sacks this season, though, and 33 pressures. It was a little bit of a down year. They had other guys. You saw Derek Hall in the Super Bowl, and I think they're probably going to let him walk. And I agree with you. Mafe is he's not going to drop into coverage at all, right? So if you have a defense that says occasionally you're going to drop, you don't want this guy. But if you just have like what the Niners have, or had at least, we'll see what Raheem Morris does. But, wide 9, get up the field, attack the quarterback. You're never backpedaling. You're never in the flat. You're never in the hook zones. You're always hunting quarterbacks. I think Mafe could bust out. I agree, too, that I think his best football's coming. That's the other thing. It's like you always want to make sure that you're signing these free agents and that their best football's still to come. Not like I'll give you another name that I really love. I think they're going to franchise tag him, but I love Kyle Pitts because Kyle Pitts has never fumbled. He's 6'6", 250. He was like the 4th pick in the draft coming out of Florida. He's coming off a year where he had career highs in receptions and touchdowns. He's never really played with a good quarterback. You don't have Kittle. You don't have JJ. McCaffrey's coming off a 450-touch season. You need somebody who's not going to be good or very good. You need somebody who's going to be like among the best players in the league. and could really have a bust-out year. You get Pitts. I think he had 117 snaps in line, but like 340 snaps flexed out. He's more like a receiver. I'd say goodbye to JJ and give that money to Pitts.
I love Kyle Pitts. I think he would be perfect with the Niners. I'm with you. Somebody that at times has been a little underwhelming with Atlanta, but you bring him in, and you're right. You're going to spend, but you're going to get the best that Kyle Pitts has had, I think, to this point of his career for the next few years. To me, he's the perfect fit in terms of, you're not going to have George Kittle, but you bring somebody in that can be productive. And then if you get George Kittle back at some point, or if Kittle ends up coming back in 2027, then you got both of them. And you know what? You can have both of them, and they're both going to be a factor, for a year or two. So I actually love the Kyle Pitts idea. That was somebody else that I had in my top three. I want to go back to Mafe real quick. Yeah. I think when you look at Seattle, and they're not going to be able to keep everybody. They got a bunch of guys on this top 150, and a bunch of guys in the top like 30 to 50 of the list when you look at it. But the thing I think you have to look at with the Seattle guys is, and you kind of touched on this, it's the Seattle guys that aren't fat and happy from being Seattle guys. And I think because Mafe was a bigger part of it the last couple of years as opposed to this year. I think, Mafe got his ring, but Mafe didn't get his ring and is looking to be fat and happy, and I got my ring. And he's kind of underappreciated or underwhelming right now. So to me, he's a guy you'd buy on to think that you're going to get the better of. Not because he isn't going to be grateful or happy with his time and winning a Super Bowl and all of that, but I think he's somebody with something to prove specifically to the Seahawks as they moved away from him when he had been somebody that in the past had been one of their more productive players as they were on the come. So I think Mafe, for that reason, is somebody that you would definitely want to bring in that's still, young prime, 27, a lot of upside. I love his motor. And so I think when you look at the Seattle guy, Kenneth Walker's great, and I'm not thinking the Niners are really going to want a running back.
He's going to get paid a lot.
Kenneth
I think
Walker.
Dallas and Kansas City.
And I think he's fat and happy, right? Like he's I mean he's a worker. I don't mean to question it, but to me he's a guy that kind of peaked. He was the Super Bowl MVP. He's got a title. There's been a build up throughout the course of his career. To me, you're not getting the best of Kenneth Walker the next 3 years. I think you could still get the best of Boye Mafe. And if you go back a year ago. And forget about Seattle winning the title, if you go back a year ago and said, Krug, I'm going to tell you, Boye Mafe is going to be on the Niners in 2026. You'd be salivating, I think, at the prospect of Boye Mafe being on there. So I think that's kind of how you have to look at the Seattle guys more specifically.
Yeah, no, and he's a guy that I think they're going to let out the door too. I don't think they're going to make a big effort to re-sign him. I think you could get him. Kobe Bryant is another defensive back. The Niners are probably looking for a safety, and he's an interesting guy. If you're looking for matches for the 49ers, and I know Niner fans are kind of thinking along the lines of who makes sense for them. A couple guys that I think do make sense, and I think Jawan Jennings is going to price himself out. I really do. I think he's probably going to wind up moving on. But as far as guys that could make sense for them, Kobe Durant is an interesting. He played with the Rams. He played under Raheem Morris. I could see him being a guy. There's a lot of talk that Atlanta may cut their corner Clark. What's his name? Clark Hunt or something like that. The guy who used to play at Utah, and I think he's definitely a 40. Could be on the Niners short list. David Onyemata, who played for Raheem Morris.
Clark Phillips, I believe, right?
Clark Phillips. Yeah, Clark Phillips is a guy who played at Utah. He's a 5'9" corner. He missed all of last year with an injury, but he's, if you're looking for a cheap corner, I think he makes sense. And then Charlie Kohler, was Brock Purdy's tight end. Niners are going to look for a tight end. And I'm saying Pitts, and people have, we had Kyle Posey. He said Isaiah Likely. But Charlie Kohler was Brock's college tight end at Iowa State, and he had a nice bust-out year for Baltimore. Probably not going to cost very much. I think he'll be very popular. He hooked up with Brock a lot in college, so I could see a guy like that being on their list as well.
Yeah, no, I think some good names there to be sure. So we'll keep it rolling here as we get closer to free agency in the new league year, and obviously the combine is coming up. Can't wait to hear Krug all of your breakdowns of different guys that the Niners potentially could draft. So Niners always front of mind here on the Sports Leader is what is going to be a huge offseason for them. So we'll continue that conversation as well coming up. And if anything breaks, of course, we're going to be all over it right here on the Sports Leader. All right, let's get back into the Warriors coming back here. Kristaps Porzingis still on schedule to make his debut. Steph Curry not going to be playing. A major disappointment. It looked like he was going to be back, but he's not quite ready. And Krug is going to rip the Band-Aid off. A pretty uncomfortable conversation, I'm not going to lie, as it relates to Warrior fans and what to do here moving forward. We'll get into that. With 27 games to go for the Dubs. They take on the Celtics tonight as we continue here. Dirty Work on a Thursday, JD and Krug on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
All right, back here at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, John Dickinson with you, along with Larry Kruger. Krug not present, missing out on a prog rock. Here on this fine Thursday. As we continue, the prog rock Pilsner is the go-to. I'll also enjoy a Kolsch, Larry, if you're ever out here at Harmonic. And we'll get you out here one of these days for one of these days where Dirty Work's out here. Or we got to get you out for a Dubs OT, man. I know you're busy doing Niners Nightly, and you're probably doing a stream that's competing with mine as we're going live on Dubs OT, depending on the night. But we got to get you out here at Harmonic one time, man, and enjoy a prog rock or a Kolsch.
You don't have to ask twice. I'll show up on the patio at Oracle. I'll show up, wherever there's, some beer and wings. It's amazing. There I show up.
Yeah, no, and they love to have you. Good crowd starting to file in already. Warriors and Celtics tonight. The one thing you're going to get, Krug, and people obviously excited for the potential debut of Kristaps Porzingis, but you're going to get with Boston and get some Celtics fans, and I already seeing a little bit of the green and white with a smattering of black. I'm seeing some Celtics gear showing up here at Harmonic. We need the Warrior fans have got to step up their game a little bit and drown it out here.
They show up, man. The Celtics fans are loud and proud. They'll show up on the road for sure, wearing their green, and they're feeling good. I mean, you could argue, you make an argument that Missoula could be Coach of the Year. The Celtics have been a fantastic story this year.
From the Warriors' standpoint, all eyes on Kristaps Porzingis, in part because it could be his debut, but also in part because of some of the negative storyline that surrounds today, which is the fact that Steph Curry's not going to be ready to go. We started the show with the news on Steph, and we got another clip coming up here we'll play on Kristaps Porzingis from our buddy Anthony Slater, now of ESPN, just on how Porzingis is going to be used. But the downer news for today, Krug, is the fact that, all signs were pointing when the Warriors left a week ago last night for the All-Star break, and Steph was going to miss the All-Star game down in Inglewood. But the belief was at that point that Steph was going to be able to come back from the runner's knee, work out on his own during the break, and rejoin the team last night for their pre-first game practice inside Chase Center, and basically have that be the final step toward being cleared to be able to play tonight, if not tonight, for sure Sunday against the Denver Nuggets in the afternoon game that the Warriors will play at Chase Center. And it wound up not being the case. Steph still going to be out, and not only is he still going to be out, but he underwent another MRI within the last 24 hours. We played the Shams report from ESPN on that, and the MRI clear, so good news there. But Steph's still dealing with swelling and pain in the knee, and Shams, in his breakdown of where things stand, unsure the Warriors are whether it's days or weeks still. And Steph's already missed basically the last 20 days. It'll be 3 weeks tomorrow. And so for Steph to not be back when it appeared 8 days ago as if he would be back, if not tonight, by Sunday, this runner's knee is a bit more of a thing than I think people originally anticipated. And the reporting on it, Krug, is a little ominous, which kind of wrecks some of the optimism surrounding what this Warriors team potentially could be over the last 27 games, despite the fact that Kristaps Porzingis is likely going to be out there tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Curry's been out for 3 weeks with the runner's knee. From what I'm reading, it's a 4 to 8 week injury. So, we'll see where he comes in there, but he's either a week away or a month away, but probably in that window. And if he's a month away, then their playoff hopes are maybe on the back burner. Though there are so many teams trying to tank they've got 10 games against those teams in the final 27. I was looking at their schedule. They got 27 games left, but they got 10 games against teams that are really trying to lose. So even though Steph being out a month would seem like the kill shot, it probably isn't.
No, it probably isn't. And honestly, it would take a complete free fall, I think, for the Warriors, as crazy as it sounds, to miss the play-in. And I think they could try to do it and be unsuccessful. And I'm not saying they're going to try to do it, but they could try to do it, and I think be unsuccessful, considering Memphis, who the Warriors play next week. They play Dallas. They still have to play the Kings a couple of times the last couple of weeks of the season. The Kings are completely tanking and already have the worst record in the NBA. The Jazz, Warriors still play Utah one more time in Salt Lake City. So the Warriors, despite the fact that they might not have Steph, are still going to be in that mix. Before we get to Steph, I do want to play this clip from Anthony Slater, of ESPN, as he weighed in on Porzingis, because I know you mentioned the anticipation about Porzingis being able to make his debut and what he can bring to this Warriors team. It means more if Steph was playing, and I want to get your take, bigger picture on Steph. We'll do that coming up in the next segment. But here's what Anthony Slater had to say, Krug, as it relates to how the Warriors are going to look to bring Porzingis into the fold here if he makes his debut tonight.
Yeah, this is an injury, pain, swelling that's really popped up about a month ago during a workout in Minneapolis. He played through it for a few games, then he was kind of re-injured it, or it was hurting more in a win over the Pistons. They pulled him out of the game. They sat him in the last 5 games before the All-Star break, and there was a lot of optimism going into the break that he would play tonight, that he would get the scrimmage in last night. But if he got back to the facility for the scrimmage and just told him the knee didn't feel ready, and that's the concern right now, is the painness and swelling. It's just not going away. It's runner's knee. They did an MRI, no structural issues, so that's the good news. But you mentioned in the lead-up the championship window closing. Well, this is the type of stuff that inches it like a centimeter closer to it being closed. He turns 38 next month, but a little bit of juice in the building tonight. Kristaps Porzingis, as mentioned, will make his debut. 15 to 20 minutes, short bursts, but you talk to people behind the scenes. Porzingis played in that scrimmage yesterday. Apparently looked really good. His timing, his rhythm. They've really needed a second scorer since Jimmy Butler went down with the ACL injury. He's going to have to gear up and get more minutes, but once he does, I think they're going to really feature him offensively.
All right, so featured offensive role eventually, but again, as much as there's anticipation, Krug, and Anthony gave his take on what's going on with Steph, it is going to be a limited role of 15 to 20 minutes, but I would love Porzingis as the third option. He's not going to be afforded that ability to be the third option because of the Jimmy Butler injury. Hell, he's not even going to be the second option maybe at this point because of the Steph injury. But what do you think of how the Warriors will look to get Kristaps Porzingis involved, and then what you heard Slater say there about Steph's injury overall?
Yeah, I think they're going to be reasonable with Porzingis because he hasn't played in a long time, and they're just he has. I don't think they're going to rush him, to any kind of minute load. I would say 15 minutes, something like that. I don't think it's going to be an overwhelming workload. They're going to be very careful with him because he's been out a while. As far as what else Slater said there, it's like you're talking about, the Warriors, their title window could be, inching towards closing. What? It's been closed for a long while. It's like, what are you talking about? It's inching towards closing. What? The only way their title window isn't already closed is if somehow tonight Oklahoma City's and Minnesota and Houston's planes all simultaneously collide in midair. That's the only. What are we talking about? It's like, why are we soft pedaling this? Who are we trying to be? Who are we tiptoeing around here? Why is there so much tiptoeing with the Warrior media? The window is so obviously closed. It's closed. Steph's played his best ball. He's broken down. His body's failing him. Draymond's a shadow of what he was. Butler is done for the year. They're done winning titles. It's okay. It's okay to admit it. I don't understand why the sensitivity. They're inching towards their window. It's been closed. What are we talking about?
Well, and the window is closed for this year for sure. I think question isn't is the window closed, for me at least. It's more, can the window be pried back open? Yeah, you have a good crowbar. You have a good crew. You strike me as a.
Have you guys checked out OKC? Have you seen OKC recently? Why don't we start the conversation there?
can you pry that window open? Can you pry that window back open, I think, is a better way to look at it. Or is it closed for good? Krug, I know you've got some thoughts on this. Let's get into it coming up next. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number if you want to jump in and join the conversation. State Lumber and Showroom text line open as well. What do the Warriors do big picture in terms of the window? Because I think we both agree it's closed. To what extent and what the proper course of action should be to reopen it? Or is it impossible to be reopened? That's what we'll get into coming up next. I know Krug's got a take that's just it's going to make people's heads explode here coming up next as JD and Krug roll on. In for Copes and Depop, Dirty Work on a Thursday. From Harmonic, cheers to everybody out here on the Sports Leader.
Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Larry Kruger. I'm coming to you from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. Warriors and the Celtics tonight. Join me for Dubs OT immediately following the game. We'll be live streaming on the KNBR YouTube page as well as Twitch and, of course, over the air here on the Sports Leader and on the audio stream as well. We podcast every show. Jump in, join the conversation. It is the best YouTube chat in sports, the Dubs OT YouTube chat. We appreciate everybody who chimes in here. Through the first 55, we got you covered for the final 27 here for the Warriors as they get back in action after not playing here for the last 8 days as they will take on the Celtics tonight. All right, Krug, let's get to it, my man. We're talking about Kristaps Porzingis in. Steph still not around. Is the window complete? Is the window hermetically sealed? Is the window incapable of being pried open? I'm a big grab the crowbar and try to pry that open. I think the Warriors are at that point as it relates to the championship window. It is closed, but can it be pried open? And to me, that should be the primary objective for the Warriors. And it can't be done between now and June or July, basically. To me, there is no possible way. I think it can be done in July. But we were talking a little bit before the show, and you brought it to the table, that there is an uncomfortable potential reality that is growing closer to becoming true that I think Warrior fans and some in the media don't want to look at, that might need to start to be looked at a little bit, or at least you believe that to be true.
Well, I was talking to a Warrior person the other day who was like, man, we've really done Steph wrong the last couple of years. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And he's like, well,
it's funny because I have too. That's interesting. I've talked to a few people that have said that in the last couple months. That's interesting.
That this Warrior person believes that the Warriors haven't done a good enough job of building a good enough team around Steph, that they were too maybe fascinated with the two timelines thing, and were dreaming the Spurs dream of, continuous greatness and winning titles for, long beyond Steph and Draymond and Clay. And this person's take was just that they've done wrong by Steph. And I'm like, well, if this really is about Steph, I mean, I kind of bristled at it because I'm like, why do we keep pretending like we care about Steph when in reality we care about ourselves? I mean, if it's really about getting Steph a ring, then wouldn't they could easily make a trade and send him somewhere where he could join a really good team that's on the precipice of winning, and he could win a ring. But it's not about him winning a ring. It's about them winning a ring with him. And I get that, but I've been a Warrior fan my whole life. Chamberlain didn't finish with the Warriors. Rick didn't finish with the Warriors. Mully didn't finish with the Warriors. Mitch Richmond didn't finish with the Warriors. Klay Thompson didn't finish with the Warriors. KD's not going to finish with the Warriors. Hardaway, World Free, Nate Thurman. I mean, almost every player that's ever been a Warrior didn't finish with the Warriors. And now they're in a moment where it looks like they could go to the finish line with Draymond Green and Steph Curry and have them both finish as Warriors. Kerr has made the point, hey, look, Steph has never expressed the desire to go anywhere. The Warriors obviously have no interest in moving him. Bleacher Report had some phantom trades before the trade deadline saying, hey, what if the Warriors decide to blow it up and trade Steph? And they had a three-way deal that would send him away and give the Warriors a bunch of assets going forward. I'm just going to, to me, it's like, at least it's an interesting conversation to have. I don't think their window can be pried open. And then it's like, if you can't pry that window open here, do you owe it to Steph based on, you don't have this arena without Steph. Chase Center is the arena that Steph Curry built. You don't have it without Steph, but you may not be able to win one with him. If there is that sentiment that they've let him down by this two timeline thing and not maximizing the twilight of his prime or the twilight of his career, should they move him to a Knicks or a team that's, potentially, I don't know what team, but you pick your team that you think.
Well, there's a bunch.
That he could.
There's probably
and then
8
take
teams
a bunch of
that if
assets
Steph Curry was on.
Yeah, what do you think about the concept? It's like the Warriors are on the verge here of, it sounds like they really wanted the Giannis deal. If they can't get Giannis, and I think that ship sailed, and I think you probably do as well, then it's like, okay, it sounds like they're gearing up to send a bunch of assets, number ones, pick swaps, the whole deal for somebody else, right? That's not Giannis. That's not as good as Giannis. And then I'm just kind of wondering. I was a Warrior fan before Steph Curry. I plan on being a Warrior fan after Steph Curry. Is how many years of bad ball are the Warriors going to drive themselves to if they try to force, here's all of our future assets to try to pry the window open? Oh, it didn't get pried open. Tune in 7 years? It sounds like it's going to be a lengthy rebuild if they make this. If they go all in right now on one guy to try to get Steph over the top, and it doesn't work, they probably are setting themselves back a season or two, if not more. And I guess the question is, what do Warrior fans want? Do they want to see the Warriors kind of try desperately to do something that's probably impossible? Or would you rather see them, turn the page, get a bunch of assets, start the reclimb, and try to shorten it a little bit? Yeah, you'd miss out on a year or two, maybe, of Steph, but you've had his whole career. I mean, there's a lot of talk about, hey, man, send him to Charlotte, let him finish at home in Charlotte in front of his friends and family. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to hear what Joe Lacob. I know he wants to win. I know he wants to win with Steph. I know he wants to win a title. It doesn't seem like that's happening. And it doesn't seem like they're getting closer to it. It seems like they're getting further away from it. Would they ever entertain the idea of helping Steph get that extra ring, even if it wasn't here?
Well, a lot to chew on there, and I want to make sure I'm kind of giving you my take on all of it. So keep me on point here. Couple of things. Yeah. Have the Warriors let Steph down the last few years? Yes. Unequivocally, yes. Okay. 23, I believe that they have. 23, 24, 25, the inaction, to propel this thing, letting the Kuminga thing drag on for so long to the point where, yes, Porzingis is a nice piece if healthy, but now Jimmy's gone, and you knew Jimmy was gone at the point in which you made the Kuminga deal. So, have they let him down? Absolutely. Do you? The interesting question is, do you owe it to Steph, and to get him another ring? My sense for where Steph is at this point, Krug, is the fact that I think Steph believes he's done it here. He's done it here not once, not twice, 3 times. He's done it here 4 different times. He's been to a couple other finals on top of it. I think, Steph would prefer to do it here in a strong way, and I think prefer to do it here strongly enough to where he would risk maybe not having it happen a 5th time. And again, we all know the difference between 5 and 4, right? 5 puts you in the Tim Duncan, Magic Johnson category. It puts you 1 away from MJ. Obviously, nobody's going to catch Bill Russell and the old school Celtics and all of that. But 5 separates you from LeBron. And where, he sits at 4 with 3 of those losses specifically to Steph and to the Warriors. So all of that comes into play here as you relate it back. But I think Steph is at a point where he wants to win, but he wants to do it here. But he is still, Krug, great enough as a player, because he still is playing at an elite level when he's on the floor, to a point where it's tantalizing to think, what if you do go in, would you rather go in on the next 2 years at the expense of maybe the following 4, or would you rather just be bad for the next 4 to 6 anyway in the whole rebuild type scenario? And here's the tipping point for me. The tipping point for me is this. Why would you trust the Warriors with 2 extra years to figure it out, given the way that they've drafted, if they were going to trade Steph Curry now and basically fire off a preemptive strike of a potential rebuild? I would trust what the Warriors could be for the next 2 to 3 years, and then having to tear it down to the studs 3 to 6. I would trust that far more than adding 2 to 3 years to that mix, because they haven't been able, and the recent history tells you that they haven't been able to draft at a capable enough level to where you believe in anything that they would be rebuilding anyway. Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, to kind of go out of order in terms of the most recent high-end first-round picks. So to me, I trust the front office more. And I'm not saying I would have a great faith in the front office to be able to get the job done, because it is a tight needle that they're trying to thread here. I would trust them more to try to go in on the next 2 years at the expense of some draft capital that may make another 3 to 5 year stretch that was going to be terrible anyway more palatable in the meantime.
I hear you. I'm just looking at, them this year, and it's like, what do they got? They got a very mediocre team, roughly 500.
Well, they got nothing this year. They got nothing
they don't have
this
a
year,
lot, but
unfortunately.
And then next year is going to be better with Jimmy off the injury, Draymond and Steph a year older. I don't know. I mean, it seems like they've kind of like he's maximized what he can do here, and it's like he still has extreme value, and you could turn the page and start getting down the road and start rebuilding, but it's like, do we really need? I mean, I guess. I mean, Warrior fans love him.
Do you
I mean,
believe in
he's
that?
great, but
do you
like,
believe in that? What
I know what I'm
what
saying.
do you
I know
believe
we're
in
saying
more?
What's that?
No, what do you believe in more? I'm going to ask you. What do you believe in more? This front office and ownership group's ability to navigate a complete and full rebuild over the next 4 to 6 years, or this front office and ownership's ability to navigate becoming a contender, let's say, in the next 2 to 3 years again? Like, which one is your best bet? Which one gives you the greatest probability of success? To me, it's overwhelmingly the short next 2 to 3 year bet with Steph, who's still at an all-time, top 10 level when he's out there on the court.
Yeah, but I mean, when it ends quick. He hasn't played in about a month. He may not play for another month. Yes, he looked good when he played this year. I don't know. I look at it this way. I look at it more simply. Like, do I have the chance to win a title? If I think the answer is yes, then let's keep going with this plan. As soon as I don't think I've got a chance to win a title, I'd like to tear it down to the studs and start building up to win a title again at some point. So I hear you. I look at the next 2 years of trying to win with Steph as completely and utterly futile and just delaying the inevitable. And I would rather see if I could, get some team to overpay me for the twilight and then jumpstart my rebuild there. Otherwise, I think the rebuild. Otherwise, you're hoping that unless you can cut some deal with the league on draft picks and lottery picks, I don't think that's going to work. So I mean, I don't. It took a lot to get Steph, Clay, Draymond, Barnes, and the whole thing get it put together, and it's going to take a lot to get it put together again. I just look at it. I really think that the window's closed, and I don't think the window's closed. I'm totally convinced the window's closed. So that's why I'm thinking more like, hey, let's get on to the next thing, because I do want to see them win another title. I don't think it's possible with Steph. And I would like to see Steph get that 5th ring. And if it had to be somewhere else, I'd be okay with that.
I do think it's possible. I think it's not probable. And again, it'll take the best crowbar you have possible to pry that thing back open. It'll take a lot of work. It'll take a lot of creative thinking. And again, I understand anybody, Krug, who lacks the confidence in the Warriors front office to be able to navigate that, the reopening of the window, in addition to the ability to go through the full-blown rebuild. I understand the concerns with both areas of looking to try and do it, but I still maintain, and we'll continue the conversation here, I maintain that it's more likely that you can do it while you still have the generational all-time great, even though he's going to be 38 here in less than a month. By the way, we do have an update here as far as how long Steph potentially could be out that we need to get to coming up. So we'll give you the update on that coming up next. We'll further the conversation. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. What do you do here with this era? To me, it's kind of a no-brainer, even though I don't fully disagree with Krug that when you look at the future, it may very well be a window that is unable to be opened up unless you're going to give up a lot of assets in an attempt to do it. We'll get into that coming up. Also, Dalton Johnson is going to join us coming up next from NBC Sports Bay Area as JD and Krug continue here on the Sports Leader.
Well, in a bit of good news, Steph Curry's recent MRI came back clean, but the future Hall of Famer will sit for his 6th consecutive game as he battles pain and swelling in what is officially listed as patellofemoral pain syndrome, or for idiots like me, runner's knee. Check out Dubs OT tonight with JD immediately following the game, and if you can spell patellofemoral, Walter will buy you a beer right here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Dickinson and Larry Kruger in for Copes and Depop here on Dirty Work on this Thursday. We got the Warriors and the Celtics coming up tonight from Chase Center. It's a pleasure to be coming to you from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. Of course, Dubs OT after the ball game. Let's go out to the UMA guest line, Krug. It's a pleasure to be joined by our next guest, the one and only Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area. Covers the Warriors. Dalton, always a pleasure, my man. Thanks for taking a little time out here before Steve Kerr meets with the media and gives everybody the not-so-great news that is seemingly broken here within the last 10 minutes, and that is the fact that Steph's going to be out for a little while longer. I think we all kind of knew that, given the fact that he wasn't back tonight. But nevertheless, we appreciate you joining us here on the show.
Well, thanks for having me, JD. Definitely a fun introduction there, right? I mean, unfortunately, some more tougher news for this team. You've got to be healthy with Steph Curry, of course. So we'll get the official here, but yeah, it's just it's a tough little blow coming out, of course, out of the All-Star break for Steph.
Yeah.
Raymond Ritter broke the news right now to me in real time. Says reevaluate in 10 days. Like it's now called official. There you
go. Okay. So there you go, and Dalton joining us here. But, yeah, I mean, let's say if Steph is out for the next 10 days, that's 5 more games. Obviously, there was a lot of hope a week ago that he'd be able to come back tonight. Some optimism about Porzingis making his debut and the impact. But just kind of give us your overall read on just where things would sit with Steph if we're not going to see him here for the remainder of February at the least.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because – an injury like this, runner's knee, right? I mean, to me, that's wear and tear. That's age. It's everything that this guy has gone through in his career, with where he is in his age, with having to have so much on his back after a Jimmy Butler injury, after a past injury to his co-stars as well. And going into the All-Star break, we just kept hearing about the optimism, the hope that he would come back after the All-Star break. I was in Phoenix right around the trade deadline. You know, and he was getting workouts in and walking around, but just saying, I just got to get this knee thing right, and he still wasn't moving how we're used to seeing Steph, even just walking around. You know, there's still the pain, the swelling isn't going down. So a team that is 29-26, that has been in 8th place for literally the last 2 months, you can't push this thing. So their eyes have to start moving towards 2026, 27 already. And with that, why try to be reckless even 1% when it comes to Steph Curry's knee and his health going forward?
Dalton, how do you see the future of Brandon Podziemski? He's eligible for the rookie extension coming up this summer. Are the Warriors going to give him the money as they did with Moses, a little bit over a year ago, or are they going to let him become a restricted free agent, you think?
I think that you would like to obviously avoid the restricted free agency. We saw the hoopla when it came to Jonathan Kuminga and his restricted free agency. I think even if Brandon got to restricted free agency, it would be a much, much different situation compared to what we had with Jonathan Kuminga and his agent Aaron Turner as well. When it comes to BP's future with the Warriors, they certainly like what he brings to the table here. They like his value. He does have value around the league too. I know he's almost became kind of a no gray area kind of name for the fan base. You're kind of like JK was too. You're either all in or you're all out. There's a black or white too. Brandon Podziemski, no middle ground really. But the thing with his game is it's kind of right in the middle ground. We saw a winning impact player as a rookie, and we saw small scale up as second year, and then now year 3, his numbers from year 2 to year 3 are eerily similar. It's nearly the same exact player. So he's going to be that connector. That's a buzzword that Steve Kerr loves to use. But what's the gap between his floor and his ceiling? Or is it pretty much the same? I think that's a question that they have to be able to answer over these next 27 games, especially without Steph Curry too. Let's see the runway for somebody like Brandon Podziemski, because Moses Moody's contract now is looking like a really, really good value. I think going into the season, I was expecting Brandon Podziemski to push and to make more than Moses Moody's contract, to look more at trying to be a $60, $80 million player. And you can't hand that contract out to where Brandon is right now. I think he's a solid top 8, top 9 player on a good, strong, contending team. But I think he might be a lot closer to number 8 than number 5, if that makes sense, on a team that's really pushing for title contention again in a small window.
No question. Dalton Johnson joining us here on The Sports Leader as you listen to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, The Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station, into the 5 o'clock hour. And Dalton, as you mentioned, the Warriors did just release the statement that Steph will be out at least for the next 10 days as he's going to be reevaluated in 10 days. He's missed the last 5 games. He's going to miss at least the next 5 games due to the femoral pain syndrome and bone bruising in his right knee. So the Warriors just releasing that officially here within the last couple of minutes. I want to touch on both Podziemski and Moody as we kind of shift to, what are the Warriors evaluating here in the last 27? And there is some buzz about Porzingis being able to make his debut. But how much is on the plate of Podziemski and Moody specifically to show for both of them that they can be more than maybe a 7th or 8th man in whatever iteration the Warriors choose to try to build for that 26-27 season?
Yeah, a lot on the table when it comes to them. I think that the spotlight should be and is a little more on Brandon because obviously we're talking about a year 3 player compared to a year 5 player when it comes to Moses and Brandon. And Moses has established himself as a step above that, 8th man, 9th man, 7th man. He's started the last 29 games. He's scored double figures, 14 of the last 15. He's quietly, maybe the most quiet, 40% shooter in the NBA. But I would say over those 29 games that he started in a row, he has established himself as a solid 3-and-D player in the NBA. Is he going to be a step below All-Star? No, I don't see that. But I see him as a top 4 to top 6 player on a team that the Warriors would like to have next year. I think that he's just a guy that can fit multiple lineups, and you're seeing a little bit more of the juice offensively. Now it's consistency when it comes to his offense because I think that the 3-point shot is there. It's been a lot quicker than it has in the years past. We've seen him be able to attack a little bit more, but far too often with Moses in his offensive game, you'll see a run of a 16-point game, a 24-point game, an 18-point game, but then you might get 3 games in a row where we're talking about 9 points, 7 points, 11 points, and you're just not really feeling that impact. I want to make sure I feel Moses Moody out there on the court. I know that he's out there. I know what kind of impact he's giving game in and game out. So what is the next level up above Moses Moody? Because right now he has established himself as a starter in this lineup. It's obviously a different lineup without Jimmy Butler, without Steph Curry, so on and so forth. But I want to see what these young guys, namely Moses Moody and Brandon Podziemski, can do without the stars. Of course, when it comes to next year, it's all about the stars, of course, when it comes to Steph and Jimmy and whoever else is going to be on this roster. But they need to be able to prove to the Warriors, to themselves, and the rest of the league what players they are without all the help that a Steph and a Jimmy provide as well, too.
Dalton, I'm eager to see Porzingis tonight, and I'm not sure what we're going to see. He hasn't played since the first week of January. He's missed a bunch of games. He's missed a lot of games in recent seasons. I kind of like when he's healthy what he might be like. Do you think the Warriors see his value as what he contributes, or simply the contract, or is that still to be determined here?
It's to be determined, but they kind of go hand in hand, too. I mean, let's face it, Kristaps Porzingis isn't going to get a raise this offseason. He's not going to make more than the $30.7 million expiring contract that he's on. But he has acclimated really fast to the training staff, to the coaching staff, to being around Steph Curry, to this locker room. My first time being around him, he's super chill, laid-back guy. And, we would be looking at this move so much differently if Jimmy Butler never got hurt. What Kristaps Porzingis is when healthy, which is a big if and is a big asterisk of when he's healthy, is someone that would be maybe the perfect addition next to Jimmy, next to Steph Curry as well, too. Yeah, he's only played 17 games, but he's productive whenever he plays. He's in those 17 games, I think it's 14 of them, he's made at least 1 3. 11 of them, he's blocked at least 1 shot. And also in the last 3 seasons, he's missed more games than Anthony Davis. So there's such give and take with Kristaps Porzingis, but I'm incredibly intrigued to see what he's going to be in this system. He takes up so much space defensively next to Draymond Green. That could help, obviously, ease the burden on Draymond's back on that side of the ball. And then offensively, we're already hearing Steve Kerr talking about Kristaps Porzingis at 7'2", being in these split actions, popping out as a screener as well too. You know, we just haven't seen a player like this with the Warriors. We're going to see him in short bursts, nothing long. Of course, they're going to be very cautious about how his body's reacting. But yeah, I mean, you retain his bird rights. You see if you can bring him back on a much team friendlier deal in the offseason. And again, when it comes to things to watch the rest of this stretch run, knowing what Steph's health is, knowing where the team is in the standings, knowing that there's no more Jimmy Butler, I think Kristaps Porzingis gives us at least a fascinating watch for these next 27 games.
Dalton, appreciate the time, my man. We'll let you get over to Steve Kerr's press conference, and we'll talk to you again soon.
No doubt. Thanks, guys. Always fun.
All right, appreciate it. Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us here on The Sports Leader. It's JD and Krug, and Krug, the breaking news here within the last 15 minutes or so. Stephen Curry out the last 5. He's going to miss at least the next 5 with this runner's knee condition. Underwent an MRI. The MRI was clean, but confirmed the injury without showing any structural damage. He's going to be reevaluated in 10 days, and again, that means no Boston tonight, no Denver on Sunday, no Memphis and New Orleans on the road. It also means when the Warriors come back on February the 28th and what will be a Saturday night ABC showcase game against the Lakers here at Chase Center, he's not going to play in that one. The earliest possible return for Steph, Krug, is going to be Monday the 2nd. And if we know anything about these reevaluation announcements, he ain't coming back on Monday the 2nd in all likelihood. At that point, it's probably when he would ramp up to be able to get back into practice, and then there would still be a roughly 5 to 7 day buildup to where he would come back. So he's going to be out at least the next 5 and probably into the first third of March at a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, and just looking at the estimates for this injury and looking at his timeline, I would say, it's very reasonable to think that he could be out at least another month. And that could be a real shot to their chances of making the playoffs. Now, they're probably going to find their way in anyway, as we discussed before. But if this really is a 2-month injury and he's 3 weeks into it, that could, the Warriors could not even be at the halfway point for his return, and that would be costly.
Yeah, no, it's a tough situation, and it really, one thing that I'm really interested to see, Krug, is I think this Warriors team, the guys that are left, were really motivated in the lead up to the All-Star break after the trade deadline, even with Steph injured, because I think there was a belief that they were fighting for something. Internally, that group was fighting for something, fighting to add Porzingis to the mix, fighting to have Steph come back and see what this team potentially could do, even if it wound up adding up to get into the first round of the playoffs and get knocked out. One thing that would be really concerning to me, and I'm really going to watch for it tonight, and we're going to talk about it on Dubs OT, tonight against a good Celtics team, Sunday afternoon against a really good Denver team that I think can win the NBA championship. I think Denver's one of 4 teams maybe that can win a title, maybe only 3 in the entire league. One concern that I have moving forward, this is a gut punch blow for the Warriors internally, the fact that they had fought to play for something, to give the final 27 meaning. I'm wondering how this Warriors team shows up and shows out. Maybe Porzingis can lift it tonight if he gets out on the court, which he is expected to at 7-10 when the Warriors take on the Celtics. But if he can't, I'm really interested to see if this team feels that there's a lot left to play for to begin this stretch of at least 5 of the final 27 without Steph.
Man, that would be really discouraging if they kind of threw in the towel and kind of gave up hope. But I could see where it could potentially happen because you have lost Jimmy. It's a team that relies so heavily on Steph Curry. He's still, despite his advanced age, playing at an incredibly high level. He's got the best free throw percentage in the entire league, still at 93%. He's a great finisher. Yeah, I mean, and can they win any? How do they stay afloat in these games without Steph Curry? You're going to have to maintain some. You're going to have to find a way to steal a few wins just to make sure you don't get into a free fall situation. But I mean, he means so much to them, JD, that it's hard to picture them making the playoffs if he's gone for another month, despite the fact that you've got all these teams that are trying to tank.
Yeah, no doubt, and the Warriors are going to play a bunch of these teams that are trying to tank coming up here in pretty short order. I talked about Boston and Denver. Then they play New Orleans and Memphis. Those are a couple of the teams that are tanking. It's the Lakers and then the Clippers. The Clippers are kind of caught in between. I think the Clippers are going to, they may try to tank, but they're still good enough to where they're going to be in the top 10. And then, again, a gauntlet beyond that. Houston, OKC, before the Warriors play Utah. So this could be kind of an ugly beginning stretch here to the post-All-Star break portion of the schedule. I'm just going to say it. I don't think Steph's coming back. And, again, this is my take, nothing I'm reporting. I don't think Steph's coming back till at least the 13th as I look at it of March because of the layout of the schedule. The next 5 for sure. He's not coming back against the Clippers 2 days after they play the Lakers. Then they go on a road trip to Houston and OKC and Utah before they come back and play Chicago, but that's the second of a back-to-back. And then they have a couple of days off before they play Minnesota at home. And then they go on a lengthy road trip after that to the East Coast and the Midwest. So to me, again, I hate to say it, but he hasn't played in 3 weeks, and I feel like he probably isn't going to play for the next 3 weeks as you look at the layout of the way these injuries are announced and what the projection is as far as his ramp up to a potential return. All right, that's the breaking news. We'll come back. We'll continue to react to this. We'll get into some of the bigger picture ramifications. Krug set the table before we had Dalton Johnson on. We'll further the conversation there. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. It is John Dickinson and Larry Kruger in on Dirty Work here on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
All right, great to be back here at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. It's John Dickinson, Larry Kruger, Warriors and Celtics tonight. The breaking news as we continue to react here to Stephen Curry. MRI, a second one on the injured right knee. No structural damage, but Steph's going to be out for the remainder of February at a minimum. He's already missed the last 5 games, at least 5 more. Krug, and as we kind of continue the conversation here, a couple of snippets from Steve Kerr's pregame press conference, which is ongoing as we speak here inside Chase Center. Kerr saying that Steph's knee issue is lingering soreness, which obviously giving it another 10 days, they're hoping that it will calm down. Steve Kerr saying that it doesn't change the team goals at all. That's to win. And also Kristaps Porzingis, Krug, it sounds like formally, we've been talking about it all afternoon, but formally will be available to play. That's what Steve Kerr is expecting. And as we had discussed earlier with Dalton Johnson and ourselves, 15 to 20 minutes for Kristaps Porzingis tonight. So a lot to react to in terms of the breaking news here. Not a lot of it great, but 27 to go, and the Warriors are going to strap them up and get after it against the Celtics here in less than 2 hours.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to this one because I want to see what Porzingis looks like in a Warrior uniform, and I'm eager to see. Dalton said it. He's like, if he didn't have the illness and the injuries, in a lot of ways he'd be. And if Jimmy hadn't gotten hurt, we'd be looking at this through a different prism. But instead, Jimmy has gotten hurt. And now you got Zinger, and Zinger hasn't played in weeks, and we don't think he's probably going to be healthy. It's like I'd love to know: do the Warriors, do they envision themselves with him next year or without him? Or is he just a vehicle to maintain financial flexibility and deal-making ability going into the summer, or do they see him as a guy, if he looks like he fits, could he be part of this mix next year? Because I kind of feel like he could be part of their mix. And I think that would be the biggest positive. If somehow he played well, he was part of their mix, and that they could somehow bring him back, but at the same time, improve the roster around what they have coming back.
I think they envision him as part of the team next year. I think they're somewhat confident. And again, the level at which he can play and how consistently he plays of the final 27. Give me a number real quick, and then I'll finish the thought. Give me a number of games of the final 27 in your mind that you need to see Kristaps Porzingis be available for, to where you say, hey, I want that guy back next year. Just on the health front, nothing else.
I would say 15. He's got to be healthy for more than half.
Okay. Yeah, I think 15 is probably the minimum.
I'm not crazy about it, but 15, yeah. If he can't be healthy for 15 games between now and the end of the year, then he's probably just, this is, you got to remember. I mean, this is not a sprint. NBA basketball you don't think of basketball this way, but it truly is a war of attrition, and it's a long, long, long season. It's a marathon, man. I mean, it's a long way. You're going to camp in September. You're playing the finals in June. I mean, it's a long season.
I think the Warriors would probably set that number, Krug, at 20. And I'll answer what you had brought to the table here. I think the Warriors do envision themselves with Kristaps Porzingis next season. I think they look at him as somebody that's currently making a little under $31 million. And I think they believe that even in the best-case scenario, considering the league-wide concerns with his injury and ability to be on the floor, that status, I think they probably believe that he's going to make around half that, around $15, $16 million next year. And I think what they can do is use the fact that they're not going to have to pay the full 30 to keep DeAnthony Melton. That's the one part that I think has been under-discussed. DeAnthony Melton is playing his way out of the Warriors' price point for next year. And I know you kind of threw out, would they look to rebuild and move off of Steph and do the nuclear option, basically? I don't think the Warriors are going to be looking to do that at all. But the one thing that the Kuminga trade does allow for them, with Porzingis coming in and potentially making less money next year than he does this year, and as much as half as much next year as he is currently, that allows for them to be enough under the luxury tax to where they will open up the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, and that will allow them to re-sign DeAnthony Melton at a price point that is greater than they could have offered him before. And I think before they would not have been able to offer him enough of a deal to be able to keep him. Like they can now offer him up to 4 years and about $70 million roughly, depending upon where the salary cap winds up being. Now, that doesn't mean you have to offer him all of that, but you have the ability to do it. Whereas before, the Warriors would have only been able to offer him a 120% raise off of his minimum, which is in the $3 million range. So you want 120% of $3 million, Krug, not to get too wonky, or do you want a starting base salary at about $15 million, which is right around where it would be? That's 5 times the amount, and they can spread it and multiply it over 4 years with those 120% increases over the span of the deal. So I think in a perfect world, they can keep Porzingis healthy, Krug. They love the Porzingis basketball fit with Steph and potentially Jimmy. They can use Porzingis making less next year than he does this year to keep DeAnthony Melton. And then if they choose to wait for Jimmy, because they truly are at a fork in the road on that, but if they choose to wait for Jimmy to return, they've got Porzingis, they keep Melton, they have all of their draft capital available to them. They package picks, multiple picks, anywhere between 2 and 4, along with some salaries that are not among the players that we've just mentioned. And that's where they go get a Trey Murphy III. That's where they go get a Michael Porter Jr. That's where they go get a guy that maybe is not Giannis, because Giannis is a freaking pipe dream at this point, Krug. But it's somebody that can help this team with Steph, with Jimmy, with Porzingis, with DeAnthony Melton back. And that becomes a team that they view can kind of be the last dance team for next season. And then we'll see after that as to, Steph probably going to be making less money at that point. Will Draymond be around or part of a potential trade? That's where I think the optionality comes in. Long-winded way of me saying to you, Krug, that I think the Warriors envision themselves with Porzingis, and I think the Warriors envision themselves with Porzingis having the ability to unlock some other avenues to improve this team in terms of his and the overall salary structure that would be in play.
Yeah, I mean, it still sounds like an unbelievable high-wire act to get to the finals. I mean, if you're really talking about a return trip to the finals. But I do like DeAnthony Melton. I know the Warriors like him a lot. He's a really good two-way player. And, it sounds like he's already outplayed his money. He's going to decline his option, right? He's going to test the market. And then, is it possible? I mean, he wanted to be a Warrior after he got hurt and made his way back here. Would he be willing potentially to give the Warriors a discount this summer in the free agent market? I mean, he's shown a desire to be here in the past. Maybe he would. Maybe he would give the Warriors some kind of discount and come back here at a reasonable number. That would be nice.
Yeah, I think it's they paid him last year. I think it was about $12 million, and I think that was an offer that other teams maybe didn't have on the table for him, and he took it. And I think it does say something that he was willing to come back, because he was forced to come back on the minimum, obviously, as an injured player. But he didn't have to come back to the Warriors after they traded him injured, right? In the NFL, you've got the waived injured. In the NBA, you can trade a guy injured as long as everybody agrees to it and use that salary slot. I mean, hell, that's exactly why, some believe, although the Warriors have been reluctant to look to do this, some believe they would be willing to trade Jimmy Butler injured in the offseason, because he's making $54 and ultimately around $57 million for next year that would be available to trade. You can bring back a lot of contracts if you send Jimmy Butler out. So the willingness for somebody like DeAnthony Melton to do that is something that I think shows a good working relationship between the player and between the organization. Look, I'm not saying it's easy, Krug, to thread that needle and to do it, but I think going back to our earlier conversation, it's more likely that the Warriors would choose that path, and I think more easily that they could be successful in a path where there aren't two real spectacular options to give Steph kind of that one more run with a player that's not currently on the roster, sacrifice some but not all of the future draft capital, bring back a Porzingis, bring back a Melton, get Jimmy back, and then look to kind of attack it that way as a team that can make a little bit of noise, as opposed to, it doesn't have to be Krug for the guaranteed finals run, but it's the ability to kind of get back to where they ended last year, second round of the playoffs, but with the belief that you could have gotten to a conference finals or gotten to a finals if everything broke your way. Can you get to being a step away, I think, is the goal here for the Warriors between now and the summer, and then the summer and October when everything tips off again for real in that 26-27 campaign.
I mean, right now, you're on the outside looking in. Right now, you have a 0% chance. What you're describing is a high level, a high wire act that potentially involves, older players staying healthy, potentially, blending this veteran mix on the fly, and really just giving yourself what I would call a puncher's chance. So is it worth it? Is it worth it to do all those things for a puncher's chance at a finals trip? Maybe, maybe. But I think that's kind of what we're talking about. We're not, even if all these things that you just described, and then they got Trey Murphy, and they made the steal, and they got these guys, the older players, to stay healthy, and it all kind of came together. And Melton came back at a reasonable number, and Porzingis proves to be healthy going forward, and he fits, and he signs, and it all comes together. They got a puncher's shot, which is, I would say, 5%, maybe 10% chance. Well, what do you think that's about right? About 5 to 10% chance, maybe?
I think that's about right. I think you could push 15 to 20 if things, if you keep enough of the young players that you have. Like, I think they're in such a difficult spot with Podziemski. I know we were talking about Podziemski a little bit with Dalton Johnson. They're in a difficult spot with Podziemski because they're going to have to pay him, but they won't be able to trade him at the new number, which means that he's going to be making, less than he's worth in a trade, but you're going to be paying him more down the line, and yet you can't trade him for that same amount. So they're in a real predicament with Podziemski, but yet at the same time, would you be better off next year if Podziemski was on or off the team? And I think you'd be better if he was able to be included in a trade, but then you can't necessarily include him in a trade. They're in a real tough spot with Podziemski where it makes more sense, at least for next year, to have him on the team, but also have the ability to be able to trade him beyond that. Moody is a guy you'd like to keep, but do you have to have Moody's value in a deal in addition to draft picks to get other teams to be willing to give you something back that can actually be a needle mover? Again, when you really parse it out, it's going to have to be a forward-thinking, creative, committed, top to bottom front office and ownership commitment to try to give the Steph era that one more, maybe two, but really we're talking about one more chance to be able to get to the finish line with that puncher's chance, that fighting chance that you mentioned too. All right, we'll wrap up that conversation coming up. We will get into a little bit of Giants to close out the show. I know, Krug, we're not going to be together tomorrow. You're going to be with Greg Silver. I'm going to be with Dieter Kurtenbach in this slot tomorrow. So I do want to get, as spring training kind of gets rolling here on Saturday and the first Giants spring training game, just your expectations. I love talking baseball with you. Love talking NFL with you in addition to, obviously, Dubs. So we'll save that for the end. We'll wrap up the Warrior conversation. What are you looking for specifically tonight from Porzingis in his 15 to 20 minutes? And will the Warriors show some fight, a lot of the fight that they've had here for the last few weeks without Steph Curry? We'll wrap up the Dubs conversation, get into some Giants, and then Carlos Ramirez is going to carry you from 6 till I come back for Dubs OT later on here from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. It's all straight ahead right here as we talk Warriors and Giants and Niners, Bay Area sports on the Sports Leader.
Filling in for the Dirty Work Boys, here's John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
All right, rolling along here toward the finish line on this Thursday, JD and Krug. Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City is popping right now, Krug. It is rolling. People are having a good time. A few more Celtics fans than I think Warrior fans would hope. I'm looking at Larry. I'm looking at Jaylen Brown. I'm looking at Jaylen Brown 7, Larry Bird 33, and Peyton Pritchard 11 right now, all up at the counter at the bar ordering from the lovely Julia, who's on hand here. Grace is on hand. Alex Smith, who's running the place. Alex, the manager. As I say, the most famous Alex Smith in Bay Area lore, the manager here at Harmonic Brewing, Alex Smith. We appreciate him. And, of course, Eddie, the owner, chiming in here earlier, stopping by and saying hi. It's going to be a festive crowd, always is, with the Celtics in town. But, yeah, tough news for the Dubs on the Steph and Curry front as it relates to the Warriors. But people still out here and having a good time. And, of course, we'll have Dubs OT for you tonight, Krug, after the Warriors take on the Celtics on the Sports Leader.
I always love listening to you on Dubs OT, and you know, I think there's going to be some energy in the building tonight with the debut of the Zinger, and I can't wait to see what it looks like. He's a unique player, man. I mean, you're talking about one of the most skilled 7-3 people the league's ever seen. I mean, he really is a unicorn. I mean, he truly is one of one. There aren't. It's like, yeah, he's just like this guy. No, he's not. He's not just like anybody. He's 7'3" with real skill. I mean, I'm not saying he's Nowitzki, because Nowitzki was a Hall of Famer and Nowitzki was a different kind of a player. But Nowitzki was like the biggest, most skilled player I can think of. This guy is a big, skilled player, uniquely sized, but uniquely skilled at that size, and that right there makes him fun to watch.
Yeah, I think the pick and pop game is probably the number one thing that I would look at in the Warriors system. The ability to come out, set a screen, pop out to the three-point line, have the defense kind of forget about him and be able to just kick it to him for an open look. And he's been, anywhere between mid to high 30% to north of 40% as a three-point shooter throughout his career. But I think the pick and pop game is the number one thing. I think the other thing that's been well chronicled, and I've talked about it a lot, is the ability to hunt mismatches, the ability to get the mouse in the house, Krug, right? You get the mouse in the house, right? You get a switch and you get a guard, or you get a small forward on somebody that's 7 feet. He has the ability to put his ass into somebody and get on the block, and, you dump it down to him, and he can go score at a really high level against the smaller player. And I think, when you go back to his time with the Celtics 2 years ago, when he helped them win that title and they beat the Mavs in the finals in that 2024 season, he is somebody that really has the ability to take advantage of mismatches. I think he can drive closeouts. Guys will run at him on the three-point line as well, put a quick pump fake on, get to the basket without having to put a lot of torque on the knee or the Achilles, hit a pull-up jumper, or keep the ball moving to get it, zipping around the horn. The Warriors' ball movement, even without Steph, has been prevalent. So not to get too wonky and in the nuts and bolts, Krug, on you, but I think those are the two things. Pick and pop game, as I look at it from a pure basketball standpoint. And if he gets a switch against a small, he's just going to put his ass right down in the post and call for the rock. And that's really an element. We've seen Horford do it a little bit, but that's an element that we haven't seen a lot of Warrior players be able to have success with, especially in this really ever, but in the Steph Curry era even, we haven't seen a lot of that. Oh, you got a small, you got a mouse in the house, you call for the rock and you go score on somebody.
He's a mismatch player, right? He's always been a mismatch player,
yep.
And
Big
he's
time.
also a unique floor stretcher. It's like we talked about this in the past. I mean, if you stretch the floor with a 6'3" guard, you stretch the floor a little bit. You've got a 6'5" player, you're stretching it more. If you've got a 6'9" player who can knock down those shots, now you're really stretching the floor. I think of like Houston when they had Matt Bullard and he could nail these shots. He was 6'10". So if you have a 6'10" guy, now you're really stretching the floor. But when you put a 7'3" guy out there, I mean, the amount that you have to close out on a defender who's 7'3" to bother his shot creates that much more space. So I'm really intrigued by what it looks like. It's all about, is his body right? Is his health right? Can he stay on the floor? If he can, in a lot of ways, this is a player that is a very good and natural fit for how the Warriors play, and a good balancing point for the other guys they have on this roster. So I'm intrigued. I mean, he obviously brings them flexibility and the potential for deal making in the summer to use his salary slot to somehow bring in another piece to the puzzle. But I'm kind of eager to see in these final 27 games, how well does he fit in? On paper, he should fit in really well, but it's not always the way it goes. You know that. I mean, sometimes the personalities don't blend. His game on paper should blend, and if his personality does blend, they might have a piece. They might have a piece to the puzzle going into next year, which would be nice because that was part of it, but I think the salary slot was the more valuable part. But it would almost be like found money if they could find a player here.
See, that's interesting because I think the personalities will blend, and I'll maintain what I said earlier in the show, which is I think the Warriors would prefer that he is a piece for next year on this roster. I think the skill set will. To me, it's only about the health. The only thing in my mind that prevents him from being on this Warriors team next year at a reduced rate is going to be a catastrophic health failure. Basically, he's playing in the single digits. And you said 15. I'd probably put the number around 20 because I think there's a confidence that Rick Celebrini can get on the same page with Porzingis and keep him healthy and keep him productive and keep him on the floor for this Warriors team. So I'm looking at, and look, you may say, JD, you're crazy. I'm looking at 20 games out of the final 27 for Porzingis. I think it's going to be a no-brainer by the end of the season that he's going to be somebody that you're going to want to keep. And I think the personalities and all of that stuff is going to blend. And I think they do view him more as an asset in terms of the player that he can be to a greater extent than the ability to use the contract for, you know, somebody that you would look to acquire down the line. So I think it's going to be interesting to keep tabs on. But I think the Warriors believe, and again, I'll fully admit if I'm wrong or if I whiff on this, you know I'm not afraid to do that, Krug, but I think the Warriors think that they've found something here in Porzingis that's going to make you more optimistic about the prospect to go in for that 26-27 season than not. But, again, we'll see here coming up in a small scale tonight when he winds up subbing in for the Warriors tonight off the bench and for his former teammate that played for the Celtics and Al Horford. Final quick thought on that, and then we'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll wrap up with a little Giants. I'm looking forward to get a few of your takes on the Giants here as they're finally going to play on Saturday.
I'm fired up. Can't wait to see it. I always told Gary the best day of the sports calendar is the first day of baseball on the radio. That will be Saturday, and I'm fired up.
Music to my ears as well, Krug. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll get some Giants thoughts to close up shop. Carlos Ramirez is going to be taking you from 6 until 9, and then I'll be back with Dubs OT following the Warriors and the Celtics right back here at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. It's JD and Krug in for Dirty Work. That's Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Warriors guard Steph Curry will be reevaluated in 10 days due to his persistent right knee injury, per Shams Charania and Anthony Slater. He has been sidelined since January 30th and will miss 5 more games. What is your concern level, Dub Nation? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
All right, final segment, about 8-9 minutes here. And, of course, if we are in for Copes and Depop Krug here on Dirty Work, we have to put the show to bed. So we're going to do it now, and then we're going to talk some Giants. And so
I thought maybe
to put
we were
the show to bed.
I thought you were going to ask me,
Go ahead.
what, do you have a nightstand or, I mean, why do you not have a nightstand? Who's going to get you a new dresser? I've heard those guys go off on all kinds of topics.
They do, and I'm not going to ask you that, but I am going to ask you if you have a note to self. I know you're introspective. I know you're constantly evaluating, but I'm going to give you a note to self of the show today. Yeah, and we're going around the horn. I'm going to get Tim, and if I think Danny bailed on us, so we won't get Danny done. But, yeah, note to self real quick here before we close up shop.
Note to self.
Note to self, do not fear that we will not be able to get through Warrior segments, endless Warrior segments when you have JD. I mean, when you have somebody who can get as deep, you can go as micro on the Warriors as, I mean, you're like me with like 6th round and undrafted free agents. I mean, you can really, I mean, you want to see that Saturday after the draft? You want to see that loser who's sitting there going, wait a second, Utah State's got an offensive tackle that the Niners potentially could get. Let me do a video. Let's go. That you're not quite there Warrior-wise, but you're close, man. You're close.
Pretty close.
Close.
Maybe lacking on the draft breakdown. Krug, no, I appreciate that, my man. And yeah,
if the Warriors had a practice squad, you would know it better than anybody.
Our strengthings and weaknesses, I think, complement each other very well, right? Like I think, especially on the Niners and Warriors, right? We're both strong on the big stuff, but your strength in terms of more of maybe the Niner minutia and mine on more of the Warrior minutia. It's a perfect compliment. So my note to self, Tim. Go ahead and throw it out there. Yeah, my note to self. I'll trade you. Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, that's good right here. My note to self is right back at you, my man. Like I love working with you. I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to get a chance to do this show with you. It's too few and far between, but I always have a great time when I'm working with you. The 4 hours just flew by, and so I appreciate you, man. We complement each other very well on a lot of the minutia, but yeah, that's my note to self. Tim, what do you got today, my man?
Note to self.
Well, note to self, I didn't have Adam and Derek insulting me for 4 hours, so that was nice. Also, note to self, it's really nice to have Krug have opinions that will, quote, make your head explode.
I'm going to lose my S.
Yeah, and for more of those opinions, tomorrow, 10 until 2, right, with Greg Silver. He's going to make Greg Silver's head explode.
It is the Krug leader right now.
I mean, seriously.
The Krug leader.
Krug in the morning, Krug in the midday, Krug in the evening. That's a lot of Krug.
And